Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, LOM 1, The Joker. Gazing at the crimson moon outside the window, Alaric spent 3 minutes processing the influx of information and confirmed several things. First, he had transmigrated into the world of Lord of Mysteries. His new name was Alaric Zoroast, and he seemed to be a descendant of Pallas Zoroast from the original story. Second, a fragment of power from the legendary crawling chaos, Nyarlathotep, sealed within him had been sliced and reshaped by the Yog-Sothoth he had summoned. Using the unique rules of the Lord of Mysteries world, this power was transformed into something akin to Beyonder characteristics, creating an entirely new pathway called the Chaos Pathway. Though Alaric didn't know why that entity had helped him, the fact remained, if he followed the rules, concocted potions from these Beyonder characteristics, and consumed them, he could start at sequence 9 like the humans of this world. By acting, digesting, and advancing, he could fully master Nyarlathotep's power and make it his own. Third, his innate Shadow of Time skill was still usable, a time-related ability similar to the historical projection of this world's scholar of yore. It had two methods of use. The first allowed Alaric to summon the Shadow of Time of an entity with high favorability, merging it with himself to borrow their power. The higher the favorability, the more power he could wield. The second method involved using an entity or something related to them as a medium to summon their Shadow of Time and request their aid. At first glance, the second method seemed simpler, but it had a significant drawback: the summoned shadow would carry the past consciousness of the entity. As a result, shadows summoned this way might not always help Alaric. With favorability, it could work out, but without it, while the shadow couldn't harm him, it wasn't guaranteed to assist either. It was an incredibly powerful yet frustratingly unreliable ability. In his previous life, Alaric had tirelessly built favorability with powerful beings to summon their shadows. Now, in a new world, all that effort was wasted. Well, at least the skill still works in this world. What more could I ask for? Alaric consoled himself, though a flicker of confusion lingered. But why did I transmigrate? Did Yog-Sothoth send me here? Alaric wasn't particularly close to the entity known as Yog-Sothoth. He had only read about it in ancient texts, learning it was one of the few outer gods that held no malice toward humans, possibly even benevolence, and seemed to have a strained relationship with Nyarlathotep. So, when his original world faced Nyarlathotep's avatar, and all resistance failed as the world teetered on the brink of destruction, Alaric, in a desperate attempt, used the connection between Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth to summon the latter's Shadow of Time. Then, with the appearance of billions of radiant lights, Alaric nearly lost consciousness. He witnessed Nyarlathotep's avatar perish and saw time in his city seemingly rewind, restoring everything to before its destruction. Finally, he saw Yog-Sothoth turn toward him. It was hard to say if a deity of indescribable light and shadow had eyes, but in that moment, Alaric felt its gaze, curious, surprised, perhaps even wistful. It seemed to say something to him, but Alaric couldn't make it out. Then he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was in a new world, with the defeated Nyarlathotep avatar's power sealed within him. So, what was that deity's deal? Does it know me? Alaric felt genuinely perplexed. He couldn't recall any connection to such a being. After racking his brain, he could only conclude that maybe the deity found him likable. Regardless, Alaric was certain it meant him no harm, otherwise, he'd already be dead. Pushing down his doubts, Alaric sighed and muttered to himself, "I wonder how my home's doing. Based on what happened before I transmigrated, it should be fine. I did my best. If the world still ends up destroyed, there's nothing more I can do." A wry smile crossed his face. He wasn't a conventional hero, but he still cared for his city and didn't want to see it fall. Whatever. For now, I need to focus on myself. This world isn't exactly peaceful either. Alaric shook his head, thinking about the state of the Lord of Mysteries world, and couldn't help but want to gripe. He had just resolved his city's crisis, only to land in another world on the verge of its own apocalypse. What was the point of all that effort if it felt like starting over? The only silver lining is that I'm not the savior here. Honestly, who would have thought a trickster like me would end up saving the world back then? Is that even fitting? Alaric quipped, a grin spreading across his face. This is great. Now I can just be a pure trickster. After chuckling for a moment, Alaric began planning his next steps. First, he needed to find a way to advance to sequence 9, embark on the Beyonder path, and harness Nyarlathotep's power within him before it became a ticking time bomb. Second, he should connect with powerful figures and build favorability to borrow their strength. Finally, he'd make sure to find some fun along the way. Let's see, the Chaos Pathway's sequence 9 is Joker. Alaric paused, then nodded, recalling Nyarlathotep's personality. It made sense. He continued reviewing the information Yog-Sothoth had left about the chaos pathway. The main ingredient for the Joker potion can come directly from the processed characteristics. For auxiliary materials, aside from common spiritual ingredients, I'll need an item related to error, fool, and door or other specified high-sequence pathways. Alaric raised an eyebrow, rubbing his chin in thought. Ideally, a worm of spirit, worm of time, or worm of star. That's going to be tricky. Alaric then sifted through the memories of his current identity, confirming the timeline aligned with the start of the Lord of Mystery story. If he was correct, Mr. Fake It Until You Make It was likely staring into a mirror, marveling at his own wild imagination. Chapter 2, LOM 2, Amon. From a plot perspective, this point in time wasn't too late, but looking at the broader history of Lord of Mysteries, it was already the endgame. Most Beyonders of the error, fool, and door pathway had already been thoroughly dealt with. Alaric carefully recalled the original story. At this stage, the door pathway had little left. Aside from a traitor who abandoned the Abraham family for the Aurora Order, the only high-sequence figure was likely Mr. Door, trapped in some alternate dimension. For the seer pathway, Zeradal and Antigonus were imprisoned together in Foggy Town, and no other high-sequence seers were known to exist. The Marauder pathway had been ravaged by Amon, leaving only a few stragglers, including Palez, still hanging on. Am I really going to have to swindle an old man's feelings? Alaric mused, rubbing his chin for a few seconds before adding, it doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually. Pay me 50, and tomorrow I'll make you the Lord of Mysteries. Well, the Lord part's a joke, but if that old man invests a worm of time in me, once I reach a higher sequence, I'll definitely take him to beat Amon. Alaric mulled it over in his mind, feeling the plan had some merit. Even if he couldn't trick Palez into giving him a worm of time, building high favorability would still let him summon Palez's Shadow of Time. Items related to the Sapphira Castle should also count as high-sequence materials for the error, fool, and door pathway. I wonder if Klein's Paper Angel would work, but even if it does, waiting for that to come online would take too long. Alaric pondered, then froze, turning his head to the side. A figure had appeared out of nowhere, a man with black hair, black eyes, dressed in a postman's uniform, sporting a crystal monocle on his face. The moment Alaric saw him, he knew exactly who it was. Amon. Was this some kind of nightmare opening? Couldn't he get just a little time to grow stronger? While inwardly cursing, Alaric sensed something trying to latch onto his soul, meddling with his thoughts. He blinked, not even having time to panic, when he felt the invading worm of time go silent almost instantly. It was dragged into a soul prison crafted by Yog-Sothoth for Nyarlathotep's power, consumed entirely before Alaric could even blink. For a moment, Alaric almost felt a pang of regret, a perfectly good worm of time, gone just like that. At the same time, he finally dug up a relevant memory from the fragments of his current identity, understanding why Amon was here. His current identity, Alaric Zoroast, was a direct descendant of the Zoroast family, specifically a distant great-grandson of Palez Zoroast. Due to Amon's persecution, Alaric Zoroast had lost his parents young and was raised by a butler. To avoid Amon, he lived under an alias, moving every few years. Though aware of Beyonders, Alaric Zoroast had never resolved to become one. After his butler passed away, he decided to live as an ordinary person, only to unfortunately cross paths with Amon. The original Alaric didn't have many memories of being Amon'd. His clearest recollection stopped abruptly the previous morning after seeing a crow with white eye rims. What followed were only vague, painful fragments filled with fear and resentment toward death. This was why Alaric hadn't immediately realized his predecessor had been targeted by Amon. Though he'd read about such things in the novel, connecting written descriptions to real-world events wasn't so straightforward. When Alaric first reviewed his memories, he missed this detail, even wondering if his predecessor had died suddenly from overwork. Now it clicked. His predecessor had likely been devoured by Amon, body and soul, transformed entirely into Amon's likeness. Alaric hadn't transmigrated into Alaric Zoroast, but into one of Amon's avatars, replacing it entirely. This Amon avatar had probably sensed something wrong with its counterpart and came to investigate. No wonder there was a monocle on his face. He'd thought it was just his predecessor's quirky habit, damn it. Amon, too, noticed that the worm of time he'd sent into this young man's soul had lost contact the moment it entered. Raising an eyebrow, Amon looked at Alaric with keen interest. As their eyes met, the man adjusted his monocle with a smile. Hello, buddy. Care to tell me how you did it? This is the first time I've seen someone turned into me regain their own consciousness. You shouldn't even have a spirit left. Amon added, his expression carrying genuine curiosity and confusion. Sorry, my dad told me not to talk to strangers. Alaric shot back faster than his brain could process. In the next second, he reached out, pulling a figure from thin air. While the worm of time was being consumed, Alaric hadn't been idle, he'd been using Amon as a medium to summon a related shadow of time. Amon watched the scene with amusement, but when the figure fully materialized, even he was momentarily stunned. It was an all-too-familiar figure, black hair, golden eyes, a silver cross hanging at the chest, the ancient sun god, Amon's father, as Amon remembered him. How could this be? Even if this kid was a scholar of yore, how could anyone in this world summon a historical projection of his father? Amon, for once, questioned his own knowledge of historical projections. But what happened next was even more shocking. The ancient sun god's projection opened its eyes, looking at the two with a hint of confusion. Its gaze settled on Amon, uncertain. Amon. Unlike typical historical projections, which lacked sentience, this ancient sun god clearly had a consciousness of its own. Fascinating. Amon said, adjusting his monocle to mask the storm of shock in his eyes. He'd come to check on a curious change in a Zoros descendant he'd consumed, expecting nothing major, only to stumble upon an extraordinary surprise. But while Amon was reeling, Alaric seized the moment, speaking at lightning speed. Here's the deal, Mr. Sun God. I'll keep it short. My name's Alaric, and this is thousands of years in the future. Right now, your son Amon is hunting me down. I need your help, or we're all going down with this world. You can tell I'm capable of making that happen. Chapter 3, LOM, 3, Parental Surprise. As he spoke, Alaric let slip a trace of the Nyarlathotep power fragment within him, his expression deadly serious. In truth, Alaric meant every word. He wasn't some lunatic itching to destroy the world, but he also wasn't selfless enough to sacrifice himself for a foreign one. He had no qualms about making a threat of mutual destruction. This wasn't an empty threat either. Nyarlathotep's power might be dormant in his body now, but if it broke free, even Alaric didn't know what would happen. As for whether he'd actually follow through, Alaric doubted he'd survive if Amon got his hands on him. If the world was doomed anyway, he'd rather take everyone down with it than let Amon come out on top. Alaric was never a saint. No saint would try to take Nyarlathotep down with them. The ancient sun god clearly sensed Alaric's resolve and the dangerous aura within him. Though still unclear on the details, the deity made a quick decision. With a sigh, he turned to Alaric and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" "First, give him a good smack. Let him feel the weight of fatherly love like a landslide," Alaric said, pointing at Amon with utmost seriousness. The ancient sun god paused, unsurprised by the request. He turned to Amon with a faintly apologetic smile. If this were Amon's true body, the ancient sun god might have hesitated. But a mere avatar. That was fair game. After all, he'd disciplined this troublesome child plenty of times in the past for his antics. If the ancient sun god wanted to punish someone, even the current 7 gods would likely have to take it, let alone a mere Amon avatar. So, in just half a minute, Amon was sprawled on the ground, battered and barely clinging to life, visibly worse for wear. Even the hidden Amon avatars in the area had been wiped out, leaving only this primary one. Yet Amon struggled to sit up, looking at Alaric with a faint smile. "Is that all?" Amon knew this avatar was likely done for, but he didn't seem overly concerned. To Amon, as long as not all his avatars were destroyed, it wasn't a big deal. He even flashed a fake smile. "If you just wanted to get rid of this avatar, I'd have handed it over if you let me have a quick chat with my father." Alaric wasn't surprised. He turned to the ancient sun god, saying earnestly, "Thank you, Mr. Sun God. As a token of gratitude, I can fill you in on what Amon's been up to since your fall. You probably want to know what your son's been doing, right?" Amon's smile froze, a rare crack in his composure. Though an undeniable scoundrel, Amon had some self-awareness. He knew his father was, in some sense, a good person, while the things he'd done since his father's fall were anything but good. Amon didn't think he was wrong, but like any child facing their parent with a laundry list of misdeeds, even he felt a twinge of resistance. Resistance to his father learning about them, and to the potential disappointment. This resistance made Amon drop his smile, his face turning blank. Alaric noticed every shift, grinning as he fully demonstrated the law of smiles never vanishing, only transferring. Looking at Amon, he quipped, "That's it." A perfect boomerang right back at Amon. "You'd better hope I don't catch you," Amon said flatly, his cool finally slipping. "Don't worry. If there's a next time, I'll make sure your dad comes back to give you another dose of that heavy fatherly love you adore." Alaric replied with a cheeky grin, secretly relieved. Thankfully, it was Amon. He could summon the ancient sun god to save the day. This fellow transmigrator was, if nothing else, broad-minded and reliable. Against anyone else, his mutual destruction threat might not have worked, and he'd have actually had to follow through. Still, Alaric knew the ancient sun god only went along with his threat because he was a decent being, because Amon was in the wrong, and because this was just an avatar. If it had been Amon's true body, the ancient sun god might have only helped him escape at best. Clearly, every troublesome kid has a troublesome parent behind them. Alaric concluded solemnly, casting a pointed glance at the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god, though unclear on the full context, had spectator pathway abilities. How could he miss Amon's evasion? He sighed, already piecing things together. This is... he began. Alaric Zoroast. Alaric supplied smoothly. It wasn't a secret anyway. Amon had already devoured his predecessor and would know everything, whether Alaric said it or not. Amon would have told his father. Mr. Alaric, please tell me what Amon has been up to all these years. The ancient sun god asked earnestly. No problem. Alaric started, but then Amon's eyes snapped shut, and he collapsed, dissolving into a cluster of worm of times. What? He's dodging. Alaric gave the pile of worm of times an odd look, not entirely surprised. Amon was, after all, a master at shirking responsibility. Fleeing in this situation was par for the course. But with Amon's avatar gone. Alaric glanced at the ancient sun god, whose form was already destabilizing without the summoning medium. Alaric wasn't too disappointed. His spirituality was running low anyway. Summoning a shadow of time wasn't without cost, requiring spiritual energy to sustain. And a figure like the ancient sun god. Alaric could only maintain him for less than a minute. So, he spoke at breakneck speed. Mr. Sun God, time's short, so I'll cut to the chase. After your fall, Amon devoured nearly every Beyonder in the Marauder pathway, toyed with people left and right, and aimed to become the Lord of Mysteries while dodging any responsibility to save the world. He's the ultimate troublesome kid. I suggest you give him a few more lessons to straighten him out. As Alaric's words fell, the ancient sun god's projection vanished completely. Chapter 4, LOM 4, Transmigration Diary. I wonder if the ancient sun god will properly discipline Amon. Oh well, I can't stay here any longer. Alaric shook his head, gathering the scattered worm of times from the ground. Without lingering, he swiftly packed his belongings and prepared to leave. Though the ancient sun god had sealed the space while dealing with Amon, that seal was now gone. Who knew if official Beyonders or Amon's true body would show up? Alaric figured it was best to find a new place to live. As for being tracked, Alaric wasn't worried about mystical methods. As the vessel for Nyarlathotep's power, it'd be a miracle if any Beyonder in this world could divine his whereabouts. Physical traces. Alaric, with his wealth of experience dodging pursuit, knew exactly how to erase those. By the time official Beyonder sent something amiss and arrived at Alaric's former residence, he had already melted into the bustling chaos of Backlund like a drop of water in the ocean. That afternoon, a house on a street in Hillston district welcomed its new tenant. After dismissing the temporary maid hired to clean the place, Alaric locked the doors and windows, set out his freshly cleaned beakers and tools, and opened a small suitcase. From it, he retrieved pure water, golden mint leaves, narcissus essence, and elven flower, auxiliary materials needed for the Joker potion. Finally, he pulled out an iron cigarette case, revealing a single worm of time resting quietly inside. Amon's avatar had left more than one worm of time after self-destructing, but Alaric stored the others for future use. He didn't rush to concoct the Joker potion. Instead, he took one last item from the suitcase, a deliberately aged blank notebook, its title page inscribed with the words Transmigration Diary. Alaric opened the notebook, a thoughtful look crossing his face as if plotting a story. Seconds later, a pleased smile curved his lips, and he began writing on the first page. June 29th, sunny. It's been 3 days in this world, and no matter how much I don't want to admit it, I have to face the truth. I've transmigrated to another world, and there's no going back. Fine, with so many transmigrators out there, it's not that surprising it's my turn. On the bright side, my current status means I won't lack for food or drink. I can live comfortably and skip decades of struggle. June 30th, cloudy. I take back what I said yesterday. This world has extraordinary powers, and my current identity isn't just some ordinary rich kid, it's a member of a mystical family with a storied history of producing Beyonders. Good news, I can become a Beyonder and even choose from the Seer, Apprentice, or Marauder pathways. Bad news, I just learned our family has a terrifying enemy named Amon, who indiscriminately devours every Zoroast family member he encounters. Hilarious. No lying low for me. July 1st, overcast. I've decided to go with the Marauder pathway. Our family has the most complete knowledge of it. The Apprentice and Seer pathways only have mid to low sequence information, making advancement tougher. I don't know if I can reach demigod status, but why make things harder when there's an easier path? July 2nd, stormy. I'm doomed. 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 I ran into Amon. I nearly got eaten. Luckily, Amon's a thrill seeker and decided to let me grow a bit before coming back for me. I need to figure out how to escape before he returns. Good thing Amon doesn't know my native language. I can write my thoughts and plans in it, keeping track of everything to avoid slipping up. Done. Alaric set down his pen, satisfied with his fabricated diary. The purpose wasn't just to write, it was to disguise these pages as Roselle's diary and sell them to Tarot Club members. The goal? To subtly warn a certain future Mr. Fool of potential dangers, offer a bit of help, and, of course, throw some shade at Amon. Depending on circumstances, he might also use the diary to drag others. Honestly, Alaric was quite curious about Klein. He'd never considered himself a good person, which was why he admired genuinely good people like Klein. Their existence made Alaric feel the world wasn't so bad, and living wasn't such a terrible thing. Plus, Klein, as the future Lord of Mysteries, was a prime investment. Build some favor now, and in 3 years, Alaric could borrow near old one-level power. What's not to love? In Alaric's plans, contacting Klein was a must. He didn't mind lending a hand where he could, and Klein's circle was bound to be full of excitement and powerful figures, perfect for satisfying Alaric's dual desires for fun and connections. He even planned to subtly reveal his fellow transmigrator status during their meeting, curious to see Klein's reaction. Shock, probably, but no immediate acknowledgement. Klein would likely observe cautiously first. After all, Mr. Fool was a prudent man. With a chuckle, Alaric closed the diary and set it aside. He picked up a nearby beaker, holding his right hand above it. The next moment, with a faint sound of bursting bubbles, a pale blue, translucent object the size of a baby's palm dropped into the beaker, the Joker characteristic carved out by Yog-Sothoth. Alaric stared at the beautiful Beyonder characteristic for a few seconds before meticulously beginning the potion's preparation. He added pure water, narcissus essence, and other auxiliary materials in sequence. Once the common ingredients were in, he dropped in Amon's Worm of Time. The moment the Worm of Time entered, the solution took on an odd texture, like liquid gemstone. Alaric's expression didn't change as he added the final Joker characteristic. Gurgle, gurgle. As if undergoing a chemical reaction, the potion turned into a chaotic darkness for a fleeting second before shifting to a silvery white. The liquid now resembled blooming flowers or twinkling stars, exuding a chaotic yet dazzling beauty. It's pretty, but it doesn't exactly look drinkable. Alaric remarked candidly, eyeing the finished Joker potion. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 5, LOM, 5, Abilities. A chaotic storm erupted in Alaric's mind, as if he were standing amidst a starry sky or banished to the edge of chaos and abyss. An ordinary person might have succumbed to confusion in such a state, but Alaric remained calm, skillfully reining in his thoughts, using reason to suppress the madness and chaos within. In an instant, the turmoil and darkness vanished. Alaric opened his eyes, realizing he had become a Sequence 9 Joker. The core ability of the Joker potion is emotion manipulation, allowing me to sense and briefly influence others' emotions. It also heightens my intuition, enabling me to perform divinations like a seer, learn and use ritual magic, and enhances my learning ability. My mental acuity and observation skills are sharpened, making my words more persuasive and capable of subtly distorting others' thoughts. Additionally, my speed and strength have been boosted to a degree. Alaric assessed the changes in his body, summarizing, because I used a Worm of Time as an auxiliary material, I've gained the Fire Stealer's ability to steal others' Beyonder powers. Thanks to the unique nature of Amon's Worm of Time, I can retain stolen abilities for a considerable time. However, the success rate is higher against fellow Sequence 9 Beyonders and decreases significantly against higher sequences. In other words, I now have the core abilities of a Joker, a Seer, and a Spectator, some of a lawyer's powers, a warrior's speed and strength, and the Fire Stealer's core ability. Even Alaric couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. True, aside from the Worm of Time's ability to steal powers, the Joker potion's other abilities stayed within Sequence 9's limits. But the sheer number of skills was overwhelming. While others gained one ability upon advancing to Sequence 9, Alaric had acquired several. Let's see, it makes sense. After all, I'm a Joker. Emotion manipulation is perfect for stirring up fun, divination helps me find it, keen observation is essential for enjoying the show, and enhanced speed and strength are great for fighting or fleeing after causing trouble. Alaric nodded, reasoning aloud. Very reasonable. As for Nyarlathotep having these abilities, even more fitting. Digesting the Joker potion will likely be tougher than a typical Sequence 9. Probably equivalent to digesting 3 or 4 regular Sequence 9 potions. Alaric sensed his condition and concluded, power comes at a cost, but it's manageable. So, what's next? Alaric's fingers tapped lightly on the table, a subconscious habit when deep in thought. Tinjin is a must. Palaz and Azek are ready-made allies, even if both are weakened. If I can build their favorability, I can borrow their past strength, practically a cheat code. With that, I'll have a safety net for whatever I do. Had he not crossed paths with Amon, Alaric might have waited until the Tinjin incident resolved before approaching Palez. But since Amon already knew of his existence, even with all the avatars in the area destroyed, there was no guarantee Amon wouldn't suspect something. Moreover, after summoning the ancient sun god's shadow of time, the true creator and Adam likely gained memories related to Alaric and would surely take an interest in him. He needed to secure some self-preservation abilities quickly. Who knows, someone might already be lurking nearby. Alaric quipped, though he wasn't too worried. With Adam's abilities, if he wanted to act against Alaric, panicking wouldn't help. Better to just carry on. The only issue is that the Tinjin incident isn't easy to get involved in. Beyond the potential clash between the Church of the Evernight Goddess and a certain divine son, even on the surface, Inzanguil and 0-08 are tough to handle. Alaric narrowed his eyes. He didn't consider himself particularly clever, nor did he think he could outsmart 0-08. A literal cheat. With its ability to manipulate minds, control fate, summon meteors, and the trait of all that is spoken will be known. 0-08 was a nightmare. As a mere sequence 9, with no significant favorability from powerful figures, Alaric didn't believe he could take on that quill. That wasn't underestimating himself, it was self-awareness. But I don't need to go head-to-head with 0-08. Alaric tapped the table, a slight smirk forming. I'm not planning to get too involved in the Tinjin incident. His goals in Tinjin were clear: build favorability with Palez and Azek, and, if possible, connect with Klein. None of these required meddling in the incident itself. Alaric could stay invisible amid Ints and 0-08 schemes, then decide whether to make a dramatic entrance at a critical moment. This was smarter than blindly interfering. Alaric knew his limits, meddling too much could make things messy and backfire. Instead, he'd focus on the key point. Ints was certain to target the Tinjin Nighthawks. Rather than outwitting him, Alaric could bide his time and strike when it mattered. As for whether 0-08 had already sensed his plans, Alaric's eyes curved into a mischievous smile as he murmured, I'm not here to mess with you, so don't bother me. Otherwise, we all go down together. He didn't care who might overhear, shifting his thoughts to how he'd approach Azek and Palez in Tinjin. Azek, in his amnesiac state, was mild-mannered. Finding the right angle to get close wouldn't be hard. Palez, though, was a cunning old fox. Let's see, posing as an oblivious Zoros descendant to cozy up to Palez won't work. He may dote on his kin, but he's no fool. I'm not confident I can play the innocent well enough to fool him. That route could easily backfire. Alaric ran through scenarios in his mind, gradually forming a plan. Better to lean into my uniqueness, present myself as a Zoros descendant with a strange encounter and a bit of cleverness, seeking to align with Palez. He'll be wary, sure, but it's less likely to fall apart. It'll make building favorability trickier, but with Azek as a fallback, it's acceptable. Alaric made his decision, then thought of the Amon-branded worm of times he'd carefully stored, chuckling softly. Besides, favorability might not be that hard to boost. Palez's greatest enemy was Amon, and his biggest goal was to take Amon down. Starting from there, Alaric could surely earn some goodwill. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 6, LOM, 6, True Creator. So, the real question is, will the Evernight Goddess notice me if I do this? Alaric wasn't worried about Leonard snitching on him. Though Leonard was an official Beyonder, the original story showed he wasn't overly harsh toward those with secrets. Besides, Alaric's connection to Palez meant that reporting him would implicate Leonard himself. Unless Leonard believed Alaric posed a serious threat, he wouldn't act. But as the host of Palez's parasitism, Alaric couldn't help but suspect the Evernight Goddess's gaze had long been on Leonard. It was likely no coincidence that Palez chose a Nighthawk as his host, perhaps it was with the goddess's tacit approval. After all, aside from the Marauder pathway, the others' key figures were under the Evernight Goddess's control. Mr. Dor was exiled and sealed by her, while Antigonus and Zeradal were imprisoned in Foggy Town. With these precedents, it would be stranger if Palez's choice of a Nighthawk host didn't involve some hidden arrangement. Add to that Azek, who was undoubtedly under the goddess's close watch, and Klein, who had just arrived. Alaric could almost guarantee that contacting any of these three would immediately draw her attention. He wasn't fazed, though. If he could face Amon head-on without panicking, the Evernight Goddess, who couldn't easily descend to the physical world, was far less intimidating. In terms of danger, Amon outranked the goddess at this stage. Alaric was more curious about whether the goddess, as a sequence 0, would notice his uniqueness without him actively revealing Nyarlathotep's power fragment. And if she did, what would you do? Eliminate me as an anomaly, send someone to probe me, or invest in me? Alaric mused with intrigue, then his thoughts shifted to another deity. If the Evernight Goddess noticing him was uncertain, the true creator, whose shadow of time Alaric had summoned, had definitely taken note. Alaric was almost certain that during their brief encounter, the ancient sun god, while dealing with Amon, had contacted the true creator across time, prompting a glance his way. It wasn't surprising. The ancient sun god might be a good person, but as a ruthless figure who defeated numerous ancient gods and led humanity to overthrow Beyonder races, he was no naive fool. How could he not keep tabs on an anomaly like Alaric? If Alaric were more cautious, he'd avoid anything tied to the Aurora Order. But as a joker, he was rather looking forward to the true creator's reaction. No, I need to restrain myself. Can't go courting death. Alaric slapped his cheeks lightly. He didn't mind contact with those linked to the true creator, but only if it wasn't suicidal. Still, before heading to Tingen, I need to make some preparations. Alaric's lips curved into a smirk as he glanced out the window, first toward the Bravehearts bar, then toward the East District. While house hunting that afternoon, Alaric had naturally scouted the locations of notable landmarks from the original story. He planned to visit these spots later, mingle with Backlund's Beyonder circles, and meet future Tarot Club members currently in the city. Achoo. Old man, you sneeze too. In Tingen City, Leonard, who had just visited Klein Moretti's home with Captain Dunn to investigate and spooked Klein before leaving, heard Palez sneeze in his mind. Surprised, he lowered his voice to ask. Since gaining an old man in his head, this was the first time Leonard had heard Palez sneeze, a rarity on par with seeing a statue use the bathroom. Kid, don't think I can't tell you're mocking me in your head. Palez said irritably, though he was puzzled. As an angel, he wouldn't sneeze for no reason. Clearly, something related to him had occurred. No bad omens. Could it be an old friend thinking of me? Palez mused instinctively, only to hear Leonard whisper, "Old man, did you notice anything about the Klein Moretti?" Though he asked, Leonard's expression remained relaxed, showing mild curiosity without much wariness, just a casual question. What do you expect me to see? That he's a follower of some evil god or a Beyonder? Sorry, he's neither. Palez replied with a subtle pause, then chuckled. I just thought his vibe was unique. Leonard said, missing Palez's hesitation. He let out a subconscious sigh of relief, muttering, so he's just a lucky guy after all. Surviving a Beyonder incident when everyone else died was, by all accounts, incredibly fortunate. I recall he's a recent university graduate. If he's truly innocent in this matter, maybe I'll get a new colleague. The captain's been wanting to recruit more clerical staff. Leonard speculated, his first impression of Klein positive. He wouldn't mind working with him. Still, Leonard knew the odds were slim. Even if Klein met the clerical job requirements, he might not choose that path. The life of a Nighthawk, even for clerical staff, was far from easy, facing more dangers than most. Few qualified ordinary people were willing to join, or they wouldn't be so short-staffed. Leonard didn't regret his own path, but he understood why others might hesitate. Perhaps. Palez gave a vague response and fell silent. Leonard didn't mind, continuing his watch near the Moretti residence. It was the captain's orders. As the sole survivor of the Antigonus family notebook incident, Klein Moretti wasn't fully cleared of suspicion, nor was it certain if he was entangled with an evil spirit or curse. They'd need Daly, the expert, to arrive for a final verdict. Until then, they'd take turns monitoring Klein, both to keep an eye on him and to ensure he didn't flee or die from Beyonder forces. Chapter 7, LOM 7, Zyoderi Cha. While Leonard was outside feeding mosquitoes, inside the rented apartment, Klein was diligently playing the part of an ordinary person caught in danger. Klein had been spectacularly unlucky. Previously known as another name, he had closed his eyes one moment at midnight and opened them to find himself transmigrated into a wildly imaginative young man. After finally processing his predecessor's memory fragments and seeing his sister off to school, Klein, eager to return home, used a black loaf of bread he'd just bought to set up a luck-enhancing ritual, the same one that likely caused his transmigration. Instead of going home, he found himself in a mysterious gray fog. There, Klein accidentally summoned two others. After some conversation, he successfully established a formidable persona as the Fool, creating the Tarot Club with them. Exhausted from the meeting and depleted of spirituality, Klein took a nap, only to be woken by a visit from the police. That's when he learned his predecessor was entangled in a dark divination incident. The other two involved had committed suicide, leaving him as the sole survivor under scrutiny. Trouble was, Klein's inherited memories held no details about the divination. He knew full well his predecessor hadn't survived, his transmigration only made it seem that way. But he could hardly tell anyone about transmigration or resurrection. So, he relied on careful wording to assert his innocence and, after Dunn and the others left, acted the part of a rattled ordinary person. Otherwise, showing too much calm or knowledge of Beyonder powers might land him in jail as a suspect. During the recent Tarot Club meeting, Klein had learned from the others about Beyonder forces and official organizations. He strongly suspected some of those who questioned him were official Beyonders. I hope I don't go from transmigrator to prisoner in record time. That'd be too much. Klein muttered to himself, trying to dredge up his predecessor's memories about the incident, but coming up empty. He had no clue about the suicide or his predecessor's role in the dark divination. Backlund, East District, Dharawi Street, inside a lively small bar. Alaric wrinkled his nose at the stench of cheap alcohol, scanning the crowd before locking onto his target at the bar counter. Weaving through the throng, Alaric reached the counter and eyed the young man drinking there. In his 20s, with a lean face, messy eyebrows, and soft features, he matched the original story's description. Williams, a half-baked information broker with ties to a few East District gangs. Alaric wasn't here for gang business, though he knew Williams was acquainted with Zio. Williams, I need to talk. Alaric said, his voice soft but cutting through the bar's noise like a thunderclap in Williams' ears. Who are you? Williams asked, squinting at Alaric with confusion. You can call me Jack Jones. Alaric replied smoothly, using a fake name. I hear you know Miss Zio, the bounty hunter. I have a job for her, something important. I'd like to meet her in person to discuss it. Alaric wasn't worried about raising suspicion. Zio was a well-known bounty hunter in the East District, and even Alaric Zoroast had heard of her while living here. Requesting her for a job was perfectly normal. You want Zio? Williams gave Alaric a once-over, unsurprised. He took a swig of his drink, mulling it over for a few seconds. I'll pass the message to her. Come back here tomorrow at the same time. If she's willing to meet, she'll be here. No guarantees, though. And whether you meet her or not, I need a finder's fee. Williams added, making a money gesture. Alaric wasn't surprised. He pulled a £1 note from his pocket and handed it over. If I meet Zio, I'll give you another £1. Generous kid. Williams said, taking the note and checking its authenticity right in front of Alaric before pocketing it happily. £1 or £2 wasn't a fortune for Williams, but earning it just for passing a message was as good as free money. Alaric smiled, said nothing, and turned to leave. He still had to visit Backlund University to set up his fake identity. Williams watched Alaric's retreating figure, thoughtful. Something to do with those mysterious affairs? As an information broker, Williams wasn't clueless about the Beyonder world. He'd crossed paths with low-level Beyonders and suspected Zio was one of them. Over the years, a few had tried to enter the Beyonder circle through her. Whether they succeeded, Williams didn't know. He had no great desire to join them, content with his current life. The next day, Dharawi Street Bar. As promised, Alaric returned and, sure enough, spotted a certain woman at the counter. Hello, Miss Zio. Alaric greeted, approaching while sizing her up. The woman was barely 5 feet tall, with messy blonde hair and delicate features, dressed in practical clothing. Despite her small stature, she exuded an indefinable air of authority. Zio Dericha, Sequence 9 Arbiter, future judgment of the Tarot Club and Furza's close friend. Alaric had sought her out for 2 reasons. First, to use her and Furz to integrate into Backlund's Beyonder circles and join their gatherings. Second, to lay the groundwork for joining the Tarot Club later. Having arrived in the Lord of Mysteries world, Alaric wasn't about to miss out on the legendary Tarot Club. From a practical standpoint, it was an ideal channel with access to high-end goods and information, perfect for buying or selling. Its members were all high-potential future powerhouses, worth befriending. From a joker's perspective, Alaric had already prepared fake diaries. Missing the chance to witness the full reading them or to playfully mess with him would be a waste. Chapter 8, LOM, 8, Divination. Zio had no idea how far the young man's thoughts had wandered. Having gathered basic information from Williams, she sized up Alaric and quickly formed an impression. He likely came from a well-off, middle-class background, his occupation unclear but not manual labor, and he harbored no ill intent. No one else in the vicinity seemed to be with him. He appeared harmless. Zio relaxed slightly. Though she didn't expect anyone to deliberately cause her trouble and had confidence in her abilities, she remained cautious of sudden visitors. Confirming he posed no threat, she nodded. I'm Zio. You're Jack Jones, right? Let's talk outside. If she weren't waiting for someone, she'd have left this bar long ago. Alaric had no objections. They left the bar and headed to a nearby cafe, settling into a private booth. After ordering coffees, Zio set down the menu and got straight to the point. What job do you have for me? I want to join some Beyonder gatherings and was hoping you could introduce me. Alaric said just as directly. Zio's eyes narrowed, her hand slipping under her sleeve to grip a triangular blade. She studied him again, her voice cold. Who sent you to me? Miss Zio, you're quite well known among East District bounty hunters. Alaric said, seemingly off topic, before explaining, my family once had Beyonders and left some records. Though we've fallen on hard times, I still know a bit about the Beyonder world, like the Arbiter pathway. He didn't elaborate further, but Zio understood. He'd likely heard of her reputation and guessed she was an arbiter pathway beyonder. Zio sighed inwardly, mulling it over before asking, "What pathway are you?" "Seer." "I'm a seer." "If you know anything about this pathway, you'd know I have little combat ability, so you don't need to be too wary of me," Alaric said, flashing a helpless smile as if it were the truth. "Seer," Zio muttered, recalling what she knew about the pathway. Her father had been an official, so she'd heard a bit about seers, rare beyonders often found among the Church of the Evernights Nighthawks, known for their lack of combat prowess. This eased her guard slightly. After a few seconds of thought, she said, "I can introduce you to some beyonder gatherings, but what's in it for me? Helping you join comes with risks." Alaric was prepared. "I'll pay you £50 for your help." Though he only had about £1,000 to his name, Alaric wasn't stingy when it mattered. Making a generous impression would pave the way for future interactions with Zio. "Deal." Zio agreed without hesitation. £50 was no small sum for her, and earning it just for an introduction was an offer she wouldn't refuse. "Pleasure doing business," Alaric said with a smile, pulling £10 from his wallet and handing it over. "This is a deposit. I'll pay more each time you get me into a gathering. If any are particularly impressive, I'll throw in a bonus." Generosity didn't mean being a pushover, showing some caution was necessary. Zio took the £10, unsurprised by his approach, and nodded. "How do I contact you?" She thought for a moment and gave an address. "If you need me, leave a message here." "I'll get it." Alaric provided an address of his own. "You can send letters here." After settling their contact methods, Zio relaxed further. She was now fairly certain Alaric meant no harm and posed no threat. His seer identity piqued her curiosity. "Can seers divine anything? Can you predict the future?" "Well, small matters are fine, but big events or powerful figures can make divinations unreliable," Alaric said with a smile, adding with a hint of complaint, "Even if a divination is accurate, it can be tricky. Say I divine whether investing in something will make money. The result might say I'll profit, but in reality, I could lose a fortune short term and only see gains in 10 or 20 years. That's rough," Zio said, sympathizing with the pitfalls of being a seer. "But it's not all bad. Divination helps me avoid most dangers," Alaric said, grinning. "For example, I divined before meeting you and confirmed this deal would be safe." Zio raised an eyebrow, her curiosity growing. After a moment, she couldn't resist. "Can you do a divination for me?" "Sure. What do you want to know?" Alaric nodded, happy to oblige. Can you divine if I'll face any danger in the next 2 months?" Zio asked after a second's thought. Alaric nodded, pulling a crystal pendulum from his pocket, a prop he'd prepared to play the part of a seer convincingly. Since his beyonder abilities included divination, he needed to master various techniques anyway. He deftly performed the divination with the pendulum, observing its swing. Frowning, he said, "The result shows you'll face a life-threatening danger within the next 2 months." This wasn't a lie, he genuinely divined a threat to Zio's life. Zio's eyes widened. She glanced at Alaric, then at the pendulum, her first thought being that she might be dealing with a con artist trying to scam his money back. But she dismissed the idea and asked seriously, "Can you divine where the danger comes from?" "I can try, but I can't guarantee results," Alaric said, his expression equally grave. Instead of the pendulum, he pulled out an astrolabe. After asking Zio a few necessary questions, he began marking the astrolabe, then said, "The divination suggests the danger is tied to money and the sea, but I'm sorry, there's too little information to pinpoint more." Chapter 9, LOM, 9, Kalangos. "That's already plenty," Zio said quickly, though she frowned in thought. "Money and the sea. Could I get thrown into the ocean over some unexpected windfall?" She couldn't imagine what danger tied to both money and the sea might look like. Alaric, however, had a good guess. Connecting it to the original story, his divination clearly pointed to the incident a month from now, where Zio, due to a commission from Justice Audrey, would cross paths with Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos and nearly die. Speaking of Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, Alaric's eyes lowered, a glint of contemplation in them. Truthfully, he wasn't too interested in creeping hunger. For most beyonders, it was a minor divine artifact, but without sealing, it demanded a human sacrifice daily. Even sealed, it required feeding after each use, or it would backlash. Quite the hassle. Unlike Klein, who had the Sapphira Castle to suppress creeping hunger, Alaric risked backfire if he couldn't meet its demands, a potential disaster. When it came to borrowing power, Alaric preferred investing time in building favorability with beyonders from various pathways. Still, if he could get his hands on creeping hunger, he could sell it for a fortune or use it as a favor. What really piqued his interest was the information Kalangos held, the coordinates of an island teeming with beyonder creatures. Though tied to Adam, Alaric was eager to explore it once he had enough strength. Who knows? He might snag a Tyrant Pathway card of blasphemy. Adam wasn't above investing in him, after all. Plus, that island was a natural treasure trove of Beyonder materials. Even if Alaric couldn't use them, they'd fetch a good price. Of course, all this hinged on him being able to take down Kalangos when the time came. Glancing at Zio, Alaric hinted, could it involve pirates? Since he planned to get involved with the Kalangos incident, he needed to lay some groundwork. Pirates. Zio blinked, caught off guard. Here's my thinking, you're a bounty hunter, and Backlund's a port city. Maybe in the next 2 months, you'll head out to sea for a job, or some pirate sneaks into Backlund and crosses your path. Alaric spoke earnestly, his words entirely truthful. Many pirates carry bounties, perfectly fitting the conditions of money and the sea. Zio's face lit up with realization. Though there was no proof, she had to admit Alaric's reasoning made sense. I get it. Thanks, Jack. I owe you one. Zio said sincerely, adding mentally, if the divination's accurate. I thought you'd waive the rest of my commission fees. Alaric teased with a grin. There's an old saying, even with close family, settle accounts clearly. Zio replied seriously, then smiled. Trust me, my favor's worth more than 40 pounds. Fair point. Alaric said, as if mulling it over for a few seconds before nodding. They chatted a bit longer before Alaric took his leave. He had plenty to do. After Alaric left, Zio soon departed the cafe, ensuring no one followed her. Back at her apartment, she found a certain lazybone sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a novel. Zio wasn't surprised. She poured herself a glass of water and sat beside Furs. I met a wild Beyonder like us today. What? Furs glanced at Zio, her tone languid. Which pathway? You didn't clash with them, did you? No, he's a seer. Zio recounted the day's events, then added with some worry, do you think he's telling the truth? Zio didn't fully trust Alaric, but the divination's result gnawed at her. Well, could be fake, but maybe it's true. Furs said, finally getting serious. She sat up, thought for a moment, and reassured, the divination only says potential life-threatening danger, not certain death. Maybe you'll take down the other guy and claim a bounty. The other guy being the hypothetical pirate. That's possible. Zio nodded, accepting Furs's logic, though she sighed. Don't worry, don't worry. Worst case, you stay home for 2 months, or I'll stick with you. Furs said, as if steeling herself. With me around, we can escape any danger. Zio caught her meaning instantly. Furs had a magical stone bracelet that could consume its stones for travel, instantly teleporting them elsewhere. But won't that worsen your condition? Zio asked, concerned. She knew Furs's curse from using the bracelet caused her to hear terrifying ravings every full moon. It won't. My condition's not as bad anymore. Furs said with a smile, masking her unease. Her state was far from good, but she hid it to spare Zio worry. All right. Zio, unaware of the deception, nodded, her concerns easing. Then she added, if Jack's divination is real, we should keep in touch with him. Divination's a useful skill, after all. Furs nodded in agreement. Though Alaric had struck a deal with Zio, Beyonder gatherings weren't daily events. According to Zio, there were none for the next 2 days, but his timing was good, a high-end gathering was set for July 2nd, and she could introduce him. Alaric wasn't in a rush. He calmly crafted his new alias and arrived in Tingen on June 30th. For the next 2 months, he'd likely shuttle between Tingen and Backlund. Without teleportation abilities, it was a hassle, but steam trains made it manageable. That same day, Klein visited Tingen University. Over the past few days, he'd cleared his name, proven his innocence, and received an offer to join the Nighthawks as a civilian staff member. His visit to Tingen University on June 30th was to address an interview invitation his predecessor had received. Though Klein wouldn't take the teaching job, he needed to explain in person. Chapter 10, LOM, 10, New Alias. The professor at Tingen University was understanding. Upon learning Klein had taken another job, he offered no objections, only polite congratulations. Klein exchanged a few pleasantries, preparing to leave, when he ran into his mentor, Professor Quinton, and Mr. Isaac from the history department, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. Good morning, mentor, Mr. Isaac. Klein greeted, then glanced curiously at the stranger. May I ask how to address this gentleman? The young man, about Klein's age, early 20s, had sunlit golden hair and emerald eyes. His striking appearance wouldn't look out of place on a fashion magazine cover. Professor Quinton explained his presence, then introduced, this is Mr. Jack Jones, a new history department teacher at Tingen University, recently graduated from Backlund University. Quite exceptional. Jack Jones. What, are you a pirate from the Caribbean? Klein couldn't help but quip internally. The names Jack and Jones, tied to iconic pirate figures, were too ingrained for someone familiar with those tales not to react. Still, he maintained a polite smile, extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Jones. I'm Klein Moretti, Professor Quinton's student, just graduated." He added playfully, "Pity, if I hadn't found a job already, we might have been colleagues." "No worries, we may not be colleagues, but we could be fellow transmigrators." Alaric, under his alias, thought to himself, mirroring Klein's smile as he shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Jack Jones, but just call me Jack." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Moretti." He paused, then teased, "Though I'd prefer if people called me Captain Jack." Klein's gaze flickered, quickly returning to normal. "All right, Jack. You can call me Klein too," he said, feigning curiosity. "Why Captain Jack? Did the Emperor adapt pirate stories too? Or? It just sounds like a name fit for a captain." Alaric said, his expression tinged with mock regret, as if he'd told a joke no one got. "No way, an actual fellow transmigrator." Klein wasn't shocked that other transmigrators existed. Roselle was proof, but he hadn't expected to meet a potential one so soon in this world. It thrilled him, yet he held back. He couldn't confirm if this man was truly a transmigrator, and even if he was, Klein wouldn't rush to reveal himself. Meeting a fellow transmigrator was exciting, but not all were trustworthy. Caution was best. Alaric, unsurprised by Klein's restraint, had no intention of pushing further. His current identity was the result of 2 days' work. Jack Jones, Backlund University history graduate, recommended by a mentor to teach at Tingen University, freshly hired. As a seasoned joker with multiple aliases, Alaric knew how to craft a convincing identity. Jack Jones had a file in Backlund University's archives, complete with 4 years of impeccable academic records. No one would find fault. Even if the Nighthawks investigated, they'd confirm the identity's legitimacy. It was real, just not originally named Jack Jones. Alaric had changed it. The best disguise was to replace an existing person. Alaric wasn't cruel, though. He'd found a struggling Backlund graduate with similar features, struck a deal, and sent him to another city. Then, disguised as him, Alaric took the recommendation letter to Tingen, aced the interview, and became Jack Jones, history teacher. It wasn't flawless, but in an era without instant communication or common photography, exposure was unlikely. Alaric didn't need the identity long-term, just enough to build favorability with Isaac and Palez. After that, exposure wouldn't matter. Klein, unaware that Jack Jones was a fresh alias, chatted with the professors. The conversation drifted to the Welch and Naya case. Publicly framed as a robbery murder, since beyonder incidents weren't disclosed. Though Klein knew some details, he played it off, subtly dropping keywords like Solomon Empire and Antigonus Notebook to see if the knowledgeable history professors knew anything. These weren't restricted topics. The Antigonus family. While the professors pondered, Alaric feigned surprise, as if privy to insider knowledge. "You know about the Antigonus family, Jack?" Klein asked, genuinely surprised and hopeful. He was desperate to learn about the Antigonus Notebook. "Well, I read about them in my ancestor's diary, old texts," Alaric said, catching himself. They were a mysterious and powerful family in the Fourth Epoch, tied not just to the Solomon Empire but also the Tudor Empire. He paused, eyeing Klein with a mix of curiosity and probing. "But the Antigonus family faded long ago, hardly anyone knows them now." "Why do you ask?" Chapter 11, LOM, 11, Isaac. "I've always been fascinated by Fourth Epoch history, so I'm eager to learn about the Antigonus family." "Jack, if you know more, could you share?" Klein said earnestly, genuinely curious about the Antigonus family while also seizing the chance to observe this potential fellow transmigrator. "Sure, it's no big deal." Alaric nodded generously, adding, "Though I don't know much, so you might be disappointed." Professor Quinton and Mr. Isaac seemed intrigued by the topic, but Quinton glanced at his pocket watch and frowned. "The meeting's about to start, Jack. You'll have to continue this with Klein another time." "Right, looks like it," Alaric said, checking his own watch with a regretful expression. Then, as if struck by an idea, he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Klein. "Here's my card. Come by this address tomorrow afternoon. I'm free then. Or visit me at the university. If you can't make it, write to me." "What's your address?" "I can write to you too." Klein took the card, feeling a pang of disappointment but not wanting to interfere with their work. He gave his address, adding, "I might be moving soon, though, so I'm not sure where yet." "No problem. Just let me know your new address once you've settled," Alaric said with a casual wave. He then followed Isaac and Quinton into the meeting hall. Klein watched their figures disappear through the door, then glanced at the card, his expression complex. He hadn't expected that resolving a simple interview matter would yield such a haul, meeting a potential transmigrator who seemed to know about the Antigonus family. Not bad luck. Klein murmured, his mood lifting. He bid farewell to the others in the office and left the three-story building, planning to visit Jack Jones that evening. But as he walked, still within Tingen University's grounds, the hairs on his neck stood up. Someone was following him. While Klein grappled with his pursuer, Alaric, now in the meeting room, was quietly chatting with Isaac. "Are you also curious about the Antigonus family, Mr. Isaac?" Alaric asked softly, as Isaac had just brought up the topic. "The name feels familiar," Isaac said, his expression tinged with confusion. Alaric wasn't surprised. Who else knew Isaac's true identity better than him? Isaac, Death Consul of the Balam Empire, heir to the Death God, a Sequence 2 Beyonder now amnesiac, a vessel for the Death God's revival, yet kind and gentle by nature, one of the most significant figures in the future Mr. Fool's life. A major reason Alaric crafted his fake identity as a Tingen University teacher was to get close to Isaac. "Since you're interested in the Antigonus family, why not visit my place tomorrow afternoon? If Klein comes too, I can tell you both what I know," Alaric suggested with a smile. "Thank you, that's kind of you," Isaac said quietly, grateful. "No trouble at all. It's just a small thing. Besides, when it comes to knowledge, I can't hold a candle to you, Mr. Isaac. I might end up asking you questions." Alaric grinned, meaning it. Beyond building favorability and possibly summoning Isaac's shadow of time, Alaric genuinely wanted to tap into Isaac's occult knowledge. While the original story was rich with secrets, it skimmed over proper occult knowledge, often glossing over details. In this world, knowledge was power, and ignorance of occult taboos could lead to deadly missteps. Alaric Zoroast's memories held basic occult knowledge, mostly tied to the Marauder, Seer, and Apprentice pathway, but lacked high-level Beyonder insights. Alaric needed to learn from powerful figures to fill those gaps. "If you have questions, feel free to ask. I'll share what I know," Isaac said with a gentle smile, unaware of Alaric's calculations. In this warm atmosphere, the academic meeting began. They stopped talking, focusing on the session. By the time it ended, it was nearly lunchtime. Alaric joined Isaac and Quentin for a meal at the university cafeteria, spending the day as a dutiful new teacher. The next afternoon, he welcomed visitors. "Good afternoon, Klein. You seem in good spirits today," Alaric said, opening the door to find Klein, and noticing Isaac beside him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Isaac. Did you come with Klein?" "Good afternoon, Jack," Klein replied with a smile. "I moved to my new place today, so I'm in a great mood." "Good afternoon, Jack. I ran into Klein on the way, so we came together," Isaac said warmly. "Congrats, Klein. Where's the new place?" "I'll visit sometime," Alaric said, ushering them inside. He noted that Klein and Isaac seemed closer than yesterday, likely bonding on the way. It wasn't surprising. Klein and Isaac's values aligned, and their teacher-student connection naturally fostered a good relationship. Alaric invited them to sit, deftly preparing coffee with a tea set. He smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, I just moved to Tingen, so I only have coffee. Hope it's to your taste." "No worries, I love coffee," Klein said quickly, speaking truthfully, he preferred it to tea. "Very nice coffee. I like it," Isaac said with a gentle smile. "Glad you both enjoy it," Alaric said, grinning. He poured himself a cup, took a sip, and began, "About the Antigonus family, I don't know much, but I'll share what I do. From what I've read, they lived at the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, even founding a nation called the Nation of the Evernight." Chapter 12, LOM, 12, Delight. Alaric recounted what he knew about the Antigonus family in a leisurely tone, blending details from the original story with knowledge inherited from Alaric Zoroast's memories. As a descendant of the Zoroast family, however fallen, he still possessed some understanding of the three survivalist angel families. Mindful of his current persona, Alaric avoided mentioning anything about Beyonder pathways, sticking to a general overview of the Antigonus family before hesitating with a reluctant expression. "What's wrong? Is there something you can't share?" Klein noticed his pause and asked quietly. "It's not that it's inconvenient, just that the rest veers into legends and mysticism. Honestly, it's not very reliable," Alaric said, pouring himself another cup of coffee. "According to some rumors, the Antigonus family wielded strange powers, possibly tied to their faith. Could they have worshipped an evil god?" Klein speculated, thinking of the deaths linked to the Antigonus notebook. Isaac, though silent, clearly grew more attentive. "Probably an evil god, but records are scarce. I had to dig through a lot of texts to find anything about their beliefs." Alaric continued smoothly. "They didn't seem to worship just one entity. The texts mentioned two, one called the Mother of the Sky, and another called the Fool. I'm not sure if they're two aspects of the same god, but the descriptions suggest distinct beings. Klein felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Just yesterday, at the Tarot Club, he'd adopted the moniker the Fool. Earlier still, when he'd gone to the market and stumbled into a divination, the result had also been the Fool. Now, to hear the Antigonus family revered an entity called the Fool. Despite only being in this world a few days and lacking a full grasp of its mystical forces, Klein's scalp tingled with unease. It was too coincidental, eerily so. Thankfully, Klein had braced himself mentally beforehand, and his acting skills held firm, keeping his expression steady. But his subtle reaction didn't escape Alaric, whose observation skills rivaled a spectator's. Deliberately using this to spook Mr. Fool, Alaric sipped his coffee discreetly, feeling a slight digestion of his Joker potion. Scaring Klein and finding amusement clearly aligned with the Joker's acting principles. Then, Isaac murmured, almost instinctively, no, he cannot yet be called the Fool. Did he remember something? Alaric glanced at Isaac, who was frowning, rubbing his temple as if in pain. Mr. Isaac, do you know something about this fool? Alaric asked, feigning curiosity with a touch of concern. You don't look well. Headache. Just an old ailment. Isaac brushed off vaguely, shaking his head. I don't know much about this fool, only. I read somewhere that the Antigonus family's ancestor wasn't quite the fool, at best half a fool. But I didn't say the fool was their ancestor. Alaric blinked but didn't press, consider it. I see. Maybe the records I found exaggerated. You know how it is, followers tend to embellish their deities. Though Klein was burning with curiosity about the fool, he could tell Isaac didn't want to dwell on it. Suppressing his questions, he turned to Alaric. Jack, do you know anything else about this fool? Alaric shook his head, hesitating again. I don't know much, but if you're really curious, I can look into it. No promises, though. Thanks, Jack. I owe you one. Klein said earnestly, desperate to learn more about the fool, given its uncanny ties to him. Come on, no need to be so formal. We're friends, aren't we? If you feel bad, treat me to dinner sometime. Alaric waved it off, grinning. Deal. I'll treat you. Klein said, mentally checking his wallet. It was thin, but he could afford a meal. It's almost dinner time. How about I treat you both? To celebrate Klein's new home and Jack's new start in Tingen. Isaac, ever the reliable adult, offered warmly. Sounds great. Thanks for splurging, Mr. Isaac. Alaric said with a cheeky grin, ever the social butterfly. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Klein added, unable to refuse after Alaric's enthusiasm. The trio headed out happily, led by Isaac to a decent restaurant for a pleasant dinner. With work the next day, no one drank. After the meal, they parted ways. Alaric didn't head home. Watching them leave, he exhaled softly, a smile curling his lips. As expected, amnesiac Isaac's favorability is easy to earn. He stepped into an empty alley, lightly pulling at the air. A faint shadow emerged, merging into his body. I can probably borrow power up to a sequence 7 necromancer. Thanks to my stronger spirituality, I could sustain it for a fight. Alaric assessed silently. His efforts to bond with Isaac had paid off. Isaac's favorability toward him was around 20 or 30. Not high, but typical for casual friends. Reaching this level after a second meeting left Alaric quite satisfied. Chapter 13, LOM, 13, Goodwill. Would Isaac notice Alaric borrowing his power? No need to worry, the answer was no. Only a shadow of time summoned through a medium would have self-awareness and alert its source. Borrowing power through favorability went undetected. Now, I just need to deepen our bond. Isaac's favorability is easy to gain early on, but taking it further will require effort. Good thing I have a trump card. Alaric thought, his smile widening. His trump card was using the Shadow of Time skill to summon Isaac's past children, allowing a brief reunion to boost favorability. But Alaric wouldn't use it lightly. It wasn't about distrusting Isaac, rather, he needed to control Isaac's memory recovery to avoid triggering a full return to Death Console mode. Pity Klein's not even a Beyonder yet, or I could borrow some power from him. Alaric mused, unfazed. With Klein's rapid advancement, he'd be a powerhouse in a few years, his potential was immense. Next stop, the Divination Club. Alaric released Isaac's borrowed power, took a detour, and arrived at one of his safe houses. After another disguise, he took a trackless carriage to the Divination Club, the same one Klein joined in the original story. His target was Hannes Vincent, an Aurora Order member. Alaric had no intention of killing Hannes to prevent the Tingen crisis. For one, Migos was likely already pregnant with the true creator's heir by now, so eliminating Hannes wouldn't help. For another, the true culprits of the Tingen incident were in Zangwill and 0-08. Unless they were dealt with, nothing else mattered. Alaric's goal was to gauge whether the true creator could detect him through Hannes and, if so, what attitude he'd take. The latter was key. It would shape Alaric's approach to the true creator and his organization moving forward. Why not contact Mr. A in Backlund? Simple. Alaric couldn't beat him yet. If Mr. A turned hostile, escaping would be tricky. Hannes, on the other hand, was manageable. With that in mind, Alaric entered the divination club, registered, paid the fee, and joined. Smiling, he said, "Miss Angelica, I've heard of Mr. Hannes Vincent's reputation long before joining. Is he here today? I'd like him to do a divination for me." Angelica, at the front desk, wasn't surprised. Hannes had some fame in Tingen's divination circles. She smiled. "Mr. Hannes Vincent is teaching a class right now. You'll need to wait for a divination, but you can sit in on his lesson and ask questions if you'd like." "Thank you," Alaric said politely, following Angelica to the meeting room and taking a corner seat. On the platform, a middle-aged man in a black classical robe, with heavy dark circles and distinctive hair, lectured methodically. Hannes nodded slightly at Alaric's arrival but continued his talk on astrological divination. At one point, Alaric noticed Hannes tilt his head, as if listening to something, forgetting his lecture mid-sentence. It lasted 3 or 4 seconds, long enough for the other students to look puzzled. Hannes snapped back, his expression fervent, though he quickly turned to hide it. Before turning, Alaric caught Hannes glancing at him, his gaze not hostile but intensely warm. "Oh, interesting." Alaric raised an eyebrow. For the rest of the session, Hannes's teaching pace noticeably quickened. After the class, in the white crystal divination room, Alaric met the Aurora Order member again. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" "Whatever it is, Hannes Vincent will see it done," Hannes said fervently, kneeling on one knee the moment he closed the door. Alaric wasn't surprised. He'd expected the true creator's attitude. With memories of their encounter, the true creator knew Alaric held a trump card capable of mutual destruction and could summon his past self. With such leverage, winning Alaric over was the logical move until his intentions toward the world were clear. For the true creator, it was a low-risk, high-reward gamble to gauge Alaric's stance. Still, confirming it made Alaric chuckle. He sipped the tea on the table and said lightly, "I don't need you to do anything." Standing, he added, "Remember, you never saw me today." Alaric had no interest in entangling with Hannes, who was already scripted by 0-08 and would soon draw the Tingen Nighthawk's attention. Alaric wasn't about to invite trouble. He was here only to confirm the true creator's stance. Nothing more. As for Hannes's impending death, that was none of Alaric's concern. He had no interest in saving a low-value villain with no personal connection. "Yes." Hannes froze, confused but not daring to ask why a favored one was here. He kept his head down, waiting until Alaric left, the door closed, and the footsteps faded. Only then did he look up, exhaling, his expression a mix of fervor and confusion. Why did His Excellency come here? Could it be for the upcoming sacrifice? Whatever Hannes thought, Alaric, now disguised again, took a trackless carriage back to his rented house. Chapter 14, LOM 14, Favorability. Now that I've confirmed the true creator's stance, I don't have to worry about clashing with the Aurora Order. Still, I can't let my guard down. The ancient sun god might be a good person, but the true creator's gone mad. A madman's goodwill. Alaric chuckled, shaking his head, and turned his thoughts to another matter. Time to head back to Backlund. Tomorrow was the day Zio would introduce him to a Beyonder gathering, where he'd likely meet Mr. A. A madman's goodwill warranted caution, but it could still be useful. The shepherd's abilities, at least, were quite handy. The next day, Backlund. Arriving at the agreed meeting point, Alaric spotted Zio already waiting. "Sorry for being late. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long," Alaric said apologetically, noticing a woman beside Zio. She wore a hooded cloak, leaning lazily against the wall, her face obscured, though brown hair peeked out from under the hood. In an instant, Alaric knew who she was. Furzwall, Backlund's famous author, future Tarot Club magician, and the master of coasting to victory. Among future Tarot Club members, if anyone's abilities made Alaric envious, besides Mr. Fool, it was Furz. No grand reason, just that the Traveler pathway was incredibly useful. With Mr. Door's influence, wild Beyonders of this pathway were rare. To gain those abilities, Alaric could either buy travel-related mystical items or borrow power from Furz. Relying on the 2 Abraham family traders in the Aurora Order? Hardly. Though, if he could turn them into mystical items, that might work. Alaric's thoughts wandered before Zio briefly introduced the woman beside her. Lacking full trust, Zio used the alias Doctor instead of Furz's real name. After the introduction, Zio handed Alaric a hooded cloak, donned one herself, and whispered, "Follow us. Don't speak out of turn when we get there." She gave a few instructions, then led Alaric and Furs to a waiting carriage. Minutes later, they arrived and disembarked, stopping before an unremarkable wooden door. Zio knocked rhythmically, and the door opened from within. Alaric's gaze swept the room. It wasn't large, but it held several people, most cloaked or masked to hide their identities. A few bold or inexperienced ones showed their faces. The most striking figure sat on a single sofa, shrouded in a hooded cloak, sitting calmly yet exuding an air of superiority as they silently observed everyone. That's Mr. A powerful Beyonder, at least mid-sequence, maybe even sequence 6. He's hosting this gathering. Zio whispered, her expression serious. At that moment, Mr. A, who had been sitting quietly, tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something. A second later, he looked up toward Alaric. He's definitely a formidable Beyonder. Alaric said calmly, meeting Mr. A's gaze. The fervent intensity in those eyes confirmed Mr. A had received an oracle from the true creator. More than that, Alaric sensed something else. In that brief eye contact, Mr. A's favorability toward him skyrocketed, enough for Alaric to borrow the full abilities of a sequence 6 rose bishop. It might seem only one sequence above Azek's sequence 7, but the gap was vast. Azek's peak was far higher, so borrowing sequence 7 power only required casual friendship. For Mr. A's sequence 6, Alaric needed near-devoted loyalty, next step, a bond of life and death. Well, damn. Is this what fanatical devotion looks like? Alaric blinked, gave Mr. A slight smile, then turned his attention to the central blackboard. Is that where we list trade requests? After introducing Mr. A, Zio's focus shifted to the blackboard. She missed the brief exchange between Alaric and Mr. A, whispering, yes, members can anonymously post their needs on the board, whether buying or selling. As a Beyonder, you know most don't want their identities exposed. I understand. Alaric nodded, scanning the board. It listed common spiritual materials, potion formulas for sale, and occult knowledge books. Anything you want. Furs, having checked the board and found no Trickmaster potion formula, sighed in disappointment and asked casually. I need some spiritual materials to practice ritual magic. Alaric said openly, one of his reasons for attending. Thanks to Alaric Zoroast's identity, he had a solid grasp of basic occult knowledge, and his high spirituality supported learning and performing ritual magic. But theory and practice differed. He wasn't deeply familiar with this world's ritual magic and needed practice. Alaric knew that while his Shadow of Time skill let him borrow others' powers easily, it was still external. The skill's flaw was its reliance on favorability. If he fell out with powerful figures, he'd be left powerless. Favorability was fickle, reliable until it wasn't. Maxing it out was no easy task. Take Mr. A. His favorability could spike due to the true creator's oracle, but it could just as easily plummet to 0 if another oracle came. Chapter 15, LOM, 15, No Witches. Even if favorability held steady and Alaric could borrow power from heavyweights, his own low sequence and limited spirituality meant he could only sustain it briefly. In a prolonged fight or an ambush by a cunning foe, he'd be vulnerable once the borrowed power ran out. So, while Alaric treated the Shadow of Time skill as a trump card and worked to gain favor with powerful figures, he never neglected improving his own abilities, his true foundation. Only by advancing his sequence and strengthening his own power could he ensure self-preservation in any situation, avoiding scenarios where he couldn't borrow power, was too weak, and ended up done for. Even if sequence 9 ritual magic seemed trivial compared to the abilities of Mr. A or Azek, Alaric wouldn't dismiss it. It was the power he truly possessed, and mastering it was his priority. Relying solely on borrowed power and looking down on low-end abilities would turn him into a hollow shell, even if he advanced smoothly. The gap between individuals in the same sequence could be as vast as between a human and a dog. Solidly mastering his own sequence's abilities was far better than blindly advancing without skill. Advancing to sequence 8 isn't easy, either. Forget digesting the potion, just the supplementary materials for Actor are a headache. Alaric muttered to himself, slightly troubled. Like the Joker potion requiring items tied to the Error, Fool, and Door Pathways high sequences, the sequence 8 Actor potion needed something specific, an item related to a high sequence hunter or demoness. Honestly, Alaric's first thought was the Red Priest card of Blasphemy. But using a card of Blasphemy for a sequence 8 potion was extravagant, and its ties to the outer deities made him wary of consuming it. Plus, it was currently with Sauron Einhorn Medici, the evil spirit, whom Alaric wasn't ready to confront without borrowing power from Azek or Palez. So, after careful thought, Alaric decided to wait until he'd earned enough favor with Azek before approaching Medici. He'd try to trade for a related item, either the Red Priest card or something crafted from Medici's authority. As for using the evil spirit itself as material, Alaric had principles. He could stomach using something like a Worm of Time, but consuming a sentient soul felt too much like cannibalism. High-sequence demoness. Alaric wasn't considering them. The Joker potion had shown that different supplementary materials could affect the outcome of advancement. What if using a demoness-related item turned him female? He wasn't willing to gamble on that. He'd rather spend extra time securing hunter-related materials. Hearing Alaric's request, Zio and Furs weren't surprised. Ritual magic was common for support-type Beyonders. Furs, recalling her own self-taught days as an apprentice using Mrs. Elisa's notes, felt a pang of sympathy for Alaric's upcoming struggles and asked curiously, "Don't you want to buy the next sequence formula for your pathway?" Alaric gave a shy smile. "Thanks to my ancestors, I'm not short on formulas for now." Furs's smile froze. Her fruitless search for the Trickmaster potion formula sparked a fleeting urge to curse, followed by envy. She muttered, "That's something to be jealous of." Zio's mood mirrored Furs's. Though she had better luck, her desired formula was available, she was too poor to afford it. As they chatted, the trio settled into a corner. A server approached, explaining the rules. Attendees could write their needs on notes for the server or, during a break, list items for sale on the blackboard in a private room. Alaric unhesitatingly wrote down the spiritual materials he needed on a provided slip, then glanced curiously at Zio and Furs, who'd done the same. "What are you two looking for?" "You can probably guess," Zio said casually. "I want the sheriff potion formula, but I haven't saved enough yet." Since Alaric already knew her sequence, it wasn't a secret. Furs sighed, looking at Alaric with a glimmer of hope. "I've been trying to buy the Trickmaster potion formula, but no luck so far." Knowing through Zio that Jack might come from an ancient Beyonder family, she hoped he might have leads. Then she saw Alaric's hooded face hesitate. Caught off guard, she'd only asked on a whim. Furs blurted, "Mr. Jack, do you have a lead on the Trickmaster formula?" "Strictly speaking, I have the formula," Alaric said, nodding reluctantly. "My ancestors' notes included it." Furs's eyes lit up. "Really? Can you sell it to me?" Realizing her eagerness, she glanced at him warily and added, "Under Mr. A's supervision, of course." Her caution was understandable, things seemed too convenient, and she wanted to avoid a fake formula. "Of course. How about £450? Alaric said, understanding her concerns and offering a fair price. "That's reasonable," Furs said, relieved. The market rate for Sequence 8 formulas was around that, with no markup. Zio, watching, was genuinely happy for her friend but couldn't help touching her own wallet, wondering when she'd save enough for the sheriff formula. The deal was soon finalized at the gathering, both sides pleased with the outcome. 1. Fun fact. According to the Orthodox Church's myth, the Evernight goddess was formed from the eye of the original creator. She awoke at the end of the second epoch and helped humanity through the cataclysm during the third epoch, along with the eternal blazing sun, the lord of storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the god of combat, and the earth mother. In reality, she was the goddess of misfortune Amon Isis, one of the subsidiary gods of the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria during the second epoch. When Phlegria death, his blood splattered all over the body of the goddess of misfortune. She later vanished after his death. Some time afterward, she had likely collaborated with the ancient sun god to help Lilith pretend to be Omabella using her authority over concealment, while the ancient sun god helped Lilith steal the fate of the giant queen. She also managed to become Sequence 0 around this time. In the third epoch, the Evernight goddess formed her own secret organization under the nose of the ancient sun god. She collaborated with Sasra and formed the Rose Redemption as the head of the subsidiary gods faction, which eventually caused the ancient sun god's death. After the Battle of the Gods, her remnant divine power can still be found in the Sea of Ruins and the forsaken land of the gods to the present day, causing living creatures to vanish suddenly in the darkness of the night. Fourth epoch. In the fourth epoch, all deities had their own countries in poorer places and acknowledged the First Solomon Empire and the Black Emperor's rule over the northern continent to fight against opposing factions. At this time, the Evernight goddess had major conflicts with the god of combat and death due to their neighboring pathways. Later on, she reached a common agreement with the other 5 Orthodox gods, which led to the fall of the Black Emperor and the First Solomon Empire. Afterward, the 6 Orthodox gods supported the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire that ruled the northern continent. When the Black Emperor was about to resurrect, the 6 gods helped Trunsoist ascend to Sequence 0, Justiciar, becoming the Night Emperor. During the War of the 4 Emperors, the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storms banished Bethel Abraham from Earth to an isolated space surrounded by storms and darkness. After the Blood Emperor fell, the Evernight goddess sealed Antigonus in the foggy town after he lost control and went mad. Around this time, the Church of the Evernight goddess also eliminated the Antigonus family and gained the potion formulas of the full pathway. They also eliminated the nation of the Evernight and gained control of 0 to 17 at that time. They have been controlling the full pathway ever since. Later on, in the Pale Era, when Death went mad and caused havoc on the northern continent with the primordial Demonis, the now 7 gods, including the god of craftsmanship, joined forces and caused the destruction of Death and dealt a critical blow to the primordial Demonis. At the end of the fourth epoch, the seven gods fractured and supported different angel families of the Trunsoist Empire to form their own country. The Evernight goddess supported the Augustus family to create the Lone Kingdom, along with the Lord of Storms and the god of craftsmanship. When the barrier around Earth cracked at the end of the fourth epoch, she and the other Orthodox gods moved their divine kingdoms into the astral world to mend the cracks. Her old divine kingdom on Earth, the Tenebrous Heaven in the Amantha mountain range, later became the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight goddess, i.e., the Cathedral of Serenity. Fifth epoch. In the fifth epoch, her believers are mainly concentrated in the Lone Kingdom, where the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight goddess is located. It is revealed later that the Evernight goddess had heavy involvement in the situation surrounding Klein's transmigration. Using the uniqueness of the full pathway in Antigonus, she indirectly affected Sapphira Castle to tamper with the beyonder characteristics that accompanied him, throwing it into the forsaken land of the gods to prevent the reawakening of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. She also gave him her blessings from the powers of the dream domain, which, combined with the aura, strength, and magical powers of the Sapphira Castle, allow him to remain lucid in dreams and during instances where his mind is intruded upon. During the Great Smog of Backlund, she descended using 0 to 17. After erasing Lady Despair and Mr. A, she smiled to Klein and left. Later on, when Klein attempted to steal the Antigonus family's notebook to learn the formula for his next advancement, he was quickly erased and sent to Foggy Town by 0 to 17, which was controlled by the Evernight goddess. The reasons why she did so is because the Antigonus family's notebook contained traps, so if Klein directly read it there would be bad consequences. In addition, releasing Zeradal serves as a distraction to hide her true intentions. Klein was able to eventually escape by drawing the dark sacred emblem on the door inside the cathedral in Foggy Town. When Klein and Azek were exploring the Death Mausoleum, they discovered the resting place of artificial death. The Evernight goddess appeared at that moment through 0 to 17 and prevented Azek from being absorbed by artificial death, acquiring the uniqueness of the death pathway in the process. She then began to usurp the authority of death from artificial death. Since then, she has started to respond to prayers made to death. Klein later found out that ever since he took up the oath before the Holy Sword during his time as a Nighthawk, he had been marked by the Evernight goddess and can be considered as one of her blessed. Since then, the Evernight goddess has entrusted Klein with managing the artificial death faction of the Numinous Episcopate in Backlund through Patrick Bryan, as well as sending Ariana to help him on multiple occasions. All seven deities wanted to have a sequence 0, Black Emperor, but they were not unanimous in their candidate. As such, when George III managed to obtain the opportunity to become one through his preparations, the seven deities had no choice but to give their tacit agreement. However, she also tacitly allowed Klein to interfere with George III's apotheosis ritual, causing it to eventually fail. When Klein was captured by Amon and brought into the forsaken land of the gods, she helped him during a critical moment by controlling the dead body of Blattel using her authority over the death pathway to prevent Amon from entering Sapphira Castle, allowing Klein to successfully commit suicide and escape from Amon. In response to the Evernight goddess' acquisition of the death pathway's uniqueness, the god of combat initiated the world war by having Fasak invade Lone. Near the end of the war, when they confronted each other in Backlund, she successfully killed him with the help of Lilith. She then gave a crimson moon to Lilith, which is later revealed to be the uniqueness of the moon pathway. After the war, her stance was to stabilize the situation as soon as possible by allowing the majority of the Church of the God of Combat to be integrated into the Church of the Evernight Goddess, keeping the fact that she had replaced the God of Combat from the citizens of Fasak, giving priority to the Church of the Lord of Storms to fill the gap left behind by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in Lone, and working with their allies to force Intis and Fasak into unconditional surrender. She, along with the eternal blazing sun, the Earth Mother, the God of Steam and Machinery, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom held off the Mother Goddess of Depravity when Mr. Dor returned to Earth because of Amon's and Medici's plan. Later on, she gave Klein her bird-shaped golden accessory and told him to take the river water from the River of Eternal Darkness in Calderon City. During Klein's apotheosis ritual, she used the river's water to make Antigonus and the will of the celestial worthy enter a slumber to help Klein maintain his consciousness during the ritual. She also concealed the Hornassus mountain range until after Klein managed to steal Antigonus' identity, fate, and self-awareness before dispelling the concealment to let the fate there interact with the real world to complete the ritual. In the ensuing battle of gods, the Evernight goddess held off Amon's true body to prevent him from interrupting Klein. When the celestial worthy was about to awaken inside Klein's main body, she used a drop of water from the River of Eternal Darkness to make him enter a state of slumber and destroyed Klein's main body to stop the awakening of the celestial worthy in this body. When the ritual was on the verge of failure due to Amon's and Adam's interference, the Evernight goddess killed Klein and managed to conceal Amon, the Earth Mother, the primordial Demoness, the God of Steam and Machinery, the Hidden Sage, and Antigonus for around 2 seconds. This brief opportunity allowed Klein to resurrect through the power of miracles and then successfully become the Fool. After the Fool's Gambit, she helped Klein enter a slumber by using the water from the River of Eternal Darkness and gave him her blessing from the powers of the Dream Domain to fight against the remnant will of the Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Circle of Inevitability. In 1358, it was revealed that the Evernight Goddess gave permission to Hela, a transmigrator with connections to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, to use the sealed artifact Angel of Concealment's Nation of the Evernight as a meeting place for the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. According to Hela, it was already a challenge for the Evernight Goddess to maintain her humanity. She was one of the true gods who were in the Fool's Dream as owner and shopkeeper of Star Dream Provision Store, where Klein's goods were kept for sale and rent. In the latter part of the dream, the Evernight Goddess provided assistance to Lumian Li during his confrontation with the Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. During the apocalypse, the Evernight Goddess accommodated the River of Eternal Darkness with the help of the underworld Taoist, and became the Howley sect next sect master. She successfully became the Eternal Darkness and fought against the outer deities. During the battle, she joined Lumian Li, who has become the Calamity of Destruction, and fought against the Circle of Inevitability and the Monarch of Decay. After the apocalypse, the Church of the Evernight Goddess merged with the Church of the God of Combat and the Church of the Death to form the Church of the Eternal Darkness, which became one of the three mainstream faiths in the world, along with the Church of the Fool and the Church of the Ruler of Calamity. Chapter 16, LOM 16, Generosity. As Furs poured over the Trickmaster potion formula, Alaric pocketed the cash. He knew this deal had likely raised his value in her and Zio's eyes. This would surely smooth future interactions and cooperation. Just then, a server handed Alaric a note. His request for spiritual materials had a response. The seller was willing to trade, but the price required a face-to-face discussion. Alaric raised an eyebrow, glancing toward Mr. A's spot, only to find him gone. Smiling, he nodded and followed the server to a small room. The server opened the door, gesturing for him to enter. As expected, Alaric found Mr. A inside, hooded as always. No surprise there. Alaric casually sat on the sofa across from him. Mr. A rose silently, then knelt on one knee, a shadow radiating fervent loyalty. "Is this an Aurora Order thing?" Alaric asked, studying the kneeling Mr. A with interest. Unlike the disposable Hannes Vincent, Mr. A held far greater value, a true fanatic of the true creator, close enough to frequently receive his oracles. Respect is only proper for a favored one. Mr. A replied, head bowed, answering earnestly. Fair enough. Alaric nodded, as if in agreement. So, what did the true creator's oracle say? He was genuinely curious how the true creator described him to his zealous followers. He wasn't worried about Mr. A picking up on anything. Fanatics wouldn't act against a favored one unless their god commanded it. Mr. A, unquestioning, recounted the oracle with fervent passion. Whether due to his phrasing or the true creator's own vague wording, the oracle was chaotic. It took Alaric some effort to parse it, but it boiled down to, this person is my favored one. Ask what he wants, fulfill his needs, and invite him to join the Aurora Order. If he refuses, let it be. The true creator's got style. Alaric chuckled inwardly, eyeing the fervent yet somewhat dim Mr. A joining the Aurora Order. Pass. I'd like to keep my sanity for now, he said with a smile. Mr. A looked disappointed but wasn't surprised a favored one wasn't part of the Aurora Order. Other groups revered the true creator too, so it made sense. As for my needs. Alaric paused, smiling. Gather intelligence on Backlund's hidden beyonders. In return. He leaned forward. In the near future, I'll make the creator of old reappear in this era. Relay that to your god. He'll understand. Though Mr. A found Alaric's tone unusual for a favored one, his fanatical faith kept him from questioning. He bowed. Yes, your excellency. Alaric, struck by a sudden thought, grinned at Mr. A. Say, Mr. A, want to join my Joker Club? This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea but a long-brewing plan. In a world like this, going solo was a death sentence. Alaric's abilities and the setting demanded he build a team. Hence, the Joker Club. It was just him for now, but he was confident its name would one day echo through the world of Lord of Mysteries. Mr. A froze, clearly unaccustomed to being poached when he was usually the one recruiting for the Aurora Order. If anyone else had asked, he'd have refused or turned hostile. But with Alaric, bearing the favored one's mark, his faith made him hesitate. Then, Mr. A tilted his ear, as if listening. A moment later, he looked at Alaric, resolute. My honor, your excellency. The true creator was clearly watching and had sent another oracle. Alaric wasn't shocked. He knew Mr. A was likely a spy sent to gather intel, but he didn't care. Smiling, he said, welcome aboard, Mr. A. I'll fill you in on the club later. Oh, and I have some Roselle's diaries I'd like to sell. Mind helping with that? Alaric added with a smile. When Alaric emerged from the room, carrying a suitcase of spiritual materials, the gathering was nearing its end. You were gone a while. We were almost worried something happened. Zio said, relieved, muttering under her breath. The deal involved a lot of materials, so haggling took time. You know how it is, money's always tight, so every penny counts. Alaric said with a smile. To keep up appearances, he'd bought a batch of spiritual materials after his talk with Mr. A, free of charge, naturally. He felt no guilt. He planned to summon the ancient sun god when meeting Medici, boosting the evil spirit's favorability while fulfilling his deal with the true creator. Compared to making the creator of old reappear, Alaric's requests were small potatoes. Why was he so sure the true creator would be pleased? Simple. Whether to probe Alaric's abilities, meet his past self, or even try to alter a tragic fate, the true creator wouldn't refuse, especially since Alaric was throwing in a bonus evil spirit. I'm quite the honest businessman. Alaric mused, conveniently ignoring that his motive stemmed from a love of stirring the pot. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 17, LOM, 17, The Fool. Would revealing too much to the true creator matter? Alaric didn't care. Some secrets were hard to hide, already exposed when he summoned the ancient sun god. He was fine trading certain information for benefits. No matter what, his ability to take the world down with him was real. As long as that held, others would tread carefully. Even the mad true creator, at his core, wanted to protect this world. Pity about Grisha, and maybe Sasra too, Alaric mused, thinking of the fusion of Adam and the true creator into Amon's creator, a touch of sentiment stirring within him. Zio and Furs, unaware of Alaric's unspoken deal with the true creator, nodded in instant understanding at his words, plagued by their own financial struggles. If they were buying heaps of spiritual materials, they'd haggle fiercely too. The gathering, already winding down, ended soon after Alaric's return. Following Zio and Furs out of the house and onto a carriage, the trio discussed the next Beyonder gathering. I can't confirm the exact time yet, but within a week, I should have details. I'll let you know. Zio said, then looked at Alaric curiously. Since you can divine, can you predict anything about it? I might get a rough time frame, but without specific details, it's hard to divine anything precise. Alaric said with a shrug. Divination isn't all-powerful. Oh, by the way. Alaric added, as if struck by a thought, looking at Zio and Furs. You two are pretty seasoned Beyonders in Backlund. If possible, I'd like to hire you to look into something for me. What is it? Zio sat up straight, her bounty hunter instincts kicking in. I want information on an entity called the Fool. They might be tied to the Antigonus family. A hidden existence. Alaric said, pausing as he noticed their expressions shift. I don't need you to take risks. Just ask around in your circles to see if anyone knows of the Fool. This was, of course, preparation for claiming the Fool's honorific name and joining the Tarot Club naturally. A transmigrator suddenly knowing the Fool's name would be suspicious. Would Mr. Fool hesitate to pull me into the Tarot Club, fearing I'd expose him as a fellow transmigrator? If so, don't blame me for unmasking him. Alaric mused, wondering which scenario would be more entertaining. Either way, it promised fun. Naturally, Alaric had a thorough plan for joining the Tarot Club. Zio and Furs, oblivious to his schemes to tease Mr. Fool, exchanged a glance, weighing the task's danger. Anything involving hidden existences was risky in this world, but simply gathering information usually wasn't too hazardous. Like the true creator or the primordial demoness, they were infamous evil gods. Many Beyonders, even ordinary people, knew of them. As long as you didn't chant their true names or meddle with related matters, the risk was minimal. What's the pay? Zio asked after a few seconds. £10 up front. If you find useful information, I'll pay more based on its value. Alaric said straightforwardly. He kept the price modest to avoid spooking them. Deal. I'll ask around. Zio nodded decisively. £10 just for inquiries was a solid deal. Why are you interested in the Fool? Furs asked, her writer's imagination already spinning scenarios. Originally, a friend was curious about it. Then I checked my family's old texts and found the Fool might be tied to my ancestors. Alaric said, shrugging. You know how it is, connections to hidden existences aren't good news. Even if it's a distant ancestor, I need to investigate to ease my mind about any lingering curses. He sighed, feigning concern. At his words, Zio and Furs instinctively leaned back. In this world's worldview, ties to hidden existences were dangerous. But they quickly calmed down. Per Alaric's story, only his ancestor was linked, so he was likely fine. Furs, plagued by full moon ravings, empathized. Curses are a hassle. Troubled by one, Miss Doctor? Alaric asked, looking curious. I. Furs hesitated, then, considering the Trickmaster formula she'd bought and Alaric's likely ancient beyonder lineage, decided to share. Due to an accident, I hear ravings during the full moon. It's been a long-standing issue. She kept it vague, cautious about revealing too much. Alaric, unsurprised, put on a thoughtful look, pausing before saying, full moon ravings. I think I read about that in my family's texts. An ancient family called Abraham had members plagued by such a curse. He looked at Furs, his gaze surprised yet probing. Miss Doctor, are you an Abraham? Furs started. She didn't know about the Abraham family yet, but Mrs. Elisa had mentioned her husband's family, an ancient lineage tormented by full moon ravings. Could Mrs. Elisa's husband be from the Abraham family? Guessing as much, she faced Alaric's curious look and shook her head. I'm not an Abraham. Just unlucky enough to be cursed like this. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 18, LOM, 18, The Fool and the Door. Furs couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jack, do you know how to lift this curse? I'm sorry, I haven't found anything in the texts about that. Alaric shook his head, then hesitated. But I could do a divination for you. It might give us some clues. Furs glanced at Zio, who nodded slightly. That'd be great, Mr. Jack. How can I thank you? Furs said. Let's talk gratitude after the divination. Honestly, I'm not confident I'll find anything. Alaric said with a wave of his hand. Instead of parting at the designated spot after the carriage stopped, the trio found a nearby cafe and booked a private room. Once ready, Alaric set up his astrolabe and began divining for Furs. He prepared for a failed attempt, intending only to plant the Fool as a lead for her to pave his way to the Tarot Club. To his surprise, he actually divined something. The Fool and the Door. That shouldn't be possible. Divining entities of that level should be blocked. Could the Nyarlathotep fragment in me be negating the interference? Alaric mused silently, then looked at Furs's tense expression and said honestly, the divination suggests resolving your issue involves the Fool and the Door. The Fool? The Door. Furs's smile was puzzled, tinged with surprise. Zio gave Alaric a suspicious look. You're not trying to trick us into digging for Fool-related clues, are you? Her suspicion was fair, the result seemed too convenient. Alaric's expression cooled as he packed away the astrolabe. I've no reason to lie about this. If you don't trust my divination, fine. Just don't ask me to divine for you again. Furs and Zio exchanged glances. Furs quickly said, sorry, Mr. Jack, we didn't mean to doubt you. Zio didn't mean it, she's just blunt. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. Don't be upset. Zio added hastily. Though they weren't fully convinced, it was their only lead. Neither wanted to offend Alaric, the sole source of this clue. If he was right, this could be Furs's only shot at breaking her curse. Besides, Alaric had no reason to deceive them. He'd already commissioned them to investigate the Fool, and with money on the table, they'd do their best regardless. Alaric's expression softened. He rubbed his temples. All right, I forgive you. I get your reaction, this result surprised me too. But if this Fool can help resolve your curse, Miss Doctor, it might ease my mind. An entity capable of breaking curses is probably not an evil god. Alaric said, flashing a relieved smile before frowning. I'm just not sure what the door means. He put on a thoughtful look, then said, I think I read something in old texts about the Abraham family being tied to a door, but I don't recall details. I'll check my family's records later, maybe I'll find something. Thank you, Mr. Jack. I really appreciate it. Furs said earnestly. If her curse could be lifted, Alaric would have played a huge role. Furs also formed an initial impression of him, likely from a fallen ancient beyonder family, kind, and helpful, a friend worth keeping. No need for thanks. Just let me know if you find anything about the Fool. I'm getting more curious about this entity. Alaric said with a smile. No need to call me Miss Doctor. Just Furs. She replied quickly. Initially cautious, using Doctor as an alias, Furs now trusted Alaric enough to share a real name after these events. Furs? As in Miss Furs Wall, author of Storm Mountain Villa. Alaric said, feigning surprise. You've read my novel. Furs blinked. Of course. It's a great story. Alaric nodded. He wasn't lying, out of curiosity, he'd made time to read Storm Mountain Villa recently. Furs's skill as a best-selling author was evident, the novel was genuinely good. Sensing his sincere praise, Furs felt the thrill of meeting a fan. They chatted briefly about her book before Alaric casually suggested, ever thought about writing a sea adventure? Maybe a cool, dashing adventurer and a pirate queen. I've always wanted to read something like that. Furza's imagination sparked, conjuring a dramatic, bittersweet love-hate tale of an adventurer and a pirate queen. That's a great idea for a story, but I've already got a theme for my next book, so I'm not planning to write that yet. She said. It was a lie. Her procrastination was flaring. She loved brainstorming but wasn't ready to write. Alaric could tell she was dodging work but didn't mind. It was just a passing comment. That's a shame. He said with a slight sigh. Glancing at his pocket watch, he added, it's getting late, and I have things to do. Let's catch up later. Zio and Furs had no objections. The trio parted ways. Alaric returned to his Backlund safe house, made some arrangements, and boarded a steam train to Tingen with a pre-bought ticket. Having borrowed Mr. A's power, Alaric planned to meet Leonard and Oldman Palez as a Zoros descendant next. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 19, LOM, 19, meets. For Leonard, it was an ordinary day. Aside from a new colleague's rapid rise to beyonder status sparking mild surprise, nothing stood out. At least, that's what he thought until he got home. Someone's here. As Leonard unlocked his door, Palez, usually silent, suddenly spoke up. Instantly alert, Leonard's lazy demeanor vanished. He peered inside and saw a figure lounging on his living room sofa. It was a man in his early 20s with striking features. Noticing the door, he looked up, his emerald eyes meeting Leonard's with a hint of amusement. Who is this? Leonard's wariness deepened with confusion. He was certain he didn't know this young man. Where had he come from? Who are you? Breaking into someone's home without permission isn't exactly polite. Leonard said, eyeing the stranger, ready to act or flee. My apologies for the unannounced visit. I had my reasons. Alaric said with a faintly apologetic smile, watching the cautious Leonard. He paused, then added, I'm sure you wouldn't want me visiting you at Blackthorn Security Company, openly discussing the old man inside you, would you, Mr. Leonard? Leonard's pupils constricted. Palez's existence was his greatest secret. Though wary of Palez himself, Leonard had never revealed him to anyone. To have a stranger expose this left him stunned. If Leonard were an animal, his fur would be bristling. Alaric offered a faint smile. So, can we talk now, Mr. Leonard? You. Leonard frowned, hesitating. Then Palez's voice reached him. You can talk to him. Old man, you know him. What's going on? Leonard pressed, but got no reply. Disappointed but resolute, Leonard gave Alaric a long look, stepped inside, and sat on the sofa across from him. No need to be so tense. It's your house. Alaric said, amused by Leonard's rigid posture. Thanks for the reminder. Leonard said through gritted teeth, then whispered, Old man, don't play dead. What's this about? I'm not sure. His aura feels familiar. Palez finally replied, his tone hesitant. Like, one of my descendants. Before the word settled, Palez saw the young man on the sofa leisurely pull a monocle from his pocket and place it on his left eye. My apologies, I'll see myself out. The familiar bloodline aura, coupled with curiosity about how this youth found him and his intentions, had kept Palez engaged. But now, his spiritual form froze. If his mind could be visualized, it'd be a screaming marmot. Yet Palez recovered quickly. In a split second, he noticed a key detail, the monocle was on the wrong eye. Amon wore his on the right. This youth wore his on the left. More crucially, if Amon had found him, this area would be sealed, and danger would already loom. Yet Palez sensed no threat. In a mere second, Palez realized, this kid was deliberately messing with him. Fists clenched. Time to discipline this brat. Old man, what's wrong? Why'd you go quiet again? Leonard, sensing something off, pressed urgently. Shut up, I'm fine. Palez snapped, then did something. Leonard didn't know what. A blurry shadow formed beside him and spoke, I assume you didn't come just to spook me. Leonard's eyes widened, clearly unused to this. Alaric, eyeing the shadowy Palez with interest, asked cheekily, if I said yes, would you hit me? Why the prank? Simple. Partly, Alaric couldn't resist his Joker urges, what transmigrator in the Lord of Mysteries world wouldn't mess with Palez? Partly, it was to digest his Joker potion. And it worked. Scaring Palez digested about a third of the potion. For a typical Sequence 9 potion, it might have melted instantly. Not fully digested, huh? Not fun enough, or is Palez just in rough shape? Alaric mused, still grinning outwardly. Humph. Palez sneered. What do you think? I think you would. Alaric said, sensing Palez might actually mean it. He swiftly pulled out an ornate iron box, sliding it toward Palez. Ancestor, I'm here to acknowledge our kinship and offer a gift. This is my greeting present. Kinship. Before Palez could respond, Leonard blurted out, surprised. He glanced between Alaric and the shadowy Palez, realization dawning. Right, you said he's your descendant. Are you really my descendant? Palez could sense the Zoroast family bloodline in Alaric, which only deepened his suspicion. How could the near-extinct Zoroast family, its bloodline all but withered, produce someone like this? My name is Alaric Zoroast. By blood, I'm indeed of the Zoroast family, your descendant, ancestor. Alaric said openly, glancing at the shadow. Won't you check my gift? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 20, LOM, 20, Schemes. Palez glanced at Alaric, suspicion lingering, but opened the iron box. He froze. Inside was a translucent worm of time, not just any, but one belonging to Amon, likely from a clone killed mere days ago. Satisfied with my gift, ancestor? Alaric's voice carried the earnestness of a descendant seeking approval. Palez gave him a deep look. Very satisfied. He meant it. Though unclear about this, Alaric Zoroast. Palez genuinely appreciated the gift. A worm of time, its characteristics returned to Amon, wasn't highly valuable, useful for high-level charms at best, but it meant Amon had lost a significant clone. For Palez, hounded by Amon to the ends of the earth, this was delightful news, the perfect gift. Who didn't love seeing Amon suffer? Despite his wariness, Palez couldn't help but warm to Alaric. Glad you like it, ancestor. Alaric said, smiling, pleased by Palez's reaction. How did you find me? Palez closed the box, cutting to the chase. My lord guided me to your trail. Alaric said with a smile. Can you tell me about this lord you serve? Palez pressed, unsurprised. My lord is the great lord of chaos, the retrograde of time, the shadow of the world, the embodiment of delight. Alaric said, his face devout, referring to himself. A classic lord of mysteries move, worshipping oneself, embodying believer, favored one, and deity in one. Alaric had to try it. It wasn't entirely a lie. Thanks to the Nyarlathotep fragment within him, though lacking a grey fog for meetings, Alaric possessed divine traits, able to connect through honorific names and answer prayers. Palez frowned. He recognized the standard 3-part honorific name, pointing to at least an king of angel if not a true god. But he'd never heard of such an entity. Even considering disguised allies, no deity matched this description. Chaos. Palez thought of the son of chaos, but dismissed it. That entity, screwed over by the old lord of mysteries, was in no state to track him down. After fruitless pondering, Palez gave up on guessing Alaric's deity. What does he want? He asked directly. My lord doesn't wish for Amon to become the next lord of mysteries. Though he doesn't favor your odds, ancestor, you share his goal of stopping Amon. Alaric said with a smile, deliberately aligning himself with Palez to lower his guard and boost rapport, while mentioning the Lord of Mysteries to lend credibility to his persona. Not just anyone knew of the Lord of Mysteries. Your lord isn't one for tact. Palez said, unsurprised but wryly amused. Even he admitted his chances of claiming that title were near zero. Will you cooperate with my lord, ancestor? Alaric asked, eyes expectant. I have questions. Why me? You know how weak I am right now. Palez said, his expression serious. My lord seeks you for simple reasons. Alaric replied unhurriedly. First, your long feud with Amon gives you unmatched insight into him, information is a vital resource. Second, your enmity with Amon is irreconcilable. Third, as you said, you're weak. He met Palez's shadowy gaze with a shy smile. You likely guessed, ancestor, my lord is also in a predicament. Your weakness is actually a boon for this partnership. For a struggling deity, a too powerful ally could be dangerous. A weakened one ensured mutual safety. You're bold. Palez said, giving Alaric a long look. My lord is merciful and won't punish me for speaking truth. And you, ancestor, are a good person. Alaric said with a grin. Ha. Palez laughed, eyeing Alaric. You think too highly of high-ranking beings, child. Ever heard this? Trust in a god's might, but not their mercy. For the first time, Palez exuded the aura of the former Zoroast family head, an angel loyal to the Black Emperor. Leonard, watching from the sidelines, instinctively bowed his head, his mind blanking momentarily. Alaric just shook his head, meeting Palez's gaze unfazed, smiling. You're wrong, ancestor. I don't trust my lord's mercy. I trust he won't waste anyone's value. If he grants me death one day, it'll be because my death outweighs my life's worth. Palez studied him, intrigued. I'm curious why you serve your lord. Those weren't the words of a devout believer. Are you worried about me, ancestor? Alaric asked earnestly. As your ancestor, I'd like to know why my descendant serves a god. Palez said, dodging a direct answer. Simple. My lord saved me. I would have been Amon's snack, like my parents. Because of him, I'm here before you. Alaric said truthfully, his gaze settling on the iron box. He paused. That's a trophy from when he saved me. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 21, LOM, 21, The Combination. Palez's smile faltered abruptly, as if he had suddenly grasped something. The old man, who had always carried himself with a straight back, seemed to slump in that moment, his commanding presence vanishing in an instant. Even Leonard could sense the weariness and desolation radiating from Palez. In that moment, he truly seemed like a lonely old man, bereft of family and home. My apologies. Palez said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. There's no need for you to apologize. It's not your fault, only Amon is to blame. Alaric said, shaking his head. A genuine smile spread across his face as he continued sincerely, in truth, I heard tales of my ancestor long ago and have always wished to meet you. I know that my lord saved me, perhaps in part because of your existence. For that, I am equally grateful to you. I understand that you're wary of me, ancestor, but please believe me when I say that, at the very least, our goals align in dealing with Amon. If possible, I also hope to one day restore the Zoroast family to its former glory. You and I are not enemies. Winning over Palez was a long-term endeavor, and Alaric had prepared accordingly. His first step was to shift the blame for any anomalies onto a scapegoat. The second was to craft an image of himself as someone burdened by a deep vendetta, admiring his ancestor, devoted to reviving the Zoroast family, and even willing to pledge his soul to an evil god. This wasn't entirely a lie. Alaric had indeed been intrigued by Palez when reading about him, and, Alaric Zoroast, genuinely revered the legendary ancestor. If he could successfully gain Palez's favor, Alaric wouldn't mind helping him restore the Zoroast family in the future. After all, he was a Zoroast too, and in a way, it would strengthen his own influence. Palez could clearly see the sincerity in Alaric's words, which only made the old man fall silent. After a long pause, Palez finally spoke again. What can you offer me? My lord still has angels walking the earth. If you have plans to deal with Amon or encounter difficulties, they can act on your behalf. Alaric said earnestly, painting a grand picture. Though the angels were a fabrication, as long as he could gain enough of Palez's favor, securing angel-level strength was entirely feasible. Palez couldn't discern the truth of this claim, but he didn't need to. When the time came for action, an angel's presence couldn't be faked. After weighing the matter in his mind, Palez asked one final question. Who is the Lord of Mysteries you support? This time, it was Alaric's turn to fall silent. After a few seconds, he replied, I'm sorry, ancestor, I cannot answer that question. I can only tell you that my lord holds Mr. Dor in high esteem. Palez was genuinely taken aback. He knew of the Abraham family situation. While Mr. Dor was, by temperament, an excellent contender for Lord of Mysteries, the Abrahams had suffered contamination from an outer deity during the Fourth Epoch. Mr. Dor was still imprisoned in some subspace on Earth. Unless the being Alaric served could summon the Abrahams back and cleanse their corruption, it was a futile hope. Considering Alaric's limited rank, Palez chose not to press further on the topic. After a few seconds of deliberation, he said, I am willing to cooperate with the being you serve, but I wish to oversee any actions against Amon. I will inform my lord of your decision and provide a response as soon as possible. Alaric replied, suddenly breaking into a smile. He looked at Palez and said, Ancestor, now that we've settled official matters, may we discuss personal ones? In truth, I came to see you not only for my lord's cooperation but also to acknowledge our kinship. Palez froze, a question mark practically forming above his head. To his astonishment, the young man seemed entirely sincere. The shift in topic was so abrupt that even Palez struggled to keep up. Seizing the moment, Alaric pressed on. So, ancestor, are you willing to accept this wayward descendant back into the family? Palez was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at Alaric with a mix of emotions, chuckling wryly. Return to a family that consists of just this old man. The Zoroast family had long since fallen into ruin. Even Palez wasn't certain how many of its members still lived. But didn't the Zoroast family start with just one person? Alaric said earnestly, his face taking on a bittersweet, forlorn expression. Besides, you're the only family I have left. If even you reject me, ancestor, I'll truly be an orphan. Palez gazed at Alaric. Despite his lingering doubts about this sudden descendant, he couldn't help but sigh. As long as you don't mind this old man. Alaric's eyes lit up instantly. Seizing the opportunity, he exclaimed, "Then can I call you old man? I read in the archives that people used to call you that. What kind of nonsense have you been reading?" Pallas muttered, unable to hold back a retort. He was beginning to see that this descendant of his, if nothing else, had a mischievous streak. Of course, that was only natural for someone from the Marauder Pathway family. "So I can't call you that." "I knew it, you were just pretending to accept me." Alaric's face fell, his expression one of utter dejection, every detail a masterclass in acting. Fine, call me whatever you want. I'm used to it," Pallas said, shaking his head helplessly. Though he suspected Alaric's theatrics were exaggerated, the old man couldn't quite bear to see his descendant like this. "Thank you, old man." Alaric beamed, his joy genuine. He wasn't acting now, he could sense that he could borrow a sliver of Pallas' power. It wasn't much, roughly equivalent to sequence 7. For a sequence 1 like Pallas, it was a mere fraction of his strength, suggesting that Pallas' favor toward him was perhaps only a dozen points out of 100. Still, it confirmed that Pallas in his prime was far stronger than Isaac, offering a better return on favor. Alaric was thrilled nonetheless. The first step is always the hardest, especially with someone as cautious as Pallas. Breaking through from 0 to 1 was the true challenge. Having successfully breached Pallas' wariness and earned a modicum of favor, Alaric knew his strategy, playing the descendant card, invoking Amon, appealing to family ties, and promising to revive the family, had worked. If he kept at it, maxing out Pallas' favor wasn't out of the question. Moreover, the Marauder Pathway's abilities were quite useful and didn't overlap with Mr. A's. For a mere sequence 9 like Alaric, this was more than satisfactory. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 22, LOM, 22, awkward. Leonard finally couldn't hold back and spoke in a teasing tone, "Old man, why don't you just move into your descendant's body? It seems like a perfect fit." Pallas glanced at Leonard, letting out a soft chuckle but saying nothing. Alaric, meanwhile, began to stammer. "What's wrong? Don't you admire the old man? Not willing to have him tag along?" Leonard noticed Alaric's reluctance and pressed further, his words laced with probing intent. "I do admire Ancestor, but..." Alaric hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Pallas' shadow before turning back to Leonard. "I'm an adult now. I don't exactly want a guardian shadowing me every time I visit the lavatory." Leonard's expression froze. Alaric delivered another blow. "And if I start courting someone later, it wouldn't exactly be convenient." Leonard's face stiffened further. He hadn't thought deeply about this before, but now the awkward realization hit him. With Pallas around, could he even consider romance? Wouldn't everything be seen? Did this mean, if Pallas stayed, he'd be single forever? Pallas let out another chuckle. "Don't overthink it. Who'd want to bother with the scraps you call a physique? And with your personality, staying single for life wouldn't be surprising." Leonard's face flushed red, whether from embarrassment or irritation. Alaric watched the scene with a smile. "Ah, splendid. Another bit of my Joker potion digested. Dear Klein, I hope this letter finds you well. I recently returned to Backlund and combed through numerous ancient texts while consulting with some acquaintances. Through this, I uncovered new information about the Fool. In legend, the Fool, worshipped by the Antigonus family, was their ancestor. Some records suggest a connection to the Blood Emperor of the Tudor Empire. Certain texts even claim the Fool was ennobled as a duke by the Blood Emperor, alongside the enigmatic Duke Amon and Duke Abraham. I cannot confirm the truth of these accounts, perhaps they're mere tales, but they are astonishing nonetheless. The buried history of the fourth epoch seems to conceal many secrets we've yet to uncover. Additionally, I learned that due to the Fool's influence, the Night Country has a peculiar custom. The people there do not bury their dead but place them in empty houses. By the next day, the bodies vanish, and the citizens firmly believe the departed have gone to serve in the divine kingdom. Lastly, are you familiar with the mysterious powers of legend? It's inconvenient to discuss such matters in a letter, but if you're interested, we can talk in detail at our next meeting. P.S. I'm free every afternoon these days. Your loyal friend, Jack Jones. After reading Alaric's letter from beginning to end, Klein set the paper down, his expression thoughtful. Several days had passed since Klein's last meeting with Alaric, and his life had been quite eventful. He had advanced to Sequence 9 Seer, held the second Tarot Club meeting, joined the Diviner Club, worked with Leonard to resolve a kidnapping case, uncovered new clues about the Antigonus family's notebook, studied a wealth of professional knowledge under Old Neil, and even learned some unique expense reporting tricks. Not a single day had been wasted. Klein had kept the matter of the Antigonus family's half-fool in the back of his mind, but as only a few days had passed, he felt it too soon to approach Jack Jones again. To his surprise, a letter from him arrived upon his return today. Digesting the knowledge revealed in the letter, Klein's gaze lingered on its final lines. Mysterious powers, does he mean the Beyonder pathways? Is Jack a Beyonder too? Klein mused, unsurprised. If Jack Jones was indeed a transmigrator from the same place as him, it made sense that he could read Emperor Roselle's diary, know of the Beyonder pathways, and perhaps even become a Beyonder himself. What did surprise Klein was that Jack seemed ready to share information about Beyonder powers despite their brief acquaintance. Then again, given Jack's personality, it seemed fitting. He's clearly never been roughed up by official Beyonders. Lucky for him, he met me. Otherwise, he might have been dragged off to the Chinese gate and locked up, Klein thought with a mental scoff. Out of caution, he took out his crystal pendulum for a divination. Hiding Jack Jones's matters will bring me danger. Repeating the statement 3 times, Klein divined the result, concealing Jack's affairs posed no threat. Reassured, Klein glanced at his pocket watch. It was only 3 in the afternoon. After a moment's thought, he decided to meet Jack Jones. He had a hunch that Jack might offer new insights into the Beyonder world. Acting on impulse, Klein left home, took a trackless carriage, and arrived at the street he'd visited days before. Knock, knock, knock. As Klein rapped on the door, footsteps soon echoed from within. The door swung open, revealing Alaric. Jack, have you not slept in days? Klein asked, startled. The refined gentleman he'd met last time, impeccable from head to toe, now stood with disheveled hair, clearly uncombed. His clothes, though neat enough, were wrinkled, and dark circles shadowed his striking emerald eyes. He looked utterly exhausted. Not too bad, maybe 3 days. Alaric yawned, ushering Klein inside and settling him on the sofa. Klein, give me a moment to freshen up. Klein had no objections. A few minutes later, Alaric returned, transformed into a presentable figure once more. Sorry for the wait. Alaric said, pouring Klein a cup of coffee and taking a large gulp from his own. I've been caught up studying new knowledge these past few days. He was speaking the truth. Since meeting Palez, Alaric had little else on his plate beyond visiting Tianjin University for routine matters, building favor with Isaac, and meeting Palez once more to confirm their cooperation. The rest of his time was consumed by studying the world's occult knowledge, particularly ritual magic, which had so engrossed him that he'd lost track of time and neglected his appearance. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 23, LOM, 23, Cursed. You're really not afraid of collapsing from exhaustion, are you? Klein couldn't help but remark, glancing at the coffee in Alaric's hand. I think you should skip the coffee and get some rest. I know, I'll sleep soon. Alaric said, nodding while finishing his coffee in one gulp, proving with his actions that his good intentions didn't match his stubbornness. Before Klein could say more, Alaric swiftly changed the subject. You're here today because you received my letter, right? Yes, I did get your letter. Klein replied, his attention successfully diverted. He nodded, looking at Alaric thoughtfully before asking, Jack, what did you mean by mysterious powers? Well. Alaric yawned, his face taking on a pensive look as if organizing his thoughts. After a few seconds, he met Klein's gaze. You're an occult enthusiast too, aren't you? No need to deny it, an ordinary person wouldn't be so interested in the Antigonus family or the fool. Besides, I saw your name on the Diviner Club's roster a few days ago. The Diviner Club? Klein froze, his first thought being what a coincidence. But then it dawned on him, if Alaric was indeed a Beyonder, it made sense for him to visit the Diviner Club to gather information. This realization also explained why Alaric was so open about discussing the Beyonder world. It wasn't just his personality. From his perspective, Klein, a history graduate who investigated ancient families, sought out hidden entities, and was a member of the Diviner Club, was clearly an occult enthusiast, if not a Beyonder himself. Understanding this, Klein didn't deny it. He nodded decisively. I suppose you could say I'm an occult enthusiast. Then you must have heard about Beyonder powers. Alaric said bluntly. Klein wasn't surprised. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. I do have some knowledge of the Beyonder world, things like the pathways of the gods and Beyonders. There was no need to hide this. Seasoned occult enthusiasts often knew such things. Miss Justice, for example, was aware of these concepts before becoming a Beyonder. Conversely, if Klein, who was chasing leads on ancient families, hidden entities, and a Diviner Club member, claimed ignorance, it would seem suspicious. Admitting it openly made the conversation smoother. Since you're aware of that, I won't need to explain further. Alaric said with a smile, seemingly unsurprised by Klein's response. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully, before continuing, since you know about Beyonders, I can speak freely. Beyond what I wrote in the letter, I've uncovered more about the Antigonus family and the Fool recently. What else? Klein pressed. According to my findings, the Antigonus family controls two pathways of the gods, seer and sleepless. Alaric said straightforwardly. And the Fool seems to be a deity tied to the seer pathway. While the fact that the pinnacle of a divine pathway leads to godhood is a secret, the connection between certain pathways and deities isn't. For instance, the Church of the Evernight Goddess is tied to the sleepless pathway, and the Church of the Lord of Storms to the sailor pathway. These links are obvious to anyone with eyes and are common knowledge in occult circles. A deity tied to the seer pathway. Klein froze, his mind reeling as if struck by thunder. He had speculated about this possibility based on the information he had, but hearing it confirmed today filled him with an indescribable sense of absurdity. The original Klein's death was undeniably linked to the Antigonus family's notebook. He himself had forged a connection with the Fool and, thanks to Emperor Rosel's diary, had chosen to become a seer. This was no mere coincidence, it was as if an invisible hand had orchestrated everything, guiding him down this path. If there truly was a mastermind behind it all, what was their goal? In that moment, Klein's mind raced with countless tropes from the novels he'd read, scheming masterminds using him as a pawn, transmigration as a vessel for resurrection. He felt as if he could barely breathe. Klein. Klein. Are you all right? Alaric's voice cut through, accompanied by a firm pat on Klein's shoulder. Klein snapped out of his thoughts, exhaling softly. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. As he exhaled, his fist clenched beneath the table. He didn't know what secrets lay behind his circumstances, but if there was indeed a mastermind, he refused to sit idly and wait for his fate. You. Alaric hesitated, studying him for several seconds before speaking cautiously. Klein, do you have some connection to the Fool? Klein's instinct was to deny it, but before he could, Alaric continued, are you cursed by the Fool too? Cursed? Wait, what does he mean by too? Klein blinked, eyeing Alaric suspiciously. You're cursed by the Fool? No, not me. An ancestor of a friend of mine was apparently cursed by the Fool. Alaric said quickly, shaking his head. Is this friend just you? Klein muttered to himself, but the explanation eased some of his doubts. Though he could understand Alaric's familiarity as a cautious person, he had always been wary of Alaric's eagerness to help him investigate the Fool. No one offers such help without reason. Now, Alaric's words clicked into place. No wonder Jack was so invested in the Fool, he had a connection to him too. Wait, if Jack is a transmigrator like me, could the Fool be tied to transmigration? Klein instinctively considered the possibility, then looked up at Alaric. After a moment's thought, he nodded vaguely. I might indeed have some connection to the Fool. The statement was true from any angle. As Zhou Mingrui, he called himself the Fool above the grey fog. As Klein, he was entangled with the Antigonus family's notebook. How could he not be linked to the Fool? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 24, LOM, 24, Master. Alaric wasn't surprised by Klein's words. He merely flashed a delighted expression at the right moment. As expected. So, you're a seer too. Klein had grown accustomed to Alaric's bluntness and startling remarks. Hearing his identity called out didn't shock him as much as he'd expected. He nodded. I am indeed a seer. After admitting his connection to the Fool, there was no need to hide this. But. Klein glanced at Alaric suspiciously, testing the waters. 2. He hadn't missed Alaric's choice of words. That's right, I'm a seer as well. Alaric declared without hesitation. Klein's mouth twitched. He studied Alaric, probing cautiously, why did you choose to become a seer? My family is one of those ancient Beyonder lineages, though it's fallen on hard times. Still, the younger generation can choose between marauder, seer, or apprentice pathways. I took a liking to seer. Alaric said without so much as a blink. No wonder you've dug up so much information. Klein's expression turned odd as realization dawned. Is it all right to tell me all this? No problem at all, you're a good person. Alaric waved dismissively, grinning. Besides, I divined it. You're not the type to sell me out. Klein's thoughts flashed to the divination he performed before leaving, and his mood grew complex. Alaric, who had been deliberately teasing, let his smile fade into a serious expression. Truth be told, I suspect there's something off about those dukes tied to the Blood Emperor in the 4th epoch. What do you mean? Klein asked, puzzled. I have a friend in Backlund who's likely connected to the Abraham family. From what I know, she's afflicted by a full moon curse, and it's not just her. The entire Abraham family seems to suffer from it. Alaric explained. As for that Duke Amon, he's definitely not good news. He let a wary expression cross his face. Do you have a grudge against Amon? Klein asked tentatively. It's not about me holding a grudge, there's something inherently wrong with Amon. If you ever encounter someone who seems like Amon, run immediately. He loves snacking on beyonders from the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways. Alaric said, his tone growing grave. Oh, and Amon's trademark is a monocle. If you see someone wearing one, just run. Noted. Thanks for the heads up, Jack. Klein said, committing Alaric's words to memory. Though unsure of their truth, his wariness of Amon had spiked considerably. Still, questions nagged at him. Looking at Alaric, he couldn't help but ask, what pathway is Amon on, and why does he target beyonders from the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways? Amon is a marauder. Alaric explained, then blinked at Klein. As for why he targets seers, apprentices, and thieves, it's likely because these three pathways are adjacent. Do you know what adjacent pathways are? Klein shook his head honestly. At this stage, Klein was still a novice beyonder, unaware of concepts like beyonder characteristics or their deeper mechanics. You don't know. I can't just teach this kind of knowledge carelessly. Alaric feigned hesitation, eyeing Klein. After a few seconds, he finally revealed his hand. All right, how about this? Call me teacher. If we're master and apprentice, I can teach you this without breaking any rules. Oh, and if you'd rather pay me for it. Alaric started, as if suggesting another option, but before he could finish, Klein blurted out, teacher. The speed of it showed Klein's fear that Alaric might change his mind and demand payment. As expected of the god of poverty. Alaric thought, stifling a smirk. He wasn't surprised by Klein's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. Then you're my student from now on. Who'd have thought I'd become someone's teacher? Isn't there a chance you already are one? Klein pointed out, referencing Alaric's actual profession. This was why he'd had no qualms about calling him teacher. Alaric was a university instructor, only a few years older, so it felt natural. That's different. A teacher in the occult isn't the same as one in mundane studies. Alaric countered, chuckling. Since you called me teacher, I won't let it go to waste. To explain adjacent pathways, you first need to understand a concept, beyonder characteristics. Alaric then laid out the concept of beyonder characteristics, including the three laws. Indestructibility, conservation, and aggregation, explaining them thoroughly to Klein while also clarifying what adjacent pathways were. So, the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways are interchangeable because they're adjacent. That's likely why Amon preys on beyonders from these pathways. Alaric concluded. As Klein absorbed this new knowledge, fresh theories about his situation emerged. Perhaps his deep connection to the Fool wasn't due to some shadowy mastermind but the gray fog itself. He had a faint suspicion that the mysterious gray fog might be a high-sequence artifact of the Fool's pathway, possibly even tied to divinity. Alaric, catching every shift in Klein's expression, noted his visible relief and relaxed himself. He pushed too hard earlier, piling pressure on the Fool with his teasing. By using the master-apprentice pretext, he offered alternative explanations to ease Klein's mind. Of course, Alaric didn't deny that he relished the idea of being the Fool's teacher. It satisfied his mischievous streak and strengthened their bond, a win-win. Having sorted through the coincidences surrounding him, Klein thought of something else and asked curiously, so, the more beyonder characteristics you consume, the stronger you get. In theory, yes, but it's not very efficient. It's better to advance to the next sequence than to hoard characteristics from the same one. Alaric said, shaking his head. Accumulating too many characteristics from the same sequence can actually slow your digestion progress. Oh, by the way, do you know about the acting method? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 25, LOM, 25, Many Schemes. Klein nodded. I know of it, but I'm not particularly well versed. Could you explain it to me, teacher? Though Klein had learned of the acting method through Emperor Rosel's diary, his understanding was far from thorough, he was still fumbling his way through it. Now that he had Alaric as a convenient teacher, Klein wasn't about to hold back. Why waste the title if he didn't ask questions? Well, I'm not exactly an expert on the acting method myself. I'm just a novice beyonder, after all. Alaric said, scratching his head as he shared his perspective. But to me, acting is like immersive role-playing. You fully embody a role to gain some kind of recognition, tapping into its power. The name of the potion is the role you're meant to play. Alaric could have parroted the detailed explanations from the original story, but that wasn't necessary. He stuck to his persona, someone from a knowledgeable family, privy to many secrets, but still a fledgling beyonder. A novice didn't need a profound grasp of the acting method, just a general understanding that was on the right track. Klein's brow twitched at Alaric's self-description as a novice beyonder. Though he wasn't entirely surprised. He'd already suspected Alaric was a transmigrator, and this only confirmed it. There's one crucial thing, though. Alaric's expression turned serious as he looked at Klein. No matter what, always remember, you're only acting as the role, not becoming it. Klein froze. He'd initially thought Alaric's understanding of the acting method was shallow, but this advice hit like a revelation. The acting method was just that, acting. Fully immersing oneself in the role and forgetting one's true self could lead to disaster. Otherwise, loss of control was all but certain. The beyonder world really is fraught with danger. Klein exhaled inwardly, then looked at Alaric with genuine respect. I understand. Thank you, teacher. This teacher was said with heartfelt sincerity. If his earlier use of the title had been half-joking, akin to calling a friend daddy to get them to grab food, now Klein felt genuine admiration for Alaric. Their teacher-student bond might have been established casually, but Alaric was teaching him with true earnestness. Hey, you're getting all serious on me. It's kind of embarrassing. Alaric scratched his head again, feigning a touch of awkwardness. I was just kidding earlier. We're close enough that I'd teach you this stuff anyway. Making you call me teacher was like asking you to call me daddy. You probably don't get that one. Klein couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Is there a chance you're forgetting this is only our third meeting? Truth be told, Klein admired Alaric's laid-back demeanor. The man gave off the vibe of a naive university student, someone who could be swindled in the real world without batting an eye. Alaric, of course, knew exactly what Klein was thinking. This was the effect he'd deliberately cultivated. For someone like Klein, a good person, a persona that was skilled in other areas but innocent and in need of looking after was the perfect way to build rapport. Still, he played along, putting on a serious face to counter, you don't get it. It's like we clicked instantly. I don't know how to explain it, but when I saw you, I just felt, you're like one of my own kind. His words trailed off into a carefully timed mix of confusion and melancholy. Klein paused, lips pursed, falling silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he broke into a smile and steered the conversation forward. So, does calling you teacher still count? The implication was clear, did their teacher-student relationship still hold? Well, I'd like it to count. It's my first time being a teacher, after all. Alaric blinked, his expression a mix of shy embarrassment and eager anticipation. Joking aside, who wouldn't want to play the mentor? Being a teacher was its own kind of authority. Klein wasn't surprised by the response, only amused. He thought for a moment before asking, Teacher, what's your plan for my studies going forward? Alaric's eyes lit up, and he coughed lightly, adopting a slightly smug yet restrained demeanor. How about you come by once or twice a week for lessons? I may be a novice beyonder, but I know enough to teach you without interfering with your work. At the mention of his work, Klein's expression grew subtle. He looked at Alaric, testing the waters. Do you know what I do for a living? Sure, you're a historical consultant for a security company, right? Alaric replied with a puzzled look. You mentioned it last time. His acting was so convincing it seemed he genuinely knew nothing more. Klein was silent for a few seconds before deciding to probe further. Teacher, are you familiar with official beyonders? Alaric nodded. Yeah, I've heard of them in Backlund. Nighthawks, Heart of Machinery, Punishers. They're the ones, right? What's your take on them? Klein pressed. They seem like decent folks, I guess. Though I've heard the Punishers are pretty harsh, if they catch you, you're done for. The others seem more lenient. As long as you're not committing crimes, you might get a chance to reform if you're caught. Alaric's expression turned thoughtful, then confused. Why bring them up? You haven't gotten on their bad side, have you? Klein relaxed slightly at the response, then cleared his throat. Is there a chance? I'm an official beyonder myself. What? Alaric's face registered shock, pointing at Klein uncertainly. You. An official beyonder. Strictly speaking, a nighthawk. Klein corrected. Alaric's expression morphed into a mix of bewilderment and disappointment, like a squirrel whose pinecone had been stolen. After a long pause, he glanced at Klein, visibly deflated. So, you're here to arrest me. Why would you think that? Klein shook his head, half laughing, before turning serious. I'm just asking if you consider becoming my informant. That way, even if the officials find you, you won't end up locked behind the Chinese gate. That's an option. Alaric's eyes widened, his naive student persona in full force as he nodded eagerly. Sure, I'm in. All right, I'll sound out the captain in a few days. If all goes well, we should be able to formalize your informant status. Klein said with a nod. As a new Nighthawk, he'd need to wait a bit before arranging an informant. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 26, LOM, 26, Transmigration Diary. After discussing the informant matter, Alaric enthusiastically chatted with Klein about Beyonder knowledge, fully embracing his role as a teacher before seeing Klein off, who needed to head home for dinner. Watching Klein's trackless carriage disappear into the distance, Alaric returned inside, the naive university student smile fading from his face. He stretched, chuckled softly, and muttered, "Klein, you really are a good guy." He truly enjoyed dealing with good people. If Klein had been a high-ranking figure, Alaric might have soared to demigod-level power just from this exchange. Pity, but being an angel investor isn't bad either. Alaric mused to himself. He headed upstairs to his laboratory, where a half-carved charm lay on the desk, spiritual material scattered nearby, and an open book rested to the right. Alaric approached the workbench, tossed the incomplete charm's runes into the trash, and started anew with fresh materials. After crafting a new charm, he yawned but didn't continue practicing. Instead, he tidied the desk and left for an unoccupied apartment, another of his safe houses, used for receiving certain letters from Backlund. Opening the mailbox, Alaric found a single letter with no postmark, clearly delivered directly. He took it inside, opened the envelope, and reviewed its contents. The letter was from Mr. A. in Backlund, detailing recent activities of Beyonders there, part of Alaric's deal with the Aurora Order. At the letter's end, Mr. A. mentioned that someone had been buying Emperor Roselle's diaries. Following Alaric's earlier instructions, he had sold the diaries Alaric provided. Alaric raised an eyebrow, a playful smile spreading across his face. "So, my transmigration diary might soon appear at the Tarot Club. Shame I'm not a member yet. When the fool sees the diary, he'll likely suspect my background and divine its origins. By our next meeting, I'll know if the Grey Fog can counter Nyarlathotep's fragment interference." Alaric muttered to himself, having deliberately shaped his persona for this test. Even if Klein divined that the diary came from him, it wouldn't matter. A naive, playful university student forging Roselle's diaries for profit was hardly suspicious. His thoughts turned to the idle duo in Backlund. After a moment, he began writing a letter, not to Mr. A or Azek, but to Zio and Furs. In it, he first extended greetings, politely inquired about their progress investigating the fool, and concluded. "I've learned the Abraham family was a noble lineage in the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire. Due to their loyalty to the Blood Emperor, they were at odds with the Trunsoist Empire. Could their curse be tied to Trunsoist? Backlund was once part of the Trunsoist Empire, and some noble families there served it. Perhaps their libraries hold records on this. We might try approaching Backlund's nobles to uncover such knowledge. Your loyal friend, Jack Jones." Alaric's aim was to nudge Zio and Furs toward contacting Audrey and others. With his butterfly effect at play, he wasn't sure if Furs would still, as in the original story, approach Audrey to free Zio from prison. He wasn't one to sit idly by, so he took the initiative. The full moon curse was something even the idle duo couldn't ignore. After writing their letter, Alaric penned ones for Mr. A and Azek. Checking his pocket watch, he saw it was past 9 in the evening and shook his head. "This schedule of mine. I'm really going to collapse one day." 9 wasn't late, but after 3 sleepless days, Alaric felt he was pushing his limits. Forget it. Better listen to advice and rest. He muttered, shaking his head. He headed to the post office, mailed the letters, and returned home to catch up on sleep. Monday, 3 in the afternoon. Klein convened his 3rd Tarot Club meeting. He first congratulated Audrey on advancing to Sequence 9 Spectator, then collected Roselle's diaries from Alger and Audrey, kicking off the Tarot Club's tradition, the full reading Roselle's diaries. The first 3 pages were unremarkable, detailing Roselle's pirate-themed antics post-transmigration, discovering an unnamed island, and his initial resistance to an arranged marriage before embracing it. Klein gained insights while mentally chuckling. But when he turned to the 4th page, Audrey's second submission, he froze. The diary read. June 29th, clear. I've been in this world for 3 days. The brief entry described a transmigrator who wanted to coast but found their new identity had a formidable enemy, forcing them to become a marauder. They were quickly caught by said enemy. Yet, the previous 3 pages had detailed Roselle joining the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery as a savant, with his family being the Gustavs. This page, however, mentioned a transmigrator in the Zoroast family, with their great enemy named Amon. Unless Roselle was bored enough to forge his own diary, this last page likely belongs to another transmigrator. Klein mused, surprisingly calm. He was used to it by now. Upon transmigrating, he'd learned of Roselle, a fellow transmigrator who'd caused waves. Days later, he met Jack Jones, another apparent transmigrator. He was already prepared for the possibility that this world held many such individuals. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 27, LOM, 27, The Master of Self-Revelation. As for why other transmigrators hadn't left their mark on history, that wasn't surprising. Much of the Fourth Epoch and earlier records were fragmented, so it was possible earlier transmigrators had achieved great things that simply didn't survive in records. Besides, people's personalities varied. While someone like Roselle was flamboyant, it was perfectly normal for other transmigrators to be low-key and avoid the spotlight. Klein was more concerned with 2 other matters. First, the fate of this fellow transmigrator. The diary only covered up to the point where the Zoroast was captured by Amon, kept as a snack for future harvesting while secretly plotting escape. Though the diary's tone suggested they'd succeeded, the abrupt end left Klein uneasy. Second was the description of the Zoroast family, an ancient Beyonder lineage, steeped in knowledge but fallen from grace, with a nemesis named Amon and family members choosing between marauder, seer, or apprentice pathways. This sounded awfully familiar. He thought of his newly minted teacher, and an absurd notion crossed his mind. Could this diary be Alaric's? But he quickly dismissed it. Alaric had no reason to let his diary circulate, and he was a seer, not a marauder. Unless Jack wrote it for fun, but why would he? Klein mused, finding the idea unlikely. Alaric lacked a clear motive. Still, he might not need a motive. Maybe he just did it for amusement. Klein reconsidered, recalling Alaric's playful demeanor during their interactions. Suddenly, it didn't seem so far-fetched. After all, a quirky university student could do anything. Unable to reach a conclusion, Klein didn't dwell on it. He continued presiding over the Tarot Club, sharing his newly crafted honorific name with Audrey and Alger, instructing them to try praying after the meeting. Once the Tarot Club ended and he'd sent Audrey and Alger back, Klein frowned at the diary in his hands. After a moment's thought, he manifested his pendulum and began a divination. Jack Jones wrote this diary page. The result came quickly, a negation. The diary wasn't from Jack Jones. Klein trusted divinations conducted above the grey fog. He adopted a thoughtful expression. So, there really is a 4th transmigrator. Recalling Alaric's wary yet not overly fearful attitude toward Amon, Klein had another guess. Could Jack's attitude stem from reading this Zoroast transmigrator's diary? But even if that's true, it doesn't rule out Jack being a Zoroast himself. The two aren't mutually exclusive. While Klein brainstormed above the grey fog, Alaric was in a faculty office at Tingen University, discussing 4th Epoch history with Azek. Mr. Azek, your knowledge is truly vast. You even know about this. Alaric said sincerely. Their discussion had yielded fascinating insights, though he wasn't sure if Azek's knowledge came from his role as a history professor or his memories as a death consul. Either way, Alaric was reaping the benefits. Your perspectives are quite intriguing as well. They've given me new ideas. Azek said with a gentle smile. He sipped his coffee, then, as if recalling something, asked, "Are you still helping Klein investigate the Antigonus family and the Fool?" Compared to Klein, Azek had only a mild interest in these matters. His busy schedule kept him from following the investigation closely. Alaric nodded, smiling. Klein's a good friend, and I'm quite curious about these things myself. By the way, I've been looking into the Abraham family recently, another prominent 4th Epoch noble lineage. Have you heard of them, Mr. Azek? Abraham. Azek paused mid-stir, his expression turning thoughtful. After several seconds, he said, I only recall that their ancestor was known as Mr. Dor. Mr. Dor. Alaric put on a suitably stunned expression, then nodded as if enlightened. So that's what Dor means. Thank you, Mr. Azek. You've cleared up some of my questions. Alaric added quickly. No need to thank me. I didn't help much. Azek replied with a gentle shake of his head. Alaric glanced at him thoughtfully, then looked around to ensure the office was empty. Lowering his voice, he asked, Mr. Azek, do you know about mystical powers? Azek fell silent for a few seconds, clearly caught off guard by Alaric's bold directness. Still, he didn't deny it. I do know a bit about the mystical world. He said calmly. I knew it. Alaric's face lit up with an, I had a feeling, expression, followed by excitement and anticipation. I'm a seer. What pathway are you, Mr. Azek? This time, Azek was truly speechless. Over the past few days, he'd noticed Alaric's naive and unworldly nature, but he hadn't expected such a reckless self-revelation. Chuckling softly, Azek cautioned, don't casually reveal your sequence to others. It's dangerous. Though his memories were fragmented, Azek knew that in Beyonder battles, information was critical. Even the strongest Beyonder could be targeted if their sequence was known. I'm not telling just anyone. You're not a bad person, Mr. Isaac. Alaric muttered softly. I wouldn't tell others. I'm not foolish. I suspect you've already told Klein. Isaac said with a calm, gentle smile. Alaric's eyes widened, and he looked at Isaac as if struck by a realization. Oh, right. You and Klein have known each other for so long, you must know about each other. His acting was so convincing it deserved an award for theatrics. Every 100 Power Stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 28, LOM, 28, messed up. No, Klein doesn't know about me. I only suspected he might be a Beyonder, and it seems I was right. Isaac said, shaking his head. His gaze on Alaric was like a parent looking at a foolish but endearing child, a mix of exasperation and indulgence. Alaric seemed to realize he'd accidentally spilled Klein's secret. He stammered for a moment before saying, Mr. Isaac, can I tell Klein about you? Why? Isaac asked, not angered by the bold request, his eyes still gentle. Because I let slip Klein's secret. I know you're a good person, Mr. Isaac, and wouldn't harm him, but I need to make this right. Alaric said with a serious expression. If you both know each other's secrets, it balances things out. Of course, I'll make it up to you. Isaac understood Alaric's logic. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded. No need for compensation. You can tell him about me and arrange a meeting. I have some matters I'd like to discuss with him in person. Isaac indeed had things to talk about with Klein, particularly entrusting him to investigate his past. Among his current contacts, Klein was one of only 2 Beyonders he knew, and likely an official one at that. As for why he didn't ask Alaric, the reason was simple. Alaric's naive nature and lack of an official Beyonder status made Isaac worry he'd end up getting himself investigated into an official Beyonder prison. With Klein, Isaac had no such concerns, not just because of his official status but because Klein's dependable character far outshone Alaric's. Alaric could guess what Isaac was thinking, and this was precisely the outcome he'd orchestrated. He had no intention of disrupting the bond between Isaac and Klein, hardly a father-son duo, but certainly a teacher-student one. Keeping them as each other's anchors was more beneficial to him. If both succumbed to excessive divinity from a lack of grounding, that would give Alaric a headache. Alaric knew his limits. He could charm his way to high favor, but he could never be their anchor. So, from the start, he wasn't here to break this family apart, he was here to join it. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Alaric showed none of it, only flashing a delighted smile. Then I'll write to Klein right away. Dear Student Klein. Please forgive me for making a mistake. Klein read Alaric's letter at a leisurely pace, feeling a slight headache forming. After seeing the Zoros diary at the Tarot Club 2 days ago, he'd planned to find time to meet Alaric and ask about his connection to the Zoroast family. But the past 2 days had been hectic. During the day, he'd studied Beyonder knowledge with Old Neil, learning about mid- and low-sequence names and traits, as well as various secret organizations. In the evening, he'd accompanied Old Neil to Tingin's underground black market, broadening his horizons. There simply hadn't been time to visit Alaric. And now, at the end of this busy day, he found this letter in his mailbox. The letter detailed how Alaric had confessed his Beyonder status to Isaac and accidentally revealed Klein's as well. Alaric apologized sincerely and mentioned that Isaac wanted to meet him. Truth be told, Klein wasn't too upset about Alaric exposing his Beyonder identity. As an official Beyonder, he wasn't as paranoid about secrecy as wild Beyonders. His main feeling was a wry sense of, oh, he finally messed up. I'd better get Jack's informant status sorted out soon, or I might end up visiting him behind the Chinese gate. Klein rubbed his temples, shaking his head helplessly before turning to another matter. Mr. Isaac is a Beyonder too. I wonder what pathway. Jack didn't mention it, probably didn't ask. Recalling what he knew of Isaac from his original memories and their last interaction, Klein felt Isaac was unlikely to be malicious. Still, he didn't jump to conclusions. Out of caution, he returned to the gray fog to divine whether meeting Isaac posed any danger. The result showed none. I should meet him, then. I wonder what Mr. Isaac wants. Klein mused, reviewing his schedule. While nothing critical was pending, his days were packed, and he might need to join the search for the Antigonus family's notebook at any moment, making it hard to take leave. So busy. Klein muttered. He'd been a workhorse before transmigrating, but his current schedule was several times more intense, each day brimming with excitement. If it comes to it, I'll wait for my next day off. Klein decided, writing a reply to Alaric. He reassured him that he wasn't upset about the slip-up, agreed to meet Isaac, but noted his packed schedule might delay the meeting until his next day off. He added that if he found time earlier, he'd visit them directly. It looks like by the time I see Klein again, he'll be a full-fledged Nighthawk. Alaric set down Klein's reply, unsurprised. The fool's post-transmigration life was indeed relentlessly busy. He picked up another letter from Backlund, this one from Zio. She wrote that she'd read his last letter and found his reasoning sound. They knew of a noble who'd been inquiring about Beyonder matters for some time and seemed trustworthy, so Zio and Furs planned to approach them. Even slackers get serious when it comes to their own safety. Alaric chuckled, starting replies to both parties. After finishing, he stretched and began plotting his next move. When Azek and Klein meet, he'll likely ask Klein to help investigate his past. Then, I can have my third alias appear in their sights. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 29, LOM, 29, third alias. Alaric's first alias was naturally, Alaric Zoroast, a vengeful figure persecuted by Amon, saved by the Lord of Chaos, and driven to restore his family's glory, even at the cost of his soul. This persona was currently focused on making an impression with Leonard and the Zoroast family. His second alias, Jack Jones, was a transmigrator, a naive, slightly foolish university student from the Zoroast family. Simple in character but rich in knowledge, he served as Klein's teacher and was on good terms with Azek. The third alias, conceived when crafting the Transmigration Diary, was Lucifer Zoroast, named after an infamous fallen angel from Alaric's past life. This persona was the protagonist of the diary, the first transmigrator of the Zoroast family, and Jack Jones's mentor, a high-sequence Beyonder. Alaric's burdens fall to the Lord of Chaos, and Jack's to Lucifer. This way, everyone has a bright future. Alaric mused, then chuckled as a thought struck him. Come to think of it, the Zoroast family is brimming with talent. Isn't that a kind of revival? The Amon family only has Amon, after all. Alaric quipped to himself, mentally refining the distinctions between his 3 personas. He couldn't afford a slip-up that would expose him, that would be far too embarrassing. July 13th, Friday. Upon arriving at Blackthorn Security Company, Klein met Captain Dunn, who informed him that the Antigonus family notebook had been safely escorted to Backlund. Thanks to Klein's contributions, he was to be officially instated as a Nighthawk. The previous day, Klein had joined the mission to pursue an Antigonus descendant and recover the notebook. He'd shown in the battle, counter-killing a secret order Beyonder and earning significant merit. Klein was naturally pleased with the outcome. Though his first kill left some psychological scars, the target was a villain, and Klein's resilience allowed him to adjust quickly. But, a thought occurred to him. Before Dunn could leave, Klein spoke up. Captain, I have something important to discuss. Dunn looked at him curiously but nodded. They moved to Dunn's office, where Klein raised the matter he'd been mulling over, making Jack an informant. Klein had been considering this for a while but held off due to his junior status among the Nighthawks. Now, on the verge of becoming an official Beyonder, he saw his chance to secure Jack a legitimate informant role. He was confident, having already researched the process thoroughly. As expected, when Klein explained he'd found a wild seer who was law-abiding and willing to cooperate with the Nighthawks, Dunn approved the request. He asked for detailed information, instructed Klein to keep it confidential, and assigned him as Jack's sole contact. Relieved at securing Jack's status, Klein began his day's work and studies. That afternoon, he was granted a half-day off, a humane gesture from the Nighthawks, given his involvement in yesterday's major mission. Klein didn't refuse the break. Eager to meet Alaric and the others, he left Blackthorn Security Company and took a trackless carriage to Hoy University. Well, Klein, good afternoon. You're on a rest day already. In the history department's office, Alaric, organizing lesson plans, spotted Klein entering and greeted him warmly. Good afternoon, Teacher Jack. Klein replied with a smile, his gaze shifting to Azek, who was also in the office. Good afternoon, Mr. Azek. Good afternoon, Klein. Azek responded kindly, but his gaze lingered, brows furrowing as he studied Klein. Is something wrong, Mr. Azek? Klein asked, a mix of curiosity and nervousness in his voice. Before learning Azek was a Beyonder, Klein might have assumed his attire was off. Now, knowing Azek's status, his mind raced with possibilities. Azek didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the others in the office before saying, this isn't the place to talk. Mind taking a walk by the Hoy River? After a pause, he looked at Alaric and added, Jack, you come too. Sure. Alaric, playing the naive role, nodded eagerly without hesitation. Klein, though curious, had come to discuss matters with Azek, so he nodded as well. Unlike the original story's gradual build-up, Alaric's meddling had led to both parties laying their cards on the table, making Azek's opening far more direct. Coincidences? Klein could name plenty, the fool, and more fool-related events. He mentally chuckled but sensed Azek wasn't referring to those. Reflecting on recent events, he fell silent. His recent experiences were so numerous that recalling them was a task in itself. Still, he quickly pinpointed 2 key incidents. There are 2 things that stand out as particularly coincidental. Klein referred to events tied to the Antigonus family notebook. The Nighthawk's success in retrieving it was steeped in coincidences. I thought it was the gray fog instinctively drawing the Antigonus notebook, a seer pathway item. Could that not be the case? Or is Mr. Isaac sensing the gray fog itself? Puzzled, Klein kept his expression neutral and asked, "What do you see, Mr. Isaac?" Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 30, LOM, 30, Big Bomb. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Klein replied, nodding solemnly. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Is this one of your abilities, Mr. Isaac? Are you a beyonder of the monster pathway?" Klein recalled old Neil mentioning the monster sequence. "I'm likely not on the monster pathway. Truth be told, I'm not sure which pathway I'm on." Isaac shook his head, his gaze tinged with melancholy as he stared at the Hoy River. In a measured tone, he shared his story: no past, no parents, no memory of who he once was, only occasional dreams of uncertain truth. As for his beyonder abilities, Isaac had discovered them gradually during his university years, but he lacked detailed memories or knowledge of their full extent, relying solely on instinct to use them sparingly. "This is why I wanted to talk, Klein," Isaac said, turning to him with a serious expression. "I hope you can help me find clues to my origins. You don't need to go out of your way. Just keep an eye out if you come across anything relevant." Klein hadn't expected such a story, but his own transmigrator experience gave him a sense of empathy. He exhaled, then asked with some confusion, "Mr. Isaac, why not investigate the beyonder world yourself?" And he glanced at Alaric, who was eagerly observing the conversation. "Why me?" The unspoken question, "You're close with Jack too, why not ask him?" Isaac gave a self-deprecating smile, explaining his reluctance to dive into the beyonder world, fear of danger, fear of death, and a preference for his current, comfortable life over risky ventures. He clarified that he wasn't asking Klein to take risks either. Even now, his request wasn't for Klein to go out of his way but simply to note anything related to his past if encountered. As for Jack, Isaac glanced at Alaric, choosing his words carefully. His personality isn't quite suited for this. Klein fell silent, looking at Alaric. After a moment, he nodded thoughtfully. Fair enough. Now it was Alaric's turn to protest. He glanced between Isaac and Klein, exclaiming, "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Am I that foolish?" His indignation, of course, was an act. "Ahem, we didn't mean it like that. It's just your straightforward nature might make you an easy target." Klein coughed, offering an explanation. "Jack, I just think you might not be the best fit for this kind of task," Isaac said gently. "That's stereotyping." Alaric huffed, glaring at them before striking a confident pose, hands on hips. "And who says I can't help? I have ways to assist with both Klein's fate issue and Mr. Isaac's past." "What ways?" Klein asked, genuinely curious. "I can write to my teacher," Alaric said with a smug grin. "He's incredibly capable and would definitely have solutions. What else could one expect from him?" "You have a teacher?" Klein asked, snapping out of his mental commentary, surprised. "Of course I do. Did you think I taught myself?" Alaric shot Klein a puzzled look, as if baffled by his surprise. "Right, why did I assume Jack didn't have a teacher?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "Who's your teacher?" "Lucifer Zoroast." Alaric answered without hesitation, only to clap a hand over his mouth as if realizing a mistake. "Wait, my teacher said not to use his full name." He glanced cautiously at Klein and Isaac. "Can you just pretend you didn't hear that? Your teacher is lucky to have you," Klein said after a pause, unable to muster anything else. Isaac rubbed his brow, as if recalling something. "A marauder." Klein's mind flashed to the transmigration diary he'd read above the gray fog. The name Lucifer, paired with the familiar surname Zoroast, sparked a suspicion. Could Jack's teacher be the transmigrator who crossed him on? Unbeknownst to Klein, Alaric was closely observing his reactions. With his already sharp perception, enhanced by his Joker potion, Alaric quickly confirmed what he wanted. Klein hadn't divined that the transmigration diary was his creation. So, Nyarlathotep's fragment can indeed interfere with the Sapphira Castle. Alaric concluded inwardly, maintaining his persona outwardly. Noticing their reactions, he pouted. "I only blurted it out because I trust you both. I'm not like this with others." Whether Klein and Isaac believed him was unclear. They exchanged a glance, and Isaac spoke first. Thank you, Jack, but I'd prefer to keep this matter private for now. Though Isaac trusted Alaric, he remained wary of his teacher. I don't think my situation requires you writing to your teacher just yet. Klein said diplomatically, declining as well. Fine, I get it, you don't trust my teacher. Alaric said, feigning disappointment before perking up. But even without writing to him, I can still help you, Mr. Isaac. How so? Isaac asked, not dismissing him outright this time, his tone gentle. My teacher once gave me a special gem. When used, it can summon a projection of someone's past. If you want to know your history, Mr. Isaac, we could summon someone connected to you and ask. Alaric said casually, dropping a bombshell. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 31, LOM, 31, a little shock. What? There's such a thing. Klein's eyes widened, feeling the awe of high-level Beyonder powers for the first time. Of course, his limited knowledge of such powers meant the true impact was somewhat lost on him. Had he known more, he'd likely be even more stunned. Isaac was taken aback as well. Rubbing his brow as if recalling something, he asked hesitantly, do you mean a historical projection? But, my memories tell me historical projections lack self-awareness. Not a historical projection, a shadow of time. Alaric corrected, scratching his head. I don't know the specifics, though. It's something my teacher gave me for protection, and that's how it works. Though puzzled, Isaac, with his fragmented memories, assumed it might be an ability he was unaware of. He looked at Alaric cautiously. If it's meant for your protection, is it wise to use it on me? While he desperately wanted to recover his memories, he didn't want to harm others in the process. No worries. I'll just write to my teacher for another one. We're close, he'll probably just scold me a bit. Alaric said with a carefree grin, painting a picture of a doting mentor and loyal student. Your teacher must have the patience of a saint not to have throttled you. Klein thought, not doubting Alaric's words. He was starting to understand why Alaric was so naive. Clearly, he'd been spoiled. Though I'm not one to talk. Klein fell silent, recalling his efforts to secure Alaric's informant status with the Nighthawks. Whether out of care for a fellow transmigrator or their growing friendship, he, too, felt compelled to look after this guileless soul. Isaac likely felt the same. Perhaps Lucifer Zoroast feels this way too. Hearing Alaric's offer, Isaac didn't decline further. However, the Hoy riverbank was too public, and recovering memories might cause a scene. To avoid attention, the trio left Hoy University and took a trackless carriage to an abandoned factory. Mr. Isaac, please give me your hand. I'll use you as the medium for the time stone. Alaric said, his expression unusually serious. 2 things to note. First, the time stone can't choose who it summons, so I don't know who'll appear, only that there'll be someone close to you. I've only ever summoned my teacher, so prepare yourself. Second, the summoned figure lasts only 10 minutes, so ask your questions quickly. These were, of course, fabrications to ease his later maneuvers. Understood. Isaac said, extending his right hand, visibly tense. Klein watched, a mix of curiosity and nervousness, as Alaric grasped Isaac's hand. With his other hand, Alaric produced a translucent gem etched with runes Klein had never seen. The gem glowed, then shattered like an illusion. A figure appeared beside Isaac, a girl with soft black hair and features 3 or 4 parts similar to his, clearly a blood relative. As her form solidified, the girl opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. When she saw Isaac, she broke into a smile and called out, Father. Mr. Isaac's daughter? Klein's mind raced with guesses. Then he saw Isaac freeze, as if struck by a memory. He stared at the girl, murmuring a name, before sinking to one knee in evident pain. Father, what's wrong? The girl, clearly concerned, rushed to him, looking at Isaac with worry before turning to Klein and Alaric. Gentlemen, are you my father's friends? He seems ill. Can you take him to a doctor? I'm fine. Isaac shook his head, gripping the girl's hand tightly yet carefully, his fingers trembling. Mr. Isaac. Klein, concerned, sensed through his spiritual intuition that Isaac was in a precarious yet oddly safe state. Father, are you sure you're all right? You're shaking, are you cold? The girl, unconvinced, remained worried. I'm just overwhelmed. Isaac said, his face etched with pain and sorrow. Memories flooded back, his past, this girl, her death. He'd lost her long ago. The realization tore at him, but more than the pain, Isaac refused to forget her existence, the joy they'd shared. Calling her name again, he embraced her as she looked at him in confusion. He recalled a time when she was small enough to sit on his shoulders, when he played the fool to make her laugh, like any doting father. I missed you so much. I'm so sorry for forgetting you, so sorry. Isaac mumbled, lost in the instincts of a father reunited with his lost child. The girl fell silent, listening. After a few minutes, she pulled free, as if understanding something. Looking at Isaac, she said, Father, I'm already gone, aren't I? Isaac's body shook. He turned away, unable to answer. Alaric, silent until now, spoke up. In this era, you are indeed gone. This is the future, and you're from the past. I see. That's incredible. The girl's face lit up with wonder. She then gently cupped Isaac's face, pressing her forehead to his. Don't be sad, Father. I hate seeing you like this. Even though I'm gone, I want you to live a new life. It'd be nice if you didn't forget me, though. She smiled, rubbing her cheek against his. So don't cry, Father. You're a dependable, mature adult, you can't be sobbing. Isaac realized then that tears were streaming down his face. The girl looked up at Klein and Alaric, smiling. You two must be Father's friends, right? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 32, LOM, 32, Great Success. Yes, we're Mr. Isaac's friends. Klein and Alaric both nodded. Then can I ask you both to look after my father? The girl clasped her hands together, her expression earnest. Please, it means a lot to me. Her gaze lingered primarily on Alaric. As the summoned, she could sense who had called her forth. I will. Klein said, unable to refuse such a heartfelt request. He nodded firmly. I'll take good care of Mr. Isaac. Alaric added with a nod. That's wonderful. Thank you both. The girl beamed brightly. Alaric sighed, glancing at her. You've got about 30 seconds left. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, Uncle, you're a good person. The girl said, turning back to Isaac. Her face showed reluctance, but she quickly smiled again, throwing her arms around him. All right, Father, I have to go back. The past version of you still needs me. But if I could, I'd love to come to this era again and see you. Goodbye. Goodbye. As Isaac stood in silence, grappling with his daughter's disappearance, Alaric refrained from interrupting, instead quietly sensing the digestion progress of his Joker potion. Moments ago, his Joker potion had surged forward, nearly matching the boost he'd gained from startling Palez. It was completely unexpected. But Alaric wasn't clueless. He quickly pieced it together, musing to himself, so, it's not just about causing others trouble for my own amusement that digests the Joker potion. Bringing joy to others while pleasing myself works too. Is this a two-way acting method? A realization hit him. His preconceived notions about Nyarlathotep had led him to equate Joker acting with malicious pranks. Now, he saw that a Joker wasn't just about sowing chaos for personal glee, it also included spreading happiness, thereby finding joy oneself. I was too narrow-minded. A Joker is about fun, plain and simple. As long as it brings me joy, it counts as acting. Limiting it to harming others was too restrictive. This insight deepened his understanding of his pathway, and he let out a relieved breath. While Alaric pondered the essence of being a Joker, Isaac finally stood, turning to the concerned Klein and Alaric. He managed a faint smile. Sorry for worrying you. Mr. Isaac, are you all right? Klein asked, eyeing Isaac's clearly strained state. Don't be sad, Mr. Isaac. You can see your daughter again. I can ask my teacher for another time gem. He dotes on me, he'll give me one, maybe scold me a bit. Alaric said, feigning worry. I'm fine, don't worry. Isaac replied, warmed by their concern. He looked at Alaric, shaking his head. Thank you, Jack, but no need. Alaric blinked, adopting a confused expression. Mr. Isaac, don't you want to see your daughter again? Of course I do, but this is my burden to bear. Isaac said gently. Though his recovered memories were limited, they were enough for him to grasp how precious the time gem was. Alaric's teacher clearly cherished him, entrusting him with such an item for protection. But that didn't mean Alaric could squander it. Once or twice was fine, but repeatedly asking might strain his teacher's regard for him. Isaac longed to see his daughter again, but not at the cost of deceiving Alaric or exploiting his naivety, risking his teacher's disapproval. So, he looked at Alaric kindly. Jack, I'd like to meet your teacher. He wanted to discuss the time gem directly with Alaric's mentor. Huh. Alaric feigned surprise, as if caught off guard by Isaac's change of heart, but quickly nodded eagerly. Sure, I'll write to him right away. He paused, then added hesitantly, but my teacher's been really busy lately. I'm not sure if he can make time to meet you. That's fine. I don't mind waiting. Isaac said with a gentle smile, then added earnestly, Jack, thank you. I owe you one. If you ever need help with something I can manage, I'll do my utmost. His sincerity left no doubt of his commitment. Oh, I didn't do much. You're too kind, Mr. Isaac. Alaric said, adopting an embarrassed look. While maintaining his persona, he was inwardly elated. His maneuvers had skyrocketed Isaac's favor toward him. Now, he could borrow power up to sequence 3 ferryman level. Family ties really are Isaac's weak spot. Alaric thought gleefully, unsurprised that he hadn't maxed out Isaac's favor. Building rapport was easy at first, but deeper bonds, close friends, lifelong allies, grew exponentially harder. Crossing from the high 90s to a perfect 100 was a monumental leap. Alaric hadn't expected to fully win Isaac over so soon. Reaching the high 80s was already excellent progress, easing his mind considerably. Since arriving in this mysterious world, Alaric had been on edge, given its dangers. Now, with access to ferryman-level power, not quite angelic, but enough to face most threats with confidence, he felt more secure. With ferryman power at my disposal, it's time to meet Medici. My Joker potion is nearly digested. I should start seeking high-sequence hunter pathway items. Alaric planned, plotting how to build rapport with Medici. For starters, summoning a shadow of time of the ancient sun god should earn him plenty of favor. As for whether Medici, upon learning the truth about being cooked in the past, might turn against Adam in the future, that was none of Alaric's concern. He wasn't close to the ancient sun god, had never met Adam, and his alliance with the true creator was flimsy at best. He had no part in the incident and no reason to know its truth. So, what did Medici's potential feud with Adam have to do with him? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 33, LOM, 33, Plans. For now, Alaric only needed to leverage Medici's ignorance of the truth, using the ancient sun god to build rapport with him. Whether they'd clash later was none of his concern. In this matter, Alaric was merely an outsider. If I get close enough to Medici and can't win over Adam, I wouldn't mind siding with the Red Angel to take him on. Alaric thought shamelessly. As for whether Adam could sense these thoughts, Alaric was deliberately projecting them. Just as he'd intentionally thought of Adam during the storm, he knew an Adam might be lurking in the air around him. Aware he had no real defense against Adam, he chose to openly display his stance, testing Adam's reaction. Adam wanted to probe Alaric's intentions, but Alaric was equally curious about the divine true creator's plans. Through his recent probing, combined with his soul's unique nature, Alaric had formed some guesses. He wasn't sure if Adam could read his thoughts, but just as Amon couldn't parasitize him, the spectator pathway's hypnotic or perception-altering abilities likely wouldn't work either. If Adam could hypnotize him, the problem would have been solved at its root. As for whether he was already hypnotized, Alaric didn't need to wonder. Having faced Yog-Sothoth and housing Nyarlathotep's fragment, he was certain of his mental clarity. Still, even if his guesses were correct and Adam couldn't manipulate his mind, Adam remained a formidable threat. Alaric, however, took it in stride. You can set me up, push me to the world's opposing side, or try to win me over. I'm loosely aligned with the orderly side, after all. Honestly, I'm curious to see what you'll choose. Alaric chuckled inwardly, unconcerned if Adam could sense these thoughts, and shifted his focus to Zio and Furs. Have they contacted Audrey yet? When I return to Backlund, I should nudge their progress toward joining the Tarot Club. Alaric mused, maintaining his persona with professional dedication. Isaac, unaware of Alaric's chaotic scheming, turned to Klein gently. Klein, I need to retract my earlier words. Going forward, I may actively seek my past memories. Before recalling his daughter, Isaac had been passive about recovering his memories. But after this encounter and partial recovery, his drive to uncover his past was stronger than ever, no longer content to sit idly by. Mr. Isaac, do you still need me to keep an eye out for clues? Klein asked quickly. You can, as I mentioned, just note anything relevant without going out of your way. I don't want this to put you in danger. Isaac said, pausing to study Klein closely, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Strange. What's wrong, Mr. Isaac? Klein tensed. There's a layer of fog around you, tied to the spirit world, but I can't be certain. Isaac's expression mixed out with concern. He rubbed his temple, trying to recall more but failing, and finally warned gravely, Klein, be careful. There may be more than one entity interfering with your fate. Klein's face froze. Thinking of the coincidences surrounding him and the mysterious gray fog, a headache brewed. Alaric hadn't expected Isaac's recovered memories to reveal Klein's anomaly so directly. Unfazed, he adopted a worried look, glancing at Klein and then Isaac. Mr. Isaac, is there a way to fix this? I'm sorry. Isaac said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. His limited memories offered no solutions. But after studying Klein for a dozen seconds, Isaac removed a copper whistle from his sleeve and handed it to him. I can't resolve the anomaly in your fate, but if you face an unsolvable problem, you can contact me through this. Is this a messenger summoning item? Alaric asked, feigning curiosity. Messenger. Klein looked puzzled, unfamiliar with the term. I know this one. Alaric said with a smug grin, eagerly explaining. A messenger, as the name suggested, was a spirit world entity contracted by a Beyonder to deliver messages. Typically, a Beyonder had only one messenger, except for high-ranking figures. Exactly as Jack said. This whistle summons my messenger, like so. Isaac demonstrated, blowing the whistle. A towering skeletal messenger appeared before them. This is a messenger. Klein stared at the over 2-meter-tall figure, awestruck by the wonders of the Beyonder world. Isaac smiled, explained how to dismiss the messenger, and handed the whistle to Klein. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I want to try. If Klein had previously been just a likable student to Isaac, their shared experience with his daughter, coupled with her request for them to care for him, had sparked a sense of transferred affection. In this light, Isaac genuinely wanted to protect Klein, hence the whistle. Watching this, Alaric raised an eyebrow, amused at how fate had converged so neatly. Then Isaac turned to him, pulling out paper and a pen to jot down a string of Hermes text. Handing it to Alaric, he said gently, "This is how to summon my messenger. You can contact me through it too. I'm sorry I don't have another whistle, hope you don't mind. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 34, LOM, 34, Audrey. Who'd mind something like that?" Alaric shot Isaac a mock-indignant look, raising his voice. Klein obviously needs the whistle more than I do. My fate's not being meddled with. If I need to contact you, Mr. Isaac, I can just set up a ritual. Klein's the unlucky one who needs an instant-use item like this to save his skin. I get it. And do I look like someone who'd snatch stuff from my own student? Alaric understood why Isaac gave the whistle to Klein, not out of favoritism, but because Klein genuinely needed it. He didn't care much about the whistle's ownership. If Isaac had offered it to him, he'd have declined anyway. Isaac could likely track the whistle's location, and Alaric, with his multiple aliases, couldn't afford to carry such a traceable item. Student. Isaac looked puzzled. Klein's brow twitched. Yeah, Klein's my student. Alaric nodded matter-of-factly. Isaac blinked, glancing between Klein and Alaric, uncertain. Klein, you're Jack's student. Yeah. Klein said, left with no choice but to nod. That's surprising. Isaac said, his face openly showing astonishment. What's so surprising? Can't I be a teacher? Alaric, catching Isaac's unspoken implication, huffed in mock offense. Considering a certain teacher's knack for causing trouble, it's no wonder Mr. Isaac surprised. Klein said with a smile, his mischievous streak peeking through. Isaac nodded in agreement. Jack doesn't exactly seem like teacher material. You guys. Alaric glared at them, feigning irritation. Have you forgotten my actual job as being a teacher? Isaac exchanged a glance with Klein, then smiled. Sorry, I forgot. You may not seem reliable, but you're a competent teacher. Klein, wary of pushing too far, chimed in with a grin. Yeah, exactly. You're very qualified as a teacher, at least in that role. I feel like there's a hidden jab in there. Alaric grumbled, fully aware of their teasing but unbothered, as it aligned with his intended persona. He snorted twice, then turned to Klein, his expression shifting to genuine concern. Klein, should I contact my teacher? Klein's heart stirred, thinking of Alaric's supposed transmigrator teacher, Lucifer Zoroast. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. I'd appreciate that, Jack. Helping my student is only natural, right? Alaric waved it off, then adopted a worried look. But my teacher's been super busy lately. I hope he replies soon, he hasn't even responded to my last letter. Did your teacher mention what he's been up to? Klein asked, half curious, half probing. He said he's investigating the War Angel's whereabouts, but nothing specific. He hasn't written back in days. Alaric spread his hands, grumbling. That guy's always so cryptic, like some riddle master, with no regard for his student. War Angel. Klein's curiosity piqued. Some big shot among the ancient 8 kings of angels, I think. I don't know much about it. If you're curious, Klein, I can ask him in my next letter. Alaric said, scratching his head. Thanks, teacher. Klein replied, clearly aware of the give-and-take dynamic. He pressed further, Jack, do you know what sequence your teacher is? No clue. He never told me. Alaric said, shaking his head with a vacant look, perfectly embodying his naive persona. Klein's response was half exasperation, half amusement, yet it felt oddly expected. Alaric, as if struck by a thought, looked at them both. By the way, I'm heading to Backlund in a few days. Need me to bring anything back? Alaric's mention of returning to Backlund wasn't a jest. A few days later, he boarded a steam train bound for the city. He could have used Isaac's abilities to travel swiftly through the spirit world, faster than a steam train, if not as fast as a traveler, but there was no need. This trip to Backlund was about openly obtaining the fool's honorific name, so his journey had to appear above board. Upon arriving, Alaric soon met Zio at their agreed-upon location. Sorry to keep you waiting. Alaric said, lowering his voice. I read your letter, but it wasn't very detailed. Can you fill me in? Zio nodded, recounting recent events. After receiving Alaric's letter, she and Furs, finding his reasoning sound, had investigated and decided to approach Viscount Glaint, a known figure in occult circles. Through him, they connected with Audrey Hall, daughter of Earl Hall. I haven't asked about the fool yet. I figured we'd get to know them better at the upcoming Beyonder gathering first. Zio said, then added, oh, when Furs introduced you to Miss Audrey, she described you as a knowledgeable Beyonder from an ancient family. You don't mind, do you? Since they'd be attending the gathering together, Zio and Furs had mentioned Alaric's existence to Audrey, without revealing his name. No problem at all. Alaric said, shaking his head. He had no issue with it. Then let's go meet Miss Audrey. Zio nodded. They took a carriage to Viscount Glaint's villa, where Furs, in disguise, soon emerged with a man and a woman. The man, clearly in poor health, was unmistakably Viscount Glaint, the aspiring apothecary from the original story. The cloaked girl beside him, poised and elegant, was none other than Audrey Hall, the renowned justice. Her striking beauty rivaled that of a demoness, her manners refined from a top-tier education. Even in casual attire, the quality of her clothing and the expensive jewelry she wore exuded an air of wealth and privilege. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 35, LOM, 35, Curiosity. No wonder she single-handedly bankrolled the Tarot Club's economy, she's practically radiating wealth. I can see why Bernadette was dazzled. Alaric silently withdrew his gaze, chuckling inwardly, as Furs stepped forward to introduce them. This is Zio. And this is the gentleman from an ancient family I mentioned, well-versed in knowledge. Audrey first greeted Zio, then turned her attention to Alaric, clearly intrigued by the mention of an ancient family. She smiled warmly. Hello, sir. How should I address you? As she spoke, Audrey instinctively slipped into her spectator state, observing the young man before her. He was as striking as she was, likely not of high birth but certainly not low, well-educated, no smoking habits, and likely trained in some form of combat. He didn't seem overly complex, perhaps a straightforward personality. No need for formalities, Miss Audrey. Just call me Jack. Alaric replied with a smile. As a seasoned joker, he was already in character, using his potion's abilities to control his emotions and avoid any slip-ups under a spectator's scrutiny. Very well, Mr. Jack. Audrey nodded graciously. Viscount Glaint greeted them as well, then eagerly asked, are we heading to the Beyonder gathering now? Seeing his impatience, the group didn't dawdle. They soon boarded a carriage and arrived at the designated location. Mr. A's gathering. Perhaps by coincidence or the inevitability of fate, despite the different time and place from the original story, Zio had still brought Audrey and Viscount Glaint to Mr. A's event. The gathering followed a familiar pattern to Alaric's last visit. Once they settled in a corner, Zio turned to Audrey and Glaint. Have you decided which sequence 9 formulas you're looking for? Viscount Glaint, without hesitation, answered, apothecary. It was his unchanging goal. Audrey, after a moment of feigned thought, said, I want to become a spectator. If possible, I'd also like to purchase the subsequent telepathist potion formula. Spectator. Alaric chimed in at the right moment, looking at Audrey. I have the spectator potion formula, as well as the telepathist one. Are you interested? Alaric wasn't about to pass up the chance to profit from a wealthy patron. He was, after all, quite short on funds. Really. Even Audrey, composed as she was, couldn't hide her genuine excitement, lacking the telepathist formula. Please sell them to me. How much? 600 pounds. Alaric said. While eager to capitalize on Audrey's wealth, he kept the price reasonable to avoid overreaching. After all, it cost him nothing to provide. Done. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Audrey, ever the affluent noble, didn't haggle. The transaction was completed swiftly. Jack, just how many potion formulas do you know? Zio, witnessing the deal, couldn't hide her envy. It depends on how much my ancestors recorded in their notes. Alaric replied with a smile. That's enviable. Viscount Glaint said, eyeing Alaric. Mr. Jack, do you have the apothecary potion formula? Apothecary. Alaric paused, as if recalling, then shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Glaint, I don't have the complete apothecary formula. But I do know its main ingredient. Would that help? I'll take it. How much? Glaint nodded eagerly. Knowing the main ingredient wouldn't let him craft the potion immediately, but it would allow him to prepare, speeding up his advancement once he had the full formula. 100 pounds. Alaric suggested. A complete sequence 9 formula typically cost 200 pounds, so 100 for just the main ingredient was fair. No problem. You're a fair man. Glaint said, unbothered by the price despite being less wealthy than Audrey. Another transaction was swiftly completed, leaving Zio and Furs visibly envious. This Jack must know a ton of formulas. What ancient family is he from? Audrey wondered, her spectator instincts kicking in. Curious, she asked, Mr. Jack, is your family one of those legendary lineages from the 4th epoch? I don't know much about it myself. My family's fallen on hard times, but our records do mention some 4th epoch history. Alaric said, letting a hint of wistfulness and loss creep into his tone. I'm sorry. Audrey said, sensing his genuine melancholy. It's fine. It's not a secret. Alaric said, shaking his head. Furs deftly changed the subject. Jack, are you looking to buy anything this time? Not really. Alaric replied, then added as if struck by a thought, though I plan to inquire about the Fool. A gathering this size might yield some leads. Audrey, still in her spectator state, nearly faltered at the mention of the Fool. But as a noble accustomed to high society, her expression management was impeccable. She maintained her composure, showing just a touch of curiosity. The Fool? What's that? Are you talking about tarot cards? No, I mean a mysterious entity. Alaric said, shaking his head. His acting was flawless, amplified by his Joker potion to ensure no cracks appeared. It's not a secret. He recycled the story he told Zio and Furs, tweaking the curse angle to my ancestors were tied to the Fool. He ended with a worried look. I wasn't in a rush to investigate the Fool, but a friend of mine seems directly entangled with them, and I'm concerned. The friend, of course, was Klein, the Fool himself. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 36, LOM, 36, honorific name. This was all part of Alaric's scripted plan. Out of concern for his friend, he'd grown increasingly curious about the Fool, prompting him to dig into the matter. Didn't that perfectly suit Jack Jones's persona? Surely, Justice Audrey would report today's events to the Fool. Given Klein's character, even if he didn't pull Alaric onto the Grey Fog, he'd likely have Audrey share the Fool's honorific name with him. Of course, if the Fool didn't take that step, Alaric had backup plans ready. Mr. Jack seems sincere. I wonder who his friend is. Could it be a real-world follower of the Fool? Audrey assessed Alaric's emotions, forming her own conclusions. After a moment, she offered comfort. The Fool might not be some evil god. Your friend could be fine. I know, but it's still tied to a hidden existence, so... Alaric gave a wry smile, sighing. If only I could learn the Fool's honorific name. At least then I'd have some basis for judgment. I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, but without the Fool's permission, I can't share his honorific name. Audrey apologized inwardly, seizing the chance to observe Zio and Furs. Their lack of surprise suggested they were already aware of Alaric's inquiries. And Furs seemed particularly interested in the Fool. Why? Audrey's curiosity stirred, but she kept it hidden, planning to probe later. The group soon moved on from the topic, focusing on the Beyonder gathering. After it ended, Audrey returned to her family's villa, excused herself to her room, and began praying softly to the Fool. In Tingen, Klein heard the faint prayer and quickly found an excuse to slip into the washroom. Ascending to the Grey Fog, he received Audrey's prayer. Mr. Jack, from an ancient family, a seer, with ancestors tied to the Fool, and a friend connected to him. Klein's expression turned peculiar. Recalling Alaric's mention of returning to Backlund, he rubbed his brow. In a way, it's a miracle Jack hasn't been nabbed by official Beyonders or dragged into some secret organization's mess. He's got some luck. Amused yet exasperated, Klein felt a touch of warmth. He knew Alaric's zeal in investigating the Fool was for his sake. Fine. Instead of letting him poke around blindly, I'll give him some information. It might throw off his investigation, but... Klein thought of the Antigonus family details he'd uncovered, the dangerous secret order, and Alaric's reckless nature, shaking his head. He wanted more information on the Antigonus family's fool, but he genuinely worried that Alaric's continued digging would land him in trouble. Before, he'd assumed Alaric was mostly checking old texts, which seemed safe enough. Now, knowing better, Klein wasn't about to let it continue unchecked. When Jack gets back from Backlund, I'll have him stop investigating the Antigonus family. Klein decided, resolving to have Justice Audrey find a way to pass the fool's honorific name to Alaric. But the Tarot Club? Not yet. Pulling him up there would be. Klein's expression grew odd, thinking of the Roselle and Zoros diaries. It wasn't quite social death, but having the fool read others' diaries in front of someone who understood them would be awkward. Is the fool planning to recruit Mr. Jack as a new Tarot Club member? After receiving the fool's response and her new task, Audrey whispered excitedly. As one of the Tarot Club's founders, she felt a strong sense of belonging and was eager to see its ranks grow. Alaric had made an excellent impression on her during their meeting. But why? Is it because of Jack's friend? Or, he mentioned an ancestor tied to the fool. Could his family have been followers of the fool in the past? Audrey's excitement grew, feeling she'd glimpsed a piece of the fool's real-world influence. As a spectator, she quickly calmed herself after the initial thrill, focusing on how to fulfill the fool's task. I could just tell Mr. Jack the fool's honorific name directly, but that would expose my connection to him. Audrey mused, then her eyes lit up. Wait, the Glaint family has plenty of old books. I could have Glaint invite Mr. Jack and Miss Furs to browse them, then slip the fool's honorific name into a book they're likely to read. It might still risk exposure later, but for now, they probably won't connect it to me. And if Mr. Jack joins the Tarot Club, it won't matter if it comes out. With a rough plan in mind, Audrey began refining the details. Audrey's likely reported my activities to the fool by now. If all goes well, I'll soon have the fool's honorific name. Alaric thought, stretching as he parted ways with Furs and Zio. He boarded a trackless carriage to a certain street. Recalling the original story's description of the underground structure where Medici resided, Alaric quickly pinpointed his target, a long-abandoned mansion. Infiltrating the mansion was child's play for him. He navigated the cluttered living room and descended to the basement, where a search revealed a hidden door leading to Medici's lair. I hope this goes smoothly. Though, if it doesn't, no big deal. Alaric chuckled, opening the secret door and stepping into the passage. After traversing a lengthy tunnel, he reached a stone door. Instead of opening it immediately, Alaric reached into the air, pulling out a shadowy figure that merged with him. Pushing the door open, he entered a vast hall teeming with venomous snakes. As he stepped inside, the snake sensed danger and scattered, leaving the floor largely clear. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 37, LOM, 37, Red Angel. Alaric wasn't surprised, casually strolling deeper into the structure that had entombed 3 War Pathway Angels and birthed a Blood Emperor. As described in the original story, the architecture screamed forth epic style, chaotic, irregular, and asymmetrical, with a stark black aesthetic and wall patterns resembling jagged slashes. Honestly, anyone with OCD would lose it over the Black Emperor pathway's taste. No wonder Trunsois teamed up with Tudor to rebel against Solomon, probably couldn't stand this aesthetic and jumped to the Arbiter pathway. Alaric quipped, chuckling at a classic 4th epic joke as he pressed forward, soon reaching the chamber housing the 6 gods' statues. His gaze swept over the statues, memorizing their features for future dealings with the deities, before moving deeper. He arrived at the final room. As a temporary ferryman, he could clearly sense the powerful evil spirit beyond the door. But in terms of strength, it's probably no match for me right now. Alaric assessed, stepping into the room without hesitation. A little pup from the Aurora Order. A brash, provocative voice, laced with a hint of wariness, echoed through the cavernous room. Alaric followed the sound and saw a figure lounging on a high-backed chair. Clad in blood-stained black armor, with fiery red hair and a youthful, handsome face marred by decayed patches on both cheeks, the figure's blood-red eyes regarded Alaric with casual scrutiny. If Alaric didn't know how tragic Medici's fate had been, the Red Angel's imposing presence might have been intimidating. I sense a familiar aura, reminds me of Salinger. Medici said, as the decayed patch on his left cheek split open to speak. Idiot, Salinger's long dead. This must be one of his descendants. The right cheek's decay countered, mirroring the left. That's what I meant, moron. Whoever chimes in is the moron. The two voices bickered, shattering Medici's carefully crafted aura, turning the scene from an intense standoff to a comedy routine. Medici's face darkened, and he hissed, "Shut up." But Sauron and Einhorn ignored him, hurling insults his way. Unable to take it, Medici fired back with biting sarcasm, and the 3 descended into a full-blown squabble. Alaric watched the farce with amusement. When they finally paused, he offered earnestly, "Mr. Sauron Einhorn Medici, have you considered going professional?" Huh. Even Medici was caught off guard by Alaric's words. "I'm serious." Alaric continued sincerely. "You've got a real knack for comedy. With your looks and talent, you'd be a hit as entertainers." Though unfamiliar with the term comedy duo, Medici grasped Alaric's meaning and saw no mockery in his tone, only genuine enthusiasm. He fell silent for a moment before saying, "You've got a real talent for provocation. Ever thought about becoming a hunter? And end up cooked in a hot pot like you?" Alaric replied earnestly, then paused as if recalling something. "Oh, hot pot's a dish, often red, sometimes with 3 distinct flavors in one pot. I'm starting to like you, kid. You've definitely got hunter potential," Medici said through gritted teeth, only to see Alaric flash a sheepish smile. "Thanks," Alaric said, pulling a crystal monocle from his pocket and placing it over his left eye. "I like myself too." Medici's expression froze, his gaze sharpening. If his earlier demeanor had been a mix of wariness and nonchalance, feigning being rattled while staying composed, the monocle made the war angel take him seriously. But then Medici seemed to notice something, relaxing slightly. Leaning back, his blood-red eyes locked onto Alaric's, a smirk tugging at his lips. "So, you've crossed paths with the little raven." "Strictly speaking, I just gave Amon a taste of long-lost paternal love," Alaric corrected, pulling an iron box from his pocket. Opening it, he revealed the worms of time inside. "As thanks, they gifted me these." Medici didn't buy Alaric's story, but as someone who'd raised Amon, he recognized the worms of time as authentically Amon's. And in this world, someone claiming to be Amon's father and capable of handling them. Medici narrowed his eyes. "Did the Lord send you?" The Lord was, of course, the true creator. "The true creator likely doesn't know you're here," Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile. "Mr. Medici, I'm here to fulfill a deal with the true creator. Mentioning your existence is just a bonus." "A bonus?" Medici's blood-red eyes glinted with danger, his malevolent evil spirit aura chilling the air. "Yes, a bonus," Alaric said, unfazed, flashing a smile. "I'm an honest merchant. I like to throw in extras when sealing a deal." His provocations were deliberate. Unlike with Klein or Azek, showing weakness to Medici was pointless. A top-tier hunter wouldn't spare a glance for the meek. To earn Medici's genuine regard as a friend, the first step wasn't flattery, it was proving he was no docile lamb. Only then would he catch the red angel's eye. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 38, LOM, 38, Medici. "I'm curious. If I'm just a bonus, what exactly did you sell to the Lord?" Medici said, his dangerous glint fading. His expression unreadable, he smirked playfully. "My deal with the true creator is simple, to bring the creator of old back to this era. That's the entirety of it," Alaric said with a smile, watching with satisfaction as Medici's pupils contracted in shock. "Do you realize what you're saying?" Medici's gaze locked onto Alaric, all trace of nonchalance gone. For Medici at this stage, the ancient sun god was a deeply sensitive topic, a nerve not to be touched. "I know exactly what I'm saying, Mr. Medici," Alaric replied with a chuckle. In that moment, he released his summoning of Azek and, using Medici as the medium, called forth another. A familiar figure coalesced, the ancient sun god, manifesting once more in this era. Unlike his initial summoning, when he'd been wholly disoriented, this time the ancient sun god recognized Alaric and understood what was happening. His gaze swept the surroundings, landing on Medici. The ever-present gentle smile on his face vanished, replaced by sorrow in his golden eyes. The ancient sun god sighed, and in that moment, Baklun's rare clear sky clouded over. A light drizzle began, soaking every corner of the city. In the underground chamber, the long-departed creator looked at his former war angel, his voice heavy with compassion. "Who did this to you, Medici?" Medici couldn't quite name the emotions swirling within him. It had been millennia since he'd seen the creator like this. After the divine war at the end of the third epoch, the ancient sun god had fallen, replaced by the true creator born from his remains. Though Medici, unlike Amon or Adam, still viewed the true creator as the ancient sun god, he knew his lord had changed. Deep down, he hoped the true creator might one day revert to his former self, but he also knew the odds were slim. A fallen god might never return. Medici had never dreamed he'd see his familiar creator again. As a master conspirator, he should have been analyzing this young summoner's identity and motives, unraveling the schemes behind this moment. But as the war angel, Medici could only stare at the ancient sun god, his lips parting to utter a title so familiar yet strangely distant in this moment. "Lord. I'm here." The ancient sun god replied gently, sighing again. He stepped forward, patting Medici's shoulder. You've endured much these years, Medici. I'm so sorry. You don't need to apologize. Medici said, his lips tightly pressed. The usually sharp-tongued war angel seemed at a loss for words, managing only a stiff response. So, who did this to you? Can you tell me? The ancient sun god asked again. Medici's body tensed, a flicker of struggle crossing his face before he met the ancient sun god's gaze. Adam. It was Adam who betrayed me. The ancient sun god froze, visibly shocked, a trace of pain creasing his brow. Looking at Medici, he closed his eyes briefly. I'm so sorry, Medici. I'm so sorry. Medici seemed puzzled by this reaction, but before he could dwell on it, Alaric coughed lightly. Ahem, friendly reminder, you've got about 45 seconds left. Might not be enough time for a full reunion. Alaric said with a smile, observing the touching scene. Knowing the truth of Medici's hotpot fate and the future where he'd ally with the eternal blazing sun against Adam, Alaric felt like he was watching dark comedy unfold. The loyalty is real, the betrayal is real, the conflict is real. All I can say is, the gods play a cruel game. Alaric mused inwardly, as the ancient sun god turned to him. We meet again, Mr. Alaric. We do, Mr. Grisha. I made a deal with your present-era self. Are you satisfied? Alaric said with a smile, noting the ancient sun god's slight head tilt, as if listening to something. Clearly, he was already in contact with the true creator of this era. I'm very satisfied. The ancient sun god said, having exchanged information remotely with the true creator. So, 1 minute this time, correct? The first deal was a trial run. If you're pleased, Mr. Sun God, we can deepen our cooperation, and I'd be happy to let you linger longer in this era. Alaric said, embodying the perfect merchant. He was truthful, for the true creator's price, summoning the ancient sun god for a minute with a red angel as a bonus was a generous deal. Even at full strength, Alaric's spirituality could only sustain such a summoning for a few minutes. I look forward to it. The ancient sun god said, giving Alaric a deep look. I'm curious, Mr. Alaric. Aren't you afraid I might alter the established past? Alaric laughed, his smile bright and expectant. Actually, I'm hoping you'll change something. In his previous world, Alaric had tested countless times whether a summoned shadow of time, aware of the future, could alter the past. The results were consistent, the past could be changed, but the more significant the impact, the harder it was to shift. In this new world, Alaric was eager to see if the rules differed and whether the ancient sun god, once Earth's mightiest, could achieve what others couldn't. The ancient sun god understood his meaning, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned to a specific direction. Alaric followed his gaze, spotting a figure in a white robe, a golden-haired priest with a beard and golden eyes. At first glance, those eyes seemed to brim with boundless compassion, but a closer look revealed an unsettling emptiness. The Angel of Imagination, Adam. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 39, LOM, 39, Adam. The Angel of Imagination, Adam. The divine incarnation of the ancient sun god, the mastermind behind countless fourth epic events, with a mind as cunning as they come. Alaric raised an eyebrow, utterly unfazed. He wasn't even surprised Adam was here, merely chuckling as if in awe. Quite the lively gathering. Adam. Medici spotted the figure emerging from the air, his gaze turning icy. But whether due to his own strength or the ancient sun god's presence, Medici restrained himself, avoiding any rash moves. Adam didn't acknowledge them, his eyes fixed on the ancient sun god. 2 pairs of golden eyes, similar yet distinct, met in a silent exchange. Time seemed to freeze, or perhaps it didn't. The ancient sun god sighed, breaking the silence. Why? It was a necessary sacrifice. Adam replied, understanding the question. Gazing at his past self, he spoke calmly, some things became irreversible the moment you fell. I'm only doing what must be done. The ancient sun god closed his eyes, a mix of sorrow, exhaustion, and anger flickering across his face. When he opened them, he looked at Adam. You may be right, but, as the Lord they swore loyalty to, I owe them something. Adam remained impassive. 1 minute's almost up, gentlemen. Mind the time. Alaric interjected, his gaze lingering on Adam. As the ancient sun god and Medici held a private, encrypted exchange, Alaric spoke with intrigue. Mr. Adam, you speak of necessary sacrifices. If sacrificing yourself could save the world, would you do it? Adam turned to Alaric, his golden eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. He nodded. If the sacrifice served a purpose, of course I would. Alaric smiled, just as the ancient sun god finished his hushed words with Medici. The minute was up. Until next time, Mr. Grisha. Alaric said warmly. Until next time, Mr. Alaric. The ancient sun god replied, vanishing as his words faded. In a blink, only 5 remained in the underground chamber: Sauron, Einhorn, Medici, Adam, and Alaric. Should I be scared? Looks like I'm the easiest target here. Alaric said, his tone anything but fearful, brimming with eagerness. Adam glanced at him, clearly sensing Alaric's anticipation of a fight, perhaps even a mutual destruction. You might need a psychiatrist. Shall I recommend one? Adam asked gently. TCH, you're no fun. Alaric pouted, then grinned. But I'll pass on the psychiatrist. I think I'm pretty normal. Alaric genuinely believed this. Compared to the world's myriad lunatics, his quirks were hardly notable. TCH, you two lunatics are hitting it off. Medici cut in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Medici, consider this, split personalities are a condition too. So, we've got 3 lunatics here. Alaric said earnestly, then corrected himself. No, wait, 5. Medici nearly rolled his eyes. Sauron and Einhorn burst into laughter. I'm starting to like this kid. Right. 5 lunatics. Everyone's mad, name a high-sequence beyonder who isn't. At that moment, the surrounding colors twisted, and a figure in a linen robe appeared. A striking youth with silver hair and matching eyes, sporting dramatic, glowing wings, the angel of fate, Ouroboros, once a follower of the ancient sun god, now loyal to the true creator. Ouroboros was clearly here on the true creator's orders. His gaze fell first on Adam, wary, then on Alaric, nodding slightly. Mr. Alaric, the Lord sends his regards and looks forward to further cooperation. I'm looking forward to it too. Alaric replied, his smile bright and warm. Ouroboros turned to Medici, falling silent, his expression a mix of sorrow and joy. After over a millennium, the angel of fate was reunited with an old friend. What's with that look, big snake? Gonna cry like a kid? Medici smirked, ever the provocateur. You don't look rebooted to me. Ouroboros didn't take the bait, studying Medici intently before saying earnestly, you're still alive. That's good. His tone carried the joy of reclaiming something lost. Ouroboros had lost too much: the ancient sun god's fall, Sasfar's disappearance, the betrayal of the 3 gods, Amon and Adam's divergence. Once surrounded by friends, he now prayed alone at the true creator's side. Though content, seeing an old friend brought him genuine happiness. TCH. Don't worry, even if you fall, I won't die cleanly. Medici's expression stiffened at Ouroboros' sincerity, managing only a gruff retort. Straight talk meets tsundere, natural airheads really do counter schemers. Alaric narrated from the sidelines, reveling in the spectacle. Adam's gone, and you're still here. Medici snapped at Alaric, annoyed. I know that one. It's the snow leopard meme. Alaric quipped, unfazed by Medici's claim that Adam had left. In truth, Adam had vanished when Ouroboros greeted Alaric, whether truly gone or merely blending into the air, Alaric didn't care. He just assumed Adam was absent. Grinning at Medici, Alaric said, of course I'm still here. I haven't achieved my other goal yet. What goal? Medici raised an eyebrow. I want to invite you to a hot pot dinner, Mr. Medici. Please, it's really important to me. Alaric said, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture. Medici recalled Alaric's earlier hot pot jab, and his irritation turned to exasperated amusement. Gritting his teeth, he growled, you're something else. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 40, LOM 40, together. Thanks for the compliment. I've always been great. Alaric said, winking at Medici, who looked ready to explode. Deciding to ease up, he continued, just kidding. I actually need a favor, Mr. Medici. A favor? Medici raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Why should I help you? Because I let you see the sun god. Alaric replied with a cheeky grin. Wasn't that your deal with the Lord? I recall someone saying I was just a bonus. Medici shot back, crossing his arms. Then how about because I can let you see the sun god again? Alaric persisted, his smile unwavering. TCH. Medici gave him a long, hard look before breaking into a bold grin. All right, let's hear it. What do you want the great me to do? I need an item related to the high sequences of the hunter pathway. Alaric said slowly, outlining his request. Medici listened quietly, then flipped his hand, revealing a card, the blasphemy card of the Red Priest pathway. Is this what you're after? Not exactly. But if you're offering, Mr. Medici, I'd happily take it. Alaric said with a smile. Medici didn't respond, twirling the blasphemy card before pocketing it with a smirk. If it's not what you want, then no deal. Instead, he pulled out another item from somewhere and tossed it to Alaric. Catch. Alaric caught it, a red, gem-like object with a faint bloody scent. Holding the gem. Alaric guessed its nature and looked at Medici. Aren't you worried I could use this against you? If you've got the guts, go for it. Medici said arrogantly, as if he were still the war angel in his prime. Alaric chuckled, confirming the gem's identity, a stone imbued with the blood of the former war angel. Just as a drop of the ancient sun god's blood created the unshadowed crucifix, Medici's blood, though less potent, was far from ordinary. It perfectly suited the actor potion's auxiliary material requirements. I wouldn't dream of it. Alaric said, pocketing the gem with a smile. Whether Medici had tampered with it didn't concern him. Any tampering would be neutralized when mixed with Nyarlathotep's power fragment. Alaric wasn't worried in the slightest. He'd long sensed that Nyarlathotep's rank was extraordinarily high. Even a mere fragment of its power, like the grey fog, had a purifying, neutralizing effect. Which made him wonder, if Nyarlathotep's power encountered this world's outer deity corruption, could it counter or even eliminate it? Alaric's thoughts wandered, sparking some wild ideas. As for the potential dangers, he wasn't overly concerned. A joker had to embrace the thrill of danger for the sake of fun. So, no chance for a hot pot meal together? Alaric asked, snapping back to the moment and posing the question with utmost sincerity. This kid's dead set on hot pot, isn't he? The war angel's mood was hard to pin down. Ouroboros, silent until now, finally spoke. What's hot pot? Medici's brow twitched, but before he could intervene, Alaric's eyes lit up, launching into an explanation. Hot pot's a red, spicy dish. By the time Alaric finished, Ouroboros looked thoughtful. After a few seconds, he turned to Medici. Let's have hot pot together, Medici. Big Snake, you're catching this kid's bad taste. Medici's exasperation was palpable. The Lord instructed me before I came, unless it's critical, fulfill Mr. Alaric's requests as much as possible. Ouroboros replied earnestly. Ha 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 ha. Medici let out a laugh, clearly amused despite himself. He gave Alaric a long look, then leaned back, crossing his legs. Fine, let's eat. I'm curious about this hot pot nonsense you're on about. Normally, as an evil spirit, Medici couldn't leave the underground mausoleum. But with Ouroboros, the angel of fate, present, that was no issue. Alaric leisurely led the two kings of angels to a safe house in Backlund, where a hot pot setup, ingredients and cookware, awaited, clearly premeditated. Indeed, whether or not he convinced Medici for hot pot, Alaric had planned to treat himself to a feast for the occasion's ritual significance. And so, in an unassuming villa, two kings of angels, two conquerors, and one seemingly frail sequence 9 gathered around a table, cooking hot pot. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. Yet it happened. Come on, everyone, look at the camera. We can't miss a photo of this moment. Alaric said, pulling out a prepared camera and aiming it at the table. The silver-haired angel of fate awkwardly wielded chopsticks, picking up a meat slice. His brow furrowed slightly, likely from the spicy kick. Medici, one hand clutching a beer mug, used chopsticks with the other to fish ingredients from the pot. Unlike the milder-tasting Ouroboros, the war angel relished the heat, unfazed. Sauron and Einhorn, however, had plenty to say about Medici's taste, frustrated they couldn't seize control of the body as he dove into the spicy broth. Click. The flash went off, capturing the moment. Alaric, pleased, snapped a few more shots, even asking Ouroboros and Medici to take photos of him with the other, ensuring a full set of mementos. As the hot pot meal wound down, Alaric turned to Ouroboros. Mr. Ouroboros, may I ask what the true creator sent you here to do? The Lord instructed me to bring Medici back and inquire about your needs. Ouroboros said without hesitation, looking at Alaric. What do you want, Mr. Alaric? The friendly atmosphere of the meal vanished, and they reverted to their initial roles as collaborators. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 41, LOM, 41, Actor. Me. Alaric smiled, propping his chin with one hand, looking at Aurorius, and suddenly shook his head, saying, actually, I don't have anything particular I want. This was a lie. Of course, Alaric wanted many things, money, knowledge, power, friends, fun, and so on. However, he had no intention of asking the true creator for these, even if he could afford the price. Because having one's desires figured out is a dangerous thing. At least for now, Alaric wasn't ready to honestly present his desires to the true creator. After all, the creator's group wasn't as trustworthy as Klein and his companions. Alaric could cooperate with the true creator to a limited extent, but that was all. Aurorius was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting such an answer, which made him frown, looking somewhat troubled. Why bother fooling the big snake? He's already silly enough, and you're making him even sillier. Medici spoke at this moment, his red eyes as the war angel staring directly into Alaric's eyes, as if trying to see through his soul. He said, "You're not someone without desires. At least, you're very interested in both me and this stupid snake." Alaric heard this and smiled, unhurriedly saying, "I am indeed very interested in both of you. Rather, anyone with curiosity wouldn't be indifferent to two kings of angels." Tisk. Medici clicked his tongue. He could tell that Alaric's interest in them was not just as he claimed, but due to a lack of key information. Even the war angel found it hard to draw an accurate conclusion. At this moment, Alaric seemed to think of something, showing a look of sudden realization, and said, "Oh right, I do have one request." "What request?" Aurorius asked. "I have a little grudge with Amon, so." Alaric said with a bright smile, "Help me deal with Amon next time, that will be the content of our next transaction." Aurorius was stunned for a moment, then nodded, saying, "All right." Medici thought of the worm of time that Alaric had taken out earlier and couldn't help but feel schadenfreude. Amon was also an accomplice in causing him to be hunted by Tudor back then. Now that Amon was in trouble, Medici was secretly delighted. "Then, see you next time, both of you." Alaric then showed an expression of seeing off guests. His gaze then fell on Medici again, as if thinking of something, and said, "By the way, Mr. War Angel, being tsundere is out of fashion now." Huh. Medici really didn't know what he was talking about. "So, Mr. War Angel doesn't need to hide his fondness for me. I know you don't dislike me as much as you show." Alaric continued with a smile. This was the truth. After the series of events just now, Medici's favorability toward him had already reached 20 or 30. This wasn't very high, but considering they had just met for the first time, it wasn't low either. Thanks to this favorability, Alaric could now directly borrow the power of a sequence 6 conspirator, which was a small gain. In comparison, Aurorius, who seemed easy to talk to, had only about 10 favorability points. Was it because his humanity was too indifferent? Alaric thoughtfully glanced at Aurorius, then his gaze returned to the war angel, smiling and saying, "Perhaps next time we meet, we can become friends." "Hey, who would become friends with someone as nasty as you? You should just torment each other with the little crow." Medici rolled his eyes irritably, but deep down, he was slightly surprised. He thought he had hidden his emotions well, but unexpectedly, Alaric saw through him. He is sharper than imagined. Aurorius didn't think much about it. Since Alaric had already shown the gesture of seeing them off, and he was indeed in a hurry to take Medici back to see the Lord, he didn't delay any further. After politely bidding farewell to Alaric, Aurorius left the safe house with Medici. Alaric leisurely tidied up the house, cleaned up the traces left by everyone, and then left the safe house through the spirit world, arriving at his residence in the Hillston district. So sleepy. Alaric yawned. After everything today, his spirituality had been depleted by 80 to 90%, and he really couldn't hold on anymore. Alaric didn't mistreat himself and went straight back to his room to catch up on sleep. When he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Fortunately, I had taken leave in advance, otherwise, this would count as absenteeism. Alaric rubbed his eyes, fetched a basin of water to wash his face, and finally became much more awake. Alaric then quickly tidied himself up and soon became a handsome gentleman who could grace the cover of a magazine. He cooked pumpkin porridge for himself, fried a sandwich, and heated milk. He was always someone who enjoyed life and would never mistreat himself when he could enjoy it. After leisurely finishing his meal, Alaric finally had the energy to take stock of yesterday's gains. First, after a series of provocative actions toward the war angel, fully entertaining himself, Alaric's Joker potion was finally digested, taking a little over half a month. Considering that the digestion difficulty of the Joker potion is greater than that of ordinary sequences, Alaric's digestion speed was quite fast. This was largely thanks to the contributions of big shots like Palez, Azik, Medici, and others who were in a weakened state. Without them, Alaric estimated that it would take at least another month or so to digest the Joker potion. While digesting the Joker potion, Alaric also smoothly obtained the auxiliary materials for preparing the actor potion from Medici, and he could immediately advance seamlessly without any delay. Secondly, Alaric successfully reached the next deal with the true creator, not only gaining favor from Medici and others, fleecing them a bit, enriching the abilities he could borrow, but also killing two birds with one stone by allowing him to complete his beat-em-on cooperation with Palez through this transaction. As for whether Palez would recognize Aurorius and realize that behind him was the true creator, it didn't matter, because being able to command and king of angel backed by a true god was itself a proof of strength. Finally, Alaric also preliminarily confirmed Adam's attitude. Although Adam did not choose to show goodwill to him like the true creator did, he clearly did not want to become enemies with him for now and was probably more in a wait-and-see mode, observing him. Of course, most importantly, I did gain a lot of fun from this. Alaric's hand rested on the camera that had performed meritoriously yesterday, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It's a pity that Adam ran away too quickly, otherwise, taking a photo of Adam and Medici eating hot pot together would have been wonderful. Alaric shook his head with a bit of regret, making an old joke. He tidied up the dishes and went to the laboratory on the second floor. Since the Joker potion had been fully digested and the auxiliary materials for preparing the actor potion were in hand, Alaric naturally was going to advance to sequence 8. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 42, LOM 42, The Abilities. Humming a tune, Alaric skillfully gathered the vessels needed for potion preparation. He retrieved an iron box from the cabinet, opening it to reveal the auxiliary materials for the actor potion. Apart from pure water, these were mostly common spiritual materials, such as black sunflower powder, dragon fawn grass powder, and the like. Alaric unhurriedly added these auxiliary materials to a beaker one by one. Then, he took out Medici's blood gem and placed it into the beaker. As if triggering a chemical reaction, flames instantly surged within the liquid in the beaker. Observing the changes in the beaker, Alaric remained calm. With a flick of his hand, a fragment of Nyarlathotep's power, the main ingredient for the actor potion, appeared in his grasp. As Alaric tossed the fragment into the beaker, the flames quickly vanished. The liquid's surface crystallized into translucent ice. Beneath the ice, a flicker of crimson flame continued to burn, unextinguished, resembling the eternal flowers Alaric had once seen. Like a blood-red rose, the flame burned within the ice, both gorgeous and dreamlike. Honestly, these potions are getting prettier, but they look less and less like something you'd drink. Will chugging this really not burn me? Alaric muttered with a strange expression, eyeing the flame-filled eternal flower. After a moment's thought, he raised the beaker and downed the actor potion in one gulp. The initial sensation was icy, followed by heat. Alaric felt as if he were oscillating between ice and fire. Then, all temperature changes vanished, and his consciousness seemed to plunge into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by nothing but darkness and chaos. This was madness that could drive an ordinary person to lose themselves. Yet, in the depths of this unfathomable darkness, Alaric suddenly saw a crimson flame. The moment he saw it, his scattered thoughts instantly cleared. With practiced ease, he began to reign in his mind, breaking free from the darkness and chaos. Then, he opened his eyes. So that's it. The auxiliary materials really do reduce the risk of losing control. Alaric mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. While the effect wasn't as noticeable when he consumed the Sequence 9 Joker potion, with the Sequence 8 Actor potion, Alaric immediately understood the significance of the auxiliary materials tied to higher sequences in the potion formula. They were like a single black dot on a blank sheet of paper. Being distinct from Nyarlathotep's power, they introduced a different kind of distortion and madness. This madness, however, served as an anchor, preventing one from being consumed by the darkness and chaos inherent in Nyarlathotep's power. In simple terms, it was fighting poison with poison, chaos against chaos, madness against madness. Yet, these two forms of madness somehow cancel each other out, achieving balance. If this trend continues, when I advance to higher sequences, will I end up pitting the original will against Nyarlathotep's madness? Alaric speculated, his expression turning odd as he muttered a quip. Then, with a grin, he began to sense his newly acquired abilities. The actor potion first enhanced his spirituality. Its core ability, however, was Thousand Faces. This ability was somewhat similar to that of a faceless but less potent. It allowed Alaric to slightly alter his facial features, with adjustments of about 10%. While not significant, for someone like Alaric, a master of disguise, this 10% adjustment, combined with makeup, was enough to completely transform him into another person. Moreover, while Thousand Faces had limited effects on facial features, it allowed free changes to hair and eye color, sparing Alaric the trouble of finding contact lenses in this era. Additionally, the actor potion granted Alaric the ability to create illusions. Though the illusions' range was limited, they were convincingly realistic. Furthermore, the core ability of the Joker, emotion manipulation, was enhanced. Previously limited to controlling an individual's emotions for a short time, it now allowed Alaric to manipulate the emotions of a group, up to about 10 people at present. As he digested the potion further, this number would likely increase. Finally, my observation, mental capacity, and learning ability have also improved. I can now pick up vague thoughts from others like a reader, and my speed and strength have increased significantly, likely comparable to Sequence 8 specialized in direct combat. The gem from Medici grants me flame manipulation. Thanks to Medici's unique nature, I can control multiple flames simultaneously with relative ease, effectively compensating for the actor's lack of offensive power. Alaric concluded, unable to help but marvel. TCH, the actor sequence is almost outrageously strong. I feel like I could take on a sequence 7 head-on without borrowing anyone else's power. With preparation, I might even hold my own against a sequence 6. But the digestion difficulty is no joke, it's like digesting 4 or 5 normal sequence 8 potions. However, Alaric assessed his actor potion's digestion progress, his expression turning peculiar. It seems I've already digested about a fifth of it. Why? Could it be because I've been using alternate identities to fool people lately? The actor sequence, as its name suggested, centered on playing a role. This aligned perfectly with Alaric's recent actions. As a dedicated joker, Alaric had been meticulously embodying various alternate identities, strictly adhering to their personas in front of others. He had successfully deceived major figures like Palez and Azek with these personas, so it wasn't surprising that the potion had partially digested already. So, the actor's acting direction is to play a role like an actual actor. Ugh, that sounds so meta. Alaric couldn't help but quip. But it's probably not that simple. Actors perform on a stage, so to fully digest the actor potion, I likely need to perform in character with an audience watching. Alaric rubbed his chin, formulating ideas for his next steps. He thought of Kalangos and Insanguil, coming up with a few plans for acting as an actor. There's no rush to digest the actor potion, though. First, I'll look into the next sequence. Sequence 7 Mask Maker. The auxiliary materials require items related to high sequences of the abyss or monster pathways. Alaric raised an eyebrow, recalling the Rose school of thought from the original story, as well as Sharon and Marek, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 43, LOM, 43, Lucifer. It'd be best to strike a deal with Renette to obtain the relevant items. Otherwise, I'd have to hunt members of the Rose school of thought or stir up trouble with some demon family. It's a pity Tolsna has already been corrupted by the mother tree of desire, items related to him would have been ideal. Alaric mused, feeling a slight pang of regret. The previous 2 sequences used items tied to Kings of Angels, so settling for ordinary sequence 2 materials now felt somewhat imperfect. No, I can't get cocky. Besides, it's not like there's no opportunity. Alaric muttered, his mind flickering with potential plans. However, he wasn't in a rush to act, as he was still far from advancing to sequence 7. Setting aside thoughts of advancing to sequence 7, Alaric eagerly turned his attention to testing his new abilities. With enthusiasm, he fetched a mirror. After washing his face, he gazed at his naturally flawless features and began making subtle adjustments. A few minutes later, a striking man with night-black curly hair and golden eyes, radiant as sunlight, emerged. Through Alaric's tweaks, his features were now more mature. While his original appearance suggested a man in his early 20s, the adjusted look aged him to around 30, with sharper angles and a hint of world-weariness in his eyes. Not bad. This looks only about 50% like the original me. Alaric nodded in satisfaction. He then grabbed some cosmetics and skillfully applied them. In no time, the man in the mirror, who had still borne some resemblance to Alaric, became someone entirely different, someone who wouldn't be linked to him even under close scrutiny. Alaric carefully selected an outfit from his wardrobe suited for a mature gentleman. After putting it on, he produced a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and slipped them on, adding a refined yet roguish charm to his appearance. He then pulled out an ancient, mysterious-looking notebook. Holding it open in one hand, he adjusted the glasses on his nose with the other, nodding approvingly at his reflection. Raising an eyebrow at the mirror, Alaric flashed a playful, teasing smile. He snapped the notebook shut, gave a slight bow to his reflection, and said with a grin, "Greetings, Mr. Alaric. I'd like to invite you to be the protagonist of a new script. How about it?" Then, reining in the playfulness, he gave his reflection a warm, radiant smile. "Is there a chance, Mr. Lucifer, that I'm already the protagonist?" "That's right." Alaric had crafted the appearance of Lucifer Zoroast. As for the rest, it was the persona Alaric had written for Lucifer Zoroast. In this persona, Lucifer was once a transmigrated youth who wanted nothing more than to live a quiet life. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Amon, and though he escaped Amon's clutches, the encounter corrupted him, turning him into a full-fledged joker and thrill-seeker. Of course, to keep the Lucifer persona from becoming a villain, Alaric set some moral boundaries, making him a joker with a conscience. The existence of Jack Jones in the persona served as the thread keeping Lucifer from falling completely. Jack Jones reminded Lucifer of his past as a youth with principles, a fellow displaced soul from the same era who became Lucifer's last shred of conscience. It fit the trope perfectly, didn't it? I hope the Kalangos incident hasn't been butterflied away. After all, it's the perfect stage for Lucifer Zoroast's grand debut and my first performance as an actor. Alaric chuckled, thinking of something amusing, then stretched lazily. But before that, joining the tarot club is the priority. I hope Miss Justice moves quickly. I can't wait to obtain the fool's honored name. His expectations weren't in vain. Just 2 days later, Alaric received an invitation from Viscount Glaint. The Viscount invited him, along with Furs and Zio, to discuss occult knowledge at his home. In return, Glaint offered to let them explore his family's library. It was a perfectly reasonable invitation. As someone half-stepping into the extraordinary world but still a novice in occult matters, it was only natural for Glaint to seek knowledge from seasoned occultists like Alaric. In exchange, the Glaint family, with its long aristocratic lineage, likely had rare books on hidden knowledge and history in their library, perfect as compensation for someone like Zio or Furs. If Alaric hadn't already suspected something, he might not have guessed that this invitation was orchestrated by Audrey. Naturally, Alaric accepted the invitation with enthusiasm. He joined Zio and Furs at Viscount Glaint's villa, where they shared a wealth of extraordinary knowledge with the Viscount. Thoroughly satisfied, Glaint led them to his family's library. You're free to browse the books here, as long as you don't damage them. If you find something you'd like to borrow, just let me know in advance. Viscount Glaint said generously. Alaric and the others happily agreed, then dispersed to explore the library for books that piqued their interest. Let's see. Where would Audrey hide the fool's honored name, given what she knows about Jack Jones? Alaric's gaze swept over the rows of book titles on the shelves, finally settling on one. The Rise and Fall of the Solomon Empire in the Fourth Epoch. Alaric stepped forward, picked up the book, clearly recently handled, and began flipping through it with mild interest. Soon, he found a slip of paper tucked between the pages. Feigning surprise, Alaric curiously examined the paper. It contained a few lines, seemingly excerpted from a page of Emperor Rozel's diary, though the content was oddly disjointed. Below that were a few lines written in Hermes script. Alaric pretended to study it intently, muttering under his breath, "The fool that does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Oh! He froze, eyes widening, as if only realizing what he'd read after reciting the full honored name. Belatedly, he clapped a hand over his mouth, glancing around nervously. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 44, LOM, 44, Unmask the Fool. Damn it, that was a god's honored name. My teacher said never to recite a god's name carelessly. I'm screwed. Alaric's expression was a mix of panic and helplessness, as if he'd never caused such a mess before. Of course, it was all an act. After all, if Zio could accidentally murmur the fool's honored name out of carelessness, it wasn't surprising that Jack Jones, a simple, impulsive character whose mouth often outran his brain, would make the same mistake, right? Alaric had planned for this moment when crafting the Jack Jones persona. Meanwhile, in Tingen, Klein heard a prayer, both unfamiliar and faintly familiar, echoing in his ears. After carefully identifying the voice, his expression turned peculiar. He understood the logic, but he had only asked Miss Justice to find a way to inform Jack of the fool's honored name. How did this guy end up reciting it aloud? Could he really be so reckless as to blurt it out upon seeing it? Klein's expression grew even stranger as he realized this was exactly the kind of thing Alaric might do. Given his personality, accidentally reciting an evil god's name seemed all too plausible. At this thought, Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't immediately ascend to the grey fog to check the situation, though, today was his shift guarding the Chinese gate. Since his last meeting with Alaric, Mr. Azik, and the others, Klein had been through a whirlwind in just a few days. He attended his sister's classmate's birthday banquet, resolved a dark divination incident during it, and uncovered a suspected Aurora Order member, Hannes Vincent. When the captain investigated, they found Vincent dead. Klein also completed his initiation as a full-fledged Nighthawk, becoming an official member of the team. He began combat training, discovered a new petitioner on the Grey Fog, and held the 4th Tarot Club meeting. Prompted by Mr. Azik's words, Klein divined an incongruity in his fate on the Grey Fog, uncovering a clue about a red chimney. He hired a detective to investigate and later encountered a fabric merchant linked to Hannes Vincent. For reasons unknown, the merchant suddenly lost control and turned into a monster. Klein had to kill him, but through the encounter, he obtained the formula for the clown potion. Now, guarding the Chinese gate, he heard Alaric's prayer. Honestly, reflecting on the past few days, Klein felt his life was absurdly chaotic. If his fate hadn't been tampered with, he'd eat the misfortune puppet on the spot. Wait, misfortune puppet. Klein's gaze fell on the slightly ajar Chinese gate, where the misfortune puppet peeked out, half its body visible. His eyes landed on the slip of paper in its hand, catching a glimpse of the pattern on it. Before he could react, the puppet was yanked back into the darkness, and the gate slammed shut. Klein's face paled. Without hesitation, he returned to the guardroom and sounded the alarm to summon help. The misfortune puppet incident was, of course, just a minor hiccup, ultimately causing no real trouble. After finishing his shift, Klein returned home. Once he ascended to the grey fog and dealt with the puppet matter, he noticed a new prayer. This petitioner wasn't Alaric, whom Klein knew, but a stranger he'd encountered in recent days. The petitioner spoke in Jotun, a language Klein barely understood, catching only a few key words. He decided to observe further until he could study Jotun and comprehend the words. Klein's attention then shifted to a disturbance from a non-tarot club petitioner. Touching it, he confirmed the prayer indeed came from Alaric. In the vision, Alaric paced anxiously in a room, occasionally tugging at his hair, looking every bit like someone who'd caused a major blunder. "It's really you." Klein chuckled wryly, watching the rare side of Alaric's anxiety. For a moment, he was tempted by the mischievous urge to pull him onto the grey fog. After some thought, however, Klein chose not to respond. He wasn't ready to bring Jack into the tarot club just yet. That feeling of being watched, has Mr. Fool finally noticed my prayer? But he didn't pull me onto the grey fog. Looks like he's not planning to let me join the tarot club. Alaric muttered to himself mid-performance, suddenly feeling a spark of excitement. So, should I unmask the fool? That'd be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? No, I need to stick to the persona. Jack Jones, a simple college student, wouldn't randomly figure out that Klein is the fool. Let's see. I'll go with the second plan for now. If that doesn't work, I'll have to let Lucifer unmask the fool. Alaric's mind raced with ideas, but he didn't pause his act, continuing to play the role of a naive student who'd made a huge mistake. After keeping up the performance for a while, Alaric adopted a defeated expression. Fine, whatever happens, happens. If it's gonna kill me, so be it. He threw himself onto the bed with a dramatic flop, as if giving up entirely. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, perfectly embodying a student who'd given up but couldn't truly relax. A few days later, curious about Alaric's reaction, Klein made time to visit Alaric's residence one evening. He found Alaric looking calm but with a trace of fatigue in his eyes. "Evening, Klein." Alaric greeted with a smile, stifling a yawn. This wasn't an act, he'd been staying up late studying occult knowledge, leaving him genuinely exhausted. "Good evening, Teacher Jack." Klein replied. After a moment's thought, he probed, "I heard you stayed in Backlund for a few days this time. Any interesting finds?" Alaric's expression froze. He turned to Klein with a bitter look. "I think I messed up big time." "What happened?" Klein asked, feigning confusion and concern, though he already knew what Alaric would say. "I accidentally recited an evil god's honored name, and it might be the fool we've been investigating." Alaric sighed. "Am I gonna die or what?" No, it's not that bad." Klein hurried to reassure him, seeing his dejection. "You know I've crossed paths with the fool too, and I'm still fine. The fool might not even be an evil god. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 45, LOM, 45, shocked. I hope so." Alaric sighed, then, as if struck by a thought, flashed an optimistic smile. "Actually, I've already written to my teacher, and he finally replied. He chewed me out in his letter, but he said he'd be back within 2 months. Once he's here, all these problems should be sorted out, right?" Alaric turned to Klein. "My teacher also said he'd take a look at your situation when he's back. Don't worry, Klein, my teacher's incredible. He'll definitely fix your issues." Klein felt a mix of gratitude and guilt at these words. As a cautious man, he could only silently apologize to Alaric in his heart before asking curiously, "Jack, what kind of person is Mr. Lucifer?" "Him." Alaric's face took on a reminiscent expression, then he said uncertainly, "Well, it's hard to say. Broadly speaking, he's probably a good person, but he's got a wicked sense of humor. Loves messing with people. He's always rambling about scripts and actors, stuff I don't really get." As he spoke, Alaric's expression shifted to indignation. "And get this. I asked him in my letter about Mr. Dorr and the Fool, and he had the nerve to tell me it's not stuff I should know at this stage. Said I should focus on learning what I'm supposed to. It pissed me off." This was, of course, a patch to explain why Jack Jones, despite having such a formidable teacher, knew so little about high-level secrets. In truth, this was typical for extraordinary individuals with proper mentorship in this world. Knowing too much was rarely a good thing, especially about high-level entities. While it wasn't quite, knowledge is danger, it was close enough. Klein's lips twitched as he listened to Alaric's rant, but he could understand the teacher's reasoning. Students should learn what's appropriate for their stage. A Sequence 9 newbie knowing a bunch of secrets about angels and true gods was useless at best. And with Jack's personality, knowing too much could easily lead to a major blunder. Klein glanced at Alaric, soothingly saying, Mr. Lucifer has his reasons. Knowing too much can sometimes bring danger. Alaric deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, muttering things like, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. And, I won't do it again. After sulking for a bit, Alaric suddenly looked at Klein. Klein, have you ever recited the fool's honored name? No. Klein shook his head calmly, as if he truly hadn't. Alaric adopted a thoughtful expression. After a few seconds, he said, how about I recite it again to see what this fool really is? I've already said his name once, so if I'm marked, I'm already marked. Reciting it again won't make things worse. And if the fool isn't an evil god, maybe we could have a chat with him. Plus, I keep feeling like I've heard the fool's name somewhere before. Klein's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Alaric's train of thought to leap this far. Yet, given Alaric's usual carefree and slightly erratic demeanor, Klein oddly wasn't surprised. He quickly interjected, that's too dangerous. Your teacher's coming back soon, right? If you want to do something, you should wait for him. Klein hurriedly changed the subject. You said the fool's name feels familiar. Can you recall where you heard it? I think it was in a book I read once. Klein's diversion worked, and Alaric's attention shifted. The book mentioned something about the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It feels kind of similar to the fool's name. This time, Klein's eyes truly quaked with shock, his composure slipping for a moment. Hey, Klein, what's wrong with your eyes? Are they bothering you? Should we get some eye drops? Do they even have eye drops in this era? Alaric, fully aware of Klein's reaction, played innocent, feigning concern and confusion. I'm fine. Klein shook his head with difficulty, then, unable to resist the risk of exposure, asked, Jack, do you remember which book mentioned the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? I don't really recall. It was a long time ago, back when a long time ago. I can't find that book anymore. Alaric shook his head, then, as if remembering something, muttered, but I do remember having nightmares after reading it. I dreamed of a vast grey fog where I was calling out, but neither heaven nor earth answered. It was pretty creepy. Klein's lips tightened. Though he'd long had suspicions, it was only now that he realized transmigrators might truly be connected to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the grey fog. But why? If the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings really existed, why did he bring them here? Where was he now? And why could Klein access the grey fog when other transmigrators couldn't? What made him special? Klein's mind was a mess, a looming shadow seeming to envelop him. Just then, a wave of pleasant calm washed over his troubled emotions, soothing him and even lifting his mood slightly. Surprised, he looked up to see Alaric watching him with concern, holding what looked like a cross and pressing it toward him. You okay, Klein? Alaric asked, his face full of worry. I'm fine. What's that? Klein shook his head, eyeing the cross in Alaric's hand curiously. It's a mystical item my teacher gave me. It calms people's emotions. I saw you were upset, so I used it on you. Alaric said without missing a beat. He had indeed used his emotion manipulation ability to soothe Klein, though not through the cross. The cross itself was just a decorative trinket. Klein instantly understood the source of that pleasant feeling, warmth spreading in his heart. He smiled. Thanks, Jack. As he spoke, Klein, now fully composed, told himself inwardly, don't be afraid, Klein. No matter what the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings' purpose is, you can't just sit and wait to die. And this might be a good thing. If the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is really behind the transmigrators, finding him might, let me go home. With that thought, Klein let out a breath. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 46, LOM 46, Mr. Door. You're alright, that's what matters. Alaric let out a relieved sigh as he tucked away the cross, then looked at Klein with concern. You don't look so great. Maybe you should head back and rest. Don't worry, whatever the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is, you'll be fine. I'll help you. He paused, then, as if struck by a thought, grinned. And even if I can't handle it, there's always my teacher. He's insanely capable, he'll definitely sort you out. Klein thought of Lucifer, another suspected transmigrator. Seeing Alaric's radiant smile, his heart settled a bit. He didn't fully trust this unseen Lucifer, but he chose to trust Jack. Klein was well aware that if anyone in this world could unravel the mysteries of his transmigration and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, Lucifer, as a fellow transmigrator, was the most likely candidate. As for whether Lucifer might harbor ill intentions, My life's already a tangled mess, what's there to fear? Klein gave a wry smile in his heart, his mindset oddly nonchalant. After all, when you're drowning in debts, what's one more? When you're covered in lice, what's another itch? Klein was practically a magnet for trouble, his fate tampered with, possibly targeted by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. What was left to be afraid of? Still, Klein wasn't in the mood to study extraordinary knowledge. After chatting with Alaric a bit longer, mostly warning him not to investigate the fool or the Antigonus family on his own, he said his goodbyes and left. Poor Klein. The moment you stepped into the grey fog, you were caught in the game, no longer in control. Alaric murmured to himself after seeing Klein off, shaking his head with a sigh in his heart. His earlier words were deliberate, partly to tease Klein and partly to give him a heads-up, heightening his vigilance toward the celestial worthy and fueling his drive to advance. Would this overwhelm Klein? Nah, Alaric trusted Klein's resilience. Besides, hadn't he brought out Lucifer to share the pressure? And pressure doesn't vanish just because you're ignorant. Better to live awake, even if it hurts, than to die in a sweet dream. Alaric reflected, then gave a self-deprecating chuckle. But am I really any better off? This world is just like that, mad and twisted. Alaric shook his head, pushing down his swirling emotions. He stretched lazily and turned his thoughts to another matter. Looks like Klein really isn't planning to recruit me into the Tarot Club. Fine, time for Plan B. But that'll have to wait for a full moon. He glanced up at the crescent-shaped crimson moon in the sky, smiling faintly. Pulling out his pocket watch to check the time, he decided to dive back into studying occult knowledge. Time flew by, and soon the full moon Alaric had been waiting for arrived. August 14th. During this period, Alaric immersed himself in learning, covering everything from foundational occult knowledge to historical events mentioned or omitted in the original story. He also read several books on the social conditions and customs of Lone and other nations, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the world. After all, he was going to live in this world, he couldn't remain ignorant about it. From the moment he opened his eyes here, Alaric had been deliberately studying these things. Of course, he didn't deny that he genuinely enjoyed learning new knowledge, otherwise, he wouldn't keep getting lost in it. During this time, Alaric also visited Leonard and Pallas a few times under the guise of a junior. Pallas seemed quite content with his current life, but when it came to dealing with Amon, the old man was in no rush, likely still harboring reservations. Alaric understood Pallas' caution and didn't press him. He simply maintained Jack Jones' routine, studying and enthusiastically tutoring Klein in knowledge the Nighthawks couldn't teach him. Every few days, he wrote letters to Isaac, making sure to keep up with everyone. Over this period, Alaric's actor potion digestion progressed slightly, though not by much. He wasn't worried, his plan for digesting the actor potion was already in place. Alaric proceeded at his own pace, and then came the night of the full moon. Beautiful, isn't it? Hard to believe such a lovely moon harbors an ugly outer deity. Alaric remarked, pushing open the window and gazing at the bright crimson moon. He chuckled as a thought struck him. With a flick of his hand, an unremarkable stone appeared in his palm. This stone came from Furza's bracelet. During his last trip to Backlund, Alaric, under the pretext of research, spent a few pounds to buy one of the stones from her. Furz had initially refused. It was not only a keepsake from Mrs. Elisa but also a life-saving tool, each stone enabling a single travel. But Alaric's offer was too generous, and the impoverished Furz couldn't resist the cash. Alaric's reason for wanting the stone was simple: he intended to use it as a medium to summon Mr. Door from the past. This was entirely feasible. The medium for his Shadow of Time ability wasn't limited to people, it could also be items tied to the individual in question. As for why Alaric wanted to summon Mr. Door, the reasons were plenty. Let's see what kind of person you really are, Bethel Abraham. Alaric tossed the stone lightly in his hand. With a swift motion, he drew his hand through the air, and a figure began to solidify. The man who appeared had a stern face, looking to be in his 30s or 40s. His hair was a rare void black, streaked with a few strands of white, and he wore a meticulously tailored suit in the asymmetrical style of the Fourth Epoch, adorned with numerous gemstones. Mr. Door's overall aesthetic resembled a mythical vampire duke. But when he opened his eyes, revealing deep blue irises rippling like layered waves, it became clear that assumption was wrong. Alaric looked at the King of Angel before him and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Bethel Abraham. Welcome to the future. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 47, LOM 47, Second Shock. Who are you? As the King of Angel at the pinnacle of the door pathway, Bethel Abraham immediately sensed something off about the surrounding space and the connection between himself and Alaric. He looked at Alaric, his tone a mix of doubt and probing. You said this is the future? I'm Lucifer, call me that for now. Alaric smoothly slipped into his persona, smiling as he introduced himself. As you can see, this is the future world, and you come from over 1,000 years ago. If you don't believe me, feel free to take a look outside. Though, you only have a minute. Perhaps visiting an old friend would be a good choice. Alaric paused, flashing a playful smile. Bethel gave Alaric a deep, scrutinizing look. As a summoned shadow of time, he could feel the constraints binding him, preventing him from harming the men before him, though they didn't restrict his ability to leave. After a moment's thought, Bethel's form vanished. As in King of Angel of the Door Pathway, he could appear anywhere in the world at will. But Bethel didn't go far. He sensed an old friend nearby. The friend was well hidden, but not well enough for Bethel's keen perception. After all, Mr. Door was the most cunning of the three great kings of angels, and this particular friend was not only in a weakened state but also too close to Bethel. And so, Palaz Zoroast, who had only recently been startled by Alaric, faced his second shock in short order. Long time no see, Palaz. I never thought I'd see you in such a sorry state. Has Solomon stopped sheltering you? The familiar voice, unheard for years, nearly made Palaz leap out of Leonard's body. He was reading a newspaper through Leonard's eyes when he heard it. In disbelief, he turned to see Bethel standing by the window. After sizing him up, Palaz, as he had with Alaric, conjured a shadowy form. The shadow Palaz looked at Mr. Door. Are you mocking me, Bethel? You and I both know the era of the four emperors is long gone. The Black Emperor is history. I'm just a stray dog, unprotected by any true god, hunted by Amon and barely clinging to life. Bethel lowered his gaze, clearly pondering something. After a moment, he looked up at Palaz. You seem surprised to see me. My old friend, anyone who knows your situation would be shocked to see you like this. Have you finally shaken off the mother goddess of depravity's corruption? Palaz said with a sigh, his words laced with a hint of probing. As a cunning old fox, Palaz quickly noticed something off about the figure before him after his initial shock. It wasn't that he suspected Bethel was a shadow of time or doubted his identity, just a subtle sense of incongruity. Corruption. Bethel mulled over the word, his expression showing little surprise. He merely turned his gaze toward a certain direction, toward a pocket dimension on Earth. As the King of Angel of the Door Pathway, arguably the world's foremost expert in spatial matters, how could Bethel not sense another version of himself in this world? One sealed in a certain space, in a highly abnormal state. And now, it seemed, everything had an explanation. Do you know Lucifer? But Bethel had no intention of explaining to Palaz. He simply looked at him and asked again. At the mention of that name, Palaz's thoughts flashed back to Alaric's visit a few days prior. During that visit, though Palaz had developed some trust in him, he remained wary of the Lord of Chaos behind him and curious about this deity's situation. Unable to resist, he probed, since you serve your Lord, have you met other followers of the Lord of Chaos? Alaric glanced at him and smiled. Old men, trying to dig into my Lord's influence in the real world. Palaz hadn't expected such bluntness, but as a seasoned angel, he'd long cultivated a thick skin. He chuckled. Can't I? We're partners now. I need to know something about the forces I'm working with. Of course you can. Though I don't know much myself. I'm just a newbie, after all. Alaric grinned, his expression turning reminiscent. There are many organizations following my Lord, but the most important one, from what I know, is the Joker Club. That's the group I joined. I don't know how many members it has, but I do know that many members of other organizations are also part of the Joker Club. For example, Mr. A from the Aurora Order. Mr. A. You mean the Aurora Order's divine envoy? Leonard, who had been listening, couldn't help but interrupt. Aren't they just a bunch of lunatics obsessed with worshipping the true Creator? Mr. A is indeed a devout follower of the true Creator. Alaric confirmed with a nod, not denying Leonard's words. Then he smiled. In fact, Mr. A joined the Joker Club at the true Creator's behest. He didn't explicitly say the Lord of Chaos and true Creator were allies, but the implication was clear. Leonard frowned, his eyes flickering with an impulse to risk everything and report this guy colluding with an evil god, along with the power behind him. Did you know that in the third epic, the Evernight goddess was also considered an evil god? Alaric turned to Leonard, smiling as he spoke. What? Leonard froze, his expression shifting. You. I won't let you slander the goddess. Alaric chuckled, patting Leonard's shoulder. Instantly, all of Leonard's anger was forcibly calmed. There's no need for me to lie about this, and you don't need to get so worked up. In fact, I don't mind if you report this to the Evernight Church. Alaric said, giving Leonard a meaningful look. How do you know the Evernight goddess doesn't have a partnership with my lord? Perhaps she's watching us right now. Leonard, still puzzled by how his anger had vanished, stared wide-eyed at Alaric's words, his face full of disbelief. Think it over, Leonard. The relationships between true gods are far more complex than they seem. In the fourth epoch, the true creator, whom you call an evil god, was also one of the true gods. Alaric said, patting Leonard's shoulder again with a smile. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 48, LOM, 48, Plan. The shadowy Pallas shook his head. Why bother telling this kid all that? He's got a wooden head, won't understand a thing. Pallas' tone was light, clearly unbothered by the idea of Leonard reporting him. After all, Pallas had chosen Leonard as his host partly because, if push came to shove, he could defect to the Evernight goddess. If Leonard did report him, Pallas would, at worst, switch sides and become an angel under the goddess, a far from terrible outcome. I think Leonard's brain works just fine. It's just that you, old men, keep giving him advice, acting as his external brain, so his own's gone rusty from disuse. Alaric quipped, delivering a classic Lord of Mysteries jab. My fault, then. Pallas retorted, glancing at Leonard, who sat there, visibly shaken, lost in thought. Pallas sighed but offered no comfort. He knew Leonard needed to process this himself. Being a blind zealot for the Evernight goddess would only spell trouble. Instead, Pallas turned to Alaric with a chuckle. You know more secrets than I expected. Did your lord tell you all this? Of course not. My lord is benevolent, but he's not my tutor. I learned these things from Mr. Lucifer. Alaric said, shaking his head. Lucifer. Pallas perked up at the unfamiliar name. He's a follower of the Lord of Chaos too. Mr. Lucifer is my lord's favored one. Alaric replied, pausing for effect with a mix of awe and something unreadable in his expression. He gives me the same vibe as Amon, but he's not Amon. That conversation about Lucifer had ended there, and Pallas hadn't expected to hear the name again, especially from an old friend like Bethel. It seems you do know Lucifer. Bethel said, catching the shift in Pallas' expression with certainty. Not exactly no. Pallas replied, shaking his head without concealing anything. I only heard the name from my descendant. Lucifer is a favored one of the Lord of Chaos. The Lord of Chaos. Bethel, unfamiliar with the name, raised an eyebrow. His honored name is. Pallas paused, clearly using some extraordinary ability to ensure his prayer wouldn't directly invoke the Lord of Chaos. Great Lord of Chaos, you are the retrograde of time, you are the shadow of the world, the embodiment of delight. As for more about this Lord of Chaos, I don't know much. Pallas continued, looking at Mr. Door probingly. But I spoke with one of his followers before. That follower said the Lord aims to facilitate the birth of the Lord of Mysteries. When I asked who he favored, the follower said it was you. This was, of course, a test. Pallas was deeply curious about how Bethel Abraham, once corrupted by an outer deity and stripped of his autonomy, had returned to normal. Could the Lord of Chaos purge an outer deity's corruption? Pallas' heart raced at the thought. As far as he knew, only a pillar-level existence could achieve such a feat, but was that possible? A pillar appearing out of nowhere. Yet something even more impossible was unfolding before him. Pallas studied Mr. Door again, his mind swirling with thoughts. Old friend, the way you're looking at me makes me feel like some rare gem. Bethel remarked. Though unaware of Pallas' exact thoughts, he could guess. He offered no explanation, only saying pointedly, I don't know this Lord of Chaos, but I suspect his authority might indeed be tied to time. Pallas froze, instantly recalling the retrograde of time in the Lord of Chaos's honored name. His expression grew stranger as his thoughts raced. Bethel, however, had no intention of continuing the conversation. He glanced at the shadowy Pallas. I have an appointment with someone else, so we'll end here for today. Until next time, Pallas. With that, Mr. Door vanished as abruptly as he'd appeared. Spatial abilities sure are convenient. Wonder who he's meeting. Pallas mused, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Today's events were far too unexpected, and even the seasoned Pallas struggled to process them. After a long pause, Pallas let out a breath and turned to Leonard, who had been sitting in a daze, his senses blocked by Pallas during the conversation. Now that the block was lifted, Leonard blinked confusedly. Old man, was someone here just now? I thought I saw a guy dressed all fancy and shiny. You were dreaming. Pallas dismissed casually, chuckling as he recalled Bethel's gem-encrusted outfit. All these years, and that guy's still obsessed with gems. Some things never change. Welcome back, Mr. Bethel. Right on time. Alaric said, unsurprised, as he snapped his pocket watch shut and smiled. Bethel studied the black-haired, golden-eyed man before him. After a moment, he said, there's a dangerous power within you. Ordinary angels might not notice, but as an king of angel with authority over sealing, Bethel vaguely sensed something perilous sealed within this man. I'm curious, how do I look in your eyes? Alaric asked with genuine interest, a question he'd long pondered. Chaos, darkness, danger. Bethel replied after a few seconds of silence, his tone serious. But I must say, your disguise is impressive. Without my sealing authority, I'd probably mistake you for an ordinary mortal. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 49, LOM, 49, Deal. I am indeed just a mortal. Alaric said with a smile, opting not to hide his current sequence from Mr. Door. He tailored his approach to different people, and with someone he had summoned, Alaric wasn't stingy about revealing a bit of truth. It was a strategy in itself. After all, if his plans worked out, he'd have plenty of interactions with Mr. Door in the future. Pretending to be a big shot might hinder those plans. Besides, in the eyes of a perceptive figure like Bethel, claiming to be a mortal might be more effective than claiming divinity. Bethel gave Alaric a meaningful look upon hearing his words. Let's hope so. Clearly, he didn't buy it. Alaric chuckled, choosing not to explain the sealed power within him. Instead, he looked at Bethel and smiled. So, Mr. Door, have you confirmed this is the future? This is indeed not my time. Bethel acknowledged. In that brief minute, beyond meeting Palez, he had used his travel ability to explore, confirming that this world was vastly different from the one he knew. Bethel turned to Alaric. I don't know how you did it, but I doubt you brought me to this era just to catch up with an old friend. What are you planning? Bethel asked, staring directly into Alaric's golden eyes, searching for the emotions within. If I said I just wanted to make friends with the renowned Mr. Door, would you believe me? Alaric replied with utmost sincerity. It was even true, one of his reasons for summoning Mr. Door was indeed to befriend the King of Angel of the Door pathway. He coveted the abilities of that pathway far too much. Of course, even if he succeeded in befriending Bethel, Alaric wouldn't abandon his efforts with furs. After all, the more friends, the more paths, was an ironclad truth for him. Alaric had no qualms about cultivating multiple allies in the same pathway. If he fell out with one, he'd still have others to borrow power from. Bethel's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the sincerity in Alaric's words but was certain they weren't the full truth. After a few seconds of contemplation, Bethel said, I don't mind making a friend from the future, but I doubt that's your only goal. Alaric laughed, meeting Bethel's gaze without flinching. His golden eyes seemed to hold a hint of amusement, or perhaps not. In that moment, Bethel was inexplicably reminded of Amon. He finally understood the subtle familiarity he'd felt upon meeting Alaric. The men gave off a vibe similar to Amon's, yet distinctly different. Alaric smiled. I'll admit, besides wanting to befriend you, Mr. Door, I do have a small favor to ask. What favor? Bethel asked. I want to create a pocket dimension. People holding a specific token should be able to instantly travel to this space from thousands of miles away when needed and return to their original location. If that's not possible, pulling token holders to a fixed location would suffice. Alaric described his request, clearly aiming to manually craft his own version of the Grey Fog for future Joker Club gatherings. Bethel listened quietly, pondering for a moment before nodding. I can indeed help you create a pocket dimension and meet your requirements. But what can you offer me in return? Alaric's request might be challenging for other pathways, but for Bethel, it was well within his capabilities. Good question. Alaric wasn't surprised by Bethel's response. He smiled, adopting a thoughtful expression before saying, What I can offer you, Mr. Bethel, is an attempt to help you break free from the mother goddess of depravity's corruption. Bethel's gaze sharpened instantly, scrutinizing the men before him. After a few seconds, he said, That doesn't seem like an equal trade. I don't believe in free gifts. Exactly. That's why I said attempt, with no guarantee of success. Truth be told, I'm quite interested in studying the power of outer deities, and you're an excellent specimen. Alaric said unhurriedly, meeting Bethel's gaze without hesitation. Bethel gave him a deep look. That's not something to toy with. Once tainted, you might end up like me. Alaric suddenly laughed, a genuinely delighted sound. Mr. Bethel, you really are a good person. He could tell Bethel's words carried both caution and a warning. The King of Angel was wary of him, this unknown entity, but also genuinely didn't want him to be corrupted by an outer deity's power. It might not be concern for Alaric himself, but at least for the safety of the world. No need to worry. If I dare to do this, I have my reasons. Alaric said with a smile. It wasn't entirely a lie, while there was risk, he had some confidence that, even if he encountered an outer deity's power, it likely couldn't corrupt him. A thoughtful glint passed through Bethel's eyes. Alaric then looked out at the crimson moon in the sky, chuckling softly with a hint of playfulness. Mr. Bethel, do you know your own fate? Bethel's lips tightened. Perhaps you could tell me. For someone capable of summoning beings from the past, knowing the future wasn't hard to believe. You'll become a stepping stone for Amon's ascension, a sacrifice for his rise to sequence 0. Of course, it's voluntary, you'll offer yourself up for the world's safety. Alaric paused, glancing at Bethel before continuing, a cliché ending, isn't it? Bethel met his gaze, his thoughts unreadable. He merely looked up at the crimson moon and asked, did the world get saved, then? Of course. Alaric's smile widened, though his eyes held little mirth. Another guardian sacrificed themselves as well. Not Amon, of course. Bethel seemed momentarily stunned, though not overly surprised. He let out a long sigh, then looked at Alaric with a knowing expression. You don't like this ending? He said, his tone certain. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 50, LOM, 50, Grand Deception. After all, it's not exactly a happy ending, and I've always been a fan of satisfying conclusions. I may not be a good person anymore, but I still hope good people get their due rewards. Alaric spoke with a trace of nostalgia and a hint of melancholy, his expression inviting speculation about the stories behind his words. In truth, he was merely embodying the Lucifer persona with dedication. In a way, Alaric was truly the chosen joker, perfectly aligned with this pathway from top to bottom. But he didn't linger in the melancholy for long. Soon, he flashed a grin and looked at Bethel, adding earnestly, of course, the main reason is that I really don't like Amon, so I'm not keen on letting him be the final winner. Bethel gave Alaric a deep look, his expression betraying little surprise. He replied calmly, you've chosen me as the variable to change this outcome. It's fitting. Alaric said with a slow nod. In a satisfying story, everyone deserves a better ending. As for whether that better ending would see Klein or Bethel become the Lord of Mysteries, Alaric honestly didn't know. He'd hedge his bets on both sides, whichever became the Lord of Mysteries, he wouldn't lose. Bethel didn't comment, instead saying abruptly, you're the Lord of Chaos that Pallas mentioned, aren't you? Sure. You know, so keep it quiet. Don't tell Pallas. I'm not done having fun yet. Alaric, unfazed by having his identity exposed, placed a finger to his lips with a playful smile, his joker nature on full display. He wasn't surprised Bethel had figured it out. After all, what kind of favored one could summon a shadow of time and harbor such a terrifying power within? It was obvious something was up. Alaric had never intended to hide this from Mr. Dorr, but he also wasn't about to over-explain. Smart people fill in the blanks themselves, don't they? Bethel, meanwhile, felt a twinge of sympathy for Pallas. Though their time together was brief, he could tell this man's mischievous streak rivaled Amon's, perhaps even surpassed it, given the abilities he possessed. Lucifer's potential for chaos was likely greater than Amon's. But it was only sympathy. Bethel and Pallas weren't particularly close. After Solomon's first fall, they had followed different emperors, becoming near enemies. While Bethel was a good person, he wasn't so altruistic as to risk warning a former rival. I won't tell Pallas. Bethel said flatly, then looked at Alaric with a hint of curiosity. How do you plan to try? He was, of course, asking how Alaric intended to purge the corruption from Mr. Dorr. First, let's establish a connection with the you of this era. Alaric said, grinning at Bethel. Connecting with the Mr. Dorr of this time wasn't too difficult. Though Alaric lacked Abraham family blood or the apprentice pathway, having the past Bethel by his side made the process smooth. Then, Alaric heard a pained voice. Don't save me. Don't save me. It was the voice of this era's Mr. Dorr, the last shred of Bethel Abraham's lucid will, tainted by corruption. Alaric glanced at the past Bethel. Did you hear what he's saying? He asked, almost wistfully. I heard. Bethel sighed. As he helped Alaric connect with his present self, he naturally formed a link as well, clearly hearing the anguished cries. Any regrets? Alaric asked, studying Bethel curiously. His cries have cut off the Abraham family's chance at producing high-sequence beyonders. If not for that, you might have survived. Do you regret it? Your future choice, this path destined for sacrifice. I failed the Abraham descendants, past Bethel said after a long silence, sighing. Yet his tone grew resolute. But I have no regrets. Compared to becoming a toy of an outer deity, death is the better choice. If this is my future, I accept it. Alaric smiled at that. The pained voice in his ears quieted, fading for a second or two before returning. This time, it seemed to sense Alaric's connection, speaking in a friendly tone, hello. Past Bethel's brow twitched. He recognized that this was his corrupted self speaking. The lucid will of this era's Mr. Door had sunk back into oblivion. Thanks to past Bethel's deliberate shielding, the corrupted version didn't notice his presence. Alaric raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, but his voice took on a timid tone. Who are you? You can call me Mr. Door. May I have your name? The corrupted Mr. Door replied gently, his voice so warm no one would suspect it belonged to a personality born of corruption. I'm Lucifer, Lucifer Zoroast. Alaric said, slipping into character without blinking. You're Mr. Door. I've seen your name in my family's records. Zoroast. The corrupted Mr. Door seemed to chuckle. It seems you're a descendant of an old friend. How nostalgic, that surname. Alaric smoothly steered the conversation toward Palez. After a few exchanges, he glanced at Bethel, who was looking at him with exasperation. Don't give me that look. I didn't lie. I'm currently Lucifer Zoroast. Alaric said with a grin. He paused, then added confidently, besides, I'm dealing with a you controlled by the mother goddess of depravity. Playing along is only natural. Do whatever makes you happy, past Bethel replied, at a loss for words. Alaric, indeed quite happy, continued his act with the corrupted Mr. Door for a few more exchanges before saying, Mr. Door, I reached out to you this time because I have a gift for you. A gift? The corrupted Mr. Door faltered, clearly caught off guard. A gift is a gift. Alaric blinked, flashing a brilliant smile. In a lightning-fast move, he channeled the power of the Nyarlathotep fragment within him through their connection. The next moment, a scream of agony rang in his ears. Aha! Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 51, LOM, 51, loses his mind. Alaric wasn't surprised by this. Using one form of pollution to purge another was bound to be a painful process. So, he merely monitored the situation on the other side, and when it reached its limit, he swiftly severed the connection between the Nyarlathotep fragment and the other party. Once the screams from the other side faded, Alaric turned to Bethel beside him and said with a smile, it seems to have worked. As the same being, past Bethel could naturally confirm that Alaric's recent action had some effect. The pollution had been partially covered and erased by another force. The problem, however, was that the pollution Alaric unleashed seemed even more overpowering than the outer deity's influence, laced with a madness that could unsettle the mind. Had Alaric delayed even a few minutes longer, he might have been looking at a future of losing his sanity entirely. So, was he really not just trading one outer deity's grasp for another's? Bethel was deeply skeptical. But in truth, losing your mind is better than dying or becoming a plaything for the outer deities, isn't it? At least if you lose your mind, there's still a chance to recover. Alaric said, clearly reading his thoughts. He added abruptly, trust me, I'm well versed in both temporary and permanent madness. I can offer you some top-notch psychological analysis. Do you even hear yourself? Past Bethel gave him a look and said, I believe you. Really? All right, I'll admit there was a slight mishap, but what can you do? It was my first try, so it's normal to be a bit rusty. Alaric said, spreading his hands with an innocent grin. He continued, trust me, though the first attempt was a bit rough, once I get the hang of it, I'll definitely be able to clear your pollution without turning you into a lunatic. Let's hope so. Past Bethel replied, left with little choice but to sigh. At that moment, Alaric heard Mr. Door's faintly weakened voice in his ear again, who are you? I'm Alaric Zoroast. Sure, I told a few fibs to your polluted personality earlier, but this one's the truth. Alaric replied smoothly, knowing full well that the one speaking to him now was Mr. Door himself. Though the process of purging the pollution had been somewhat crude, Nyarlathotep's power had indeed helped suppress the contamination within the other party, restoring temporary clarity. All in all, the strategy of fighting poison with poison was largely a success, it just needed to be handled carefully. Otherwise, Nyarlathotep's power might genuinely drive Mr. Door into permanent madness. Mr. Door, on the other side, seemed unsure whether to believe him and said, I don't think I know you. You don't know me now, but your past self does. Alaric replied with a cheerful grin, stating a fact that sounded utterly contradictory. In truth, Mr. Door, I made a deal with your past self. What just happened was a sort of trial run. Mr. Door was likely a bit dazed. Until Alaric released the summoning, he wouldn't inherit the memories of the Shadow of Time, so naturally, he knew nothing of the deal Alaric spoke of. At that moment, past Bethel spoke up. I'll help you create the alternate space you want, but it'll take time. You probably can't summon me for long, can you? His last words carried a hint of probing. No need to test me, Bethel. I indeed can't summon you for long. Going against the flow of time isn't exactly a walk in the park, even for me. Alaric said openly. Some things couldn't be hidden, so he might as well be upfront. Past Bethel wasn't surprised. If such a reality-defying ability could be used without limit, he'd be more worried about the safety of this world. After a moment's thought, Past Bethel said, "Beyond that, I'll need some materials. Some I can craft myself, but others will require raw resources." He then listed a slew of items, mostly spiritual materials, precious metals, gems, and the like. Alaric listened quietly, mentally noting each item, planning to fleece some resources from the true creator's boss next time. When Bethel finished, Alaric asked with curiosity, "I thought you'd need something higher grade, like high-sequence characteristics of the apprentice pathway." If there were high-sequence characteristics of the apprentice pathway, that would be ideal, but I suspect there aren't many secret sorcerers left in this world, let alone anything higher. Past Bethel said, shaking his head. If such characteristics existed, he could fulfill Alaric's request more effectively, but he could guess there were likely few high-sequence apprentices left. "How about I pay a visit to your family?" Alaric asked, stroking his chin with a seemingly constructive suggestion. "I'll do my best to meet your needs without those characteristics." Past Bethel replied tactfully after a brief pause. The unspoken message was clear: "My descendants are already struggling enough, please don't make things worse for them." "Fair enough, I respect your wishes," Alaric said, not pressing the issue. He could, of course, raid the Abraham family, but that would clearly antagonize Mr. Dorr. Why bother? The Abraham family's best assets were merely level 0 sealed artifacts, which came with severe drawbacks. It'd be far easier to cozy up to Mr. Dorr later and borrow his power or convince him to do the work. Seeing that Alaric seemed to genuinely drop the idea of visiting his descendants, Past Bethel couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Truth be told, Bethel's view of Alaric was complicated. The man was mysterious, powerful, and daunting, yet he seemed to be trying to save him. He didn't appear to harbor ill will toward this world, but just when Bethel started to feel at ease, Alaric exuded that familiar trickster vibe. That was precisely why Bethel wasn't keen on letting his family descendants cross paths with Alaric. It was obvious, even sealed, the Abraham family still had its foundation. If his descendants were even slightly competent, they wouldn't have fallen to the point of being practically non-existent. In that brief minute earlier, Bethel had deliberately searched for information on the Abraham family and found nothing. That was the real issue. With his descendants in such a state, what could Bethel expect from them? If they recklessly engaged with Alaric, they'd likely be devoured without a trace. That's just a stereotype, Alaric said, as if reading past Bethel's thoughts. Sure, I'm a trickster, but I'm not like Amon, that menace. I'm a trickster with principles. He insisted earnestly. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 52, LOM, 52, Grey Fog. Hearing Alaric's confident words, Past Bethel glanced at him and said tactfully, "I believe you wouldn't physically harm them." The implication was clear: Past Bethel was convinced Alaric would mentally torment his descendants. It wasn't surprising Bethel thought this way. After all, Alaric had just deceived the polluted Mr. Dorr right in front of him and had a track record of outwitting Palez, leaving little room for trust. "Bethel, you're far too indulgent with your descendants," Alaric said, spouting what sounded like absurd nonsense. Ignoring Past Bethel's reaction, he suddenly perked up, as if struck by a thought, and said eagerly, "Since you can't help me create the alternate space without the materials right now, why don't we use the remaining time to talk about something interesting?" Alaric looked at Past Bethel with a grin and said, "I've always been curious about your relationship with Amon. It feels like you two get along pretty well." This was indeed something Alaric had long wondered about. Setting aside Mr. Dorr's self-sacrifice, the fact that Amon, the ultimate trickster, had returned the unused Sequence 1 characteristic to the Abraham family after consuming Mr. Dorr was downright shocking. Past Bethel glanced at Alaric and answered without evasion, "We're probably friends, in a way. We can work together, share a drink, but we'd also kill each other without hesitation if it came to a fight." What a peculiar dynamic. Alaric could tell Bethel was being genuine, prompting him to let out a sigh of amazement. That's just how it is among high sequences in this world. Solomon and Tudor were once close friends, but that didn't stop Tudor from betraying Solomon when it mattered. Bethel said, seemingly unfazed, even offering an example with a calm expression. "How terrifying, you people of this world," Alaric said, feigning fear before bursting into laughter. After gauging his remaining spirituality and chatting a bit more with Past Bethel, he released the summoning. "I trust you've received the relevant memories, Mr. Dorr," Alaric said, re-establishing contact with Mr. Dorr, who had been sidelined until now, and smiling. Mr. Dorr was silent for a long while before asking for the third time, "What are you?" "Alaric Zoroast, a mere mortal," Alaric answered again. "Let's hope so." Mr. Dorr sighed. "Right now, I probably don't have much to offer you." "Not true." You have plenty of bargaining chips, like knowledge and hidden history. Alaric said unhurriedly. Sure, I know a lot, but there are still gaps in my understanding of history and knowledge. You, on the other hand, are well learned and have lived through much of that history. Alaric grinned again. So, are you willing to place that chip on the scale to make our deal more balanced? Mr. Dorr wasn't surprised by this. There was no such thing as true omniscience in this world, not even the ancient sun god could claim that. Still, Mr. Dorr couldn't shake his suspicion about what this self-proclaimed human really was. I can only contact you during the full moon. If you can keep me lucid like you did today, I'll share some of the things you want to know. Mr. Dorr said, showing no intent to refuse. With Alaric's abilities, anything he wanted to know would eventually come to light, whether Mr. Dorr shared it or not. Might as well use this chance to learn more about what kind of existence Alaric was. Thank you. Alaric said politely. Oh, by the way. Alaric added, as if remembering something. Mr. Dorr, I could actually use your help with a small favor. Klein was at home, studying. For the past 20 days, Klein had enjoyed a rare period of calm. His routine consisted of studying occult knowledge, practicing combat, holding tarot club meetings, and little else, no unexpected incidents. It left him almost disoriented, wondering if all the prior mishaps had truly been coincidences. But Klein knew better, they couldn't be mere coincidences. All he could do in this brief calm was learn as much as possible and improve himself in every way. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar prayer. The voice was male, and after careful discernment, Klein confirmed it belonged to Alaric. Klein mentally raised a question mark, puzzled why Alaric would suddenly pray to him out of the blue. Has Jack come up with another wild idea? Klein wondered, but his expression soon grew serious. He noticed that Alaric's prayer carried a tone of intense pain. Has something happened? Klein hurriedly ascended the gray fog to investigate. Through the prayer's light, he soon saw a familiar study. Alaric was writhing in pain on the floor, surrounded by scattered books. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Save me, save me. Klein heard Alaric's desperate plea and noticed something unnatural about him. His hair was growing longer, his nails extending, and other anomalies. Is Jack about to lose control? What do I do? Klein panicked, his mind racing through his knowledge but finding no solutions. Then, he caught faint, almost imperceptible ravings mixed with Alaric's prayer. This reminded Klein of his own experiences. He occasionally heard such ravings before ascending the gray fog. He knew how terrifying they could be. Is Jack on the verge of losing control because of these ravings? Klein thought, an idea forming. If I pull Jack onto the gray fog, would it block out those ravings? Without hesitation, Klein established a connection with Alaric and pulled him onto the gray fog. Alaric blinked. Moments ago, he had been mimicking a certain dramatic initiation scene. Now, looking at the bronze table before him, he put on a perfectly in-character expression of shock and confusion, though inwardly, he wasn't surprised at all. This had been part of his plan. Just earlier, Alaric had asked Mr. Dorr to whisper a few extra words in his ear. Then, using his acting skills, he feigned the appearance of losing control. His goal was to replicate for his ascent to the gray fog, using the pretext of life-threatening danger to force Klein to pull him up. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 53, LOM, 53, Tarot Club. Of course, Alaric hadn't overlooked the possibility that the Nyarlathotep fragment within him might pose an obstacle. He was prepared for failure, but to his surprise, the process of being pulled onto the gray fog went remarkably smoothly. The fragment in his spirit body became unprecedentedly quiet. This reminded Alaric of his experience when advancing to actor. Could it be because the Sapphira Castle is one of the greatest sources of madness in this world, striking some kind of balance with the fragment inside me? Alaric mused silently, while outwardly adopting a bewildered expression, looking around in confusion. Then, spotting the fool at the head of the bronze table, he jolted back, feigning a startled reaction. Are you Mr. Fool? Alaric asked, appearing slightly flustered. So now you finally know fear? Klein thought, exasperated, though he was puzzled. His spirituality hadn't been depleted much, as if some other force had offset the cost. It felt like he had enough energy to pull another person into the Tarot Club. Could it be because Jack is also a transmigrator? Klein wondered silently, not dwelling on it too long. He looked at Alaric, chuckling softly. How did you end up provoking that guy? Klein was genuinely curious. How had Jack managed to court such a disaster in just a few days, nearly driving himself to the brink of losing control? He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he didn't have the gray fog to block the ravings or if Jack hadn't known the fool's honorific name. The outcome might have been grim. Perhaps tomorrow he'd have received news of Jack's death. But wasn't this also a coincidence? Klein couldn't help but ponder. He wasn't being overly sensitive, coincidences around him were frequent enough to trigger unease. Jack clearly has some connection to the gray fog. Could there really be a mastermind orchestrating this, deliberately pushing Jack onto the fog? Klein's mood grew heavier as he considered the possibility. But he quickly set aside his concerns. Even if a mastermind existed, they'd likely been caught in its web since the moment they transmigrated. Compared to Jack losing control and dying, this outcome was acceptable. Alaric could guess what Klein was thinking. His setup this time was admittedly rough, but that was fine. Everything could be blamed on the ever-convenient scapegoat, the celestial worthy. What coincidences? Those were all the celestial worthies doing. What did they have to do with an innocent, goofy student like him? So, when Klein asked his question, Alaric put on an obviously guilty expression, hesitating before finally explaining, as if he'd pieced together his story. It's like this, Mr. Fool. A friend of mine, connected to the Abraham family, had a stone bracelet tied to them. I've been curious about the Abraham family lately, so I bought one of the stones to study. Alaric coughed, feigning embarrassment. Ahem, during my research, I accidentally dripped some blood on it, and, well, as you saw, I started hearing ravings from a high-ranking existence. Klein nearly laughed in frustration. He knew Jack was prone to reckless antics, but he hadn't expected him to take it this far. Hasn't anyone told you not to mess with things tied to ancient families? Klein couldn't help but say, his tone stern. He recalled the original Klein's experience. His classmate's downfall came from studying the Antigonus family's notebook, leading to disaster. In Klein's original world, ties to ancient families might mean prestige, but in this world, they spelled danger. I'm sorry, I messed up. Alaric said, as if accustomed to such criticism, immediately admitting his fault. You admit your mistake, but will you actually change next time? Klein thought, exasperated but helpless when it came to his friend. Sighing inwardly, he said, if you encounter those ravings again, you can recite my name. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Alaric's face lit up with excitement, like a small animal realizing it was safe. He looked at Klein curiously. Mr. Fool, why are you helping me? Why? Because you're my unofficial mentor, because we're friends. Klein grumbled inwardly, maintaining his composed demeanor. He smiled faintly. You carry a familiar aura, so I don't mind lending a hand. Huh. Alaric adopted a confused, almost clueless expression, but then frowned as if something occurred to him. Jack's persona was simple but not foolish. He was trusting and lacked a strong sense of caution in relationships, but his intellect was sharp. Having dreamed of the gray fog and knowing of the celestial worthy, such a Jack would naturally wonder if the fool was tied to his transmigration. But such a sensitive question couldn't be asked directly of a suspected deity. So, Alaric merely looked at Klein, hesitating as if wanting to speak but holding back. He then glanced around curiously, unable to resist asking after a few seconds, Mr. Fool, will others come here? There are a few beings like you who've come here for various reasons. Klein said, glancing at Alaric before briefly explaining the Tarot Club's existence. Truth be told, Klein was torn about whether to let Jack join the Tarot Club. It wasn't just about the potential mastermind. Even if there was some grand scheme, Klein preferred taking action over avoiding risks out of fear. Rather than stunting his growth due to paranoia, he'd rather grow quietly and flip the board later. Plenty of self-proclaimed chess masters in this world had met their downfall. If he avoided risks entirely, he'd likely be crushed by any mastermind without any strength to resist. The same applied to Jack. Klein's main concern was another matter. Reading Roselle's diary in front of a fellow transmigrator would be awkward. But after some deliberation, Klein decided to let Jack join. It was beneficial for both. The Tarot Club would help Jack grow, and Klein could keep a closer eye on his friend while gaining advantages, like diverting the hanged man's attention to reduce the risk of the fool's exposure or having Alaric's blunt personality ask questions the fool couldn't. Aside from Klein's potential embarrassment, it was perfect. As long as I'm not the one embarrassed, someone else will be. That's the way. Klein psyched himself up internally, only to hear Alaric say eagerly, Mr. Fool, can I join this gathering? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 54, LOM, 54, Gains. Of course. Klein replied, naturally not refusing. He briefly explained the Tarot Club's rules to Alaric, then conjured a stack of cards. You can choose one as your codename. Alaric's gaze swept over the tarot cards, excluding the Fool, Justice, and Hanged Man. His eyes lingered on the World card, tempted by a mischievous urge to pick it, but he ultimately decided to let Klein play his double act. Instead, he drew another card. It was the Emperor. Emperor. I'll take the Emperor card. Alaric had initially considered the Lovers, given its tie to the seer pathway, but as a single man, it felt a bit too ironic. So, he settled on his second choice, the Emperor. Very well. Klein said, having no objections. He nodded, making the conjured cards vanish. Without my permission, do not reveal my existence or the tarot clubs to anyone. Klein felt compelled to stress this, genuinely worried that Alaric might inadvertently make the fool and the tarot club common knowledge. Ah. Not even my teacher? Alaric asked, seemingly caught off guard, his tone cautious. No. Klein said with a smile, shaking his head. All right. Alaric replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. Then, as if struck by a thought, he looked at Klein with curiosity. Mr. Fool, is Klein also a member of the tarot club? He's a provisional member. Klein answered smoothly. Though he hadn't yet figured out how to use an alternate identity, the Fool had long planned for one. The Fool's lofty status limited the questions he could ask directly, so this was a precaution for when he eventually introduced Klein to the tarot club. Oh, so I joined the tarot club before Klein. Guess I'm the better one after all. Alaric grinned like a goofy student who'd outdone a friend in some trivial way. Klein could hardly bear to watch, though his mood lightened. Interacting with Alaric, a fellow transmigrator, brought out a refreshing simplicity that reminded Klein of life before his transmigration. Now, I just need to wait for the next tarot club meeting. I wonder if Sun is about to join too. Hope I didn't steal his spot. Alaric mused after leaving the grey fog. Confirming Klein was no longer watching, he stretched, feeling his nearly depleted spirituality. He decided to nap to recover. When he woke refreshed at noon the next day, Alaric began reviewing the previous day's events. Summoning Mr. Door had been planned for a while, and the process went remarkably smoothly. Not only did Alaric strike a deal with Mr. Door, but he also confirmed a suspicion: Nyarlathotep's power was indeed of a higher order than the outer deities, capable of covering and erasing their influence. The only issue was that the madness within Nyarlathotep's power was clearly too much for Mr. Door to handle, meaning the cleansing process would take time. Alaric was fine with that. If he saved someone in one go, he'd lose his leverage, wouldn't he? To be fair, is Nyarlathotep's madness really that hard to handle? I think it's fine. Sure, consuming the potion required anchoring with this world's brand of madness, but Mr. Door shouldn't lack that, right? Or maybe I'm the weird one. Alaric said, spreading his hands. He wasn't entirely oblivious to his own anomalies. For instance, his exceptional Shadow of Time ability, or how he faced deities like Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth without issue, unlike others who, regardless of their abilities, went mad without exception upon seeing a deity's true form. Alaric didn't dwell on it. Whether he was a mortal or something strange, it didn't matter to him. Alaric is just Alaric, a mortal, a trickster. He said, chuckling as he defined himself. He pulled out some stationery, wrote down the materials Mr. Door had mentioned, added a few extra items, and sealed the letter in an envelope. The letter was for Mr. A of the Aurora Order. Alaric had no qualms about fleecing resources, as he wouldn't take them for free, he'd offer something the true creator wanted in return. They'd probably love it if I asked for more. Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile, already looking forward to the outcome. I hope Mr. Door finishes my commission soon. Then the Joker Club can officially take shape. But the membership's still a bit thin. Alaric mused, stroking his chin. His eyes suddenly lit up. Should I recruit Leonard too? And drag Klein in? It'd be hilarious, they'd part ways as night watchers, only to run into each other at the same gathering. Alaric thought that would be quite the spectacle. But he wasn't in a rush. He continued reviewing his gains. I should visit Palaz again. The old man just saw an old friend and must be itching to learn more. That'll help solidify my cover. Sure, I slipped up with Mr. Door, but... Alaric shook his head, chuckling. He could tell what Bethel was thinking. A bold mortal pretending to be a deity. 10. A wicked trickster god masquerading as a human, toying with a poor angel. Square root. Bethel's not exactly wrong. Alaric laughed, shaking his head. He sensed the digestion progress of his actor potion. After his performance with Mr. Door, it had advanced significantly. Playing a persona isn't enough. As an actor, I need to put on real performances. Otherwise, with Mr. Door's caliber, I should have fully digested the potion by now. Alaric mused, unsurprised by the result. He reached out, pulling at the air. A figure emerged, swiftly merging into him. Finally. Alaric's smile was brighter than ever. He had at last obtained the traveler ability he'd been longing for. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/exilinia, remove space. Chapter 55, LOM, 55, help. Undoubtedly, Mr. Dorr was a good person with a normal moral compass. So, despite his wariness toward Alaric, an unknown entity, after Alaric genuinely helped suppress part of the outer deity's pollution, Mr. Dorr's goodwill toward him rose honestly to nearly 30 points. Alaric was confident that once Mr. Dorr fully confirmed he harbored no ill intentions toward the world, that goodwill would climb even higher without any further effort. In any case, as in King of Angel just a step away from godhood, Mr. Dorr's nearly 30 points of goodwill granted Alaric the ability to borrow the traveler's powers, finally allowing him to use the coveted travel ability. I officially declare Mr. Dorr one of my favorite angels. Alaric announced solemnly, then patted his chest without a hint of guilt. Of course, I won't deny my heart's a bit like a durian. Ha ha ha. After amusing himself, Alaric tested his new travel ability, arriving in Backlund to place the letter he'd written at the agreed-upon spot. He then used the ability to zip around a bit more, and once the novelty wore off, he returned to Tingen to begin his studies for the day. As evening approached, Alaric paused his studies and took a horseless carriage to Daffodil Street. Given Jack Jones' personality, it was only natural he'd seek out Klein, a fellow Provisional Tarot Club member, after joining. It was all about staying true to character. Plus, Alaric really wanted to tease Mr. Fool in person. That night, when Klein returned home after handling an unnatural death on Lower Street with Leonard, weary from a supernatural battle, he found an extra guest alongside his brother Benson and sister Melissa. "Evening, Klein. You're finally back." Alaric greeted enthusiastically. "Good evening, Teacher Jack." Klein replied, not entirely surprised. He'd guessed Jack's excitable nature would drive him to visit after joining the Tarot Club, so he returned the smile. "Mr. Jack's been waiting for you for quite a while. I didn't expect you'd be back so late," Benson said, looking at Klein with concern rather than reproach. "Seems a high salary always comes with a cost. Everything in this world demands a price for what you gain," Klein said, shrugging off his coat just as his stomach growled. It was no surprise, he hadn't eaten dinner due to the unexpected supernatural incident. "Look, I knew you'd be starving after working late. I prepared a snack for you, surprise," Alaric said, as if he'd anticipated this, handing Klein a box containing a Desi pie. "Thanks," Klein said, accepting the pie with a smile. Melissa, who'd been doing homework nearby, looked up and pointed to the kitchen. "Klein, I left some food for you there too." And so, Klein, who'd thought he'd go to bed hungry, was suddenly pampered like a well-fed cat by his loved ones. After eating, Klein led Alaric to his room and asked casually, "What brings you here today?" Then he noticed Alaric staring at him with an accusing look, making Mr. Fool feel a twinge of guilt. He coughed lightly. "What's wrong?" "Klein, you knew Mr. Fool wasn't an evil god, didn't you?" Alaric said, somehow producing a pair of glasses to perch on his nose, striking a detective-like pose. "No wonder you were so confident when you reassured me and told me to stop investigating Mr. Fool." "Humph, you were already a Provisional Tarot Club member back then, weren't you?" "Mr. Jack, has it occurred to you that the Fool explicitly told you not to reveal the Tarot Club to others?" Klein thought, exasperated, but he understood why Jack was so blunt. In Jack's mind, Klein, as a provisional member, wasn't others. Quickly formulating a response, Klein adopted an apologetic expression. "Sorry, teacher. I only recently became a provisional member by chance. Since Mr. Fool didn't want others to know, I couldn't tell you. I'm really sorry, can you forgive me?" "Depends on your sincerity," Alaric said, lifting his chin smugly. "And what kind of sincerity would you like to see?" Klein asked, playing along. Alaric put on a thoughtful expression, then his eyes lit up. "I want to hear you meow like a cat." Klein's cat impression was a classic in Lord of Mysteries, and Alaric wasn't about to miss it. "Huh." Klein froze, clearly not expecting this. "What, you can't? Or were you lying to me?" Alaric said, feigning a "my child has betrayed me" look. "Ahem, it's not impossible." Though embarrassed, Klein, who could play the fool without blinking, steeled himself. After a quick mental prep, he said, "Meow." It came out a bit too forceful, sounding hoarse. "Yikes, are you a feral cat?" Alaric exaggeratedly gasped. Klein shot him an exasperated look, coughed, cleared his throat, and said expressionlessly, "Meow." This one was much better. Shame there's no phone to record this. Alaric muttered regretfully but quickly perked up. "That'll do." Then, with a puzzled look, he turned to Klein. "But Klein, if you knew Mr. Fool was a good god, why did you?" He was clearly referring to Klein's freakout over the celestial worthy. "Mr. Fool might be a good god," Klein said, glancing at Alaric, his expression turning serious. "But what if the celestial worthy isn't Mr. Fool?" "Huh?" Alaric looked confused, then seemed to realize something. So, the one messing with your fate was the celestial worthy, not Mr. Fool, right? Maybe. Klein said, not giving a straight answer. His life was a tangled mess. Mr. Isaac had said multiple entities had meddled with his fate, and who knew how many were involved. I see. Alaric said, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a few seconds before looking at Klein. Then why don't we ask Mr. Fool for help? His honorific name is so similar to the celestial worthies, maybe they're connected. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 56, LOM, 56, Juicy Gossip. Mr. Fool is a deity who values equivalent exchange. I don't have the means to pay for his help. Klein said tactfully, letting out a sigh that was almost too convincing. It wasn't entirely an act. Klein genuinely felt a pang of worry. If only the so-called Mr. Fool truly existed, a just and benevolent figure he could openly seek aid from as a believer, even if it meant paying a steep price over time. Unfortunately, the Fool was just his own facade. Right, that makes sense. Alaric mirrored Klein's worried expression but quickly perked up, patting Klein on the shoulder. No worries, Klein. We can still ask my teacher for help. He might know something. Let's hope so. Klein replied noncommittally. Alaric's face fell again. But, how am I supposed to explain the Fool to my teacher? Mr. Fool said I can't tell him about him or the Tarot Club. Then don't say anything. Act like you know nothing. If your teacher asks, just say you don't know. Klein advised earnestly. The more you say, the more you risk slipping up. He doubted Jack's lies could fool anyone, so it was better to stick to ignorance. That's a good idea. I'll just say I don't know. Alaric agreed, nodding enthusiastically. He seemed to shed a burden, stretching lazily before turning to Klein with curiosity. By the way, Klein, why were you working so late today? Did something happen? Klein didn't hold back, recounting the unnatural death on Lower Street and his encounter with Trissy. Then he asked, do you know anything about this pathway? I know that one. Sequence 7 is called Witch, and it turns men into women, pretty brutal. Alaric said without hesitation. I also know what comes next. Sequence 6 of the Demoness pathway is Demoness of Pleasure, a sequence that's, well, a bit too spicy for public discussion. Huh. Klein was both puzzled and intrigued. Alaric glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers, then leaned in to whisper about the Demoness of Pleasure. As everyone knows, pleasure is a broad term, but for the Demoness of Pleasure, it usually refers to intimate relations between men and women, with occasional exceptions like spreading disease. This adult topic left Klein utterly shocked. Plus, Demoness are generally tough to deal with, especially at Sequence 6. They're practically mid-tier reserves for the Demoness family. At that level, they might wield something unusual, possibly imbued with divinity, tied to the primordial Demoness. Alaric explained. His words were a deliberate warning for Klein. In the near future, a Nighthawk would die because of a Demoness of Pleasure. While Alaric's nudge might not change much, it was a small effort worth making. So, Klein, if you ever face a Demoness of Pleasure, you've got to be extremely careful. I'll remember that. Thanks, Teacher Jack. Klein said. Though he didn't expect to confront a Sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure anytime soon, he committed the knowledge to memory for future use. Oh, and I've got some Demoness gossip. Alaric said, gesturing for Klein to lean closer. In a hushed tone, he continued, I overheard. I heard my teacher chatting with someone. Apparently, the primordial Demoness used to be a man. That's why she insists every Demoness experience her pain, which is why women on the Demoness pathway are more likely to lose control. Cough. The gossip was so explosive that Klein gasped. But there was more to come. And. Alaric lowered his voice further, as if terrified of being overheard. They say the primordial Demoness and the Blood Emperor were an item. They even had a child. What? Klein hadn't expected such earth-shattering gossip. The air around him felt colder, and he glanced nervously out the window, half expecting a bolt of lightning to strike. Curiosity got the better of him, though. But didn't the Demoness sect in the 4th epoch avoid supporting the Tudor Empire? Maybe they broke up. Alaric said, stroking his chin in serious analysis. The primordial Demoness seems psychologically twisted, and the Blood Emperor, Tudor. I recall my teacher calling him the Mad Emperor. It's not surprising 2 unstable people would fall out. Mad Emperor. That was new to Klein, who hadn't yet encountered this term. Curious, he asked, what's this about a Mad Emperor? I don't know much, since my teacher doesn't let me delve into high-level knowledge. I just overheard bits of his conversations. Alaric said, coughing lightly to maintain Jack's persona. With a conspiratorial look, he added, "My teacher mentioned the Blood Emperor started on the Black Emperor pathway but switched to the Hunter pathway, which drove him half-mad." Klein gasped. He knew the consequences of switching to a non-adjacent pathway, half-madness. He was stunned by Tudor's choice but couldn't help feeling curious. Why would an emperor choose half-madness over staying on his original pathway? And if the Blood Emperor was on the Hunter pathway, having a child with the primordial Demonis was even odder. Thanks to Alaric's tutoring, Klein knew the Hunter and Demonis pathways were adjacent. Normally, beyonders of adjacent pathways, even if not outright hostile, rarely got along well. The mutual antagonism among the 7 churches, often between adjacent pathways, was a prime example. Klein was deeply puzzled. Unfortunately, Alaric admitted he didn't know the full story, as some knowledge was too advanced to share with Klein now. High-sequence matters are so complicated. Klein suppressed his curiosity, feeling a mix of satisfaction and unease. As a low-sequence beyonder, discussing gossip tied to angels and true gods was thrilling but risky. At this point, Klein hadn't yet realized the War of the 4 Emperors involved 4 sequence zeros, assuming the Blood Emperor was merely an angel-level figure. Alaric, as if belatedly sensing the risk, touched his nose and quickly moved on. After chatting with Klein a bit longer, he bid farewell. Instead of heading home, Alaric went to a safe house, changed his appearance, and used his travel ability to arrive at Leonard's residence. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilinia, remove space. Chapter 57, LOM, 57, The Meaning of Chaos. Leonard was seated at the dining table, eating his dinner. When he noticed the uninvited guest, he merely glanced over before continuing his meal. There was no helping it, humans adapt. Over time, Leonard had grown accustomed to Alaric's sporadic visits. Travel. The shadow of Pallas appeared beside the table. As an angel of the seer pathway, Pallas instantly recognized the ability Alaric had used, which reminded him of Mr. Dorr from the day before. He spoke tentatively. "Indeed, a little gift from Mr. Dorr," Alaric said with a smile, speaking no lie. In this world, it wasn't uncommon for high-ranking beings to grant certain abilities to those of lower status. "It seems you've indeed struck a deal with Bethel," Pallas said, unsurprised. He looked at Alaric and asked, "But I don't understand, how did you manage it?" "All thanks to my lord's greatness," Alaric replied, smoothly shifting the blame to his Lord of Chaos persona, smiling serenely. "The retrograde of time, yes," Pallas probed. As someone with a mind as sharp as 800, and with Bethel's hints, he had pieced together some clues. Perhaps the Bethel I met yesterday didn't belong to this era. With this suspicion in mind, Pallas had reviewed his meeting with Bethel and noticed several oddities. Bethel's words upon seeing him, his attire, and more. "Time is but one of my lord's authorities," Alaric said, not denying it. He nodded, his expression briefly distant, as if recalling something. "My lord can summon those from the past back into this world." Even with his suspicions, Pallas couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock at the confirmation. Such an authority was staggering. Pallas knew that if the Lord of Chaos could truly bring back the past, it would be a temptation few could resist. Even Pallas himself, in that moment, thought of his long-gone descendants, those who had passed. The chance to reunite, even briefly, was a honeyed lure that could drive many to offer everything. And if the Lord of Chaos could summon not just ordinary people but someone like Mr. Dorr from the past, what about true gods? Could he go further? "So that's why the true creator is willing to work with you," Pallas murmured, feeling he'd grasped it all. Though unfamiliar with the third epic's creator, he wasn't ignorant of his existence. Pallas understood that if that creator could be brought back, it would reshape the world's balance. Lord of Chaos, embodiment of delight. Pallas mulled over the titles that had once baffled him, finally grasping a sliver of the other's motives. Perhaps everything else was secondary. That being's true aim might be to plunge the world into chaos for his own amusement. "I'm suddenly afraid for this world's future," Pallas said, closing his eyes briefly before looking at Alaric with a wry smile. "You should trust them," Alaric said, reading Pallas' thoughts. He smiled. Neither Mr. Dorr nor the Creator would push this world into ruin. The implication, "You may doubt the Lord of Chaos, but you can always trust those guardians." Pallas paused, then laughed. "You're right. I should trust them." He turned to Alaric with a teasing grin. "But that doesn't sound like something a devout follower would say." Alaric blinked. "Old men, don't slander me. I didn't say anything. It wasn't out of character." Alaric Zoroast wasn't a devout follower by design. His loyalty to the Lord of Chaos stemmed from revenge, family revival, and loved ones, not blind faith. Pallas, well aware Alaric wasn't a true devotee, chuckled at his own jab before growing pensive. Finally, as if resolving himself, he said, 2 months from now, I can begin my first hunt for Amon, but I'll need your help to pinpoint his location. With a great era of conflict looming, Pallas knew he couldn't keep coasting. He had to step up, despite his heavy injuries requiring preparation time. I'll report your needs to my lord. I'm sure a response will come soon. Alaric said, unsurprised. Part of his visit was to spur Pallas into action. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Leonard. Leonard, who'd been eating and eavesdropping, jolted upright. He looked at Alaric warily. Why are you staring at me? Leonard, interested in joining the Joker Club? Alaric asked bluntly. What? Leonard froze, then pointed at himself, half laughing in disbelief. Me. Let's get this straight. I'm a Nighthawk. I serve the goddess. Though Alaric's tales of ancient history had shaken him, Leonard, raised in the church of the Evernight Goddess's monastery, remained steadfast in his faith. The goddess and her church had always worked to protect the world. The club doesn't require members to change their beliefs. You can still worship the Evernight Goddess. Alaric said with a smile, unfazed by Leonard's reaction. He continued unhurriedly, you don't need to see it as a betrayal of the church. The club has no quarrel with them. Think of it as just a secretive gathering. Leonard's expression shifted, his mind stirring. After a moment, his rarely used brain kicked into gear. Why me? Because of the old man. No, if I wanted the old man in the club, I'd invite him separately. Alaric said, shaking his head and smiling at the spectating Pallas. I'd have to think it over. Pallas said with a chuckle, neither accepting nor declining. Alaric wasn't surprised. He turned back to Leonard. I'm inviting you because of fate. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 58, LOM, 58, lose control. What? Leonard was clearly caught off guard by the response, momentarily dumbfounded. My lord has granted me eyes that can peer into fate, and your fate. Alaric paused, deliberately building suspense before continuing under Leonard's curious gaze, is deeply entwined with the Joker Club. You were always meant to be a member. It was, of course, pure fabrication. Leonard's fate had no real connection to the half-baked Joker Club, but that didn't matter. Alaric was confident he could forge a connection later if needed. He spoke with utter conviction. What? Leonard suspected Alaric was pulling his leg, but those earnest eyes sparked a flicker of doubt in him. Could he really be destined to join this so-called Joker Club? No, impossible, absolutely not. Leonard shook his head vehemently but didn't outright refuse again. Instead, he said, this is a big deal. I need to think it over and get back to you. I look forward to it. Alaric replied with a smile, unfazed. Having achieved his main goal, Alaric chatted briefly with Pallas and Leonard before taking his leave. This time, he didn't detour elsewhere but returned home directly. Let's see. Tomorrow does seem like a perfect opportunity. Alaric mused, flipping through a calendar. His eyes lingered on August 16th, and he raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it's time to lay the groundwork for Lucifer's grand debut. With that thought, Alaric opened a notebook to a page boldly titled, Lucifer's Backstory. It was clear that when it came to crafting personas, Alaric was a professional. After a moment's thought, he added a few new lines to the page. Occasionally, XX recalls the days before his transmigration. Back then, he wasn't called Lucifer, nor had he fallen to this wretched state. Perhaps it's a twisted sense of humor, but after saving someone, when asked his name, he tells them it's Lucifer. Fitting, isn't it? For Klein, today was a cause for celebration. He had finally fully digested his seer potion and was preparing to make a few arrangements before requesting a special promotion to Sequence 8 from the captain. Thanks to the numerous incidents around him, Klein's merits were more than sufficient. His only minor frustration was that his income couldn't keep up with his spending. At the underground market, despite eyeing several desirable items, his empty wallet forced him to walk away. I'll just have to save up slowly. Klein thought, a touch of envy creeping in as he recalled Miss Justice's lavish spending at the Tarot Club. He exchanged greetings with old Neil, who'd accompanied him to the underground black market, and they chatted briefly. Then, the bar owner entered, looking both puzzled and relieved. The bar owner was also an official beyonder, currently overseeing this underground market. What happened? Old Neil asked, noting the man's expression. A member of the Punisher's squad nearby nearly lost control. The bar owner said, his relief palpable. It was a close call, but a mysterious stranger saved him. I usually dislike wild beyonders, but I've got to admit, this guy did good. The revelation shocked old Neil and Klein. Anything involving loss of control was no small matter, and they immediately pressed for details. The bar owner didn't hold back, quickly recounting the incident. Just moments ago, a punisher had teetered on the edge of losing control, nearly becoming an irredeemable monster. But right before the point of no return, a mysterious figure appeared. No one knew what he did, perhaps he only spoke a word, but the punisher stopped spiraling and returned to normal. Sounds impressive, Klein remarked. In theory, as long as someone hadn't fully lost control, they could be saved, but that didn't make it easy. Otherwise, the world wouldn't have so many lost beyonders. What did he look like? That kind of behavior might suggest he's from another church, not some evil secret organization. Old Neil said, intrigued and curious. He was good-looking, with hair as dark as the night and golden eyes. Probably in his early 30s, dressed like a learned scholar. The bar owner recalled. I don't know anyone matching that description. Old Neil said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. Neither do I. The bar owner replied, unsurprised. I'll report this to the church's higher-ups. Maybe they know who he is. Neither Old Neil nor Klein commented further. After chatting a bit more with the bar owner, they decided to browse the market further. Their wallets might be light, but that didn't stop them from window shopping. Klein and Old Neil soon stopped at a stall displaying various materials. Most were ordinary, but a few were genuine, rare spiritual materials. Klein began identifying them, matching them to his knowledge, when he caught a glimpse of someone approaching from the corner of his eye. Instinctively, Klein stepped aside to let them pass, but when his gaze landed on the figure, he froze. It was a man in his early 30s, strikingly handsome, with jet black hair and captivating golden eyes. Almost instinctively, Klein connected him to the mysterious figure the bar owner had described, the one who'd stopped the Punisher's loss of control. No way it's that coincidental, though, with my luck, it's not that surprising, Klein thought, oddly calm. Because of this, he didn't immediately look away. Perhaps his stare was too noticeable. The men glanced at him, and the next moment, as if spotting something amusing, he raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The men paused, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and shifted his gaze to Old Neil beside Klein. With a sudden smile, he spoke in a voice soft yet resounding like thunder in Klein's ears. You're about to lose control. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 59, LOM, 59, Klein and Lucifer. What? Who's about to lose control? Old Neil. Klein's heart leapt to his throat. He glanced at the mysterious men, then at Old Neil, unable to stop himself from saying, Old Neil, you. Old Neil's expression remained relatively calm, though the slight tremble in his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Old Neil looked at the mysterious men. Are you the one who just saved that Punisher from losing control? Just a small gesture, said the mysterious figure. Alaric, cloaked in his Lucifer persona, with a smile. He gazed at Old Neil as if seeing through his entire life, his smile carrying a hint of indifference. Alaric had deliberately appeared in this guise. He had indeed saved the Punisher earlier, a task that wasn't particularly difficult. The Punisher's near loss of control stemmed from pollution by the true creator's offspring, and cleansing the trace of corruption was simple for Alaric, far easier than purging an outer deity's influence. By addressing the root cause before the Punisher fully lost control and calming their emotions, Alaric had prevented the collapse. His actions served two purposes, to test the effect of his performance and to craft the image of a mysterious, powerful figure as a prelude to this encounter with Klein and Old Neil. His earlier hunch proved correct. Playing the actor required deliberate performances. After Alaric, as Lucifer, made his grand appearance, his actor potion digested further, not by much, but enough to confirm he was on the right track. Now, it was time to give Klein a little Lucifer shock. Alaric smirked inwardly and addressed Old Neil. The hidden sage isn't exactly easy to deal with. You're too old. If you continue that ritual, you'll only invite loss of control. The blunt revelation of his greatest secret made Old Neil flinch, his breathing unsteady. After several seconds, he managed to speak. Is there no other possibility? Alaric's smile turned faintly pitying, though the emotion seemed superficial, like an audience member watching a tragedy unfold. Sadly, your life doesn't seem to have a second option. Perhaps. He paused, then recited slowly, as if savoring the words, if you can't save her, then stay by her side. Smiling at Old Neil, he continued, would you like that engraved on your tombstone? Old Neil opened his mouth, but no words came out. Alaric, as if reading something deeper, raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. Old Neil, who moments ago had been engulfed in despair, suddenly calmed. He looked at the men before him and said with difficulty, thank you. Just then, Old Neil had teetered on the edge of losing control due to his emotional turmoil. It wasn't surprising, he was too old, and any intense emotional shift could trigger disaster. Fortunately, Alaric had stabilized his emotions in time, preventing the collapse. No need to thank me. I simply don't want a fine actor to vanish from this world. Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile. Actor? Old Neil asked, clearly puzzled. You and your wife have performed a remarkable love tragedy. Alaric said leisurely. The ending of this tragedy, whether you cling to your obsession, continue the ritual to revive her, and lose control, or abandon the ritual, living on with your love for her so she needn't face a third death, is satisfying either way. Alaric spoke unhurriedly. If it were his true self, he wouldn't have said such things. Though a trickster, he had some conscience when dealing with those of the orderly alignment. But as Lucifer, a chaotic trickster, he needed to be sufficiently callous. Sorry, old Neil, I've got to stab your heart a bit, but trading a little pain for a chance to avoid losing control isn't a bad deal, right? How cruel. Klein instinctively glanced at old Neil, unsurprised to see a flicker of anger on his face. No one would appreciate their life's tragedy being judged like that. At the same time, Klein realized this mysterious young man might not be a good person, more like a trickster who roamed the world, acting on whims. If you just wanted to watch a tragedy, there was no need to warn me. Old Neil said, suppressing his anger, his voice colder. I'm merely curious about your choice. Alaric replied, unfazed by old Neil's tone. He smiled leisurely. Giving the actor enough choices makes the story's ending more perfect. Old Neil was rendered speechless. Klein's initial goodwill toward the men had evaporated. Unable to hold back, he said, Sir, we're grateful for your warning about old Neil's risk of losing control, but treating someone's tragedy as a story isn't exactly a good habit. Alaric turned his gaze to Klein, his golden eyes striking in the evening light, yet carrying little emotion. Klein could sense, however, that the man's look held scrutiny and some unreadable sentiment. Why not? Life is a drama, and we're all the starring actors. Why can't I appreciate another's performance? Alaric said, his expression tinged with what seemed like genuine confusion. And if someone wanted to appreciate your tragedy, would you accept that calmly? Klein countered. Of course. Alaric said, nodding as if it were obvious. I enjoy others' life dramas, so naturally, others can enjoy mine. This was laying the groundwork for Lucifer to write his own experiences into a diary. Klein was momentarily speechless, a mix of frustration and amusement replacing his anger. The men seemed to genuinely believe this, so his offense toward old Neil wasn't intentional, just a clash of perspectives. But old Neil doesn't want you to appreciate his life. If you think he's a fine actor, shouldn't you respect his wishes? Klein said after a moment's thought, deciding to persuade the men using his own logic. Mr. Fool's mind works fast. Alaric thought, inwardly impressed. On the surface, he adopted a thoughtful expression before nodding. Interesting logic. I must admit, you've convinced me. I should respect a fine actor's wishes. Turning to old Neil, he said with a hint of apology, My apologies, Mr. Neil. Please forgive my rudeness. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 60. LOM, 60, Positioning. It's fine. Old Neil said stiffly, unable to muster more than a curt response. Klein hadn't expected the men to be so reasonable, prompting him to ask, Sir, may we know who you are? Me. Alaric turned to Klein, smiling. A name is just a label, but if you need one, you can call me Hellel. At the last word, he chuckled, as if struck by something amusing. Hellel. Klein froze. He'd heard the name before, of course, in myths from his previous life. Lucifer, before his fall, was known as Hellel. Wait a minute. Talking about life as a script, cryptic behavior, a twisted sense of humor. Klein's mind instantly latched onto a name, and he studied the men again, momentarily at a loss for words. He strongly suspected this Hellel was Jack's teacher, Lucifer. But that doesn't add up. How could someone with this personality raise someone like Jack? Klein's thoughts tangled, but with old Neil present, he couldn't just ask if the man was Alaric Zoroast. As if sensing something, Alaric tilted his head toward a certain direction, smiling faintly. Ah, finally. He sighed, almost wistfully. Then, turning to Klein and old Neil, he said, Well, actors, that's all for today. I have pressing matters to attend to. Until next time. His gaze lingered on Klein, his expression carrying a deeper meaning. Klein blinked, suddenly recalling the man's earlier interesting comment upon seeing him. The shock of old Neil's near loss of control had overshadowed it, but now it resurfaced. You. Klein started to speak, but before he could finish, the man vanished completely. Klein stared, his mind flashing to spatial abilities he'd encountered in fictional works. He might be from a pathway tied to the spirit world. Some pathways allow rapid travel through it. Old Neil mused. Though low in sequence, his long tenure as a Nighthawk gave him ample experience. Klein's thoughts drifted to the messenger who delivered letters for Mr. Isaac. Both fell silent. After a while, Klein spoke up cautiously, watching Old Neil's expression. "Mr. Neil, about what just happened, we should report it to the captain." He knew Old Neil might not want to report it, but with the risk of losing control, Klein hoped informing the captain could lead to a solution. "All right," Old Neil said after a long pause, sighing and nodding. Meanwhile, Alaric, who'd played the cryptic card purely to make his exit seem plausible, had used his travel ability to return home. Now Klein should have a first impression of Lucifer. "When I make my next appearance, it'll all fall into place," Alaric said, stretching. Thinking back to the encounter, he chuckled. Hope he doesn't hate Lucifer too much. He wasn't too concerned. In his design, Lucifer wasn't meant to be likable, a morally ambiguous figure, akin to a friendly Amon, reliable in critical moments but best kept at arm's length otherwise. This persona made it easier for Alaric to act through the Lucifer guise. As for Old Neil, I hope the Church of the Evernight has a way to help him. Alaric had warned Old Neil partly to reinforce Lucifer's persona and partly out of a simple desire to help. Old Neil was a good man, after all. But Alaric had no effective way to counter the hidden sage, so his warning was all he could offer. Whether Old Neil would still meet his canonical fate was beyond Alaric's control. "Next, Klein will probably come looking for me. Time to pull out the props I prepared," Alaric said, smiling. He'd planned Lucifer's interactions with Klein meticulously. Some very entertaining plans. While Alaric schemed, Klein and Old Neil had returned to Blackthorn Security Company to report the incident to Captain Dunn. "I'll inform headquarters. They might know who this Lucifer is," Dunn said, his expression grave. His gaze then settled on Old Neil, gentle yet sharp. "Old Neil, is what he said true?" Old Neil's face twisted with bitterness, but he didn't hide the truth. His story was simple. Old Neil had a lover who died years ago. He'd been trying to resurrect her, often listening to the hidden sage's ravings and gaining knowledge from it, secretly preparing a ritual to bring her back. "I never meant to hurt anyone. I just wanted her to live. It's my fault. If I'd been a higher sequence back then, maybe I could have saved her," Old Neil said, his expression pained. Dunn sighed, sympathetic but resolute. "I'll report this to headquarters. They might have a solution. For now, you'll need to be monitored to prevent any loss of control." As a friend, Dunn empathized with Old Neil and understood his actions. But as the Nighthawk captain, he had a duty to protect others. "I understand," Old Neil said, nodding with a bitter smile. Watching this, Klein felt a pang of unease, struck by the harsh reality of the Beyonder world. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Old Neil truly lost control. In that sense, we owe Lucifer a thank you. He may not be a good person, but without his warning, Old Neil might have lost control soon. Klein thought, his last reservations about Lucifer fading. His mind then turned to Jack. "After work today, I'll visit Jack. He might really be his teacher." "You met my teacher?" "Today." That night, at Alaric's residence, after hearing Klein recount the day's events, Alaric widened his eyes in perfectly acted disbelief. "But he didn't come to see me. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 61, LOM, 61, Opinions. I'm not certain if that was Mr. Lucifer, Jack. Do you have a photo or portrait of him or something?" Hearing Alaric's surprised and slightly aggrieved tone, Klein realized Jack likely hadn't seen Lucifer. After a moment's thought, he decided to confirm the mysterious man's identity first. "Based on your description, it does sound like my teacher. A photo, let me think." Alaric adopted a thoughtful expression before heading upstairs. When he returned, he held a picture frame and a box, his face a mix of complex emotions. "Klein, it seems my teacher really was here, but why didn't he see me before leaving? That's odd. Could he have finally decided I'm a lost cause and wants to start over with a new student?" Alaric said, looking puzzled and a bit dejected, like an abandoned puppy. Maybe he was just busy. When I saw him, he seemed to be heading off to do something." Klein quickly offered reassurance, his gaze settling on the photo in Alaric's hand. The man in the picture was indeed the one who'd called himself Lucifer, stirring a mix of emotions in Klein. "I guess that makes sense. If he wanted a new student, he'd have done it ages ago, not waited until now," Alaric said, quickly bouncing back to his lively self, leaving one to wonder if he had any self-awareness at all. "Whatever, let's see what my teacher left me," Alaric said, opening the box he'd brought down with the photo, a prop he'd prepared in advance. Klein leaned in curiously, peering into the box. It contained several items: a letter, a time stone like the one Klein had seen that could summon people from the past, a deck of tarot cards, and a few spiritual materials set aside separately. Drawing on his knowledge, Klein identified the materials as ingredients for concocting a clown potion. But what caught his attention most was the deck of tarot cards, which stood out among the items. Why would my teacher leave a deck of tarot cards? Alaric said, perfectly timed with a puzzled expression. He picked up the deck, opened it, and found it was a standard set, except for the Fool card, which had a circle drawn around it, like a mark. Alaric put on a convincingly shocked expression, glancing at the card and then at Klein, as if struck by a realization. Klein, does this mean my teacher knows about Mr. Fool and the Tarot Club? Is this a warning? He asked, feigning slight panic. Klein couldn't hide his own shock, though it didn't seem out of place. After a brief moment of disbelief, he tried to calm himself while recalling his encounter with Lucifer. Even without the marked Fool card, the man had left a striking impression in a short time, not just because of his eccentric personality, but because he seemed to see through old Neil's fate with a single glance. If he can truly see through others' fates, and he's a transmigrator who knows about the grey fog, it's not impossible that he's figured out I'm the Fool. Klein mused, his mood growing heavy. He'd hoped Lucifer's appearance might bring a breakthrough, but it seemed to complicate things further. The circled Fool card felt like a clear warning. Looking on the bright side, while Mr. Lucifer's personality seems a bit abrasive, he did save the Punisher and warned us about old Neil's risk of losing control. Plus, he didn't act against me directly. Klein gave a wry smile, instinctively analyzing other possibilities in his mind. Alaric, of course, could guess what Klein was thinking. This was the outcome he'd intentionally crafted. Jack Jones could be a naive, clueless friend to Klein, but Lucifer, as a friendly Amon type, had to be a mysterious, all-knowing figure to serve Alaric's broader plans. As a fellow transmigrator who knew about the Sapphira Castle, the three families, and Klein's connection to the Grey Fog, it was only natural for Lucifer to deduce who the Fool was. Combined with the letters Jack had written to him, it made sense for Lucifer to want to warn Klein, the deceptive trickster. From Lucifer's perspective, wasn't Klein just a con artist who'd been fooling his student, using Jack to gather information and causing him no end of worry? Lucifer restraining himself from giving Klein a thrashing was already a courtesy for Jack's sake. Lucifer's biased, after all. Even if he rationally understands Klein's choices, emotionally, he's bound to side with Jack. Sorry, Mr. Fool, you'll just have to take the hit. Alaric mentally reviewed the logic behind Lucifer's actions, glancing at the obviously deep-in-thought Klein. After a moment, he deliberately opened the letter. The action snapped Klein out of his thoughts, and his gaze fell on the letter, which contained a few lines in stark black ink. Focus on digesting your potion and stop overthinking. I've prepared the materials for the clown potion. Advance quickly. Don't make shady friends. Don't you know your own limits? Don't come crying to me when you get duped. The Fool issue isn't a problem. If you like that gathering, stay in it. Leave the rest to me. The words were few, but the information was dense. Klein fell silent. If he'd held any hope that he was overthinking, this letter confirmed it. Lucifer absolutely knew he was the Fool and was aware of the Tarot Club. The only silver lining was that, despite the cryptic warning, Lucifer didn't seem hostile toward him or the Tarot Club. Klein analyzed the potential emotions behind the words, his feelings a tangled mix. Alaric glanced at the letter, then at Klein. Klein, it seems my teacher has some opinions about you. I can see that. He probably thinks I've been stringing you along. Klein thought, exasperated but understanding. While he hadn't meant to deceive Jack, the truth was he had deceived him, and not just about one thing. If Lucifer truly knew everything, it was only natural for him, as Jack's teacher, to be upset. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 62, LOM, 62, The Tarot Club. My teacher must have some misunderstanding about you. Don't worry, I'll write to him and explain. He might seem tough, but he's got a soft heart. Alaric said, patting Klein's shoulder like a supportive brother. I'm afraid the more you explain, the angrier he'll get. Klein sighed, though his mood steadied somewhat. He'd reasoned it out, given the abilities Lucifer had displayed, if he wanted to harm Klein, he could have crushed him outright. Instead, he hadn't exposed Klein's identity to Jack or acted directly, only issuing a cryptic warning. That meant there was still room to maneuver. See you next time. Klein recalled Lucifer's parting words, exhaling softly. Why so pessimistic? Alaric pretended not to catch the subtext, raising his voice before glancing at the letter with a thoughtful look. But based on what my teacher wrote, could he know Mr. Fool? Maybe. Klein said, unable to admit, I'm the Fool, and your teacher might come looking for me later. It was all he could manage. Oh, whatever. He's always so cryptic, who knows who he's connected to. But this means we don't have to worry about Mr. Fool's side. Alaric said, shaking his head dismissively before turning to Klein with a reassuring tone. Don't be scared. If my teacher didn't do anything to you when you met, it just means he's got a slight issue with you. It's fine. Klein could only nod at the consolation. Alaric, as if struck by a thought, glanced at the clown potion materials in the box, then at Klein. By the way, Klein, I never asked, do you have the formula for the next stage of your pathway? Having teased Mr. Fool with one persona, Alaric figured it was time to use his other persona to give Klein a boost. Too much pressure might overwhelm him, after all. And the higher Klein's sequence, the better the return on Alaric's investment. I've got the clown potion formula, but I don't know the ones after that. Klein said, shaking his head. Thinking of Jack's deep family knowledge, he perked up. Other sources might lack seer pathway formulas, but Jack's family might actually have them. Alaric flashed an "I knew it" look, pulled out paper and a pen from under the coffee table, and scribbled a few lines before handing it to Klein. Here, the Sequence 7 Magician Potion Formula. Not a bad deal for being my student, right? Klein stared at the effortlessly obtained magician formula, a warmth spreading in his chest. He smiled. Definitely not a bad deal. He glanced at the clown potion materials in the box, then, thinking of the mysterious gray fog and the complexities of transmigration, added, "Teacher, I think Mr. Lucifer had a point. You should focus on digesting your seer potion and advance soon." After a pause, Klein added with a grin, "I've already digested my seer potion. If I advance to clown, I'll be a higher sequence than you." "You digested your seer potion already? Didn't you advance just a month ago? What are you, a natural-born seer prodigy?" Alaric said, feigning shock with a hint of dejection, like a squirrel whose winter stash had been stolen. But he quickly rallied, saying, "Just you wait. I'm only a step away myself, and I don't need to go through the Nighthawk's process. I'll definitely advance before you." No matter his mood, life went on. After the Lucifer encounter, Klein continued his Nighthawk duties. 2 days later, Klein discovered that his sister's friend Elizabeth was being haunted by a wraith. After reporting to Dunn, he joined Fry and others to exorcise the spirit in Ram Town, where they found a portrait that might depict Mr. Azek. Trusting Azek more than in the original timeline, Klein wrote to inform him of the discovery. Later, Klein recklessly divined the sun emblem, a sealed artifact, on the gray fog, nearly killing himself but gaining valuable knowledge in the process. That same night, Klein and Azek returned to Ram Town and located the grave of Azek's son, only to find the skull missing, stolen, it seemed, by one of the figures disrupting Klein's fate. The incident helped Azek recover a fragment of his memory, deepening his bond with Klein. He vowed to track down the culprit behind it. Back home, Klein heard a familiar prayer, the voice of a boy speaking Jotun, whom he'd heard before. Having learned Jotun, Klein understood the words this time and pulled the boy onto the gray fog. He discovered the boy came from a strange place without sunlight or the 7 gods, likely the forsaken land of the gods described in ancient texts. The boy, Derek from City of Silver, swore to become the sun to save his home. Thus, upon joining the Tarot Club, he chose the Sun as his codename. After sending Derek off the gray fog and preparing for bed, Klein found Dunn entering his dream, not for any grand purpose, but to eat his dinner while playing the nightmare. "Captain, I told you acting isn't supposed to work like that." Left with no dinner in his dream, a mildly exasperated Klein swapped it for a pleasant one after Dunn left, capping off a vibrant and eventful day. The next day, in the afternoon, Klein arrived on the gray fog before 3 o'clock to prepare for the Tarot Club. Though only a week had passed since the last meeting, the Tarot Club had grown from 3 to 5 members, a significant expansion that left Klein, the organizer, unsure whether to feel pleased. Regardless, he followed the usual process, pulling the new member, the Sun, Derek, onto the gray fog first. He introduced his honorific name, the Tarot Club's procedures, and other basics. After the briefing, Klein checked his pocket watch. At exactly 3 o'clock, he brought Justice Audrey, the Hangman Alger, and the Emperor Alaric onto the gray fog. "This is our new member, Mr. Sunday. And this is our new member, Mr. Emperor. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 63, LOM, 63, Transmigration Diary 2. Klein unhurriedly introduced the 2 new members to the Tarot Club's veterans, then presented the veterans to the newcomers. 2 new members. Justice Audrey's first reaction was delight. As one of the Tarot Club's founding members, she felt a stronger sense of belonging than even the Fool himself, and she was eager to see the group grow. Seeing new members join, Audrey warmly greeted them before slipping into her spectator state to observe the pair. Mr. Sun appeared young, visibly nervous, and a bit awkward, giving off the vibe of a lone wolf. Her gaze then shifted to Mr. Emperor, and she froze. There was no helping it. Mr. Emperor's features felt strikingly familiar, instantly reminding her of Mr. Jack, whom she'd met recently. So Mr. Jack really was pulled into the tarot club by Mr. Fool. Audrey's initial reaction was joy. Having personally facilitated this, she felt a surge of accomplishment. But then, a realization hit her, and she inwardly groaned. Not only were Jack's traits distinctive, but so were hers. Jack had seen her in reality, and he, too, seemed skilled at observation. Sure enough, the next moment, Audrey caught Mr. Emperor studying her with a thoughtful, puzzled expression that quickly turned to one of realization. Looks like Mr. Jack recognized me. Well, with Mr. Fool here, it shouldn't be a problem. And Jack's a good person. Audrey reassured herself, feeling no real panic. She genuinely trusted the Fool and sincerely believed Jack wasn't a bad person. Their interaction didn't escape the notice of the hanged man Alger, who frowned. Justice knows the new member, Emperor. Truthfully, this discovery sparked a twinge of unease in Alger. Ambitious and cunning, he was keen on climbing the ranks within the Tarot Club and didn't want Justice forming an alliance with a new member, which could threaten his position. But after closely observing Mr. Emperor, Alger relaxed. The new member's body language suggested a certain simplicity, a lack of wariness, someone easy to manipulate. Alaric, naturally, could guess what Audrey and Alger were thinking but didn't care. He focused on embodying Jack's persona, greeting everyone with curiosity and enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting the Tarot Club's usual proceedings. As expected, Justice Audrey raised her hand, announcing she'd collected 4 pages of Roselle's diary. This was more than in the original story, a change owed to Alaric. Over time, he'd discreetly arranged for Mr. A to sell several transmigration diaries. While not all would reach the Tarot Club, some inevitably would. The Fool, Klein, was thrilled with the haul and asked Audrey what she wanted in exchange. She sought the Sequence 7 Psychiatrist Potion formula. This was beyond Klein's current capabilities, but thankfully, the son, Derek, stepped in, offering to provide the Psychiatrist formula in exchange for a Sun Pathway formula. Audrey didn't have a Sun Pathway formula, but Klein, fortunately, did, thanks to his reckless divination of the eternal blazing Sunday. Thus, a 3-way trade was smoothly completed. Klein provided Derek with the Sun Pathway formula, Audrey paid Klein's favored one in gold pounds, and Derek supplied Audrey with the Psychiatrist formula. Everyone was satisfied. Klein began reading the day's diaries. The first 2 pages were unmistakably Roselle's, detailing adjacent sequence swaps and his attendance at a mysterious ancient organization's gathering to view the blasphemy slate. It left Klein frustrated, feeling like the story had been cut off mid-chapter. Come on, Emperor, if you're going to mention it, at least name the organization. Klein grumbled inwardly before turning to the next page. His gaze sharpened. The date clearly wasn't Roselle's, suggesting it belonged to a transmigrator from the Zoroast family. The diary read. August 25th, clear. Today, Amon suddenly taught me about the history of the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty, which surprised me. Apparently, the Blood Emperor Tudor was a mad god. Amon said he helped Tudor ascend to Red Priest, which seems to be the sequence 0 of the Hunter pathway. Oddly, Amon's expression while recounting this was strange, neither happy nor sad. I almost felt like he was nostalgic. Does a being like him feel nostalgia? Was he close to Tudor? The diary was a bombshell, its information overwhelming Klein, though he was careful not to show it. He quickly adjusted, his mind racing. Gods are sequence 0. That aligns with the sequence pathways. So the legendary god pathways are just sequence pathways, meaning every pathway's peak can lead to godhood. The Blood Emperor Tudor was a sequence 0. Is that why the primordial Demonis bore his child? Does that mean the War of the 4 Emperors was a clash between 4 sequence 0s? Amon helped Tudor become a god, no wonder he was the Duke of Amon in the Tudor Empire. Ideas flooded Klein's mind. While noting these secrets, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Last time, wasn't Zoroast plotting to escape? He wrote about his escape plans and was wary of Amon. How did he suddenly start learning history from Amon? Is that really okay? Klein was perplexed. This was his 3rd encounter with a Zoroast diary. At the previous Tarot Club, he'd read a few pages from the same transmigrator, mostly complaints about being caught by Amon and plans to escape. Yet, in such a short time, Zoroast's wariness toward Amon seemed to have faded significantly. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 64, LOM, 64, Descent into Darkness. Klein felt a growing sense of unease as he continued reading the diary. October 6th, cloudy. Successfully advanced to sequence 8 Swindler today. Amon said I could try conning him, claiming it'd let me digest my Swindler potion in a second. Hilarious. Conning the biggest con artist of my own pathway. As if I could pull that off. But Amon's personality is milder than I expected, reminding me of my old teacher. October 16th, overcast. Under Amon's guidance, I chose to con some gang members. They're hardly good people, so my conscience is clear. Amon said I've got talent. Is he for real? Gotta admit, I'm kind of pleased. Guess I'm a genius after all. The diary entries were mundane, even somewhat heartwarming, but Klein's brows nearly furrowed. As time passed, Zoroast's wariness toward Amon had clearly waned, almost to the point of genuinely seeing Amon as a teacher. If Amon were a good person, this wouldn't be an issue, but... Recalling Alaric's repeated warnings that Amon is a villain. Klein's bad feeling grew sharper as he looked at the diary. He pressed on, skimming through a few more routine entries until he reached an unusual one. June 1st, light rain. It's been almost a year since Amon caught me. So much has happened, and I've finally advanced to sequence 6 Prometheus. Looking back at my old diary entries, I find them a bit funny. The Zoroast family records aren't always right. Amon doesn't seem as bad as they claimed. Maybe I can give up on the escape plan. Not that I've ever actually tried it. June 3rd, moderate rain. Amon suddenly asked if I'd like to be his favored one. I was surprised but kind of thrilled. The favored one of the god of mischief. Sounds even more prestigious than a true god's favored. At this point, Klein's sense of foreboding peaked. He hurriedly read on, and the first line of the next entry made his heart sink. June 6th, heavy rain. I was eaten. But luckily, my soul is special enough that Amon had to spit me out after eating me. I didn't become the next Amon. Great. Ha 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 ha. Amon. Amon. I'll kill you, I swear. The raw hatred seemed to seep through the words. Klein stared at the abruptly ended diary, struggling to describe his feelings. In just a few pages, he'd witnessed a transmigrator's descent at Amon's hands, from initial caution to eroded wariness, to complete trust, and then betrayal by being eaten. It was too cruel, far worse than simply killing someone. Amon had toyed with this Zoroast's heart and soul. If Klein's prior impression of Amon's villainy was vague, these diary entries made Alaric's warnings crystal clear. This was an utterly dangerous, utterly malicious being. The critical question now, who was this Zoroast, toyed with by Amon? Klein's mind immediately conjured Lucifer's image. Though it was hard to imagine the enigmatic Lucifer enduring such an ordeal, everyone had weaker moments, so it wasn't impossible. And with Mr. Lucifer's attitude of not minding others appreciating his tragedy, he might actually let his diary circulate. Klein's emotions grew more complex. He hadn't ruled out the diary's authenticity being fake, but until proven otherwise, he chose to believe it was real. Instinctively, he glanced at Alaric, who was looking at the diary with a hesitant, almost speaking expression. Klein instantly understood Alaric's thoughts, so the fool is indeed tied to transmigration. How else could he read those words? Klein wasn't surprised and pretended not to notice, lest Alaric blurt out something shocking on the spot. If Jack does ask, I'll just have to deflect with, it's not time for you to know. Klein mused wryly. Setting the diary aside, he addressed the others, you don't have to wait for me. The Tarot Club members, of course, couldn't respond with, we'll stop waiting then. They promptly declared, waiting is an honor. And the like. The meeting moved to the information-sharing phase. Just as Audrey first discussed the clerk selection, a proposal from the fool that she was spearheading, the Tarot Club's first interference in the world's affairs. After that, Audrey and the hangman Alger discussed a trade between them. Just as she was about to settle into spectator mode, she remembered something and asked, I've recently joined some Beyonder circles and attended a few gatherings. There's a powerful figure called Mr. A. Does anyone know his background? Alaric, who'd been observing eagerly, seized the chance. I know. Mr. A is a divine envoy of the Aurora Order, a follower of the true creator. Oh, Mr. Jack knew about this. Audrey was surprised but, recalling Jack's deep family knowledge, quickly accepted it. Curious, she asked, what's a divine envoy of the Aurora Order? Alaric enthusiastically explained the Aurora Order's structure. As an emerging organization, it wasn't weak, boasting 5 saints and 22 divine envoys, most of whom were mid-sequence and used letters as code names. Mr. A is one of the more favored envoys by the true creator, a sequence 5 shepherd, and among the strongest at that level. Alaric said confidently, spilling Mr. A's details without hesitation. Then, as if remembering something, he added, but the Aurora Order doesn't seem to have any angels. Wait, no, I think my teacher once mentioned an angel of fate who occasionally helps them because of their allegiance to the true creator. Angel of fate. That sounds incredible. Audrey couldn't help but feel a thrill at such high-level knowledge. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 65, LOM, 65, Necessary Groundwork. It seems that while the Emperor is likely a novice beyonder, he's clearly not an ordinary wild one, perhaps from a secret organization. That must be why Mr. Fool brought him into the Tarot Club. And his teacher knows secrets about angels, so his sequence can't be low. The hanged man Alger's mind buzzed with thoughts. After a few seconds of consideration, he said carefully, in some beyonder incidents tied to the Aurora Order, there have indeed been traces of devotees praying to an entity in the domain of fate. Perhaps that's the Angel of Fate you mentioned. Though unaware of Ouroboros' existence, the honorific name wasn't a closely guarded secret among true Creator followers. As an official beyonder, Alger had some knowledge of it. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms was one of the most aggressive in targeting the true Creator. Mr. Emperor, which pathway is fate? Justice Audrey asked, her curiosity piqued. As far as I know, sequence 9 of the fate pathway is monster. It's a pathway that makes one unusually lucky. Alaric openly shared an overview of the fate pathway, focusing only on the low to mid sequences. Thank you, Mr. Emperor. What kind of reward would you like? Audrey asked, thoroughly engrossed. While the Tarot Club often shared free information, valuable knowledge was typically paid for. Normally, buyers would request private discussions to avoid others freeloading, but as a wealthy heiress, Audrey didn't mind. I'm a bit short on cash lately, so some gold pounds would be great. Alaric said candidly. He was indeed running low on funds. No problem. How much would you like? Audrey replied, unfazed, money was no issue for her. 500 pounds. Alaric ventured uncertainly, then added, if you think it's not worth it, I can share more knowledge. Which pathway are you interested in? How much do you know about the spectator pathway, Mr. Emperor? Audrey's interest surged, eager to learn about her own pathway's future. The spectator pathway, also called the pathway of dragons, as you already know, has sequence 6 as hypnotist, sequence 5 as dreamwalker, and at the demigod level, I'm less clear, but I know sequence 4 is manipulator. Alaric unhurriedly outlined the spectator pathway's later sequences, avoiding specific abilities and sticking to general descriptions of their manifestations. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Emperor. I'm willing to pay an additional 500 gold pounds for this knowledge. Audrey said, delighted, and offered to increase the payment. Thus, another mutually satisfying deal was struck. The hanged man Alger, who'd been listening, finally spoke up after their transaction. I have a commission I'd like to entrust to you all. What kind of commission? Audrey asked, turning to him curiously. Let's hear it. Alaric said, feigning interest while fully aware of what Alger was about to propose. I've received word that the notorious pirate, Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, has secretly infiltrated Backlund. Alger explained his request. He wanted the Tarot Club members to help investigate Kalangos' whereabouts. Mindful of the danger, Alger conscientiously stressed that they should only track Kalangos' location and not attempt to confront him. After all, aside from Mr. Fool, the current Tarot Club members were, frankly, no match for Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Alaric put on a thoughtful expression, then muttered as if to himself, could that be what my divination pointed to? The divination he referred to was, of course, the one he performed for Zio days earlier. Alaric needed a plausible reason for Lucifer to get involved in this matter without seeming out of place, and the prior divination was the perfect excuse. What divination? Audrey asked, catching his murmur, her curiosity piqued. She knew Mr. Jack was a seer. Well, a while back, I did a divination for a friend. It showed she'd face life-threatening danger within the next 2 months, tied to the sea and wealth. Alaric explained simply, omitting Zio's identity since there was no reason to hide the rest. So, Mr. Emperor, you think the danger your friend faces might be connected to Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos? Audrey grasped immediately. The hanged man Alger, after a moment's thought, added, Kalangos is extremely dangerous. If your friend might cross paths with him, a life-threatening situation wouldn't be surprising. You should warn her to be cautious, even if the divination doesn't directly point to this. Better safe than sorry. Though a seasoned schemer, Alger had some conscience. Having seen the Emperor's value in recent exchanges, he didn't mind earning some goodwill with a few words. I understand. I'll warn her. Alaric nodded, his expression tinged with worry. This was, of course, to set up Jack Jones writing to Lucifer about the matter, a natural move for Jack's character. Alger then elaborated on Kalangos' pathway and abilities, emphasizing his mystical item, creeping hunger. Both Audrey and Alaric agreed to take on the commission, promising to investigate Kalangos' whereabouts. After this, the group shared more information, and the Tarot Club meeting concluded successfully. Now, it's time for me to head back to Backlund. The Kalangos incident should be enough to fully digest my actor potion. Before that, I need to prepare the supplementary materials for the Mask Maker potion. Alaric said, stretching as he planned his next steps. He then recalled his recent appearance as Lucifer before Klein and old Neil, a smirk tugging at his lips. I wonder if the Church of the Evernight has reached any conclusions about Lucifer's existence these past few days. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 66, LOM, 66, Astonishment. Alaric wasn't truly concerned with the Church of the Evernight's stance but rather the attitude of the Evernight goddess behind it. His recent appearance as Lucifer was, in part, a deliberate test to gauge the goddess's reaction to him. After all, while he wasn't sure if other Orthodox gods had noticed him, Alaric doubted the Evernight goddess would overlook a sudden new player in the grand chess game. She was likely observing him silently, much like a certain atom who blended into the air. Though I can probably guess her stance. Alaric smiled, picking up an ancient tome from the table to resume his interrupted studies. Before being pulled into the Tarot Club, he'd been immersed in his daily occult learning. He was always diligent in this regard. When his studies concluded, dusk had settled outside. Alaric tidied the desk, grabbed dinner at a nearby restaurant, and changed into a disguise at another safe house before using his travel ability to arrive in Backlund. His destination was none other than the Bravehearts Bar. Through Mr. A's intelligence, he'd confirmed a key development: the Rose School of Thought's internal strife had erupted. The Temperance faction, led by Rainet Tyneker, had been defeated by the Indulgence faction, backed by the Mother Tree of Desire. Rainet was presumed dead, likely surviving only as a spirit world entity, while the rest of the Temperance faction faced purge. Sharon, Raiet's student, was suspected to have fled to Backlund. Mr. A hadn't uncovered specifics about Sharon, but Alaric had been monitoring the Bravehearts Bar. 2 days ago, he noticed a new card-playing patron whose appearance matched Maric's description from the original story. Navigating the bar with ease, Alaric scanned the crowd and quickly zeroed in on a man at a counter, wearing a white shirt and black vest. His pale face, youthful yet in his late 20s, carried a subtle mix of madness and danger, though he was clearly restraining himself. This was unmistakably Sharon's partner, Maric, half of the Shaw-Maric duo. If Maric was here, Sharon was likely nearby, probably lurking as a wraith. Perhaps because Alaric's gaze was too blatant, he hadn't bothered to hide it. Maric, sipping his drink, looked up. His expression froze, then shifted to wariness. Alaric's current attire didn't scream bar patron. So staring so openly at Maric naturally put him on edge. Relax, actor. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just have a favor to ask. Alaric said, his form flickering as he appeared before Maric, gently pressing a hand on his shoulder. Maric, about to retreat, froze as if bound by a spell. Alaric glanced toward Sharon's location. Her wraith's physical invisibility worked well against others, but to a ferryman, it was less effective. To be safe, Alaric had borrowed Mr. Azek's power before entering the Bravehearts Bar. Sir, I trust you mean no harm. Could you release Maric? Sharon materialized from the air, her expression tinged with tension. She could sense the danger radiating from the mysterious figure, who was at least a saint. Of course. I only wanted to ensure this actor didn't act rashly, it wouldn't end well. Alaric said, withdrawing his hand from Maric's shoulder. Maric stumbled back, moving awkwardly, clearly stunned. Their interaction drew the attention of nearby patrons. Alaric smiled at the visibly cautious Shaw-Maric duo. This isn't the place for serious talk. Shall we move elsewhere? Sharon and Maric had no objections. They knew escape was futile against a suspected saint at such close range, and their conscience wouldn't allow them to use the surrounding civilians as leverage against this mysterious man. The trio soon left the bar, relocating to a deserted alley nearby. Sir, what exactly is your purpose? Sharon asked directly. I wish to meet your teacher, Rainet Tyneker, and invite them to join an intriguing performance. Alaric said, smiling at Sharon unhurriedly. Sharon froze, her expression dimming. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My teacher has fallen. Maric's face echoed her sorrow. Rainet Tyneker's fall was a devastating blow to the entire Temperance faction. But fate tells me Rainet Tyneker hasn't fallen. They've merely transformed their state of existence. That doesn't prevent them from joining my performance. Alaric said, his calm tone dropping a bombshell. What? Sharon's face lit up with shock, her doll-like composure cracking. Joy and doubt flickered across her features. After a few seconds, she seemed to process it, looking at Alaric. Even if what you say is true, I can't contact my teacher now. No matter. I don't need you to reach out. Though it may disappoint you, you two actors have no further roles in my performance, serving as key props is enough. Alaric said, speaking in terms Sharon and Maric couldn't fully grasp. He then reached into the air, pulling forth a figure. The figure had 4 heads and wore an ornate court robe, none other than Sharon's teacher, the Temperance faction's pillar, the future messenger of Mr. Fool, Raynette Tyneker. Using Sharon as a medium, Alaric had summoned Raynette Tyneker from 1 second prior. "Teacher, you're really alive. Wait, how are you here?" Sharon exclaimed, her face a mix of joy and confusion, unable to comprehend Alaric's actions. Even Raynette Tyneker, the summoned, was bewildered. Glancing at their student and then at Alaric, their 4 heads spoke in turn. "You. Who are you? What do you want?" Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 67, LOM, 67, Chained God. Greetings, Miss Raynette Tyneker. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucifer. Alaric said with an elegant bow, followed by a smile. I'd like to discuss a collaboration, one that benefits us both. What? Collaboration? Raynette Tyneker's 4 heads turned to Alaric in unison, creating a rather unsettling sight. The following conversation isn't suitable for our 2 young actors to overhear, so I'd ask them to step aside briefly. Not too far, just enough to ensure they can't hear what's said. Alaric said, smiling at Sharon and Marek without answering Raynette directly. He was about to discuss matters involving outer deities, which Sharon and Marek couldn't be privy to. Alaric wasn't worried about them fleeing. With Raynette's shadow of time present, they wouldn't run, and as long as they stayed close, the summoned shadow could be maintained. What are your thoughts on the Chained God, Miss Raynette Tyneker? Alaric asked directly once Sharon and Marek reluctantly left the alley. Raynette hadn't expected the question and paused briefly before responding. They were once good. But sadly, they fell. As a former favored one of the Chained God, Raynette's feelings were complex. They had once revered this king of angels until the mother tree of desire corrupted them, erasing what they once were. Fell. I'd call it pollution. The Chained God has become a mere plaything of the mother tree of desire, a tragedy. A king of angels losing their sense of self is absurd, even in this mad world. Alaric said with a smile, correcting Raynette's wording with a sigh. It seems. You know. A great deal. Raynette knew this was the truth but had spoken cautiously, unsure of Alaric's sequence. As a competent actor, one must know enough of the script to perform well. Alaric said with a smile, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. What if I said I want to invite you to help me wrest the Chained God from the mother tree of desire's grasp? What would you think? Raynette's 4 heads snapped up, staring at Alaric in disbelief. You're insane. That's an outer deity. Exactly why it would make for a spectacular performance, don't you think? Alaric said, smiling at Raynette's incredulous stare. Of course, I won't deny I'm not entirely confident I can free the Chained God from the mother tree of desire. I can only offer them a chance to save themselves. And if Miss Raynette Tyneker is concerned about the risks, you may simply play the role of a key prop. Alaric added considerately. Raynette clearly didn't grasp what key prop meant, but she sensed Alaric's confidence. The fact that she'd been inexplicably summoned here gave her pause. After a moment's thought, she said, What do you plan to do? Allow me to keep that a secret for now. Alaric said, smiling as he pressed a finger to his lips in a hushed gesture. If Miss Raynette Tyneker is genuinely interested in collaborating, come meet me in person. I'll be waiting here. Without waiting for Raynette's reply, Alaric released the shadow of time, standing in the alley to wait. Why was Alaric suddenly intent on rescuing the Chained God? The reason was simple, he didn't truly aim to save them. After experimenting with Mr. Door, he felt the need for more test subjects to refine his approach before attempting to rescue Mr. Door. He didn't want to risk turning Mr. Door into a mental wreck, as he rather admired him. The Chained God, thoroughly corrupted by an outer deity and possibly beyond saving, was a perfect test subject. Of course, if Alaric could actually save the Chained God, he wouldn't mind. They were, after all, a quasi-ally. Though their track record was lackluster, a rescued Chained God could serve as a ready-made enforcer. With some goodwill, their abilities could be useful. Moreover, this endeavor could secure the supplementary materials needed for the Maskmaker potion. Earning Raynette's favor would be an added bonus. Even if the plan failed, Alaric stood to lose nothing. He couldn't overpower an outer deity, but neither could one corrupt him. That was why he was here. Of course, there's another ready-made test subject in this world. Alaric mused, rubbing his chin as he thought of poor Roselle, languishing in a mausoleum for over a century. To be honest, Alaric wasn't fond of Roselle. He admired good people, and Roselle was undeniably a scoundrel. Based on Roselle's misdeeds, Alaric ranked him below Medici. While Medici wasn't exactly a saint, he leaned neutral and had once saved the world. Yet such a scoundrel sacrificed himself to save the world. Human nature is truly the strangest thing. Alaric reflected, recalling Rozelle's choices in the original story. With a click of his tongue, he made up his mind. Fine. At least the artisan's abilities are useful, and Black Emperor isn't bad either. An extra test subject will help me study the nature of Nyarlathotep's and outer deities' powers. While Alaric's Shadow of Time ability typically borrowed power from a target's peak, with enough goodwill, he could access their abilities from any point in their timeline. For someone like Roselle, who switched pathways, Alaric could borrow his Artisan or Black Emperor powers, or even Knowledge Emperor, making him a versatile 3-in-1 asset. Just then, the colors around Alaric distorted. Unsurprised, he calmly observed the scene. The next moment, Rainet Tinker's true form appeared before him. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 68, LOM, 68, Blasting. Greetings, Miss Rainet. This is, in a sense, our first meeting. Alaric said with a smile, offering a polite greeting. Hello. Strange. Mr. Lucifer. Rainet Tinker's 4 heads spoke in turn, returning the greeting while openly sizing up Alaric. Rainet couldn't discern where this man had come from or what bizarre ability he'd just used. Her observations suggested he was an unremarkable mortal, but that was impossible. Only a fool would believe someone capable of this was ordinary. The only explanation was that he was concealing his nature, and she couldn't see through it. Realizing, belatedly, how extraordinary the Shadow of Time had been, Rainet gave Alaric a meaningful look before speaking again. Why? Do you think I'd want to save the Chained God? I'm not certain of your intentions, Miss Rainet Tinker, but regardless of your bond with the Chained God, I doubt you'd want a foreign pathway's uniqueness to remain in the Mother Tree of Desire's grasp. Without reclaiming the Chained God, you'll forever be just an angel. Alaric said unhurriedly, his smile unwavering. He wasn't naive enough to think Rainett's attachment to the Chained God was so strong she'd risk everything to save them, but for her own advancement, she couldn't ignore their situation. You don't care if the Chained God lives. Rainet didn't refute him, merely observing before speaking with certainty. I don't force a specific outcome. If the Chained God is successfully saved, that's ideal. But if they fall, retrieving their characteristics and uniqueness would still be a fine ending, wouldn't it? Alaric replied, smiling without denial. Why are you doing this? Rainet asked again. Perhaps because I, too, am an enemy of the outer deities. Alaric said, his tone uncertain, followed by a smile. Or you could say I simply want to give the Chained God the ending they deserve. An angel who practiced temperance for centuries shouldn't be reduced to a toy of indulgence. That's too cruel for an actor. Rainet seemed to ponder this. After a moment, she spoke. What do you plan to do? And what can I do to help? First, I'll need some of your blood or something closely tied to you. If you have anything strongly connected to the Chained God, that would be even better. Alaric said, smiling. For the Mother Tree of Desire, today was another calm day. Lazily lounging on the moon, it casually observed Earth through the barrier, counting the days until it would dissipate while smirking at its rival, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, next door. As an old adversary, the Mother Tree of Desire knew well that the Mother Goddess of Depravity had let out a scream days ago for unknown reasons. After investigating, it discovered that Mr. Door, under the Mother Goddess of Depravity's control, showed signs of breaking free, not fully, but enough to hint at trouble. The Mother Tree of Desire couldn't help but mock its competitor inwardly while nonchalantly checking on the Chained God. The Chained God had long been its puppet, a relay station for the Mother Tree of Desire's invasion of Earth. Without them, it couldn't have established so many secret organizations worshipping it, a highly useful tool. With this in mind, the Mother Tree of Desire casually logged into the Chained God's persona to handle earthly affairs. Just then, it noticed a devotee establishing a direct connection with the Chained God. Unconcerned, the Mother Tree of Desire prepared to lightly pollute the devotee through the link but froze. Ayahawk. A scream, eerily similar to the Mother Goddess of Depravities, erupted from the Mother Tree of Desire. Panicked, it severed the connection, reeling from an unprecedented pollution. After recovering, it realized a significant issue. The Chained God had slipped slightly from its control. If its dominance was once 100%, it was now perhaps 95%. This small shift didn't prevent the Mother Tree of Desire from controlling the Chained God, but it meant their long-dormant consciousness had regained a sliver of clarity. What was that? The Mother Tree of Desire sank into thought. TCH, as expected, while Nyarlathotep's power can indeed harm outer deities, the portion I can channel now can only give them a jolt, not enough to strike at their core. Alaric muttered, assessing the experiment's results. I'll only be able to truly challenge or kill them once I fully master the Nyarlathotep fragment's power. It couldn't be helped. Alaric couldn't yet fully control the fragment, only guide a fraction of its power, much like Klein using a sliver of the Sapphira Castle's power to create paper angel substitutes before becoming its master. This level was sufficient to cleanse pollution from Mr. Door and others, with some risk of mental damage, but directly confronting an outer deity was a pipe dream. Fortunately, Alaric hadn't expected to achieve that. A jolt was satisfying enough. With that, he glanced at Tolsna beside him, not the true body, but a shadow of time summoned via a medium. Moments ago, Alaric had summoned Tolsna's shadow of time and had a friendly chat, mostly showing them how wretched their current state was in this era. As expected, upon confirming their situation, Tolsna's face metaphorically turned green. They immediately pleaded, "Help! Friendly forces, save me!" Alaric gladly obliged, following the same process used with Mr. Door. He established a connection with the current era Tolsna, then used a counter-pollution strategy. Fighting poison with poison, while observing the mother tree of desire through Tolsna's link. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 69, LOM, 69, Badge. Admittedly, practice makes perfect. With his prior experience cleansing Mr. Door, Alaric handled this purification with greater skill, controlling the process with precision. This attempt also deepened his understanding of outer deity pollution and Nyarlathotep's power. He was confident that a few more tries would make him an expert in the field. With that thought, Alaric smiled at Tolsna, who had been standing dumbfounded since the purification began, lost in thought. This session can only go so far, or you might not handle it. I'm sure Mr. Tolsna wouldn't want his future self to end up a dimwit, right? Tolsna stayed silent, wondering if he'd escaped a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. Was the seemingly human figure really human? He had his doubts but didn't dare voice them, instead saying gravely, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. You've given me a chance to break free from the Mother Tree of Desire's control. If Mr. Tolsna truly wants to thank me, how about joining the organization I founded?" Alaric said, smiling, never missing a chance to capitalize. "I'd be honored." Tolsna replied, unable to refuse. What if rejecting the offer meant no further help? He had to agree eagerly. Curiously, he asked, "What's the name of your organization?" "The Joker Club." "No need to be nervous, it's just an ordinary secret organization. For now, there's no real agenda, just occasional casual gatherings." Alaric answered with a smile, sensing Tolsna's apprehension. "Ahem, I'm not nervous," Tolsna said, coughing awkwardly. "But my true body likely can't attend the gatherings." "No problem. You can send some subordinates to represent you," Alaric said generously, smiling. "You might want to discuss this with Rainet Tyneker. She's better suited to fill you in on recent events, and you'd likely trust her more than me." Tolsna's expression turned sheepish. Alaric glanced at the silent Rainet Tyneker, checked his pocket watch, and smiled. "You have 1 minute. Make it count." With that, he stepped out of the room, giving the god and their former favored one some privacy. Outside, Alaric connected with the present-era Tolsna, speaking through their link. "How are you holding up, Mr. Tolsna?" "Not great. It feels like 10 outer deities had a brawl in my head, filling it with madness and ravings. Honestly, it's a bit terrifying," Tolsna's weary voice replied. The Mother Tree of Desire had severed its own connection to Alaric but couldn't break his link with Tolsna. "Sounds rough," Alaric commented, then smiled. "But it's better than your consciousness being fully submerged, isn't it?" "True." Tolsna sighed. "I might stay lucid a bit longer. Is there anything you need me to do?" "Just a bit of your blood," Alaric said, smiling. "That's all. Maybe keep an eye on your kids in your spare time." "I can't control Sua." Tolsna gave a bitter laugh. Though he was a king of angels and Sua was his own offspring, how could he control a child of the Mother Tree of Desire? "No worries, then," Alaric said, sparing a moment of sympathy for the poor soul, one of the most tragic kings of angels, no doubt. They didn't talk further, as Tolsna's lucid moments were fleeting. He swiftly performed the gifting ritual, delivering what Alaric requested. "Until next time, Mr. Tolsna. I hope your situation's improved by then," Alaric said, cutting the connection. He tossed the glass vial in his hand, filled to the brim with blood, a testament to Tolsna's generosity. Goodwill spiked nicely. "I can even borrow Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence powers now." Offering hope in despair really is the fastest way to build rapport, especially with someone whose will isn't that strong. Alaric mused, assessing the extent of Tolzna's powers he could tap. For a moment, he genuinely considered rescuing him. As for whether the Mother Tree of Desire would notice him, Alaric shrugged. Let it notice. The barrier kept it out, and if it sent Tolzna, the Rose School's strongest asset, Alaric would treat them on the spot, making the Mother Tree of Desire lose both its pawn and its pride. As for Sua, I can't beat a sequence one yet, but they can't just appear anywhere either. Even if they do, Adam's probably lurking nearby and could handle them. Worst case, I call in reinforcements. No big deal. Outer deities have more enemies than I do. Alaric thought, utterly fearless. He was certain the Mother Tree of Desire couldn't pinpoint him through the barrier unless he entered its influence zone, and even then, it was a slim chance. When I'm strong enough, I might go fishing. Alaric muttered, scheming as he pocketed Tolzna's blood and returned to the room. The past Tolzna had clearly finished speaking with Rainet Tynekur. Seeing Alaric return, Rainet spoke first. I can represent the chained god at your gatherings. Welcome to the Joker Club, Mississippi. Alaric said, unsurprised, pulling a badge from his pocket with a smile. The badge had a red background, adorned with black curves depicting countless overlapping shadows, each wearing a different mask. They clustered around a central, peculiar symbol, not a character known to this world, yet anyone who saw it would understand its meaning: delight. This was a specialty from Alaric's pre-transmigration world, tied to a secret society worshipping Yog-Sothoth, possibly blessed by it. The symbol carried an inherent comprehensibility, and after testing, Alaric found it worked in this world too, so he used it to design the Joker Club emblem. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 70, LOM, 70, The Self-Exposed Expert. Alaric handed the emblem to Rainet Tynekur, watching as she grasped it with her mouth. He explained, this is the emblem of the Joker Club. When the club is about to hold a gathering, the emblem will glow. If you wish to attend, simply infuse it with spirituality to activate it, and it will transport you to the gathering's location. This was the truth. Thanks to Mr. Door's tireless efforts, although the alternate space wasn't fully constructed yet, the emblem's core functions were already in place. For now, it couldn't transport people to the alternate space, only to a fixed location. Once Mr. Door completed the alternate space, redirecting the emblem's coordinates to it would resolve the issue. These adjustments could be handled solely by Mr. Door without modifying the emblems themselves. Mr. Door had created a central control device, essentially the master emblem, while the distributed emblems were its subsidiaries. This was why Alaric felt confident giving the emblem to Rainet Tynekur now. I understand. I will attend the gathering. Rainet Tynekur's 3 unoccupied heads spoke in sequence. Alaric nodded, then turned to the former chained god, Tolzna, with a smile. See you next time, Mr. Tolzna. Alaric dispelled the shadow of time he had been maintaining, bid farewell to Rainet Tynekur, and used his travel ability to arrive at the Aurora Society's stronghold in Backlund. Mr. A, who had been notified in advance, was already waiting. Your Excellency, here is what you requested. Mr. A said, handing Alaric an iron suitcase. Thank you. Alaric replied politely. He then produced another Joker Club emblem and handed it to Mr. A, saying, this is the Joker Club's emblem. When it glows, infuse it with spirituality, and it will take you to the gathering. Yes, Your Excellency. Mr. A replied without hesitation, carefully stowing the emblem. As if struck by a sudden thought, Alaric added casually, Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has arrived in Backlund. I want to know his whereabouts. Yes, Your Excellency. Mr. A responded respectfully. Though Alaric had a fleeting interest in dealing with Roselle, it wasn't urgent, so he set it aside and focused on his upcoming plans. Meanwhile, after the tarot gathering concluded and a few preparations were made, Klein was finally ready to submit a special request to Dunn for advancement to Sequence 8, Clown. The response from Nighthawk's headquarters arrived swiftly, addressing not only Klein's advancement but also Old Neil's situation and the verification of the mysterious Mr. Hellel's identity. In Dunn's office, Klein, Old Neil, and Leonard, who had been taking turns with Dunn to monitor Old Neil, gathered together. Dunn held the reply from headquarters. Dunn first addressed Old Neil, the matter of greatest concern to everyone present. With a serious expression, he said, Old Neil, headquarters has issued a reprimand for your actions. Old Neil gave a wry smile, unsurprised. Klein and Leonard tensed, their hearts heavy. Dunn recited the reprimand methodically, then suddenly smiled. However, regarding your situation, headquarters will send someone to handle it. Don't worry, they're not here to eliminate you. It seems they have a ritual that can improve your condition. Old Neil froze for a moment before breaking into a relieved smile. Klein and Leonard also let out sighs of relief. Dunn then turned to Klein. Klein, headquarters has approved your special request. As long as you pass the evaluation from the representative they send, you can advance to Sequence 8. Klein couldn't help but smile. He was finally going to reach Sequence 8. With two pressing matters resolved, Klein felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He looked at Dunn and asked proactively, "Captain, what did headquarters say about Mr. Hellel?" Though Klein knew the mysterious Mr. Hellel was Jack's teacher, Lucifer, he was genuinely curious about how the authorities viewed this suspected high-sequence beyonder. Dunn glanced at the telegraph in his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before he answered, "Headquarters' stance is to leave him be." It seems, the goddess issued an oracle. Klein's eyes widened, and Leonard, beside him, exclaimed in disbelief, "Him? An angel? I don't know." Headquarters didn't elaborate on Mr. Hellel's identity, but since the goddess issued an oracle, it suggests that even if he isn't part of the church, he's likely an ally. Dunn said, shaking his head before smiling. "From that perspective, old Neil, you're quite lucky. You may have encountered a friendly angel. It does seem like my luck's not bad, though that angel, well." Old Neil trailed off, likely out of caution. But everyone present, familiar with the events of that day, understood what he left unsaid. The angel's personality was, frankly, a bit unpleasant. "At least he did help you," Dunn said, at a loss for better words. The group chatted briefly before dispersing. Leonard, now off duty and no longer needing to monitor old Neil, caught up with Klein and complained, "I can't believe you met an angel, Klein. Tell me more about Mr. Hellel from that day. I'm really curious, what's the difference between an angel and an ordinary person?" Klein glanced at him. This wasn't the first time Leonard had asked about this recently. While the question seemed normal, Klein had a gut feeling that Leonard wasn't just curious about Mr. Hellel but was probing for something specific. "Does Leonard know Hellel?" Klein mused silently. Looking at Leonard, he suddenly asked, "Leonard, do you know Mr. Hellel?" "Huh?" Leonard froze, a flash of panic crossing his face before he regained his composure. "Why would you think that?" "I'm just curious." "Aren't you curious about an angel?" "Of course I am," Klein replied, sounding convinced but inwardly certain of his earlier suspicion. Leonard definitely knew Hellel, or at least knew of his existence. What a coincidence. "Well, I'm used to it. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 71, LOM, 71, Talent. When you encounter 1 or 2 coincidences, you find them curious. When 3 or 4 pile up, you start questioning your luck. But when your entire world seems woven from coincidences, you simply grow numb. Klein was in that state now. Bombarded with countless coincidences, he'd long since stopped being surprised by them. He deftly brushed off Leonard, finished his day's work, and sought out Alaric to share the news he'd received. An angel. For real. Alaric blinked, unfazed by Klein's intel. He'd already suspected the Evernight goddess's stance toward him boiled down to either observation or appeasement. From this, it seemed she leaned toward the former. It wasn't surprising. If the Evernight goddess hadn't shared information with the creator's faction, it made sense she'd opt to observe an enigma like him. Or rather, her leave-him-be attitude carried a hint of appeasement alongside observation. Having gauged the goddess's intentions, Alaric put on a puzzled expression and said, "Don't they say angels have big wings? I didn't see any on the old man." "You never asked Mr. Lucifer about his sequence?" Klein asked, both curious and exasperated. "I did, but he said low-sequence folks don't need to know much and brushed me off." Alaric shrugged, as if to say the fault wasn't his. After all, he wasn't an angel. Perhaps the Evernight goddesses him referred to him as an outer deity. Reflecting on Mr. Lucifer's personality, Klein nodded in understanding. After a moment, he asked, "Did your teacher ever mention anything about Leonard?" "Leonard? Who's that?" Alaric looked at him, puzzled. "My colleague, also a Nighthawk." Klein thought for a second and gave a brief description of Leonard's appearance. It wasn't something he needed to hide from Alaric, who could easily find out if he wanted. "Oh, that fool." Alaric's face lit up with realization. Now it was Klein's turn to be confused. Sure, he sometimes thought Leonard wasn't the sharpest, but, fool. Where did that come from? Alaric chuckled and explained, "My teacher did mention someone matching your description. When I asked if our family's ancestor was still alive, he said the ancestor was hosted in a fool's body. I asked what kind of fool, and his description matched the guy you just described." He paused, as if something clicked, and looked at Klein. "Wait, does that mean the ancestor is currently hosted in your colleague?" What a bombshell. And why was it another Zoroast? He felt like he was drowning in Zoroasts. For a moment, Klein was at a loss for words. His mind drifted to his second meeting with Leonard, when that fool, Leonard, had spouted Chinibu nonsense about the wheels of history and two protagonists meeting. Klein had chalked it up to Leonard being dramatic, but it turned out he was literally carrying an old ancestor around. What an old-fashioned protagonist setup. Not just him, though. My own setup screams protagonist, reincarnation, gray fog cheat code, probably watched by multiple big shots behind the scenes. Klein grumbled internally. He thought of the amnesiac Mr. Isaac, then glanced at Alaric, and couldn't help but sigh. Tingen is just too full of talent. Look at this tiny city, overflowing with protagonist archetypes. Even high-sequence beings, possibly angels, were piling up. Klein could almost count them on one hand: Mr. Isaac, the mysterious figure who took Isaac's son's skull, Mr. Lucifer, and the old ancestor in Leonard. One more high-sequence, and they'd have a full set of 5. They say high-sequence beings are rare, but I'm starting to think they're everywhere. Klein muttered to himself, a sense of urgency creeping in. A small, ordinary city with this many high-sequence beings. By any narrative trope, something big was bound to happen to justify this lineup. Turning to Alaric, Klein asked, "Do you know anything about your ancestor?" "Probably a decent guy," Alaric said, his expression turning thoughtful. "My teacher once said Palez, the Zoroast family's ancestor, was a rare conscience in the Marauder pathway. Though, I got the sense my teacher didn't like him much, maybe some personal grudge." Noticing Klein's concern, he added reassuringly, "So your colleague is probably fine. This might even be an opportunity for him." Klein's eyelid twitched. His preconceptions about the Marauder pathway deepened, but he let out a relieved breath. Though he hadn't known Leonard long, he genuinely didn't want him to end up as some high-sequence being snack or to suffer the same fate as the Zoroast in the diary. For now, it seemed Leonard's ancestor was likely a decent sort. Achoo. "Old man, why do you keep sneezing? Got a cold?" Leonard asked, intrigued. Palez chuckled. "Instead of worrying about my health, you should be more concerned about your colleague." Klein. Leonard froze, suddenly nervous. "What's wrong with him?" "He." Palez paused, as if lost in thought, then said, "He's fine." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Leonard snapped, but Palez was clearly done talking. No matter how much Leonard pressed, he got nothing. Frustrated, Leonard gave up and shifted topics. "That Mr. Hello is probably the Lucifer Alaric mentioned, right?" "The descriptions match." "Possibly." Palez replied noncommittally. Leonard didn't mind and continued, "So Alaric wasn't lying. The Lord of Chaos might actually be allied with the goddess." His expression turned crestfallen. If that was true, then everything Alaric had said might be true. "Kid, I told you the affairs of true gods aren't so simple. Finally believe me." Palez's voice carried a hint of sarcasm before turning earnest. "Trust in the power of the gods, but never in their kindness. That's my only advice. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 72, LOM, 72, joins. Leonard fell silent for a moment, likely calming his emotions. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he said, "Old man, you don't seem surprised at all that Lucifer is an angel. Is it so strange for a god's favored one to be an angel?" Palez countered. "Not really, I guess," Leonard admitted, ruffling his hair. His expression turned conflicted as he continued, "But if the Lord of Chaos and the Evernight Goddess are really allies, should I join that Joker Club?" He'd been reluctant to join due to his faith in the Evernight Goddess, but now that it seemed the goddess herself was allied with the Lord of Chaos, Leonard saw no reason to resist. Palez didn't respond immediately, seemingly deep in thought. After a few seconds, he said, "It's probably not a bad thing for you." A few days later, when Alaric, under his Alaric Zoroast alias, came to casually build rapport with Palez and pry into some fourth epic gossip, he heard Leonard say, "That Joker Club you invited me to join, does the offer still stand?" "Oh. So he's finally confirmed the Lord of Chaos and the Evernight Goddess are allies." Alaric raised an eyebrow, not entirely surprised. He'd long expected Leonard to change his stance once the goddess's position became clear. Smiling, he replied, "Of course it stands." "So, Leonard, you've finally come around." Cough, let's be clear. Leonard said, either out of embarrassment or unease, clearing his throat. "Even if I join the Joker Club, I won't betray the goddess. I thought you'd already confirmed that my lord and the Evernight Goddess are allies." Alaric said, grinning at him. "So Helel is Lucifer, then?" Leonard pounced on the detail. Mr. Lucifer does prefer the name Hell when doing good deeds. It seems to hold some special meaning for him. Alaric explained leisurely, not denying it. Why do you call Lucifer him? Isn't that an angel? Leonard asked, momentarily pleased his guess was correct but puzzled by Alaric's choice of pronoun. I don't know Mr. Lucifer's sequence, but he does prefer to be called him, Alaric said earnestly, shaking his head. That was the honest truth. Alaric preferred the more human him over the divine him. Weird angel. Leonard muttered. Angels tend to have quirks. Alaric said with a laugh, following Leonard's lead. For example, I've heard a certain angel of the fate pathway loves ice cream. Maybe it's their way of clinging to humanity. That was no lie. Everyone knew angels in the Lord of Mysteries world weren't complete without some oddity. Huh. Leonard froze, clearly not expecting such a juicy tidbit. Pallas glanced at Alaric and chuckled. Will does have a thing for ice cream. Probably because he keeps resetting into a child. No need to probe, old man. Alaric said with a smile, catching the subtext in Pallas' words. I'm not close with Mr. Will. Even if the organization has contact with him, it's handled by others. Right now, the only angel I'm tasked with dealing with is you. Pallas picked up on Alaric's implication and smirked. I would have thought, with your alliance to the true creator, you'd be hostile toward Will. Pallas' reasoning was obvious. The fate pathway's angel of fate, Ouroboros, was a known factor. As everyone knew, only one sequence 0 could exist per pathway, so sequence 1's aiming for godhood had to eliminate their rivals. Ouroboros and Will, the only two sequence 1s of the fate pathway, were locked in a constant struggle. Typically, Ouroboros had the upper hand, backed by the true creator and holding two sequence 1 characteristics as in King of Angel. Will, despite possessing the fate pathway's uniqueness, was hampered by his luck, which prevented him from fully integrating it. The uniqueness was more a burden than a boon, leaving him in a rough spot. Ouroboros' lack of cunning and the true creator's descent into madness after the fourth epic's defeat were likely the only reasons Will hadn't been fed to the big snake yet. Alaric understood Pallas' point and smiled. My lord is indeed allied with the true creator, but that doesn't mean he's hostile to Mr. Will. In fact, my lord welcomes alliances with anyone. Because chaos suits your needs better, doesn't it? Pallas said, either misunderstanding or deliberately twisting the meaning. Alaric didn't correct him, only saying, competition makes the world livelier. Just hope it doesn't get too lively. Pallas said, shaking his head. He could already envision the chaos to come, but, well, it might not be all bad. Turning to the now thoroughly confused Leonard, Pallas said with a chuckle, Leonard, don't forget you're joining the Joker Club. Snapping back to the matter at hand, Leonard looked at Alaric. Is there some kind of ceremony for joining the Joker Club? We don't bother with that kind of formality. Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile. He pulled a badge from his pocket, handed it to Leonard, and explained how to use it. So mysterious. Leonard examined the strange badge, his eyes drawn to the unfamiliar text in its center. Somehow, he understood its meaning despite never seeing it before. What language is this? I've never come across it. It's my lord's script. Alaric said with a smile, offering no further explanation. Pallas studied the badge's central word, seemingly lost in thought, but ultimately said nothing about it. After a moment, he remarked, I see some familiar techniques in this badge. Reminds me of an old friend. These badges were indeed crafted by Mr. Bethel. Alaric confirmed with a nod. I only just got mine recently. The older ones weren't nearly this impressive. He knew this was a potential slip. Pallas could likely guess Bethel had recently allied with the Lord of Chaos. But what did it matter? The badges being new didn't mean the Joker Club was newly formed. Perhaps the group had simply used different methods for gatherings before. Even if Pallas suspected the club was a recent creation, it didn't change the facts. The Evernight Goddess's stance was real, Mr. Door's cooperation was real, and the true creator's alliance was real. In the face of those truths, the rest was irrelevant. Every 100 Power Stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 73, LOM, 73, prepare. Alaric knew Pallas was sharp. A clever mind overthinks but also knows when to stop. As Alaric Zoroast, a recent addition to the Joker Club, he wouldn't be privy to deeper secrets. Yet, his loyalty to the Zoroast family meant he'd speak plainly on such matters, whether as a hint or not. Pallas didn't look surprised, only chuckling. Looks like your cooperation with Bethel is going smoothly. Alaric nodded with a smile, not denying it. Leonard, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Don't you guys get tired of talking like that? He blurted. Though dubbed one of the Sun Moon Star trio of fools, Leonard wasn't dim, just lazy with his brain. He could tell the two were lacing every word with subtext. Alaric glanced at him, shaking his head. He said nothing, yet it felt like he'd said everything. Pallas chuckled. Cut him some slack. His brain's been gathering rust from disuse. Alaric grinned. Fair point. Leonard's face flushed, clearly riled up. He glared at the two, stammering you. But couldn't muster a comeback. Having teased the wolf, Alaric was in high spirits. He turned to Leonard, his tone shifting to serious. Leonard, I know you've got reservations about the old men, but my advice. In this era, you'd better climb the sequence ladder fast. The apocalypse is coming. The world's only getting messy, eh? If you want to protect yourself and those around you, get strong, quick. While Leonard joined a certain shell of an organization, elsewhere in Backlund, Zio and Furs were grappling with a dilemma. Not long ago, they'd taken a commission from Miss Audrey to investigate the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos. Simple enough on the surface, but the problem was Zio's recent divination. It warned of life-threatening danger tied to the sea or wealth, and investigating Kalangos fit that prophecy perfectly. Worse, Alaric had somehow learned Kalangos was sneaking into Backlund and sent them a letter urging caution. Under normal circumstances, Zio and Furs would have dropped the job like a hot coal. But Miss Audrey's offer was very tempting, and both were strapped for cash, making it hard to let go. Zio, maybe we should back out. Your life could really be at stake. Furs said, prioritizing her friend's safety as she glanced at her. It's just a possibility. Zio's eyes flickered with conflict before hardening with resolve. She looked at Furs. I'm going through with it, but I'll need your help. Even with my warning, Zio and Furs still chose to chase Kalangos. That commission's payout is just too good for them. At least they came out unscathed. Days later, Alaric shook his head as he reviewed the report from Backlund. The report detailed Zio and Furs's investigation. They were far more cautious than in the original story, but Kalangos was no pushover. He'd tracked the duo down. Thankfully, Furs's stone bracelet saved them, allowing a narrow escape. At this point, Alaric, learning his friends are in danger, can naturally inform Lucifer and request his aid. Alaric stretched, smiling at the moonlight outside his window. 2 days to go, and Lucifer would take the stage, ready to give a certain Mr. Fool a little surprise. Klein had been in high spirits lately. He passed the Nighthawk's headquarters assessment, advancing to Sequence 8. Old Neil, with help from Christette Sesamir, completed a mysterious ritual. As long as he avoided the hidden sage's whispers, he'd likely avoid losing control. Klein also milked the Sun Holy Emblem for a high-level Sun Pathway charm, held 2 Tarot Club meetings, and gleaned new knowledge from Roselle's diary. Aside from the usual swarm of coincidences, everything was smooth sailing. One evening, while discussing a trip to see the Earl's return with his siblings, Klein heard a prayer from Miss Justice. Puzzled by the timing, he ascended to the grey fog and listened. It was bad news. Mr. Hangman's target, Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, had likely infiltrated a noble ball Miss Justice attended, disguised and up to no good. A pirate general who killed without blinking wasn't planning anything pleasant. Klein acted swiftly, responding to Miss Justice to calm her before relaying her prayer to Mr. Hangman. But he didn't leave the grey fog immediately. After a moment's thought, he sent the same information to Alaric. He recalled Alaric mentioning at the last Tarot Club that his friends were in danger because of Kalangos. Alaric had written to his teacher for help. Though Klein doubted Lucifer cared for him, with so many lives at stake, he decided to rally as much support as possible to prevent a tragedy. After descending the grey fog, Klein wrote to Mr. Azek, sighing as he mailed the letter. This is all I can do. I just hope things don't spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Alaric, having read the message from Mr. Fool, couldn't help but smirk. Even without Mr. Fool's nudge, Lucifer's involvement wouldn't have seemed out of place, thanks to prior groundwork. But with this reminder, everything fell into place even more neatly. Including the little surprise Lucifer had in store for a certain fool. Klein, you really are a good friend. Alaric said with a sigh of appreciation. Certain Mr. Fool wasn't watching, he quickly disguised himself, used his traveler ability to arrive in Backlund, and awaited the other actors' entrance on the stage. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 74, LOM, 74, Performance. Vice Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos, couldn't shake the feeling that bad luck had been dogging him lately. He'd been hired for a simple job, kill Duke Negan, and he'd receive a blasphemy card. A prize any Beyonder would kill for. A golden opportunity. Yet, the moment he arrived in Backlund, someone had already sniffed out his location. Planning to make an example by eliminating a couple of Beyonders for sport, he found his targets were slippery. One seemed to be a traveler, vanishing with their partner before he could strike. Kalangos let the two rats go, focusing on his main goal in Backlund. But no sooner had he disguised himself and slipped into a ball attended by Duke Negan than he realized he'd walked into an ambush. Forced to abandon the assassination, he fled. It infuriated him. A failed assassination meant a wasted trip. At least I have creeping hunger. Escaping's no issue, Kalangos thought, following his pre-planned route to a man-made lake. Just as he prepared for the next step, a voice interrupted. Normally, I wouldn't bother with a small-time actor like you, but my hapless student's involved, and you just had to cross him. The elegant male voice carried a hint of amusement, tinged with resignation. Kalangos's hair stood on end. The world around him seemed to come alive, stones, plants, even the water he knew so well turned into deadly weapons. They didn't aim to kill outright but trapped him, rendering him immobile. A figure materialized from the air, a man in his early 30s, strikingly handsome with a refined, scholarly air, like a learned professor. But Kalangos knew it was a facade. This had to be a demigod of the monster pathway. As a notorious pirate, he was familiar with the Rose school of thought and their monster pathway intel. Sir, I don't believe we have any grudge. Kalangos's mind raced for a way out, forcing a placating smile. Indeed, no personal enmity. Alaric said with a smile, not denying it. I wasn't planning to bother with you, but you made my student upset. So, I'll have to kill you to cheer him up. His expression was that of a doting parent, exasperated but indulgent, ready to placate a crying child. Who the hell is your student? He racked his brain but couldn't recall crossing anyone connected to this man. I'm a bit annoyed, honestly. Alaric continued, like a melancholic parent sharing woes. My students made some questionable friends, and one's clearly using me to get rid of you. He sighed. Then you shouldn't kill me, right? Kalangos seized the sliver of hope, jumping in. You're not wrong. Alaric nodded, as if agreeing. But before Kalangos could feel relief, he added, but if I don't kill you, my student will be upset. So, I'll kill you and give that naughty friend a warning. You're toying with me. Kalangos dropped the act, glaring at Alaric, ready to unleash a string of curses. But as he opened his mouth, all that came out was a sheep's bleat. Shoo, foul language isn't civilized. A proper actor doesn't curse. Alaric said, pressing a finger to his lips with a smile. You've got some things I'm interested in, so I'll give you a choice. You're going to die, but if you tell me what I want to know, I'll spare your soul. The hanged man, Alger, was cursing under his breath. After receiving Mr. Fool's tip, he'd immediately alerted the church. But the head of the Storm Church's Backlund diocese, Ace Snake, was out for a stroll at the time, delaying the message. By the time Alger reached him, the window to catch Kalangos had closed. Watching Kalangos slip away, Alger cursed inwardly while praying Ace Snake could still nab him. With that faint hope, Alger reached the man-made lake and froze. Not far off, Ace Snake was facing a stranger, while Kalangos stood nearby, his back to Alger due to the angle. Who's this? Kalangos's backer? Alger wondered, glancing at Ace Snake. The usually volatile archbishop looked displeased but showed no intent to fight. Ace Snake had no plans to engage. He'd recently learned of Hell's existence and received an oracle from the Lord of Storms, leave him be. The man before him, by all accounts, was that Hell. What do you intend to do, sir? Ace Snake asked. Just handling a small matter. Alaric replied with a smile. Seeing Ace Snake's restraint, he guessed the Lord of Storms had tipped him off. Looks like the Evernight goddess clued in the old storm pigeon. Wonder if the steam ladies in their chat group. Alaric mused, snapping his fingers. Kalangos, standing before him, transformed into a sheep. Alger's eyes widened. He'd seen all sorts of powers, but turning a man into a sheep was beyond bizarre. And this was a Sequence 6 pirate, reduced to a sheep without resistance. The Punishers trailing Alger weren't faring much better, their expressions just as stunned. He's all yours. Alaric said to Ace Snake with a smile. Not much of an actor, but he's a decent villain. I trust you'll give him the ending a villain deserves. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 75, LOM, 75, Lucifer and Azek. Who are you, exactly? Which organization do you belong to? Ace Snake couldn't hold back, staring at the sheep that was once Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. You should know my name. Alaric said with a smile, eyeing Ace Snake. As for the rest. He paused, his smile taking on a playful edge. Here's a hint, ever heard of something called tarot cards? Ace Snake's expression turned thoughtful. Alaric's figure vanished, replaced by a flurry of tarot cards scattering through the air, a dazzling, mysterious curtain call to his performance. The hanged man, Alger, stared at the cards, his pupils contracting. Could this be Mr. Fool's favored one? Meanwhile, Alaric, having completed his grand exit, hadn't truly left. He'd only moved nearby. He faced Azek, who had arrived earlier but held back from acting against Kalangos due to Alaric's presence. Smiling, Alaric said, "Greetings, Azek. First time meeting. You can call me Lucifer." Alaric wasn't worried about being recognized. He'd masked his soul's aura, making it impossible for Azek to connect him to the unassuming junior, Jack Jones. And indeed, Azek saw no trace of Jack in the men before him. Studying Alaric, he said after a moment, "I thought you'd be a seer." "I'm no seer, nor a monster." Alaric replied with a chuckle, his words only deepening Azek's confusion. "I suppose you won't tell me which pathway you're on?" Azek said, sensing Alaric's reluctance to elaborate. He didn't press, instead saying mildly, "Jack's letter to you likely mentioned me." "Of course, I received Jack's letter," Alaric said. "Honestly, it's a headache. I shouldn't have let him run wild. Not only did he stumble into the spotlight, but he's also gotten tangled in matters far above his sequence." His expression carried just the right touch of exasperation. He sighed, looking at Azek. "But my knowledge of you doesn't come solely from my foolish student's account. You know me." Azek caught the implication, his tone urgent. "I don't know the old you," Alaric said, shaking his head to dismiss Azek's assumption. "I only know the story of your role." He lowered his gaze, flipping through a thick book in his hands, stopping at a page. Looking up at Azek, he smiled. "Death Consul Azek Eggers, once heir to the Balam Empire's death. After the Death's fall, your soul was split in two. One half became the vessel for Death's uniqueness, while the other became you, reborn through countless cycles, cleansed of madness and divinity, free from Death's influence, shaping your soul into what it is now. Your story, even among all the tales I know, is nothing short of remarkable." Alaric concluded with a smile. Azek froze. Alaric hadn't hidden the book's page, and Azek could see it was blank, nothing written on it. Yet, he had a gut feeling Alaric spoke the truth. This might well be his past. "If I reclaim my other half, will I recover my memories and end this cycle?" Azek asked after a long silence. "Of course," Alaric said, pausing to meet Azek's gaze. "If you retrieve your other half, all your anomalies will vanish. You could even ascend further. But the cost." He slowed, speaking deliberately. "You'd lose all the emotions you've gained over millennia of reincarnation. Those memories would become mere images to you." Azek frowned instinctively, clearly uneasy with the idea. He looked at Alaric, a sudden thought striking him. "Why tell me this? Every good actor should know where their choices lead," Alaric said, smiling earnestly as he embodied Lucifer's persona. "And I'm very curious, Azek, what will you choose between humanity and divinity?" Azek opened his mouth, recalling Klein's mention of meeting Lucifer. The men before him left a deeper impression of his enigmatic nature. With a bitter smile, Azek said, "I might disappoint you. I don't know what I'd choose." His past was still a tangled mess. He recalled little of his millennia of reincarnation or his time as Death Consul. In such uncertainty, Azek truly didn't know his choice. Would he reclaim his soul, turning his past into fleeting illusions, or continue his current life, letting the cycle repeat endlessly? Neither outcome sounded appealing. "Understandable," Alaric said with a smile, fully embracing his cryptic role. "You don't need to choose now. You've got time to think before the final act." Azek caught the hint. "So, even if I avoid it, my other half will find me, won't it?" "You're sharp," Alaric said, not denying it. The mutual pull between the two soul halves was inevitable. Even if Azek chose to dodge it this cycle, the next might draw him unwittingly to open Pandora's box. "Doesn't sound like good news," Azek said with another bitter smile. He fell silent, likely pondering. After a moment, he looked up at Alaric. "Then, at least before the end, I want to face my past." Alaric met his gaze, smiling. "Sounds like you're proposing a deal, Azek." "Yes, and you likely know the terms," Azek said, nodding. "I need time stones, Mr. Lucifer." "What would it take to trade for those remarkable gems?" "Sorry, time stones aren't for sale," Alaric said, shaking his head. He had no intention of selling them to Azek, not that they existed. Even if they did, controlling the pace of Azek's memory recovery meant keeping them out of reach. Azek's expression dimmed, but he pressed on. "I know those gems are precious. Name your terms, anything I can do, I'll make it happen. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 76, LOM, 76, Frustration. It's not about terms, it's a matter of principle. Alaric said, pausing before shifting tone. But I can summon the person you want to call once, as payment for looking after Jack. Isaac's dimmed eyes lit up. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. It was just one chance, but for Isaac, it was invaluable. And Isaac's greatest fear was that the other party wouldn't budge at all. Since Lucifer was willing to yield for Jack's sake, his stance wasn't absolute. There might be room for more opportunities later. Alaric knew what Isaac was thinking, a result he deliberately steered toward. While he had no intention of selling time stones to Isaac, he wasn't planning to refuse all help either. His goal was merely to slow Isaac's memory recovery, so offering a sliver of hope was necessary. Alaric smiled, then added as if struck by a thought, "Oh, and I'd like you to do me a small favor." "What's that?" Isaac asked eagerly. "Pass a message to Klein Moretti," Alaric said, his smile widening with a playful edge. Speaking slowly, he said, "Batman is watching you." Isaac blinked, clearly thrown by the unfamiliar phrase. But memorizing and relaying it was no issue for him. He repeated it a few times under his breath, then nodded. "Got it." After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Alaric. "Klein's a good kid, Mr. Lucifer. You might have some misconceptions about him." From their regular correspondence, Isaac knew Jack had mentioned his teacher's apparent bias against Klein, and he couldn't help but worry. "I know he's a good kid, but that doesn't mean he's not a little trickster," Alaric said, catching Isaac's concern. He chuckled, his eyes briefly clouded with a hint of nostalgia. His voice softened, almost ethereal. "Don't worry, I bear him no ill will. I may not like him, but I'd never harm one of my own, never." Isaac nodded, only half understanding. He wasn't sure why Lucifer called Klein one of my own, but given Klein's tangled fate, it made sense. Isaac knew Klein carried many secrets, but what did it matter? To him, Klein was his student, his junior, his friend, nothing more. Confirming that the men before him held no real malice toward Klein, Isaac let out a genuine sigh of relief. "Oh, and please tell him everything that happened tonight," Alaric added, his tone pointed. "Especially the part about the tarot cards." Unlike in the original story, where Klein learned the outcome the next day, this time Isaac visited that very evening. From him, Klein heard the full account, including Isaac's conversation with Lucifer and the message he was tasked to deliver. "Batman is watching you." As a university graduate, Klein understood the English phrase instantly. His first thought was wild. Is there another transmigrator cosplaying Batman? But he quickly realized it was a warning. "Batman is watching you" was essentially a meme, implying someone omniscient was keeping tabs on your every move. Applied to Klein, it was a blatant caution: "I know everything you're up to, all your aliases and schemes. Watch yourself, or I'll come for you." Klein understood why Lucifer issued the warning. He'd used Jack to enlist Lucifer's help, and while Lucifer acted for his student's sake, he was clearly annoyed with Klein. Klein felt a twinge of guilt, but it didn't stop him from analyzing the details. First, it was now certain Lucifer was a transmigrator, making it highly likely he was the Zoroast from the diary. Given Lucifer's personality, it wasn't surprising he'd chronicle his life in a diary and let it slip out. Second, from Isaac's recounting of "never harm one of my own," Lucifer might dislike Klein but held a special regard for fellow transmigrators. This meant Klein probably didn't need to fear outright hostility. Finally, Lucifer clearly has deep ties with the official churches, even true gods. Using tarot cards as a hint in front of them is partly a warning to me, but it also serves as a nod to the tarot club. If a member gets caught, the churches might turn a blind eye out of respect for Lucifer. Klein exhaled, muttering to himself, "Is this help for a fellow transmigrator? He dislikes me but still lent a hand for our shared origin, or maybe just for Jack." Either way, the gesture left Klein with mixed feelings. This was the second time a transmigrator senior had helped him, the first being Roselle's diary. These seniors always seemed both formidable and tragic. As for Jack Jones, Klein didn't count him as a senior, more a transmigrator peer. If Lucifer is really the Zoroast from the diary, how did he go from that laid-back, snarky youth to this? Klein closed his eyes, already suspecting the answer. The diary made it clear. There was only one culprit, Amon. Though the vengeful Zoroast in the diary was still far from Lucifer's current persona, who knew what Amon had done in the years since, shaping him into what he was now? In that moment, despite never meeting Amon, Klein's frustration with the Angel of Time reached its absolute peak. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 77, LOM, 77, Rises to Fame. "Sorry, Mr. Isaac, I got lost in thought and kept you waiting," Klein said, snapping back to reality and looking apologetically at Isaac, who had been quietly watching him. "It's fine," Isaac said with a gentle shake of his head. "I hope these matters haven't troubled you." "No, not at all. In fact, they've helped me figure some things out," Klein said, quickly shaking his head. Seeing Klein's reaction, Isaac smiled warmly. "I don't know the full story between you and Mr. Lucifer, but he doesn't seem to bear you any ill will. If there's a misunderstanding, it's best to clear it up sooner rather than later." Klein's expression stiffened. He knew exactly where the tension with Lucifer lay. Setting aside their shared transmigrator status, it all boiled down to the lies he'd told Jack. But coming clean to Jack. Klein thought of how he'd been pretending to be a native since meeting Jack, not to mention running the tarot club under his full persona. The idea made his scalp tingle, his toes curling as if trying to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer embarrassment. Better to wait a bit. Lucifer doesn't seem to have any real malice toward me right now. No need to confess just yet, Klein reassured himself, desperate to avoid social death. Isaac didn't know the details but sensed Klein's resistance and let the matter drop. Klein, however, thought of something else and looked at Isaac with concern. "Mr. Isaac, will you keep searching for your memories?" "Yes," Isaac said with a gentle nod. "Since the outcome is inevitable, I at least want to know who I am before it arrives. I want to recall my past with my children." It was a decision he'd already made. Whatever path he chose in the future, for now, he wanted to reclaim those lost memories. "I'll help you, Mr. Isaac," Klein said earnestly, cautiously studying him. Thinking of Lucifer's refusal to sell time stones, he felt a pang of sympathy but hesitated to bring it up, fearing it would touch a sore spot. "Thank you, Klein," Isaac said with a smile, sensing Klein's thoughts. "While Mr. Lucifer won't sell me time stones, I can tell he's a kind person at heart. Perhaps in time, I can persuade him with sincerity to gain a chance to reunite with my family." "Absolutely, you will," Klein said, nodding eagerly, not wanting to dampen Isaac's hopes. His mind drifted to his own family, and for a moment, he faltered. Isaac might have a chance to briefly reunite with his family, but when could a transmigrator like him return home? Or, never. The thought left a bitter taste in Klein's mouth. He didn't know the truth behind transmigration, but he wasn't foolish. With examples like Roselle and Lucifer, high-sequence transmigrators who couldn't return home. Klein couldn't help but wonder, could he ever find a way back? He didn't know, but as long as there was a sliver of hope, he wouldn't give up. With Mr. Lucifer's current attitude toward me, he's unlikely to share any clues about transmigration. Klein thought, sighing inwardly. To learn more, besides climbing the sequence ladder, I can only rely on the diaries of transmigrator seniors. Meanwhile, in Backlund, the Noble Ball had ended early due to Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos' attack. Audrey, protected as the whistleblower, finally received news of the outcome. A high-sequence powerhouse named Hello. Tarot cards. Audrey's eyes lit up. She immediately thought of Mr. Fool and his favored ones. It wasn't a wild guess. From her perspective, only the Tarot Club could know of Kalangos' presence, dispatch a high-sequence expert, and be linked to tarot cards. Could this mysterious Mr. Hello be Mr. Fool's favored one? Audrey's heart raced with excitement, and she pressed her father for more details. Earl Hall had no reason to hide anything. "I don't know much about this Mr. Hello, but Archbishop Snake is certain he's not an enemy. It seems related to an oracle from the Lord of Storms." An oracle? By the goddess, could Mr. Fool be allied with the Lord of Storms? And perhaps with the goddess too? Audrey's excitement grew, and she couldn't help asking, what does the church think of the organization this Mr. Hello belongs to? "They can only confirm it's tied to tarot cards, likely a symbol," Earl Hall said, shaking his head. "There's no record of an organization using tarot cards as its emblem. It's either highly secretive or newly formed." Audrey's mind buzzed with ideas. Feigning curiosity, she said, "So how should we refer to this mysterious organization?" "Tarot cards, maybe we could call it the Tarot Club." "The Tarot Club, a fitting name," Earl Hall said, nodding. "We could use it as a placeholder for now." It was standard for officials to assign a codename based on distinctive traits when an organization's true name was unknown. "Father, will this be announced in the newspapers?" Audrey asked next. As a founding member of the Tarot Club, not yet 18, she was eager for her organization to gain renown. To avoid panic, the full truth won't be revealed, but the Tarot Club's existence might be mentioned. Earl Hall said with a smile. "Amazing. Now more people will know about the Tarot Club and see it's a force for good." Audrey was thrilled, then asked curiously, "Father, what will happen to Vice Admiral Kalangos? Was he really turned into a sheep? Can he change back?" "He'll be handled by the Storm Church. As for whether he can revert, I don't know," Earl Hall said, shaking his head. To spare his innocent daughter, he avoided mentioning that Kalangos would likely become a test subject for the Storm Church, used to explore the monster pathway's powers. That would frighten her. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 78, LOM, 78, Mask Maker. Extra. Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos slain in Backlund. The mysterious Tarot Club claims responsibility. Puffed. The next morning, Klein nearly spat out his coffee at the newsboy's shouts. Setting down his cup, he dashed outside to buy a newspaper. After reading it carefully, he breathed a sigh of relief. The paper didn't overhype the Tarot Club's existence. It merely mentioned that the mysterious Tarot Club assisted the official churches in defeating Kalangos. The Tarot Club claims responsibility, but was likely just the newsboy's flair to spark curiosity. After all, an unknown organization pulling off such a feat was bound to draw attention. Klein relaxed, torn between amusement and exasperation. The Tarot Club's made a name for itself this time, but who'd guess that I, the fool, just got warned by my own subordinate, haha. Klein muttered to himself, then frowned. How did the authorities know the name, Tarot Club? Could Miss Justice have steered them to it? He thought it over and decided it was likely. Well, it's not a bad thing. At least we've got a friendly tag with the authorities now. Klein shook his head. The Tarot Club's fame was unexpected, and before Lucifer's endorsement, he'd have resisted it. But now. Let it be famous. Finishing breakfast, Klein headed to work. He'd been quite busy lately. Meanwhile, at Alaric's residence. Alaric glanced at the newspaper, unsurprised by the outcome. He'd deliberately let Mr. Fool share the spotlight. As a Tarot Club member himself, Alaric didn't mind boosting its reputation. It'd be awkward to claim Tarot Club affiliation later if no one knew the name. Plus, it reinforced Lucifer's persona in Klein's eyes, maybe even earning some goodwill. Why not? As for why Alaric didn't promote his Joker Club, the answer was simple: this was too small a stage. He aimed for a grander debut for the club, not this minor skirmish. So, he let Mr. Fool have this one. Hopefully, the surprise wasn't too overwhelming. And with this performance, my actor potion is finally fully digested. Alaric said, setting down the paper. He headed to his second-floor laboratory. After resting overnight to restore his spirituality and prepare, having digested the actor potion and gathered all the materials for the Mask Maker potion, he was ready to ascend to Sequence 7. Alaric didn't rush. He first turned to a black glove on the table, none other than Creeping Hunger, one of the most iconic sealed artifacts in the original Lord of Mysteries, the poor thing that went hungry 9 days out of 10 under Klein's care. After interrogating Kalangos about a mysterious island, Alaric had claimed the artifact. Using Azic's abilities, he sealed it, curbing its daily human feeding habit, though it still required feeding after battles, as in the original story. This way, I can sell it to Klein. Let's see, how about 10,000 pounds? I'm such a good guy. Alaric mused, idly poking Creeping Hunger. He had no need for the glove. Its abilities were impressive for ordinary Beyonders, but for Alaric, they were lackluster compared to his Shadow of Time powers. So, he leaned toward selling it to Klein, gleefully draining Mr. Fool's wallet. No rush, though. I'll wait till he's got the cash. Alaric tossed Creeping Hunger aside and pulled an iron box from under the table, revealing a dazzling array of spiritual materials. He selected the ingredients for the Mask Maker potion, then opened a nearby cabinet to retrieve a bottle containing the chained god's blood. Alaric cleaned a beaker and began preparing the potion methodically. He added the standard spiritual materials, then opened the bottle of the chained god's blood. Instead of pouring it all, he estimated the amount needed for the Mask Maker potion, about a third. The rest he saved as a medium for summoning the chained god Tolsna's Shadow of Time. As the third of the blood hit the beaker, a deep black spread from the bottom, followed by a vivid red. Within seconds, the red solidified into an inverted blood-red moon, a shadow, not a solid object. I get the logic, but why a moon? Because the chained god's been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. Alaric mused, rubbing his chin. He wasn't worried about the blood's integrity, any issues would be tamed by Nyarlathotep's power. With a flick of his hand, the Mask Maker potion's characteristic appeared. Without hesitation, he tossed it into the beaker, eagerly watching the changes. Countless mask-like shadows emerged in the beaker, overlapping and obscuring the moon's shadow, yet tinged by its crimson hue. Alaric stared for 2 seconds, shaking his head. This is getting absurd. With a sigh, he grabbed the beaker and downed the potion in one gulp. Chaos surged, his consciousness fragmenting. Countless voices echoed in his ears, distinct yet seemingly from one source. Who am I? Who are you? Who is me? The voices clamored, making Alaric frown. Then, a crimson moonlight washed over him, uncomfortable with a faint burning and binding sensation. It seemed to condense all the voices into one. Alaric blinked, his scattered consciousness coalescing. He snapped awake, eyes opening to reality. Phew, mid-sequence is indeed a hurdle. The god pathway doesn't lie. Alaric exhaled, a grin spreading across his face. He had successfully ascended to sequence 7, becoming a mask maker. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 79, LOM, 79, Abilities. Beyond enhancing Alaric's spirituality, the Mask Maker potion's core abilities were 1000 Masks and Persona Masks. 1000 Masks, akin to the Seer Pathway's Faceless, allowed complete transformation of the wearer's appearance, though body shape adjustments were limited. Unlike Faceless, these masks could be worn by others, not just the creator, with a current limit of 3 active 1000 masks. Creating more would require further potion digestion. Persona masks enabled attaching any emotion to a mask, common ones like joy, anger, or sorrow, or abstract ones like despair, hope, or courage. Within a 10-meter range, Alaric could silently apply a persona mask to someone, amplifying the chosen emotion. If the emotion intensified enough, he could manipulate the wearer through the mask, though a strong-willed individual might resist. Like 1000 masks, only 3 persona masks could exist at once. Additionally, the emotion manipulation ability expanded, capable of instantly triggering emotions in up to 100 people. As expected, Alaric's speed, strength, and coordination improved, and his mental prowess grew, allowing direct mental attacks akin to a psychic pierce. The chained god Tolzna's blood grants me the animal curse ability, turning targets into small animals. It's less effective against higher sequences but gains a boost under moonlight. Alaric mused, rubbing his chin. Definitely the mother tree of desire's influence, but a positive one. Looks like outer deities aren't entirely useless. Still, wary of the mother tree of desire and mother goddess of depravity's notorious traits, Alaric decided to avoid their influenced materials in the future. Even if he was immune to corruption, developing something like a gender swap ability would be a disaster. 1000 Masks is like a supercharged faceless ability. With this, I don't have to worry about blowing my cover. But the name, doesn't it feel backward, a bit chaotic? Maybe that's just the pathway's nature. Alaric quipped, chuckling. He turned to the other abilities. Persona masks are powerful. Boosting allies with positive emotions or breaking enemies with negative ones, driving them to collapse or loss of control, is incredibly useful. The real kicker is pairing persona masks with emotion manipulation. I can turn someone into a puppet instantly, and their consciousness stays intact. If I release control, they recover fully, so it's safe for allies too. Wait a second. Alaric paused, realization dawning. Isn't this basically Faceless plus a quirky marionettist? He shrugged it off. It wasn't surprising for Nyarlathotep's powers to resemble the Seer pathways. All in all, Mask Maker abilities are seriously strong. Even against a sequence 5, if I get the drop on them, I could probably turn them into a puppet. But if I run into a hot-headed AoE spammer who gets the first move, I'm in trouble, still a glass cannon. Despite the light complaint, Alaric was clearly pleased with the Mask Maker abilities. His only concern was how to act as a Mask Maker. The Mask Maker potion's digestion difficulty is probably equivalent to 4 or 5 sequence 7 potions. No big deal, I'm used to it. Alaric said, sensing the potion's digestion progress. Compared to the Actor potion, the Mask Maker potion had only a slight head start. This suggested his prior actions counted as partial Mask Maker acting, but not quite on target, resulting in minimal progress. Let's see. Mask Maker can be split into 2 roles, the Mask Wearer and the Mask Maker. My earlier actions leaned toward wearing masks, but the low progress suggests I didn't fully commit, or the focus is actually on mask making. Unlike the straightforward Joker or Actor potions, Mask Maker was more complex. Acting should align with the pathway's nature and the potion's abilities. Alaric mused. For Mask Maker, it's about. He murmured to himself, crafting masks for others to wear, turning them into puppets on a stage. No, that's not quite right. Wearing a mask isn't always negative. It's more about helping the wearer transform, guiding events to the Mask Maker's desired outcome. Unlike the Actor, who performs, the Mask Maker is a behind-the-scenes manipulator. With this, Alaric had a clearer idea of how to digest the Mask Maker potion. The upcoming Tinjin incident might be a perfect opportunity. Alaric thought of an existing plan, a smirk forming. He glanced at the date. It was September 5th. If the timeline held, Zangwill's attack on the Tinjin Nighthawks was 3 days away. Even if the plot shifted, Alaric wasn't worried. The descent of an evil god's spawn couldn't be delayed much, too early or too late would disrupt Ince's scheme. Unless the old schemer abandoned his plan, he'd act within the next few days. September 9th, morning. Klein woke early, glancing at the sky. It was clear and cloudless, yet an inexplicable sense of impending storm weighed on him. 3 days had passed since the Kalangos incident. In that time, Klein had been drawn into a case involving a demoness of pleasure named Madame Sharon. She was formidable, wielding a demoness statue Alaric had warned about, nearly overwhelming the Nighthawks sent to apprehend her. Thanks to Alaric's heads-up, Klein had alerted Captain Dunn beforehand. They managed to kill her without casualties, though Klein's teammate, Kenley, was seriously injured and sent home to recover. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 80, LOM, 80, Stay Back. That morning, Klein received a sudden notice from Captain Dunn. Leonard, while investigating a conman named Lenivus, had uncovered clues and needed the assistance of a seer pathway beyonder. Despite a nagging bad feeling, Klein couldn't refuse the task. He soon arrived at the mission site, where he and Leonard found a letter left by Lenivus. The letter confirmed Klein's unease. In it, Lenivus boasted about planting a bomb in Tingen. From the context, Klein deduced it was a mystical bomb, though its power was unclear. This was no small matter. Klein and Leonard hurried back to Blackthorn Security Company to report to Captain Dunn. As Klein began to relax, a familiar visitor arrived at Blackthorn. Miss Migos, Lenivus's former fiancée. That wasn't the issue. The real shock came when Klein noticed her belly. What should have been a less than 2-month pregnancy looked 7 or 8 months along. When he considered using his spiritual vision to inspect her, his spiritual intuition screamed, "Don't look, you'll die." Klein froze. In an instant, every coincidence and piece of knowledge he'd gathered flashed through his mind, coalescing into one phrase: "You cannot gaze upon a god." The child in her womb was likely an evil god's spawn. That was Lenivus's bomb. For Ince Zangwill, today was a day of reaping rewards. Months ago, the renegade former bishop of the Evernight Church had arrived in Tingen with 0-08, orchestrating a plan to seize St. Selena's ashes from the Tingen Nighthawks. His schemes included leaking the Antigonus family notebook, arranging the deaths of the original Klein and his classmate, stealing Azek's son's skull, and facilitating the birth of the true creator's spawn. At least half of Klein's recent string of coincidences could be traced back to Ince Zangwill. These Klein-related arrangements nearly drove Ince, a third-rate writer obsessed with stacking coincidences, to madness. He'd tried countless times to write Klein's death, but accidents always intervened. Ultimately, Klein, who should have perished in the Antigonus family's notebook incident, not only joined the Nighthawks but befriended the odd Jack Jones, gaining knowledge that saved another Nighthawk, Kenley, from a scripted death. This was no small setback. Kenley's death was meant to destabilize Dunn, a key step in Ince's plan. Kenley's survival, though he was badly injured and sent home, was far less effective. Logically, Ince should have paused to set up additional contingencies. But the true creator's spawn was maturing faster than expected. Delaying further would put it beyond 0-08's ability to manipulate. So, Ince went all in, sending Migos, pregnant with the evil god's spawn, to Blackthorn Security Company. When both sides were worn down, Ince could swoop in and claim his prize. If the attack failed, he could retreat, regroup, and strike elsewhere. Hidden in the shadows, no one would know. As Ince mused, 0-08 suddenly moved on its own, scribbling on a blank page. "He's here. He's here. I knew he was deceiving me. Gods are never trustworthy." 0-08's agitation was clear, its writing jagged. Ince, stunned, had never seen it act this way. The quill kept writing. "I didn't interfere with you, so you can't touch me, or I'll expose your alias." The writing stopped as a hand gently pressed the quill. "Sho, I thought you'd know what to say and what to keep quiet, Quill of Alzahad." A low voice said, laced with amusement and a hint of warning. Ince followed the hand to a pair of radiant golden eyes, devoid of emotion, staring at him like he was a corpse. A chill ran through Ince. Instinctively, he released 0-08 and stepped back. When he regained his senses, the stranger was toying with the quill, which, despite its usual mischief in Ince's hands, lay docile in his. Who was this? Ince's pupils constricted as his gaze flicked to 0-08's words, a mix of dread and absurdity flooding him. A god. No, impossible. Ince screamed denial in his mind, his body rigid. As a grade 0 sealed artifact, 0-08's questionable personality aside, few beings could rattle it like this. The mysterious figure. Alaric mentally assessed his persona mask's effect. The moment he found Ince, he'd applied a fear persona mask. Ince's reactions were all tied to its influence. Compared to the blunt explosion of emotion manipulation, persona masks are subtler, harder to detect, and unlike the short-lived emotion manipulation, they persist until I cancel them. Alaric noted, his gaze falling to the quill. Recalling its earlier assist, he smirked. Were you deliberate or just cooperative? Are you really scared, or warning me? Considering 0-08's alias exposure threat, Alaric lowered his eyes, chuckling. He was a bit shaken. Death wasn't scary, social death was. In that sense, 0-08 knew its stuff, bypassing death threats for a social death warning. But your warning's useless. I'm not the one trying to eat you. Alaric shook his head, amused at the artifact's naivety. He looked in a certain direction, smiling. If you don't show yourself, I'm taking this quill of Alzahad with me. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 81, LOM, 81, Adam. Int Zangwill was confused, instinctively following Alaric's gaze. There, a priest in a white robe stood, unnoticed until now. His golden eyes held a trace of compassion, yet, upon closer inspection, seemed devoid of any emotion. No, wait. Ince realized he'd seen this priest before. 2 months ago, and several times since, while secretly observing the Nighthawks or scripting with 0-08, this figure had been there, silently watching, just as now. Who was he? A bitter irony struck Ince. He thought himself the hidden author of Tinjin's story, but now he felt like the fool, observed without knowing. Anger briefly overpowered his fear. He wanted to demand who these two were, but as he met Alaric's golden eyes, overwhelming panic engulfed him. In the next moment, Ince Zangwill's mind went blank. He stopped thinking. As expected, direct emotion manipulation is faster for efficiency. Alaric mused. But for finer control, persona masks are more practical. Emotion manipulation is limited in scope, while persona masks have broader applications. Alaric concluded, glancing at Ince, now a docile puppet, then at Adam. He smiled. So, are you here to take it from me? With your strength, it'd be easy. Alaric wasn't surprised Adam appeared. The ever-present figure, practically part of the air, would naturally show up for 0-08, a sequence 1 characteristic of the spectator pathway. It'd be odd if Adam stayed dormant. He was curious, though, would Adam just snatch 0-08? If so, Alaric wouldn't be pleased. It might not be his, but now that it was in his hands, he wasn't letting go easily. 2 pairs of golden eyes locked, one playful, the other calm. Adam looked away first, shaking his head. I won't take it by force. I propose an exchange. Oh. Alaric's interest piqued. Rubbing his chin, he studied Adam. What are you offering for it? Without hesitation, Adam produced a box, smiling. A conqueror characteristic. Whoa, big move. Alaric raised an eyebrow, undeniably tempted. Truth be told, he wasn't that attached to 0-08. Its downside, potentially dooming its wielder, was too steep. Alaric could threaten it physically, but a prolonged tug-of-war risked disaster. And for what? A quill that dared threaten him with social death. Besides, 0-08 lacked direct combat power and required lengthy setup. Ince needed 2 months just to plot stealing ashes. Alaric could spend that time cozying up to an angel instead. Moreover, 0-08 was a must-have for Adam. While Alaric wasn't afraid of a mutual takedown, there was no need to burn bridges over something he didn't truly want. Adam's offer of a conqueror characteristic was a delightful surprise. A hunter pathway conqueror characteristic promised raw destructive power with minimal drawbacks. Once Alaric retrieved Roselle, he could have it crafted into a fitting sealed artifact. Best of all, when he was done with it, he could trade it to Medici for something valuable and earn goodwill, a total win. Who said Adam didn't understand people? This was masterful. I should feel honored, shouldn't I? Adam said, a gentle smile on his face, as if reading Alaric's thoughts. You absolutely should. Alaric replied without a hint of shame, grinning. So, what do you want, Mr. Adam? Adam could have taken 0-08 earlier but allowed this exchange. Alaric doubted it was out of boredom. Let the past me see this world clearly, to understand its full scope. Adam said, lowering his gaze, his voice measured. That's my only request. He should witness everything and make a choice. A choice. Alaric raised an eyebrow. Between you and the true creator. And if he chooses the true creator, you'd willingly die. Alaric caught Adam's meaning, let the ancient sun god see the current world, understand all that's happened, and choose between humanity and divinity. If that's his choice, I'd follow my will. Adam said, his golden eyes unwavering. I'm almost impressed. Divinity, huh? Alaric said with a sigh, then grinned mischievously. So, Mr. Adam, ever considered some therapy? Absolute rationality isn't healthy. Don't you want a touch of humanity? I'm the world's greatest psychologist, but I can't heal myself. Adam said, shaking his head. Had he considered it? Perhaps. Pure divinity wasn't ideal in this world. A balance of divinity and humanity was best. But Adam couldn't achieve it. He couldn't heal himself. How about I give it a shot? Alaric offered eagerly. Though Sequence 7 abilities shouldn't affect in King of Angel, these were Nyarlathotep's powers, maybe they'd work. Adam glanced at Alaric, then at the puppetized ints, his meaning clear. You want to turn me into a puppet too? Of course I'd love to, but it's impossible. Alaric admitted with a grin, spreading his hands. You've been watching me, so you know. I may have the means to take the world down with me in a decent rank, but my current strength is barely Sequence 5 at best. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 82, LOM, 82, Capacity for Love. Adam wasn't surprised by Alaric's candid attitude. As a spectator, he could tell Alaric spoke truthfully, at least, in his own perception, it wasn't a lie. But Adam didn't miss another point, gently reminding him, your shadow of time isn't something a Sequence 5 could wield. On Alaric's unprecedented pathway, he might only match a typical Sequence 5, but that didn't mean he lacked other tricks. No lies didn't mean no omissions. Ah, my bad, I forgot about that skill. Alaric said with a half-hearted smile, leaving it unclear whether it was intentional or not. He breezed past the topic, still open as ever. Sure, I can turn others into puppets, but only if their will is weak. As for you, Mr. Adam, I don't think I could control you. That was the honest truth. Alaric didn't believe Adam's will could be swayed by a persona mask. Also true. Adam processed this, silent for a few seconds before saying, your abilities may not work on me. Give it a try. You've got nothing to lose. Alaric urged, eager to test his skills on in King of Angel. What a rare chance. Adam studied Alaric deeply, then nodded. All right. It was risky, but for Adam, it was also an opportunity to experience this mysterious being's power firsthand. Only by feeling it could he better understand Alaric's essence. So, the two struck a deal. After trading 0-08 for the Conqueror characteristic, they began their experiment. First, Alaric applied a joy persona mask. Adam seemed mildly surprised, or perhaps he couldn't feel surprise. After a brief pause, he said, there's some effect. Slight, but it's there. It actually worked. Alaric blinked, then snapped his fingers, using emotion manipulation on Adam, targeting joy again. This time, Adam's reaction was more noticeable. He seemed to smile, not the usual calculated, cold smile, but one with a hint of genuine warmth. You smiled. So it does work? Alaric asked, intrigued by the flicker of sincerity. It's stronger than the previous ability, but it fades quickly. Adam said, his expression briefly distant. Your abilities carry a high intrinsic rank. A typical Sequence 7, even with similar powers, couldn't affect me at all. But limited by my sequence, the effect is still minimal. Alaric sighed, disappointed. As the ability's user, he could sense Adam was affected, but only slightly. On a typical Sequence 5, that emotion manipulation would have turned them into a puppet. For Adam, it barely filled 1% of a progress bar. No chance of making him a puppet, then. Alaric sighed inwardly, regretfully. Whatever, affecting in King of Angel at all is pretty impressive. What more do I want? He quickly shook off the disappointment. He hadn't seriously expected to puppet Adam anyway. Grinning, he said, so, Mr. Adam, how about a deal? What kind? Adam's golden eyes met his, no longer entirely calm, carrying a trace of real warmth. I need to digest my mask maker potion, and you probably wouldn't mind feeling normal human emotions. Alaric said boldly, his eyes gleaming with interest. Would you wear my mask for a while to help me digest it? There were many ways to digest the mask maker potion, but what could top making the emotionless angel of imagination feel again? It was intriguing enough on its own. Alaric admitted his Joker instincts were tingling. Adam, seeming to read his thoughts, gave him a knowing look but neither agreed nor refused. Emotions at this level won't sway my judgment. We'll see about that. Alaric said with a grin, snapping his fingers. How about now? Adam paused, sensing a change too subtle to pinpoint. What did you do? I just altered the persona mask's attribute. Alaric said, hiding nothing. As the ability's wielder, he could modify a mask's attribute within 10 meters. What attribute? Adam asked. Love. The purest, most essential kind, love for this world, for all living things. Alaric said, smiling. It's one of the few emotions I can't trigger with emotion manipulation. Emotion manipulation could ignite basic emotions like joy or anger, but love didn't fit that mold. Adam hadn't expected that answer. He fell silent for a few seconds. You think love for this world would change my actions? I don't know, but I'm eager to find out. Alaric said, still smiling. I'm curious to see you love this world again. Could a soul warped by divinity, twisted once more, rediscover love for the world? Alaric was genuinely curious. I'm curious too. Adam said after another pause. Alaric grinned. Then here's to a pleasant partnership, Mr. Adam. Pleasant partnership, Mr. Alaric. Adam replied calmly. Well, it's getting late, and I've got to rush to another scene to save the day, so I'll cut this short. Alaric said, checking his pocket watch. Adam had no objections. Before leaving, Alaric paused, glancing at Adam. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Adam, you offered the conqueror characteristic for this trade. As Medici's master, are you finally doing something for him? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 83, LOM, 83, The Unfortunate Spawn. Adam lowered his gaze and said, a new red priest isn't bad for this era, and giving you the conqueror characteristic is the best choice for everyone. What if I don't trade it to Medici? Alaric asked, curious. That's your freedom. Adam replied, pausing to meet Alaric's eyes. But for you, trading it to Medici maximizes your gain. Haha, typical Adam answer. Alaric laughed, saying no more. Of course, he'd trade the characteristic to Medici, just not yet. It was a valuable chip, and even Alaric needed to plan how to leverage it fully. But where did this conqueror characteristic come from? The lone royal family stash. Alaric was curious but didn't dwell on it. Done with questions, he used his travel ability to bring the puppetized Insanguil to Blackthorn Security Company. Inside Blackthorn, the battle between the Nighthawks and the True Creator's spawn was halfway done, the scene a wreck. The company's building was nearly rubble. Migos and the evil god Spawn, who should have dominated, faced Leonard, backed by his mysterious mentor, Klein, wielding high-level Sun Pathway charms in Sapphira Castle, and Dunn, near Sequence 6 and empowered by Saint Selena's ashes. The poor Spawn, not yet fully born, learned what it meant to face overpowered foes, pushed straight into its second phase. The second phase boss was no pushover. Leonard, after landing a hit with stolen, blasphemy words, was targeted and knocked out. Migos moved to finish him, but Dunn, using Saint Selena's ashes, intervened. Klein prepared his last Sun Flame charm. Before he could act, a baby's wail. Wah! Erupted. The Spawn's power not only dispelled the ashes effect but hit Klein and Dunn with an area attack, turning the tide. As Migos was about to break free and the Spawn's birth loomed, Dunn's eyes hardened. Without hesitation, he moved to rip out his heart to further activate the ashes' power. But as his hand neared his chest, another hand grabbed his arm, stopping him. Losing a heart isn't incurable, but I'm not great at healing. It'd be a hassle. A stranger's voice, low and pleasant with a hint of amusement, sounded nearby. Dunn turned, stunned, meeting a pair of radiant golden eyes. They held a faint smile, and as Dunn looked, the stranger's lips curved into a grin. Mr. Hellel. Dunn recognized him instantly. Though he'd never seen a photo, old Neil's ritual magic portrait matched perfectly. The next moment, Dunn saw Hellel glance at Migos and the Spawn, frowning as if annoyed. So noisy. His golden eyes locked onto them. The Spawn, wailing moments ago, fell silent, its aura weakening as if struck a heavy blow. Might as well deal with you first. A discarded pawn, but as a key prop, you deserve a proper curtain call. Dunn heard Hellel speak casually. Then, darkness fell, not the darkness pathways kind, but one steeped in cold, damp death. Dunn felt as if he'd been tossed into a river, shivering. The darkness lasted only briefly. When it lifted, the Spawn was gone. Hellel crouched nearby, holding a white cloth he draped over a body. Migos' corpse. Bury her properly. She was forced onto this stage, but since her performance is done, she deserves a fitting end. Alaric said, standing and addressing Dunn gently. The Nighthawks will handle the aftermath, including the burial and comforting her family. Dunn replied instinctively, visibly tense. No need to be so nervous. I don't bite. Alaric said with a chuckle, his gaze shifting to Klein. We meet again, Klein. I told you we would. Klein recalled Azek's words about Lucifer's warning. He stepped onto a stage not meant for him. Hesitant with Dunn present, Klein avoided naming Jack. You knew this would happen, didn't you? That's why you said he wasn't over his head. Alaric smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and gestured to the puppetized ensanguil nearby. A gift. Hope you like it. That. Ensanguil. Dunn noticed the puppet, tensing before realizing something was off. He looked at Alaric, processing the gift comment, and cautiously asked, Your Excellency Hello, may I ask what happened to Ensanguil? Tinjin's recent string of events. All his doing. This is the story he wrote for you, frankly, it's awful. Alaric said, tossing a notebook to Dunn. Flipping through it, Dunn's face darkened. Klein leaned in, reading the notebook's contents, finally understanding the source of some of the coincidences plaguing him these past 2 months. Only some. Klein gave a wry smile inwardly, looking at Alaric with a mix of gratitude and dread. He didn't dare imagine what today would have become without his fellow transmigrator's intervention. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 84, LOM, 84, take. Alaric continued unhurriedly, to give this terrible scriptwriter the ending he deserves, I turned him into a puppet and decided to gift him to the Evernight Church. It's a fitting conclusion for him. Dunn, at a loss for words, felt a mix of emotions. He glanced at the puppetized Ensanguil, then at Alaric, and said sincerely, Thank you for your help, Your Excellency Hello. Without Alaric's intervention, the Nighthawks would have suffered heavy losses, possibly even Tinjin's destruction. Klein eyed the puppetized Ince, stunned but unsympathetic. Given Ince's actions, this outcome was well earned. No need to thank me. You all put on a splendid performance, and this ending is what you deserve. Alaric said with a smile, then added, I didn't erase Ince's consciousness. Once your people take over, I'll release his puppetization. Understood. I'll notify headquarters. Dunn said, nodding quickly. Though we didn't know about Ince, I sent a distress call when the evil god's spawn appeared. Headquarters should send strong reinforcements soon, capable of handling him. Alaric nodded. After a few seconds, noticing Dunn's hesitant expression, he smiled. Anything else you want to ask? Your Excellency Hello, I understand Ensanguil took 0-08 when he defected. His ability to orchestrate coincidences in Tinjin likely stems from it. Do you know where 0-08 is now? Dunn gritted his teeth, asking despite the risk. As a Nighthawk, he couldn't ignore 0-08's whereabouts, even if it meant questioning an angel who'd just saved them. Klein's smile froze. He mentally applauded Dunn's courage while preparing to smooth things over. Lucifer doesn't seem to like me much, haha. Klein gave a wry internal laugh. Alaric's golden eyes turned to Dunn, who stiffened but didn't back down. After a moment, Alaric smiled, genuinely impressed. You're brave. No wonder you're the star of Tinjin's story. Then he chuckled. 0-08 isn't with me. Adam took it. Adam. Dunn clearly hadn't heard the name. Angel of Imagination Adam. Some of your church's higher-ups know of him. Just report it as is. Alaric said, smiling. Angel of Imagination. Dunn didn't know Adam but grasped the weight of the title. Another angel. Tinjin's high sequence density is ridiculous, Klein thought, exasperated. 4 angels in or recently in Tinjin. Aren't they supposed to be rare? I understand. Thank you for informing me, Your Excellency Hello. Dunn said, trusting Alaric had no reason to lie. Alaric smiled, his gaze shifting to Klein. Since Tinjin's performance is over, it's time for the next act. Klein's stomach sank with foreboding. Snap. With a snap of Alaric's fingers, Klein's bad feeling came true. He transformed into a black cat. What the? Even Klein couldn't help cursing, but all that came out was, meow meow meow. Your Excellency Hello, what are you doing? Dunn's pupils constricted, instantly on edge. No need to worry. I just have some private matters to discuss with this kitty. I'll borrow him for a few days. Don't fret. I'll return him. Alaric said, beckoning toward Klein. An unseen force lifted the cat, delivering him to Alaric's side. Alaric casually picked up Klein, expertly scratching his chin, then glanced mischievously at his belly. Klein instantly clamped his legs together, his tail curling to cover certain sensitive areas. Ha ha ha, so shy for what? I'm not gonna neuter you. Alaric laughed, sparing the mortified Klein further embarrassment. He held the cat properly and turned to Dunn. Dunn looked ready to snatch Klein back, held back only by Alaric's status as an Evernight goddess-sanctioned ally and recent savior. Well, goodbye, Mr. Dunn. Alaric said with a grin. The space around them erupted in vibrant, chaotic colors. When they faded, Alaric and Klein were gone. Dunn stared at the empty spot, dumbfounded. As a seasoned Nighthawk, he was at a loss. How was he supposed to explain this to Klein's family? Your brother got turned into a cat and taken by an angel. I hope Hellel was serious about just borrowing him. Dunn muttered with a wry smile. Glancing at the unconscious Leonard, who didn't seem in immediate danger, he grabbed St. Selena's ashes and rushed to the Chinese gate. Without the ashes suppression, the sealed artifacts behind the gate were already rebelling. The other Nighthawks were holding them back, but Dunn needed to return the ashes quickly. Minutes later, Heart of the Machine members and Punishers, responding to the distress call, arrived at Blackthorn's ruins. Mr. Lucifer, where are you taking Klein? Elsewhere, as Alaric arrived via the spirit world, Azek's voice rang out. Unsurprised, Alaric looked up to see Azek, who'd arrived moments later. Azek had stayed hidden during Alaric's intervention but followed when he left with Klein. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 85, LOM, 85, no one can return. Relax, Azek. I've said I won't harm my own kind. This time, I just need to discuss some private matters with Klein. Alaric said with a smile, pausing before adding, matters concerning transmigration and the Lord of Mysteries. At those words, Azek looked puzzled, but Klein, who'd been meowing incessantly since Azek's arrival, fell silent. The sudden change made Azek glance at the cat. Alaric, too, looked at Klein, smiling. So, want to have a chat, Klein? You really want to talk about this? Klein meowed, then froze, realizing he could speak human words again. Alaric nodded. I'll tell you the truth about transmigration and the script surrounding you. Klein hesitated. His initial instinct had been to plead, save me, Mr. Azek. But now, Alaric's offer was too tempting to resist. After a few seconds, Klein looked at Azek. Mr. Azek, let me talk with Mr. Lucifer. All right. I'll come for you after. Azek said, nodding after confirming Klein's sincerity. Once we're done, I'll have him write to you. Alaric said, smiling. Azek left, respecting that the conversation between the two transmigrators wasn't for his ears. Alaric carried Klein into his Backlund safe house, setting him on a coffee table. He poured Klein a glass of goat's milk, then brewed himself coffee. After a sip, he said, though it's not our first meeting, let me introduce myself, Lucifer. My former name's a secret. Call me Lucifer, or maybe Grandmaster. The Grandmaster jab came from Jack's connection, teacher's teacher, fair enough. Klein Moretti, formerly Zhou Mingrue. Just call me Klein. Klein the cat replied. I thought you'd prefer. Alaric sipped his coffee, smirking playfully with a mock-serious tone, Mr. Fool. Klein's fur bristled, not from shock, but sheer embarrassment. His hind legs twitched, as if trying to claw out a mansion's worth of shame. You really knew. Klein managed, voice strained. It's no secret to me. Alaric said, grinning at Klein's puffed-up fur. He'd turned Klein into a cat for this exact reason. Human Klein was too composed, but Cat Klein's reactions were delightfully raw. Was it your book that told you? Klein asked, recalling Azek's mention, his gaze drifting to the thick tome by Alaric's side. I did learn about you from a book. Alaric said, neither confirming nor denying, just smiling. Lord of Mysteries was a book, after all. Unaware of Lord of Mysteries, Klein took it as confirmation, his amber cat eyes glinting with curiosity. Alaric didn't clarify, setting down his coffee. Not going to ask me anything. I thought you'd be dying to know. Klein hesitated. He was desperate for the truth about transmigration, but now, face to face with it, he felt unmoored. He feared hearing an answer he couldn't bear, that he could never return to his old home. Alaric waited patiently, watching Klein. Why bring Klein here to discuss transmigration? Simple. Alaric had disrupted the original plot, costing Klein his chance to leave the Nighthawks and driving him. To ensure the future Lord of Mysteries' rise, Alaric felt obliged to make amends. He wouldn't keep Klein long, just a few days, sharing select truths about transmigration, the apocalypse, and Sapphira Castle, then setting him free. Whether Klein returned to the Nighthawks or left was his choice. Even if Klein opted to be a salted fish in Tingen, Alaric didn't care. Adam, the Evernight goddess, and others weren't pushovers, the Lord of Mysteries would emerge without Alaric's meddling. If not Klein, there was always Bethel as a backup. Though Bethel was still far from escaping the mother goddess of depravity's grip, Alaric trusted his skills to free him before the apocalypse. The rest could wait until the apocalypse arrived. Having survived one apocalypse, Alaric was unfazed. If Klein truly abandoned the Lord of Mysteries' path, Alaric, for their bond, would look out for him, ensuring Amon and the like didn't ruin him. We're good friends, after all. Alaric mused, admitting he had a soft spot for Klein, willing to give him a choice. Unaware of Alaric's thoughts, Klein steeled himself and met Alaric's gaze. "Mr. Lucifer, can we go back?" Alaric looked into Klein's amber cat eyes, foreseeing his despair but shaking his head. "We can't go back. No transmigrator can return to the past." The truth was cruel, but better short, sharp pain than prolonged delusion. Alaric knew the truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Rather than letting Klein drown in false hope, it was better to rip the bandage off now, letting him grieve and move toward a new future in this world, whether as the Lord of Mysteries or not. Klein's pupils constricted. He'd suspected this, but confirmation brought inevitable sorrow and despair. He couldn't go back. He'd never see his parents again. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 86, LOM, 86, The Clown of Fate. For a moment, Klein felt the world go silent. The despair of never returning home was overwhelming, and he teetered on the edge of losing control. "Be confident. You were about to lose control," Alaric said with a hint of exasperation. As Alaric's voice cut through, Klein's emotions stabilized. He noticed his fur had grown wildly, his claws now sharp and elongated. "Sorry, I forgot you just fought a boss battle. You're in rough shape and can't handle the shock," Alaric said apologetically. Normally, Klein might have handled the truth about transmigration, but fresh from battling an evil god's spawn, he was vulnerable. Luckily, Alaric's abilities countered emotion-driven loss of control, pulling Klein back from the brink. "Thanks," Klein said wearily. Calmer now, he caught a key phrase in Alaric's words and looked up sharply. "Wait, what do you mean transmigrators can't return to the past?" "Why the past?" "You're sharp," Alaric said, unsurprised. He glanced out the window at the sky. "Where do you think we are?" "This is Earth. We didn't cross to another world. We're relics of an old era, sleeping for countless ages, only to awaken in this unfamiliar one." Klein's mouth opened, his past questions suddenly clicking into place. Why did this world have 24-hour days? Why was there a sun? But the moon's red, and there's no oil. Klein said, staring at Alaric, his voice dazed, grasping for a final shred of resistance. "That involves knowledge you can't handle yet," Alaric said, meeting Klein's gaze. "I can only say the moon turned red due to an evil god, and the oil was devoured by a certain entity." Klein lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Then he looked up again. "What am I? What's the Lord of Mysteries? Celestial worthy? And the gray fog? You're the chosen protagonist of the stage," Alaric said, his gaze heavy with a sigh. "Unlike Dunn, the star of a single story, you're the protagonist of an era." "Huh." Klein froze, then gave a hollow laugh. "Should I feel honored?" "You can grieve, Klein, for your fate," Alaric said, reaching out to ruffle the cat's head. "For this damned fate forced upon you." Klein felt a lump in his throat but held back tears. His voice hoarse, he asked, "What's going on?" "I was just an ordinary person. Why am I the era's protagonist?" "It's a long story. Our era, our civilization, faced an apocalypse. We were the lucky ones chosen to survive." Alaric's voice dripped with sarcasm. "If you call surviving as a vessel for some entity's revival lucky. The celestial worthy, right?" Klein guessed instantly. "You are indeed a vessel for revival, former Lord of Mysteries who also known as celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings," Alaric confirmed. "If the Evernight goddess hadn't intervened when you arrived, he'd likely have revived within you." Klein blinked, stunned. He hadn't expected the Evernight goddess's involvement. He thought of his unusual lucidity in dreams, once assumed to be a transmigration perk. Now, it seemed like her blessing. "Why?" Klein asked, confused. "Why would the Evernight goddess help me?" "Two reasons," Alaric said, raising a finger. "First, the celestial worthy's bad news. Given a choice, no one wants him back." He raised another. "Second, maybe a sense of kinship." Klein froze, then realized, so the Evernight goddess is a transmigrator too. "You, Roselle, and the Evernight goddess are all vessels for the celestial worthy," Alaric said, not hiding it. It had come out eventually, and he left a deliberate opening. Klein seized it. "What about you and Jack? Aren't you vessels for the celestial worthy?" "We're vessels for another entity," Alaric said smoothly. "I can't tell you its name, it could pollute you just hearing it. All I'll say is it's on par with the celestial worthy." "Have you escaped it?" Klein asked, concerned for Jack and Lucifer despite his own predicament. "More or less," Alaric said with a smile, dodging further discussion. He'd said it deliberately, giving himself an out if his cover was blown later. It wasn't a lie, he was a vessel for Nyarlathotep's fragment, after all. Klein relaxed slightly, sensing Alaric didn't want to dwell on it, and pressed on. Have I escaped the celestial worthy? Not quite. Thanks to the Evernight goddess, you didn't become his vessel immediately. Alaric said, shaking his head. Do you know why I call you the era's protagonist? Klein shook his head, bewildered. He jokingly thought of himself as a protagonist, but he didn't truly believe it. Because you have all the makings of one. Alaric said slowly. Everyone expects you to be. No one wants the celestial worthy back, but they need someone like him to face the coming apocalypse. They've bet on you, hoping you'll defeat him, take his place, and save the world. Alaric's gaze carried a sigh. I've already warned you, Batman is watching you. The Batman watches the Joker. You're the clown of fate, Klein. Even if you can foresee everything, you're still powerless to change it. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 87, LOM, 87, Choice. Klein opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Then, he laughed, though he didn't know why. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. In that moment, Klein felt his clown potion fully digest. He grasped its true essence, a clown who, despite knowing the future, couldn't fight fate, masking helplessness with a smile. How ironic. Looking at Alaric, his voice hoarse, Klein asked, what's this apocalypse? In about a decade, the world will face an apocalypse. Without the Lord of Mysteries or someone to replace him, 99% of humanity will perish. Alaric said candidly, noting that the 1% might survive if gods fled with their followers. Klein fell silent, stunned. After a long pause, he asked, and you? They bet on you. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm soft on you, Klein. The Lord of Mysteries must rise, but it doesn't have to be you. You deserve the right to refuse this fate. Alaric mused internally, then smiled. I don't want to see another me repeat my mistakes. So, I'm giving you a choice, Klein. You can accept this fate, it's not great, but it's not terrible. You become one of this world's strongest. Or you can reject it. Walk away, and the world's salvation is no longer your burden. Stay in Tingen as a Nighthawk or leave to do whatever you want. Alaric spoke earnestly, his smile sincere. I'll handle any trouble from others and find another savior. Is there anyone else who could become the Lord of Mysteries? Klein asked after a pause. There's one other candidate, but they're in bad shape. I can't guarantee they'd succeed, only that it's possible. Alaric said honestly. He was confident he could retrieve Mr. Door, but could they defeat the celestial worthy? That was uncertain, given Mr. Door's years of torment. Then am I guaranteed to succeed? Klein asked, genuinely puzzled. Why was an ordinary person like him qualified to be a savior? To the Evernight goddess and others, you're the only choice. They're not sure you'll succeed, but they have no alternatives. Alaric explained. In the script I foresee, you do temporarily defeat the celestial worthy. Temporarily. Klein frowned, confused. The celestial worthy is unique. No one can permanently defeat him. Even as the protagonist, you only win for a time. In millions of years, he'll triumph. Alaric said slowly. That's cheating, like a boss with a locked health bar. Klein quipped, then fell silent again. After a while, he asked, if the Lord of Mysteries doesn't emerge, will the apocalypse really come? It will. Alaric nodded, adding, but many will fight it. You don't have to bear the responsibility alone. Even without you, the world might survive. That sounds decent. Klein said, trying to smile but failing. After a long silence, he asked, can I have some time alone? Of course. No need to rush your decision. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. Alaric said, standing and heading for the door. I thought you hated me. Klein's muffled voice came as Alaric reached the door. I hate a little trickster, but not a good kid. Alaric said without turning, smiling. So, I'll help that good kid choose his own ending. The door opened and closed, leaving the room quiet with only Klein the cat inside. He curled into a ball, like a real cat, but the cold coffee table offered no warmth. So cold. This world is so damn cold. Exhausted from the battle and accumulated stress, Klein thought he couldn't sleep, but he drifted off quickly, surprising himself. After he slept, the door opened again. Alaric stepped in quietly, draping a blanket over Klein and saying gently, sleep. You can tackle those complicated choices when you wake. His hand rested on Klein's head, making a grasping motion. Klein's injuries vanished, transferred to a prepared lab rat. No healing skills, such a hassle. Alaric sighed, thinking he'd need to deal with the Church of the Earth Mother for some. Klein didn't know how long he slept. When he woke, his wounds no longer hurt. Still a cat, he noticed a blanket covering him. Shaking his head, Klein felt refreshed after the nap. Looking out, he saw darkness beyond the window. He glanced around, spotting a bowl of cooked chicken breast. Hunger hit, and after a quick look around, he ate it all. Sated, Klein recalled the pre-sleep conversation, his emotions stirring again. But with his state restored, he didn't risk losing control. He stared silently at his shadow under the lamplight, wishing he were a real cat, free from these messy burdens. Suddenly, the door opened. Thinking it was Lucifer, Klein looked up and froze. At the door stood a figure so familiar he thought he'd never see them again in this life. His mother. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 88, LOM, 88, Wavering. Mother. Impossible. Klein the cat froze, his mind blank. Mrs. Joe, clearly briefed beforehand, showed surprise and confusion but quickly focused on the cat on the coffee table. After a half-second hesitation, she hurried over, tentatively asking, "Mingrue, is that you? A gentleman said you'd been turned into a cat." "It's me," Klein said, snapping out of it as his mind rebooted. He realized this was his mother's shadow of time, a product of Lucifer's abilities. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Klein's eyes, all his grief and frustration pouring out, shattering his usual composure. Before he knew it, he'd leapt into his mother's arms, fully enveloped as she held him. "Oh, don't cry, you're too old for that." Mrs. Joe fumbled to hold Klein, her movements gentle and cautious. Alaric watched the heartwarming reunion quietly, a rare softness in his expression. After a moment, he turned his head and asked, "What do you think he'll choose?" "I don't know," Adam said, emerging from the shadows, also watching the scene. He looked at Alaric. "I didn't expect you to do this. I thought you'd push Klein toward becoming the Lord of Mysteries. I do lean toward him, but I want it to be his choice," Alaric said with a smile, meeting Adam's golden eyes. "If you and I were friends, I'd want you to choose your own ending willingly, not be forced onto a savior's path." His words carried an edge. Adam glanced at him and said, "He did choose willingly." "And you? Did you choose willingly?" Alaric pressed. "Of course," Adam replied without hesitation. "What about Medici? Did he choose to sacrifice himself? And the countless ordinary people who'll die in the wars?" Alaric asked, staring into Adam's eyes. "Did they choose? It's a necessary sacrifice," Adam said, a standard response. But for the first time, he felt a flicker of doubt. He paused, quickly tracing the source. That doubt came from love. A faint love for the world and its people told Adam this wasn't right. "But to save this world, we have no other choice," Adam said, closing his eyes, unsure if he was answering Alaric or himself. "No, you do," Alaric said, grinning with a hint of temptation. "You could choose to trust me. You know what my abilities mean. Want to take a chance and trust me?" Adam's eyes snapped open, meeting Alaric's playful gaze. For a fleeting moment, he wavered. Should he trust Alaric? He bore no malice toward the world, and his abilities, used well, could save it. "You're dangerous," Adam said after a pause, looking away. "Nonsense, I'm just a cheerful joker." Alaric laughed, dropping the topic. He'd known Adam wouldn't agree. He hadn't truly meant for Adam to trust him fully. Even if Adam regained love, he'd never entrust the world's salvation to Alaric, maybe just a bit of help. Perfect. Alaric quietly assessed his mask-maker potion's digestion progress. When the Evernight Church took in Zangwill's puppet, the potion digested about a tenth. Simply making someone a puppet and ending their fate wasn't optimal acting, barely scraping by. Altering a Sequence 5's fate should have yielded more. His experiment with Adam confirmed this. When Adam agreed to wear the mask, no digestion occurred. But when Adam wavered, the potion progressed. So, the key to digesting the mask-maker potion was making others wear masks, changing them, and guiding events as desired. Alaric smirked, summarizing internally. He wasn't in a rush to digest the potion. Transforming Adam was a far more intriguing project. It was just so fun, wasn't it? Klein spent 7 days as a cat. He mostly slept, like a true feline, spending the rest sunbathing, daydreaming, or rolling around. In rare moments, he reunited with his mother. She'd brush his fur while Klein, sprawled on her lap, shared an edited version of his experiences. In those 7 days, he didn't see Lucifer. Food and water appeared daily within reach, and his family was brought to him via Shadow of Times, yet Lucifer avoided meeting him. Klein knew he was waiting for his decision. And he'd made one. I wish I could stay a cat forever. Klein muttered, flicking his tail. He looked at the windowsill, then leaped up with feline grace. Knock, knock, knock. Klein tapped the window with his tail. Come out. I know you're there. Alaric appeared outside, studying Klein. After 7 days of rest, Klein's spirit had visibly improved. The reunion with his family had pulled him from despair, and he now looked like a sleek, glossy cat. Have you gotten wider? Alaric said suddenly, gesturing. You were this wide before, but now, tisk. He shook his head, feigning dismay. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 89, LOM, 89, Choice. Klein the cat bristled instantly, retorting, no way it's that fast. Though, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had been eating and sleeping for days, so maybe he'd gained a bit. Ha ha ha, just kidding. You're looking good. Alaric laughed, then grew serious. So, have you made your choice, Klein? Klein's expression sobered. He shook his head, then nodded. Honestly, I haven't. I want to give up, but I can't ignore the apocalypse. I want to be the savior, but I'm scared of the ending you described. So what's your plan? Alaric asked, listening quietly. I'll keep advancing. Klein said. I'm not set on being the savior, but advancing in this world can't be wrong. That way. He gave a small smile. If the future needs me, I can step up without regrets. Alaric looked at him, smiling back with a sigh. That's so you. He wasn't surprised, pleased, even. As Klein said, advancing was never a bad choice. If Klein didn't become the Lord of Mysteries, becoming an angel wasn't a bad fallback. Alaric nodded. That's a good call. With the apocalypse looming, advancing is wise. Even if you don't become the Lord of Mysteries, being an angel's not bad. I promise, until the final act, you can still choose. Klein froze, then looked at Alaric sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer, for giving me a choice. No need to thank me or feel pressured. Saving the world isn't your burden alone, and this world isn't as fragile as you think. Alaric said, smiling. So, you going back to the Nighthawks? Klein's expression stiffened, and he stammered, I don't know. The Evernight goddess helped me, and I'm grateful, but... His feelings were clearly tangled. Want me to get you a leave from the Nighthawks? Alaric offered. Leave. Klein blinked, caught off guard by the idea. Normal Nighthawks don't get that option, but I can pull some strings. Honestly, if you're set on advancing, staying with Tingen's team might hold you back. Alaric said, smiling. Thank you. Alaric grinned, snapping his fingers. Klein felt his body shift, tumbling off the windowsill. His feet hit the ground, he was human again. Go home, Klein. Alaric said. See your family, say goodbye to friends, then set off on your journey. Leonard was zoning out. 7 days ago, Blackthorn Security Company faced the true creator's spawn. Leonard, with Pala's help, dealt significant damage but took a targeted hit, passing out before the battle ended. When aid arrived and he was revived, Dunn filled him in. Good news, an angel's timely intervention stopped the spawn before it could wipe out the Nighthawks or Tingen. Even Ince Zangwill, the mastermind, was gifted to the Evernight Church as a puppet. The incident ended almost perfectly. Bad news, Klein was turned into a cat and taken away. Leonard had a moment of disbelief, wondering if he was still dreaming. It was absurd. But reality was often stranger than dreams. Old man, when will His Excellency Lucifer bring Klein back? Leonard whispered when alone, brow furrowed. And why take him? Don't ask me, I don't know. Pala's cheery voice replied. But don't worry too much. That angel likely means him no harm. How are you so sure? Leonard asked, suspicious. You know something, don't you? Palaz didn't answer. He didn't know much more than Leonard, but as a Marauder Pathway angel, he'd sense Klein's uniqueness, likely tied to the spirit world, maybe a favored one. Lucifer, a favorite of the Lord of Chaos, had no reason to harm someone like that, even if supporting Mr. Door. Palaz knew Lucifer's type, backing Mr. Door didn't mean he wouldn't bet on others. But he felt a faint, familiar bloodline aura from Lucifer. A descendant. Then, commotion downstairs jolted Leonard, still on edge from the recent crisis. He bolted down. What's going on? Klein. You're back. Leonard's eyes widened as he spotted his missing colleague. Relief flooded him. He scanned Klein, confirming no physical or mental harm, then noticed someone behind him. Your Excellency Lucifer. Leonard recognized him instantly, despite never meeting. Alaric smiled at Leonard, then turned to Dunn, descending from the second floor. Mr. Dunn, as promised, I've returned Klein. Thank you, Your Excellency Hellel. Dunn said, relieved to see Klein unharmed. But before he could say more, the angel spoke. Oh, one more thing. I'd like to request a leave for Klein, about 3 years. Huh. Dunn blinked, thrown by the unexpected turn. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Excelenia, remove space. Chapter 90, LOM, 90, Arrangements. Though taken aback, Dunn considered Alaric's request carefully before responding. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Hellel, I can't make that decision myself. I'll report it to headquarters. If they approve, I'll grant Klein a 3-year leave. A 3-year leave was absurd for any Nighthawk, and Dunn would normally reject it outright. But coming from an angel, the decision was above his pay grade. More than the leave, Dunn was concerned about what had happened to Klein. Why would a perfectly fine person suddenly need 3 years off? His gaze toward Klein carried a hint of worry. I'm fine, Captain. It's just personal reasons. Klein said quickly, sensing Dunn's concern. As long as you're okay. Dunn replied gently, not pressing for details. Since you're taking a leave, what about your merits from this incident? Would you prefer to convert them to money, or save them for when you return? Though the leave wasn't finalized, Dunn knew an angel's request likely meant it was a done deal. Regardless of whether Klein stayed a Nighthawk, his earned merits were undeniable. Captain, are my merits enough for a Sequence 7 promotion? Klein asked after a moment's thought. Having secured the Magician Potion formula and Jack's approval, Klein had reported it to the Nighthawks, making him eligible to apply for a Sequence 7 promotion. He felt no guilt, those merits were hard-earned. Your merits are more than enough for a Sequence 7 potion, with plenty left over. Dunn said, nodding. Then, realizing something, he looked at Klein in disbelief. You fully digested your clown potion? Yes, some things happened, and I've completely digested it. Klein said honestly. He no longer needed to hide his uniqueness from the Nighthawks, not when the Evernight goddess herself was watching him. Learning his fate had finalized the clown potion's digestion. How's that possible? Didn't you become a clown just half a month ago? Leonard interjected, stunned. Even with the acting method, digesting a Sequence 8 potion should take months. Dunn, equally shocked, sighed after a glance at Klein. You've been through a lot lately. So, you're applying for Sequence 7 Magician? Klein nodded without elaborating. Yes, Captain. I'd like to apply for the Magician Potion, and please convert the remaining merits to money. Klein had thought it through. Though reluctant, choosing to advance meant a turbulent life ahead. To protect Benson and Melissa, he decided to leave Tingen and pursue his path. This didn't mean cutting ties. He'd write to them, maybe visit during holidays, but he'd keep the Beyonder world from touching them. Before leaving, he'd ensure they had enough money to live comfortably. Melissa was tinkering with a mechanical doll. Unlike her usual focus, today she was distracted. No grand reason, she just missed Klein. 7 days ago, Leonard, a strikingly handsome colleague of Klein's, visited to say Klein had been whisked away by a company executive for a business trip and wouldn't return soon. Business trips weren't new to Melissa. Benson was often away for work. But on Klein, it felt odd. Given his personality, she worried. Could Klein manage alone out there? She didn't know, and doubts lingered. They'd planned to see the Earls return together. Why would Klein suddenly leave? If it wasn't a trip? Melissa shook her head, refusing darker thoughts. Then, a knock, 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 sounded. Startled, Melissa felt a premonition. She rushed to the door and opened it to a familiar figure. Klein, you're back. Sorry, Melissa, for worrying you. Klein said, seeing his sister. Guilt hit him, thinking of his disappearance and the inevitable farewell ahead. Though not the original Klein, fused memories and emotions, plus their time together, made Melissa his true sister. But that's why he couldn't let his fate drag them down. So, you're saying goodbye to family and friends to head to Backlund alone. At Jack's place, Alaric, under a new alias, sipped coffee, looking at Klein. Is this really your choice, or did my teacher force you? Tell me, and I'll chew him out. It's my decision. Klein said, touched yet amused. He hadn't told Jack everything, as Lucifer seemed to want to shield him from the complex truths of transmigration and apocalyptic conspiracies. Worried Jack couldn't handle it, Klein simply said he'd met Lucifer, discussed some things, and decided to seek advancement in Backlund. As for not asking Lucifer for help, Klein had his pride. His fellow transmigrator had already given him the truth and a choice. He couldn't demand more. Besides, Klein doubted Lucifer would sponsor him anyway. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 91, LOM, 91, Grudge. Alright, I can tell you're hiding something from me, but since I'm a magnanimous person, I won't hold it against you. Alaric said with a slight pout. He took another sip of his coffee and continued, did my teacher mention where he was going? It's been so long, and he's met with you twice already, but not once with me. His words carried a heavy tone of resentment. Mr. Lucifer is probably busy with important matters. Klein replied, feeling a brief pang of guilt before carefully recalling the moment he parted ways with Lucifer. I've helped you as much as I can. From here on, you must walk your own path, Klein. Since you've chosen this road, don't regret it, no matter the outcome. Mr. Lucifer had said at the time, closing the book in his hand. As for you deceiving Jack, I won't bother holding it against you. His mind isn't quite right due to certain matters, so since you've become his student, take good care of him. In return, I can arrange for you to see your family once a month. I'll take care of Jack. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. Klein had replied, nodding with delight. The chance to reunite with his family once a month, no matter the circumstances, filled him with joy. Even if Klein knew his parents couldn't be truly revived, their reappearance in this world, able to witness this future era, was a form of resurrection in its own way, wasn't it? At the very least, it was far better than eternal slumber in darkness. Somewhat puzzled, Klein had asked, what do you mean by, his mind isn't quite right? Jack's soul suffered an accident in the past. Though I repaired it, some after-effects remain. Lucifer had explained, his gaze turning cold, perhaps recalling something unpleasant. Before Klein could press further, Lucifer cut him off. You don't seem to have a suitable mystical item yet. Huh. Klein blinked, then nodded sheepishly. I don't have one, no. I've thought about buying a suitable mystical item, but I don't have the money. Klein heard Lucifer chuckle. Have you considered taking out a loan to buy one? Lucifer asked, his smile tinged with mischief. What? Klein hadn't expected such a suggestion from a fellow transmigrator. He paused, then realized, Mr. Lucifer, are you offering to lend me money? No, but I have a suitable mystical item I can sell you. It's called creeping hunger. Lucifer unhurriedly described creeping hunger, pausing as Klein's eyes lit up with interest before continuing, I can sell it to you for just 10,000 pounds. Given its value, that's a steal. Klein, who had been thrilled moments earlier, suddenly felt his heart stop. He stammered for a while before saying, Mr. Lucifer, is there a chance? I don't have any money. I know. That's why I'm allowing you to pay in installments. Lucifer replied with a gentle smile. Do you want it? Klein felt he must have lost his mind when he agreed, but even now, thinking about the newly acquired creeping hunger and the massive debt he'd taken on, he didn't regret it too much. After all, the deal was incredibly cost-effective. Klein knew that elsewhere, even double the price wouldn't deter buyers for creeping hunger. Lucifer had genuinely offered him a bargain. Though. Klein's mood grew complicated when he recalled asking Lucifer why he sold it so cheaply, and the response he got. Why sell creeping hunger to you so cheaply? Lucifer had repeated, as if amused by the question. He smiled and continued, no, you've misunderstood. This isn't a senior transmigrator helping out a junior. I simply want to drain your wallet for a while. If I priced it too high, you probably wouldn't have accepted. Klein had been stunned, not expecting such an answer. He couldn't help but ask, why? Because I don't like you, little trickster. And since I know you love money, naturally, I want to empty your pockets to teach you a small lesson. Lucifer had said, his tone both matter-of-fact and righteous. Didn't you just say you wouldn't hold the Jack thing against me? Klein had wanted to retort but held back, realizing that, transmigrator and savior status aside, Lucifer really did have a grudge against him. Oh, by the way, take this. Lucifer had added, tossing Klein an emblem. What's this? Klein had asked, puzzled. The emblem of the Joker Club. Lucifer briefly explained its function, then said, a fair exchange. Since Jack joined your tarot gathering, you should join my organization. Klein glanced at the emblem in his hand and nodded without refusing. All right. Well then, goodbye, little trickster. I hope your wallet's a bit fuller next time we meet. Lucifer had said, preparing to leave. Wait, Mr. Lucifer, aren't you going to see Jack? He misses you. Klein had called out, setting aside his complicated feelings. For certain reasons, it's not suitable for me to meet him right now. Lucifer had replied, shaking his head. Why else do you think I let him wander off alone? Klein had paused, sensing there was more to the story. Lucifer, however, had no intention of explaining. Tell him to focus on advancing. Once he reaches magician, I'll give him the formula for the faceless potion. Snapping out of his reverie, Klein looked at Alaric, who was leisurely sipping coffee, and said, Mr. Lucifer told me to tell you to focus on acting as a clown and advance to magician soon. Once you do, he'll give you the formula for the next potion. Got it, got it. I'm working on the acting, aren't I? But being a clown is tough, and slow progress isn't my fault. Alaric said, waving a hand dismissively with a half-hearted, sure attitude. If teacher doesn't know how to act as a clown, I could share some insights for reference. Klein offered. Ah. But didn't you just advance to clown a few days ago? Alaric replied, feigning ignorance as he looked at Klein. Klein coughed lightly. Is it possible? I'm already ready to advance to magician. What? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 92, LOM, 92, relocate. A certain Jack Jones quietly shattered. Of course, it was just Alaric's act. Upon hearing Klein's words, Alaric put on a convincingly shocked expression. He stared at Klein intently and suddenly asked, Did you use a high-sequence beyonder to digest your potion? Klein froze for a moment. Naturally, he wasn't yet privy to certain details about acting and potion digestion. But Klein wasn't foolish. Hearing Alaric's pointed question and recalling how he digested the clown potion in a mere second, he nodded thoughtfully. I suppose you could say that. The gods had made him a pawn, and by realizing his fate as one, he digested the clown potion. How could that not count as using a high-sequence beyonder to digest it? Though, the sequence is a bit too high. Who'd have thought I'm only sequence 8? Klein couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After 7 days of digestion, he could now think about these matters with a calm mind. That's basically cheating, isn't it? Alaric quipped, then adopted a concerned look. You all right? I'm fine. In a way, I turned misfortune into a blessing. Klein said with a smile, shaking his head. Feeling the genuine concern from his friend warmed his heart. He then earnestly shared the key insights he had gained about digesting the clown potion. He genuinely wanted to help Jack advance soon, not just because of Lucifer's request but because Klein truly considered Jack a friend. Good to know you're okay. Alaric said, letting out a relieved sigh. He listened quietly as Klein outlined the key points, and though they weren't particularly useful to him, the sincere help from a friend was enough to lift his spirits. All right, I know how to digest the clown potion now. Alaric said, giving an okay gesture, a common signal in the northern continent, thanks to a certain emperor's efforts. Propping his chin, Alaric continued, Klein, since you're heading to Backlund, have you found a place to stay there? No. Klein admitted, shaking his head. His knowledge of Backlund came only from magazines and anecdotes shared by Miss Justice. He had never been there himself, so he hadn't secured a place to live. He'd only browsed some rental ads in newspapers, planning to check them out in person once he arrived in Backlund to pick a suitable place. How about staying at my place for now? Alaric suggested eagerly. I'm hardly ever in Backlund these days, so the house is just sitting empty. Might as well let you use it. Alaric was referring to one of his safe houses in Backlund. As for why he offered Klein a place to stay, it was to keep better tabs on his whereabouts. Alaric was busy and couldn't constantly monitor Klein. Backlund was vast, and it would be easy for Klein to slip out of his sight. Guiding him to a fixed residence was a much simpler solution. That doesn't feel right. Klein said, tempted but hesitant. He was genuinely broke. Aside from the money he'd set aside for Benson and Melissa, he couldn't even scrape together 100 pounds. What's there to feel bad about? I know you old pauper. If I let you rent a place in Backlund on your own, you'd probably end up in a slum. Alaric said, shaking his head. Without waiting for a response, he dashed upstairs with grabbed a set of keys, and handed them to Klein, rattling off an address. You staying there can also help me keep the place tidy, so I don't have to hire someone to clean it regularly. All right, thank you, teacher. Klein said, unable to refuse after such an offer. He nodded and pocketed the keys. Then, struck by a thought, Klein asked curiously, Jack, why did you decide to come to Tingen to be a teacher in the first place? Obviously because of divination. Alaric replied with an obvious expression. I had a whim and divined where my opportunity lay. The result pointed to Tingen, so I came here to teach. At this point, Alaric put on a puzzled look. Now that I think about it, could the opportunity one divine be Mr. Azek and you, Klein? Mr. Azek was once a big shot, and you're all mysterious, clearly hiding something. Could the divination have been pointing to you too? Klein fell silent for a few seconds, feeling this wasn't impossible. Whether it was the goodwill of a death consul or meeting a fellow transmigrator like him and joining the tarot gathering, both could be considered opportunities for Jack. If the opportunity really was about you two, and now you're both leaving Tingen. Alaric mused, rubbing his chin before suddenly saying, Klein, how about I go to Backlund too? With you both gone, I don't have many people I know here anymore. It's getting pretty dull. He had been laying the groundwork all day to make it natural for his Jack persona to relocate to Backlund. After all, Tingen no longer held enough value for Alaric to stay permanently. Though Jack's decision to resign and move to Backlund caught Klein off guard, it wasn't a bad thing, so Klein didn't object. After bidding farewell to Jack, Klein returned home and reunited with Benson and Melissa. After a hearty dinner together, he told them about his plans to move to Backlund. Of course, Klein didn't mention anything about the Beyonder world, only saying that the company's higher-ups had recognized his abilities and wanted to transfer him to the head office in Backlund, a story that aligned perfectly with the Nighthawk's earlier cover. So I'll probably have to move to Backlund, Klein said, looking at the silent Benson and Melissa. He quickly added, of course, I'll write to you often and come back to visit whenever I can. The room remained quiet, and Klein's unease grew to its peak. Just then, Benson, who had been stone-faced, broke into a smile. He reached out and patted his younger brother's shoulder. Klein, you're really something. Don't look so glum. I know you don't want to leave us, and we don't want to leave you, but I'd hate for us to hold you back from progressing. Melissa, frowning, said, is this company really reliable? I've heard. She listed some examples of scams, clearly worried. After all, Klein had been promoted and given raises in just 2 months, and now the boss wanted to take him to the head office. It sounded almost too good to be true. Though the youngest, Melissa, with her motherly mindset, was genuinely concerned her brother might be getting scammed. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 93, LOM, 93, Transmigrator Diary 3. Klein hadn't expected Melissa's reaction and hurriedly explained, spending half the time convincing her it wasn't a scam but a genuine recognition of his talents by his boss. I knew you could do it, Klein, Melissa said, her face breaking into a smile. But after a brief moment of joy, worry crept back in. Klein, where are you going to live in Backlund? I've heard the rent there is expensive, and the air isn't great. She rambled on, listing a slew of practical concerns Klein hadn't even considered, leaving him momentarily stunned. When she finished, Melissa hesitated before adding, so, when you get there, make sure to write to us. And if we have time, we'll come visit you. Benson, ruffling his little sister's hair, looked at Klein and said, moving to Backlund for better prospects is a good thing, it's the capital, after all. And don't worry too much about us. If things go well, we might join you there soon enough. Klein blinked, caught off guard. Benson smiled and reminded him, don't forget, I'm still preparing for the clerk exam. And Melissa will be old enough to apply for university next year. The schools in Backlund are better than in Tingen. We might not get in, but I think Melissa should give it a shot. So go to Backlund with confidence, Klein. No matter what, we'll always support you. Though Klein had the support of his brother and sister, freeing him from lingering concerns, he still had to wait for the Nighthawks headquarters to respond. So, before officially advancing to Magician and leaving Tingen for Backlund, Klein attended another tarot gathering. Above the grey fog, Klein materialized a pocket watch and checked the time, calculating when to pull Sun into the gathering. Reflecting on the past 7 days, he felt a wave of relief. There had actually been another tarot gathering scheduled during those 7 days, but due to the incident with Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, both Audrey Justice and Alger the Hanged Man had requested leave, unable to attend. Klein had simply cancelled that meeting. Good thing I cancelled it, or I'd have had to host the gathering as a cat. Klein muttered to himself, glancing at the pocket watch again. Seeing it was time, he began the meeting process, pulling the tarot gathering members onto the grey fog one by one. During this, Klein recalled what Lucifer had mentioned and took a moment to examine Jack's spiritual body. Unfortunately, it looked no different from the others, at least, Klein couldn't detect any signs of past damage. What kind of accident was it? Klein wondered silently, only to be interrupted by Audrey Justice and her ever-energetic voice, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The grey fog was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. But before Audrey could go through her usual greetings, Alger the Hanged Man raised a hand and quickly said, "Mr. Fool, I've obtained 26 pages of Roselle's diary this time." He had to be quick. The sailor pathway didn't enhance memory or learning abilities, and Alger wasn't a genius in that regard. If he didn't manifest the diaries soon, he'd forget them. Of course, Alger didn't deny that this was also a show of loyalty. Recalling Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos being turned into a sheep and Archbishop A Snake referring to the fool's favored one as him. Alger's tone grew even more humble. He declared the diaries were his due payment, as Mr. Fool had sent a favored one to deal with Kalangos. But Mr. Lucifer isn't my favored one. Klein gave a wry smile inwardly, though he nodded with a calm smile on his face. This is the principle of equivalent exchange. Klein's acceptance wasn't entirely guilt-ridden. After all, Lucifer's intervention had indeed backed him up. Mr. Fool glanced at Jack out of the corner of his eye, and as expected, Jack wore a thoughtful expression. After all, Jack knew who had dealt with Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Fortunately, in Jack's mind, Mr. Lucifer was already suspected to be connected to the Fool, so I don't have to worry about my cover being blown. Klein reassured himself inwardly. Then he heard Alger explain that, due to his limited memory, he could only recall 6 pages at a time and would need to provide the diaries in installments. Mr. Fool had no objections, nodding with a smile. No problem. The other members had little to say on the matter, as it was clear no one else had collected additional Roselle diaries this time. Thus, Klein naturally moved to the reading phase. His gaze shifted downward, and upon seeing the first page's contents, he confirmed it was indeed Emperor Roselle's diary. This page mentioned Mr. Dor and touched on some 4th epic history, such as the War of the Four Emperors and its participants, as well as how the god of the death emerged as the ultimate victor, later joining the primordial Demonis to unleash the Pale Disaster. This corroborated what Klein had learned from Jack, but one detail caught his attention: the diaries mentioned that the god of the death went mad. From Zoroast's diary, I've confirmed the War of the Four Emperors was a conflict between 4 sequence zeros. Tudor was a half-mad deity, and now the god of the death, who gained the most from the war, also went mad. Why? What did the god of the death gain from it? Klein pondered, his instincts telling him this was significant. But with limited information, Klein couldn't piece it together. He moved on to the next diary page, perking up as it clearly belonged to Zoroast. September 9th, sunny. The weather's nice today, and I dreamt of that chaos again. Since Amon devoured me last time, this is the 3rd time. I initially thought it was another of Amon's little tricks, but it seems that's not the case. Rather, it's precisely because of this chaos that Amon couldn't completely consume my spiritual body. So what is it? A transmigrator's long overdue cheat. Chaos. What chaos? Klein immediately thought of the Grey Fog. Not ascertaining that Zoroast's dream might not be the Grey Fog, his intuition suggested it could be something comparable. This also aligned with information Lucifer had shared, that he and Jack weren't vessels for the celestial worthy's revival but for another being. Could the chaos Zoroast dreamt of be related to that being? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 94, LOM, 94, Complex Persona. Klein hurriedly turned to the next diary pages, hoping for more clues about that chaos. September 11th, light rain. After days of digestion, I've finally learned to control my emotions. Now, even when facing Amon, I can muster a smile and suppress the murderous intent in my heart. I need to bide my time. Until I can kill Amon, I must survive under his thumb. I know my flimsy disguise is probably obvious to Amon, but that's fine. After the last incident, he's grown more interested in me. Until he uncovers all my secrets, he doesn't mind playing a few games with me. That's good. September 15th, overcast. Today, I consulted Amon about occult knowledge as usual, as if nothing had happened. Interesting. I heard him describe me, flashing the same gentle smile as before, answering my questions like a true teacher. After addressing all my queries, I saw Amon adjust his monocle and comment, "You should work on controlling your gaze. The murderous intent is too obvious. My apologies, teacher. I'll be more careful next time." "Thank you for the reminder." I heard myself reply, obedient yet insincere, and then I caught my reflection in the window. That person was smiling. Reading this, Klein, without the clown's ability to control expressions, would have struggled to keep from frowning. Though these entries held little critical information, they marked a pivotal shift in Zoroast's character. To pursue revenge, Zoroast had learned to feign compliance, playing along with Amon. Such a change undoubtedly aided Zoroast's survival, but... Klein sighed inwardly and continued reading. September 20th, sunny. Today, Amon taught me more about 4th epic history. He told me the Blood Emperor Tudor and the primordial Demonis had a closer relationship than most people think, describing them as, though it sounds insane, there might actually be something like love between those two lunatics. Seriously. The Hunter and Demonis pathways are interchangeable, closely related sequences. While other related pathways are busy fighting, you Hunters and Demonesses are out here falling in love. Only the 4th epic's history could be this wild, official records outdoing rumors. What? The Blood Emperor Tudor and the primordial Demoness were truly in love. Despite having heard some gossip about Tudor and the Demoness from Jack, even knowing they had a child together, Klein, as the fool, was still shocked. He had assumed their union was a strategic alliance, but true love. So gods can fall in love too. Klein suddenly felt the divine wasn't so distant, becoming almost relatable. After his musings, Klein moved to the next diary, dated much later. October 21st, stormy. Last night, I dreamt again, of that chaos. But this time, I saw another version of myself in it. Of course, it might not be me. Though he looked identical, who says looking the same makes you the same person? For now, I'll call him the Dream Me. The Dream Me smiled when he saw me and said, "Ah, finally, I meet you." "Who are you?" I asked. "You can call me Lucifer," the Dream Me replied. Lucifer. Honestly, I'd heard that name in myths from before I transmigrated, so I asked curiously, "So, you're Satan?" "No, I'm merely your shadow," he answered. Then I woke up. Without the clown's expression control, Klein might have struggled to maintain the fool's unflappable persona at that moment. The diary's revelations were staggering, all but confirming that Zoroast's diaries belonged to the Mr. Lucifer Klein knew, yet things weren't so straightforward. Split personality? Or is Lucifer another consciousness from the chaos, one that replaced the original Zoroast? Klein's mind buzzed with theories, urging him to read on, but the remaining diaries were all Roselle's, unrelated to Zoroast. Fortunately, Roselle's diaries contained valuable information, making the read worthwhile for Klein. While the fool quietly read, Alaric, naturally, speculated on the fool's progress. Over time, Alaric had written several diaries, collectively titled The Birth of Lucifer. They described how Lucifer was toyed with by Amon, then rallied to learn deception, playing along with Amon while encountering the power of chaos and meeting the self-proclaimed shadow Lucifer. In this setup, Lucifer was the antagonist, akin to the true creator, a fusion of Lucifer's negative emotions and the will of chaos. This figure would teach Lucifer much, hasten his descent, and ultimately meet his end as a villain, yet persist in another form. Alaric crafted this to logically expand Lucifer's knowledge sources. After all, not every piece of gossip could be pinned on Amon. The shadow Lucifer also served as a counterpart to the celestial worthies' will, fleshing out Lucifer's role as a revival vessel for another great being. It also added mystery to Lucifer in the fool's eyes, reducing the chance of exposure. Of course, the key is that this makes Lucifer's persona richer and more intriguing. Alaric mused inwardly. He had a flair for drama and loved layering complex character arcs. Unaware of his friend's thoughts, Klein, having finished the diaries, scanned the tarot gathering members and had an idea. The fool chuckled lightly, announcing he'd share some common knowledge. He then explained the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility and the law of conservation within related pathways. This was new information for both Alger the Hanged Man and Audrey Justice, sparking fascination and questions, like, what are related pathways? These answers, naturally, weren't part of the free knowledge. But neither Alger nor Audrey minded paying a price for such valuable insights. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 95, LOM, 95, Primordial Demoness. Alaric naturally didn't join the transaction. Both he and his Jack persona were already well versed in the knowledge being discussed, so there was no need or reason to participate. He merely observed as the deal concluded. Audrey Justice, having completed her knowledge exchange with Mr. Fool, turned to Alger the Hanged Man to ask if he had prepared the items for their trade from the last tarot gathering. The tarot gathering then shifted to the members' trading phase. Once it ended, Klein, as the fool, spoke again, announcing he needed the members' cooperation for an experiment. This experiment was, of course, the sacrifice ritual Klein had devised. The high-level concept immediately sparked speculation among the members, mainly Audrey and Alger. To Derek, the son, the fool being a deity made the use of a sacrifice ritual perfectly normal. Alaric, fully aware of Klein's secrets, was simply acting while enjoying the show. With that, the fool declared the tarot gathering concluded. With the sacrifice ritual in place, Sapphira Castle's logistics company is officially open for business. Not easy, imagine an evil god in the startup phase managing logistics. No one would believe it. Alaric mused inwardly, pleased with the development. It would make trading within the tarot gathering far more convenient. Glancing out the window to ensure no one was around and that Mr. Fool wasn't secretly watching, Alaric cheerfully went upstairs and retrieved the sealed Conqueror characteristic. If asked what his greatest gain from the Tingen incident was, it would undoubtedly be this Conqueror characteristic. Alaric hadn't expected Adam to be so generous as to give it to him. The only downside is that a pure characteristic isn't very practical. It needs to be crafted into a mystical item. Alaric muttered, prodding the sealed conqueror characteristic. His thoughts briefly turned to Roselle. While the god of steam and machinery was undoubtedly the best craftsman, Alaric wasn't close to him and had no leverage to request his help. Roselle, with his clear vulnerabilities and needs, was a far better candidate. To summon Roselle's shadow of time, I'd need either someone close to him, like Bernadette, or an item directly tied to him. Looks like I'll have to ask Medici for that Red Priest blasphemy card. Conveniently, I do need to talk to him. Alaric said, a smirk tugging at his lips. He indeed needed to meet with Medici, or rather, have a chat with the true creator's side. Whether it was Adam's request for the ancient sun god to witness everything and make a choice or the conqueror characteristic itself, both were excellent topics, weren't they? I just wonder where this characteristic came from. Conqueror, huh? Alaric recalled the fates of the few conqueror characteristics mentioned in the original story, his thoughts landing on the primordial demoness. Alaric was well aware of the primordial demoness connections to the primordial god Almighty and the original creator. Thinking of the future, where Cheek and Tudor, that mad couple, would merge to form a miniature original creator, Alaric clicked his tongue in disdain. He didn't care about the primordial demoness schemes. Not only did she fail in the original story, but even if she succeeded in creating the original creator, it wouldn't concern him. Unless it affects me. If it does, let's see if a half-baked original creator is tougher than a complete celestial worthy or God Almighty. That'd be quite amusing. Alaric said, his smile widening. He had no patience for the intricate plots of the mysterious world's lunatics. Alaric knew he wasn't cut out for such games. If he was going to play, he'd play big. Still, lunatics are troublesome, especially when they're ready to drag the whole world down with them at a moment's notice. TSK, trying to steal my thunder. Alaric shook his head. He didn't mind going down with the world, but only if he was the one pulling the strings. This was precisely why he found the primordial demoness and Tudor, that pair of deranged spouses, so irritating. It was a professional rivalry, one might say. Better take precautions early. Alaric tapped the table lightly with his fingertip. I'll sell this info to Medici during our meeting to keep him from blindly getting himself killed. Honestly, compared to the two sequence zeros of the Calamity pathway, Medici's too normal. No wonder he can't outplay them. But Alaric squinted, pressing his fingertip against the conqueror characteristic. A possibility struck him, and his lips curved into a grin. Is this why you gave me the conqueror characteristic, Adam? Others might not know the full extent of the primordial demoness and Tudor's plot, but Adam, who had sensed something early and preemptively dealt with Tudor, surely had his suspicions, even if he didn't know everything. In that context, Adam suddenly gifting Alaric a conqueror characteristic was intriguing. The primordial demoness might snatch it from others, but taking it from Alaric, she'd have to withstand a slap from the ancient sun god first. Maybe it's also a test. You're probably curious about how much I know about this world, aren't you? Alaric chuckled, unbothered whether Adam heard him. He pulled a mirror from the cabinet, ready to arrange a meeting with Medici. Heard you needed to see me. What's this? Even the great Lord of Chaos needs help from a lowly red angel like me. Medici arrived promptly, his red-haired wraith appearing silently in the mirror. Like a paper cutout transitioning from 2 dimensions to 3, he stepped into the real world, looking much as he had when Alaric first met him. No, there were differences. His condition was noticeably better, likely due to the true creator feeding him some high-sequence hunter characteristics. Alaric wasn't surprised to hear Lord of Chaos from Medici. Though he hadn't shared the title with the true creator's camp, Adam was always lurking nearby and would have noticed Alaric mentioning it. Information exchange between them was only natural. Alaric just glanced at Medici, smiling brightly. Looks like you and Adam are getting along well. Planning to fight side by side again. His words carried no sarcasm, only genuine curiosity. This thoroughly disgusted Medici, his expression visibly souring. He hadn't forgotten Adam's betrayal, but he also knew that when dealing with the strange being before him, Adam and his lord sharing information was necessary. As much as it grated on him, Medici had to accept it. So, hearing Alaric's earnest words, Medici felt as if Amon were crawling over him. He snapped, "Don't say such nauseating things." "All right, I respect your wishes. Let's talk about something more pleasant," Alaric said, nodding with a grin. "So, how did you know Adam gave me a conqueror characteristic? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 96, LOM, 96, The Angel of Apple. Did Medici know that Adam had given Alaric a conqueror characteristic? Of course not. After all, Medici and Adam had long since fallen out. Tolerating the limited cooperation between the true creator and Adam regarding Alaric was already his limit. He certainly wouldn't go out of his way to seek information from Adam. And given their current relationship, even if Medici tried, he likely wouldn't learn anything. Alaric, satisfied with Medici's surprised expression, grinned earnestly. At this point, you should say, who asked you? That's how you complete the gag. Humph. Medici let out a reflexive scoff. After the initial shock, he seemed to realize something, eyeing the young man before him with a knowing look. So, you're here today to brag about striking a new deal with Adam. Medici didn't believe Adam would casually hand over a conqueror characteristic to this enigmatic being. If Adam did so, it was surely to secure greater benefits. I did reach some agreements with Adam. Alaric admitted with a smile, not denying it. He toyed with the sealed conqueror characteristic, treating it like a squishy toy. Only then did Medici notice the object in Alaric's hand. As the former Red Angel, he should have recognized the conqueror characteristic immediately, but its previous owner had clearly done something to seal its aura completely. Not a trace leaked out, making it look like an ordinary toy. But, Medici. Alaric looked up at Medici, grinning. You can probably guess, can't you? At least part of why Adam gave me this conqueror characteristic. Medici's expression grew complex. He wasn't foolish, he could see the possibility, which only made it more ironic. With a sardonic smirk, Medici said, Are you here just to annoy me today? Or are you playing messenger for him this time? Just stating facts. Alaric replied with a shrug. As for being a messenger. Alaric chuckled as if he'd heard something amusing, looking at Medici. Why would I play messenger for Adam? Your issues have nothing to do with me. He didn't turn me into a hot pot back then, and we're not exactly close. In fact, if you two fought, I'd happily watch from the sidelines with some popcorn. Alaric said with utmost sincerity. TCH. Medici sneered, not the least bit surprised. He'd long pegged this guy as someone as infuriating as Amon. Medici's gaze shifted to the conqueror characteristic in Alaric's hand. Name your price. What do you want to trade this conqueror characteristic for? Alaric smiled, glancing down at the characteristic but not answering immediately. Instead, he changed the subject. Medici, what do you think of Tudor? Tudor? Humph, just a lunatic. Medici replied, his expression cold and sour, clearly triggered by unpleasant memories tied to the name. And what about the primordial demoness? Alaric asked, grinning. What's there to say? A twisted, deranged creature. If not for her, the demoness pathway wouldn't be exclusively male. Medici said, his reaction less intense than with Tudor but still laced with his usual sarcastic bite. Alaric wasn't surprised. He continued with a smile, did you know Tudor and the primordial demoness had a child? What? Medici froze, visibly stunned. As someone who'd been cooked into a hot pot, turned into a wraith, and imprisoned in an underground structure for over 1,000 years, the Red Angel was clearly out of the loop on such explosive gossip, with no means to learn it. Alaric went on unhurriedly, not only did they have a child, but they were genuinely in love. Sure, their love wasn't exactly normal, but for high sequences, it's pretty rare. Medici's brows furrowed, his expression so peculiar it was as if Adam were crawling all over him. He was clearly choked by the revelation. After a long pause, he sneered, no wonder the primordial demoness. They were already entangled back then. Medici was referring to his hot pot incident. As the Red Angel, he'd been hunting Einhorn and Sauron while guarding against the primordial demoness distractions. Caught off guard, he was ambushed by Tudor, Adam, and Amon lurking in the shadows, ending up as a tragic hot pot. Alaric neither confirmed nor denied it. He just smiled, watching Medici grit his teeth. After a moment's thought, he produced 2 apples from somewhere and offered one to Medici. Want an apple? Alaric asked, already crunching into his own. Medici, thrown off by the question, felt his emotions disrupted but took the apple anyway, biting into it with a crunch. Then he saw Alaric pull out a camera from nowhere and snap a photo of him. What's wrong with you? Medici said, genuinely exasperated, unsure of Alaric's motives. It's the Red Angel eating an apple. Not quite a legendary scene, but still worth commemorating. Alaric said, spouting words Medici didn't understand. After putting the camera away, he casually added, Medici, do you know how Tudor died? You know. Medici glanced at him, already aware this enigmatic being knew secrets beyond most. Of course I do. While Adam didn't directly kill Tudor, he certainly orchestrated his death. Alaric said with a grin, taking another bite of his apple. After chewing and swallowing, he continued, feeling a bit touched. Humph, touched by what? You're not suggesting he killed Tudor to avenge me, are you? That's disgusting and fake. With that fanatic style, he'd only push for Tudor's death if it served his interests. Medici sneered, biting viciously into his apple as if it were someone's flesh. I only regret not killing Tudor myself. Looks like you really understand Adam. Alaric said with a chuckle, then shifted gears. Well, you might still get a chance to settle the score yourself. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 97, LOM, 97, the oldest one. What? Medici snapped his gaze to Alaric, his eyes sharpening. You can probably guess, can't you? Since the primordial demoness loved Tudor so much, how could she not leave a contingency for his revival? Humph, it's probably Tudor's only revival contingency, too. After all, the primordial demoness is a bit obsessive, she'd never tolerate her beloved slipping from her control. Alaric couldn't help but laugh. The original story's absurdity was so over the top that even recalling it made him chuckle. After laughing, he looked at Medici. But I wouldn't recommend picking a fight with the primordial demoness. You can't outplay her. He was serious. Medici was too normal, how could a normal person outmaneuver a lunatic? Medici's brows furrowed again, clearly disagreeing with Alaric's assessment. With a well-set trap, even a sequence 0 becomes prey once ensnared. But a lack of information is fatal for a conspirator. Alaric replied, not contradicting Medici outright. He smiled, took another bite of his apple, and continued, Medici, do you know about the primordial demoness connection to the primordial God Almighty? Medici's eyes flickered, clearly catching on. He took a bite of his apple and said, I can guess a bit. The primordial demoness never hid her ties to the primordial God Almighty, she even wrote it into her doctrine. Most people don't believe it, but I don't ignore any possibility. The primordial demoness had never concealed her connection to the primordial God Almighty, even embedding it in her teachings. But most dismissed it, while Medici, ever vigilant, had long suspected it. The primordial demoness is the female aspect of the primordial God Almighty. Alaric confirmed with a smile. TCH. Even with his suspicions, Medici couldn't help but feel irritated at the confirmation. It meant hunting the primordial demoness would be far more challenging than dealing with an ordinary sequence 0. Alaric continued, grinning, Medici, do you know about the primordial demoness connection to the original creator? This was truly hidden knowledge, known to barely anyone in the current world, and certainly not to Medici, who'd been imprisoned for over a millennium. What do you mean? Medici's expression turned grave. As a top-tier conspirator, even with limited information, he sensed something ominous. The original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror. Alaric said slowly, meeting Medici's gaze with a smile. That's the 5th line of her honorific name. Medici's pupils constricted, his mind piecing together the known fragments into a conspiracy he could hardly believe. Alaric tossed his apple core into the trash, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and looked at the pensive Medici with a grin. I don't know if you've considered this, but I can tell you plainly, the original creator wants to live, too. The source of all beginnings, the origin of madness and reason, left a revival contingency. Guess where he placed it? Medici clearly had an inkling, his voice strained as he answered, the city of calamity, the demoness and hunter pathways. Correct. Want another apple? Alaric nodded, pulling another apple from nowhere and offering it. Medici's train of thought was interrupted again, leaving him both exasperated and amused. But seeing Alaric's calm demeanor, he relaxed, taking the apple. You really like apples, don't you? Not really. I just thought you might. You know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, Alaric replied with a grin. Sounds like it lacks any occult basis. Medici said, already crunching into the apple. At least it's a good omen. Alaric said earnestly. TCH. Medici scoffed, then noticed Alaric pulling out coffee beans, apparently preparing to grind a fresh cup. Is this really appropriate? Medici finally couldn't hold back. Making coffee while discussing such a serious topic. What's inappropriate? It's not a big deal. Alaric said, as if puzzled by Medici's tension. He leisurely worked the coffee grinder, then looked up with a grin. It's just the original creator wanting to revive, only to get outplayed by an old schemer and suppressed by the primordial demoness, who then used him. Are you listening to yourself? Is that supposed to be just? Medici had thought himself quite the hunter, but watching Alaric calmly grind coffee, clearly deeming the original creator's plight less important than his brew, Medici couldn't help but say, it's a pity you're not a hunter. Look at that silent mockery, even the celestial worthy would have to bow down. Thanks for the compliment, but the hunter pathway's not for me. Climbing to the top requires a gender swap, which doesn't suit me. Alaric said seriously, then gave Medici an appraising look. But it'd suit you, Medici. After all, Mr. Sauron and Mr. Einhorn were once ladies. Ha 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 ha. Medici laughed, perhaps out of anger or something else, but he quickly composed himself. Who's the old schemer? Cheek's mad, but I don't believe he could suppress the original creator's will, even if it's just a fragment. Alaric glanced at him, smiling. The old schemer is the celestial worthy, of course, your so-called Lord of Mysteries. It's because of him that the original creator's will was suppressed by the primordial demoness. Medici's expression showed no surprise, as if he'd already suspected as much. While grinding coffee beans, Alaric continued, and that gave the primordial demoness a possibility. The chance to replace the original creator herself. Just her. Medici could hardly describe his feelings. The world had truly gone mad. Of course not just her. There's Tudor, too. The primordial God Almighty, the celestial worthy's will, revival contingencies. Alaric finished grinding the beans and looked at Medici. Put those together, and what do you think? Could they create a mini original creator? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 98, LOM, 98, Red Angel. Crunch. The apple in Medici's hand was crushed in an instant. Even though he'd had an inkling of the conspiracy when Alaric mentioned the primordial demoness' 5th honorific name, he lost control in that moment, unable to restrain his strength. It was understandable. Any normal person hearing such a shocking revelation would hardly fare better. What a waste. Alaric remarked, eyeing the ruined apple with mild regret. After a moment's thought, he added, you made the mess, so clean it up. Medici. Medici felt a surge of frustration, caught between emotions. He shot Alaric a grudging glance, noting he was still calmly making coffee. With a snap of his fingers, flames flared up, incinerating the apple remnants completely without harming a single piece of furniture, a practiced move from a seasoned expert. Alaric looked up, watching Medici obediently clean up, and smiled. Pretty skilled at that. Looks like the ancient sun god trained you well. Humph, who do you think took care of Amon back then? Medici retorted, rolling his eyes. The interruption had calmed him down, and he could only grumble, lunatics. It wasn't clear who he was cursing. Alaric assumed Medici meant the primordial demoness and Tudor. He chuckled, they're lunatics, all right. That's why Tudor died. He tried to play a big game, but Adam wasn't in the mood to play along. Seems that fanatic does some good occasionally. Medici said, his expression softening, though he didn't seem too surprised. Strictly speaking, he's always doing good, for the bigger picture, that is. Of course, you're one of his victims, so I support you cursing him out. Alaric said with a laugh, returning to his coffee. Soon, 2 freshly ground cups were ready. Alaric handed one to Medici, saying sincerely, here, have some coffee. It'll help you calm down. Medici took a sip, only to grimace, nearly spitting it out. He stared at Alaric in disbelief. How much sugar did you put in this? Half a cup. Alaric replied uncertainly, sipping his own coffee. Just in yours, though. You seemed in a bad mood. The implication, I added extra sugar to your coffee because you were upset. Should I say thanks? Medici said dryly, his voice practically squeezed through gritted teeth. You should thank me, but not for the coffee, for the intel I just shared. Alaric said, taking another sip and smiling. The primordial demoness hasn't given up on her old plans, so be careful, Medici. Don't end up as Hot Pot again. Medici glanced at him, then scoffed, unclear who he was mocking. I don't owe favors. What do you want? I'm generous with allies, so I'll give you a bargain. Hand over the Red Priest blasphemy card. It's useless to you anyway. Alaric said with a smile, unsurprised by Medici's response. What Alaric admired most about Medici was that, despite being one of the greatest conspirators, his time with the ancient sun god had instilled a strong sense of loyalty to allies. In the original story, Medici had genuinely tried to save the eternal blazing sun after their alliance, only for the sun to perish, thanks to God Almighty, the ultimate betrayer of the mysterious world. TCH, so it all comes down to that card. I'm curious. What's it to you? Medici sneered, flipping his hand to reveal the Red Priest blasphemy card. Don't tell me you just want the Hunter Pathway potion formula. Alaric plucked the card from Medici's hand, who didn't resist, clearly agreeing to the trade. Examining his first blasphemy card, Alaric said casually, just want to do some research. The blasphemy cards are tied to the outer deities, and I've been quite interested in them lately. Medici raised an eyebrow, neither believing nor disbelieving. After studying the Red Priest card for a few seconds, Alaric tucked it away and looked at Medici. Since the intel trade is done, let's talk about something else. Medici's expression grew serious, knowing Alaric was about to discuss the conqueror characteristic. Indeed, Alaric began toying with the characteristic again, his smile brighter than ever. Work for me for 3 years, and it's yours afterward. Pretty good deal, right? Medici's brows furrowed. 3 years for a conqueror characteristic was an offer no one would refuse, as Alaric said, a steal. For an angel, 3 years was a mere blink. I won't betray my lord, Medici said, neither accepting nor rejecting outright. No need to betray the true creator. We're allies, remember. Think of it as your lord loaning you to me for a 3-year gig. You can go back after, or treat it as a special 3-year mission. Alaric said, hinting, I doubt the true creator would mind. Medici didn't respond immediately, tilting his head as if listening to something. After a moment, he looked at Alaric, having made his decision. I'll work for you for 3 years, but if you assign any obviously suicidal tasks, I reserve the right to refuse. Of course. Alaric nodded, smiling. Don't worry, I don't make a habit of sending people to their deaths. I take good care of my workers. Here's your emblem, welcome to the Joker Club. Alaric pulled an emblem from his pocket and handed it to Medici. Medici took it, unsurprised, clearly aware of it since Mr. A had already reported it. He glanced at the emblem, then smirked at Alaric. So, you really plan to bring Bethel back? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 99, LOM, 99, Tea Party. Of course, other things might be fake, but my desire to bring Bethel back is genuine. Alaric said, nodding with a serious expression. TCH. Medici clicked his tongue but said no more. He wasn't particularly close to Bethel, nor were they enemies. After all, Bethel had followed Tudor long after Medici's demise. By the time Medici was active in the world again, Bethel had already been sealed in a subspace, corrupted by an outer deity for who knows how long. In that sense, it was hard to say which of them was more unfortunate. Still, Medici had a sense of Bethel's character. Compared to Amon, he'd much rather see Bethel become the Lord of the Mysteries. Alaric briefly explained how to use the emblem, then added, oh, by the way, while you're working for me, do you want me to provide room and board, or are you sticking with the true creator's side? Medici glanced at him, a sly smirk spreading across his face. As a boss, providing room and board for your employees is the bare minimum, don't you think? Alaric wasn't surprised. He knew Medici wanted to stick close to observe him, gathering more intel. Alaric didn't mind. With Adam already lurking nearby, and possibly even some almonds hiding in the air, one more Red Angel was hardly a concern. In fact, having a Red Angel antagonistic to Adam by his side could help balance things out, a deliberate reason for Alaric's question. Though, to be fair, with this setup, I've got God Almighty, Adam, the Lord of the Mysteries, Klein, and the Calamity Hunter all together. Add a Demoness, and I could practically synthesize my own mini-original creator. Alaric mused inwardly, then began to seriously consider, but speaking of, maybe I should get a bigger house. I've got a bit of a Pokemon collector vibe, definitely going to recruit more people to work for me. A small house won't cut it. While members of the same organization didn't need to live together, a headquarters for rest and gathering was essential. No rush, though. The current place is big enough for now. I can look for something better when more people join. Alaric thought, eyeing Medici. If you're living with me, you'll need a disguise and to know about the personas I use. This was a test. Alaric was curious how much Adam had shared with the true creator's side. You mean that idiot persona you're using now? Medici said, clearly aware. I don't get your twisted sense of fun. You're as bad as Amon. Looks like Adam did share quite a bit with you. Alaric said with a smile, then looked at Medici seriously. Just remember the setup for this persona and don't let me get exposed. Otherwise. He paused, then grinned. No need to wait for the primordial Demoness to create a mini-original creator. I could invite the real original creator over for a tea party with you all. Perhaps you're looking forward to that. Medici's pupils shrank. He instinctively tried to discern if Alaric was bluffing, but the result was clear, this guy seemed capable of summoning the original creator and wouldn't hesitate to do so. You're a complete lunatic. Medici growled through gritted teeth. Thanks for the compliment. Alaric said with a smile, then added as if recalling something, oh, almost forgot. Adam made a deal with me. He wants the ancient sun god to see the world, understand its full scope, and make a choice. What choice? Medici asked, clearly puzzled. Alaric didn't elaborate, only saying, that's not important. Let's talk about your new persona, Red Angel. Though reluctant to leave his friends and family in Tingen, Klein didn't linger long. After the Nighthawks approved his 3-year leave and he successfully exchanged merits for the magician potion, Klein settled Benson and Melissa, then boarded a steam train to Backlund under his new persona. Sherlock Moriarty, a detective from the mid-seashore. Klein sat on the train, mentally rehearsing his new identity. To avoid implicating his family, he couldn't use his real identity in Backlund. With Jack's advice and help, Klein had secured this new persona. He was now Sherlock Moriarty, a detective trying his luck in Backlund. He chose this identity because a detective could naturally interact with all sorts of people, making it reasonable for him to appear in any setting. It was perfect for building connections and seeking clues about the seer pathway. "Sherlock, I'm bored. Want to hear a joke?" A familiar voice piped up beside him. Klein glanced at his seatmate, unsurprised to see Alaric, his face practically screaming boredom. Why was Alaric here? His Jack persona had successfully resigned, so he was heading to Backlund with Klein. Recalling the terrible puns Alaric had told before, Klein shivered and quickly said, "No jokes, thanks. We're almost at Backlund. Why don't you tell me more about Miss Red instead?" Miss Red, full name unknown, was someone Jack had mentioned 3 days ago. Apparently, after learning Klein was heading to Backlund, Lucifer had sent a friend to stay at Jack's place. Barring any surprises, they'd be sharing a house with this Miss Red for a while. It's a big house, so one more person won't matter. He can take the second floor, and we'll stay on the third. Jack had said nonchalantly, though he grumbled, but that old guy actually has friends. With his personality, I thought he'd only have enemies. Klein didn't join in mocking Mr. Lucifer, though he secretly agreed. Given Mr. Lucifer's personality, it was hard to imagine him having friends. And, an angel's friend, could they be ordinary? Curiosity and a touch of nervousness stirred in Klein as he thought about meeting this Miss Red. "Hi guys, Elenia here. I just want to announce that starting now I'll be trying to focus on my own original fanfic, which I've been thinking about for the past few days. LOL, I really mulled this over briefly for a few days and decided I'm going to make it a full novel. If you want to read it, feel free to stop by and leave a 5-star and that power stone. Worse than the devil, DXD. Synopsis. Devil. An evil and chaotic creatures born from hell who often blamed by humans for the mistakes they themselves commit. The devil made me do it. A phrase always uttered by humans after committing crimes, casting blame and responsibility for their wrongdoings onto the devil. But not all humans are like that, for there is one man who would gleefully commit atrocities that would be condemned by all of human history and accept the blame and responsibility for those wrongs with open arms. His name is Michael, but in stark contrast to the meaning of his name, who is like God, he is not a devout man who draws near to God's embrace. Instead, he is the one who sends lost sheep to meet God's embrace much faster. Don't forget to stop by, otherwise I'll actually slap you online, LOL. By the way, a quick note before you decide to read: if you have a heart as pure as glass, I suggest you don't read this because it really gets dark too early. The first chapter will give you a little idea of what I might explore later on in this fanservice harem-themed world like DXD. Adios. Chapter 100, LOM 100, Fool and Red. There's one more thing. Why would Mr. Lucifer, upon learning Jack's heading back to Backlund, suddenly send a friend over? He can't really expect Jack to look after this Miss Red, so it must be the other way around. Reflecting on the many surprises since his transmigration, Klein began to speculate about his upcoming journey to Backlund. Could it be like the Tingen incident? Is something big about to happen in Backlund? Since Mr. Lucifer can't look after Jack himself, did he ask a friend to do it? Klein thought this was highly likely. But I don't know anything about this Miss Red. All teacher said was that he's probably a hunter. Alaric said, clearly reading Klein's thoughts, a result of his deliberate nudging. Alaric had to admit, he was quite curious about the sparks that might fly when Klein and Medici crossed paths. Both had a hunter's edge, they might even hit it off. Hunter. Klein's mind flashed with knowledge about the hunter pathway, and he fell silent. He knew the typical nature of hunters. So, the real question was, could a provocative hunter and Mr. Lucifer really get along without clashing? Klein couldn't imagine Mr. Lucifer coexisting peacefully with a hunter. No, I shouldn't judge Mr. Lucifer with bias. Though his words can be sharp, he's fundamentally kind. Maybe that's why he could befriend this hunter. Klein mused, his curiosity about Miss Red growing. Soon, the steam train arrived in Backlund. Klein and Alaric grabbed their luggage and disembarked. As they exited the station, Alaric spotted something and called out enthusiastically, "Mr. Red, over here." "We're here." Klein followed Alaric's gaze and saw a tall man, at least 1.9 meters, possibly taller, dressed in a black trench coat. His vibrant red hair matched his eyes, which turned toward them at Alaric's call. Upon seeing them, he let out a tch. As if spotting something odd. Klein fell silent, studying the strikingly handsome man. After a few seconds, he turned to Alaric in disbelief. "So, Miss Red is a man." "Huh. What else would he be?" Alaric replied, looking puzzled. "But when I asked about his gender, you clearly said he was a lady." Klein said, struggling to describe his feelings. "Did I?" Alaric adopted a thoughtful expression, then said, "Oh, right, I might have said that. My mistake. Teacher sent me his photo later, and I realized he's a guy." Alaric gave Klein an odd look. What, were you hoping to share a place with a woman? Disappointed now that it's a guy. His expression screamed, I didn't know you were like that. I don't mind a male roommate. In fact, it's better this way, but... Klein glanced at his luggage. Knowing he'd have a new roommate in Backlund, he'd bought a gift in advance, a pair of cufflinks popular with women, due to the gender mix-up. How was he supposed to give this gift now? Wouldn't he get beaten up? The gift suddenly felt like a hot potato in Klein's hands. No buts, our guy's waiting. Let's go. Alaric, knowing Klein's predicament, couldn't resist enjoying the moment. He nudged Klein forward and approached Mr. Red with a smile. Hey there, Mr. Red. I'm Jack Jones. Teacher must have told you about me, right? Great to meet you. It was hard to pin down Mr. Red's mood in that moment. The bizarre sensation of seeing a wolf in sheep's clothing made his expression shift subtly, stirring the Red Angel's instincts. But the next second, likely guessing Mr. Red's intentions, Alaric shot him a threatening smile. Then, as if nothing happened, he pulled Klein forward and introduced, This is Sherlock Moriarty, my student and good friend. Hello, Mr. Red. I'm Sherlock Moriarty. You can just call me Sherlock. Klein said, recovering from the gender mix-up embarrassment and offering a polite smile. I'm called Red. You can address me as Mr. Red. At Lucifer's request, I'll be looking after you two kids for a while. Medici said, a bold grin spreading across his face. His gaze swept over Alaric before settling on Klein. Sherlock, huh? I was wondering what kind of person was worth all his effort. Now that I see you, I think I get it. As a genuine wraith, Medici could sense Klein's uniqueness. The man was almost certainly tied to Sapphira Castle, though the exact connection was unclear. That alone was remarkable enough. Klein paused, realizing Red was likely referring to his Beyonder characteristics. This confirmed Mr. Red's sequence wasn't low, possibly another angel. Come to think of it, I know quite a few angels now. Mr. Azek is one, Mr. Lucifer's another, and now Mr. Red. If I count the old man in Leonard, we could almost play a game of cards, Klein mused, unfazed. Familiarity breeds indifference, after all. Curious, he asked, Mr. Red, why did Mr. Lucifer ask you to look after us? Is something about to happen in Backlund? Medici glanced at Klein, then smiled. You're sharp. Klein's heart tightened, and he pressed, so, what's going to happen in Backlund? Can you tell us, Mr. Red? You want to know what's coming in Backlund? Medici chuckled. He wasn't entirely sure himself, but as a conspirator who'd served under Solomon, he'd picked up on some signs. So, have you noticed the things the Augustus family is up to? Medici glanced at Alaric, who looked perfectly innocent, not a trace of his earlier mischief. But the moment their eyes met, those seemingly clear green eyes. Medici understood, Alaric knew. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 101, LOM, 101, Strange Impression. Just as he was aware of the demonist conspiracies, Alaric clearly knew more about what was coming in Backlund than Medici did. Medici's gaze shifted back to Klein. This kid, tied to Sapphira Castle and thoroughly fooled by Alaric, was genuinely worried about Backlund's future, while his all-knowing teacher had no intention of cluing him in. How nasty. Medici muttered, then grinned. Why should I tell you anything? Unless. His eyes locked onto Alaric. You beg me. If you want to play the innocent lamb, keep playing. Klein froze for a second. He didn't mind pleading with the likely angelic Mr. Red, but it was clear the comment wasn't aimed at him. Glancing between Alaric and Medici, Klein realized something. Mr. Lucifer and Mr. Red might actually have a bad relationship. Alaric raised an eyebrow, meeting Medici's blood-red eyes for a moment before smirking. He grabbed Klein's arm, huffing, beg. Not a chance, Sherlock, let's go. If he doesn't want to talk, fine. I'll just write to teacher later. He wasn't playing the docile sheep but a stubborn goat ready to butt heads. Alaric shot Medici another look, adding, Mr. Red, I don't know what's between you and my teacher, but if you think you can take out your grudges on me, you're mistaken. If you don't want to live with us, I'll write to teacher and ask you to leave. The subtext, don't stir trouble or get out. Ahem, Mr. Red, don't mind him. Jack's just blunt, no offense meant. But if you really don't want to live with us, we can discuss it with Mr. Lucifer. Klein said, smoothing things over while clearly siding with Alaric. TCH, the big one's as tricky as the little one. Medici grumbled, not entirely disappointed. He'd only been testing the waters, and now he confirmed that Alaric, even in his idiot persona, wasn't easily provoked. Stepping forward, he said, "All right, don't get mad. Just a joke. If it bothers you, I'll give you a hint as an apology." Medici paused, then lowered his voice. "The Augustus family. If something big's happening in Backlund, it's tied to them. If you're curious, look into it yourselves, but I wouldn't recommend throwing your lives away." Klein's heart skipped a beat. He knew the Augustus family, the royal family of Loan. So, Backlund's next big event involves the Augustus family. A lone version of a royal rebellion. Klein's mind raced with possibilities, giving him a headache. Alaric, unhurried, snatched Klein's luggage and, along with his own, handed it to Medici, who trailed behind. He smiled and said, "Thanks, Mr. Red." Medici raised an eyebrow at the pile of bags, muttering, "You're really treating me like a nanny, huh?" Alaric just smiled, his eyes saying, "Well, you're the professional." Everyone knew the Red of the Red Priest wasn't just the Red of war but also of nannying. Medici, who'd raised him on, was a certified expert in childcare. Humph. Medici sneered but picked up the luggage anyway. Not because he feared Alaric, he was enduring this for his lord. "See, Mr. Red's actually a good guy." Alaric turned to Klein with a grin. Ah. Klein didn't know what to say. He sensed some kind of clash had just occurred between the two in that brief moment. Given Jack's personality, it wasn't surprising. Jack might lack social caution, but he was sensitive to malice, so it was natural he'd clash with Mr. Red, who clearly harbored some ill intent. Jack was never a pushover. Klein shook his head, deciding to let them be. The trio took a trackless carriage to Alaric's Backlund residence, a 3-story villa. Alaric unlocked the door, stepping inside while gesturing to the others. "This is my place. The master bedroom on the 2nd floor, far right, is mine. Next to it is teacher's room. Sherlock, you can pick one of the 2 rooms on the left." He looked up at Medici, smiling. "Where would you like to stay, Mr. Red? If you have special needs, we've got a basement." Medici caught the sarcasm but brushed it off with a cold laugh. "I'll take the 3rd floor." "Great, there are 4 rooms up there. Pick one," Alaric said, nodding nonchalantly. He took the luggage from Medici and began explaining the house's layout. After finishing, he swiped a finger across a table, noting the thick layer of dust, then turned to Klein and Medici with a serious look. "Before we settle in, we'll need to clean the place up. You're so broke you can't afford a maid," Medici said, arms crossed, dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, feeding an extra freeloader does strain the budget. Maybe Mr. Red wouldn't mind chipping in," Alaric replied, smiling. "Humph." Medici sneered, saying nothing. Alaric pulled a broom from somewhere and handed it to Medici. "If you're not pitching in cash, let's get to sweeping. 10 minutes from now, someone will come to clean," Medici said grudgingly, eyeing the red broom. "Thanks," Alaric said politely. "Sherlock, come on, I'll help you pick a room," Alaric said, pulling Klein along. They headed to the 2nd floor, where Klein chose the leftmost room as his bedroom. After picking his room, Klein hesitated before saying, "Jack, if you really don't like Mr. Red, we can tell Mr. Lucifer." Klein could see the mutual dislike between his friend and Mr. Red. Jack's usual lack of sarcasm had even spiked. "Don't like him?" "Nah." Alaric laughed, looking at Klein. "Sure, he talks tough, but who'd turn down an extra nanny? Haven't you noticed, Klein? Mr. Red grumbles, but his actions are honest. He's clearly great at taking care of people." "Ah." Klein fell silent for a few seconds, forced to admit Alaric had a point. Maybe Mr. Red was a softy at heart despite his sharp tongue. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 102, LOM, 102, First True Look. Before Klein could decide whether Mr. Red was truly a soft-hearted tough talker, he received his first commission as a detective. Lawyer Jürgen's cat, Brody, had gone missing. Following the principle of proximity, Jürgen and his grandmother, having seen Klein's advertisement in the newspaper, sought out the nearest detective, Sherlock Moriarty, to find their pet. The reward was quite generous for the task. Though it wasn't the detective career he'd envisioned, Klein didn't refuse. He grabbed his cane and set out to find the cat. So this so-called fate really does exist. Alaric watched Klein leave, muttering to himself. Klein's current residence wasn't the same as in the original story. Though not far from Jürgen's home, it was still 2 streets away. Yet, somehow, Jürgen had come to Klein for this cat-finding job, just like in the original tale. Alaric wasn't too surprised. The near-identical scripts of Vince Zangwill's actions and Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangosa's trajectory suggested this world's timeline might indeed follow a predetermined fate. But clearly, fate isn't unchangeable, it depends on whether you have the power to alter it. My shadow of time is similar, isn't it? For those I summon from the past, they're essentially given a script of their fate in advance. Most just lack the ability to change it. Alaric's fingers tapped lightly on the balcony railing as he gained a new understanding. From the perspective of the future, the present is just another past. Time is a river you can't step into twice for most, but not for me. I don't get your twisted hobbies. Do you really find this childish game fun? Medici's voice cut in, dripping with his usual sarcasm. Alaric glanced at him, a smirk forming. Of course it's fun. I never forget I'm just a mortal. Mortal. Ha 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 ha. Medici laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke, eyeing Alaric like a monster in human skin. No offense, but you're less human than me, a born mythical creature. You're like that fanatic, but better at manipulating hearts. You dissect everyone you meet, breaking them down with benefits, warmth, or whatever else, to get what you want. Medici glanced toward Klein's retreating figure. Mortals don't treat everything like a game. They have flaws, sure, but they pour genuine emotion into those they love. You, little monster, have you ever felt anything real for anyone in this world? Or is it all just a game to chase the ending you want? Alaric blinked, as if truly seeing the men before him for the first time, not just as a high-sequence tool but as the Red Angel, the once great conspirator who followed the ancient sun god and helped save the world. Then Alaric's smile widened, brighter than ever. Keeping you around was the right call, Medici. You're really interesting. But you're wrong about one thing. Even in a game, players can invest real emotions. Alaric said, raising a hand as if to block the sunlight or grasp the sun itself. He turned to Medici, his smile softening. You should be glad that, whatever my true nature, I've chosen to be immortal. I didn't stay floating above but came down to the ground to play this so-called childish game. Medici didn't argue. His earlier words were both his honest opinion and a test, to gauge Alaric's attitude toward this world and his so-called friends, to see if he truly believed himself a mortal or was fully aware of his nature and merely playing a game. The result. Medici looked at the golden-haired, green-eyed young man, gritted his teeth, and couldn't hold back. Your so-called emotions are just you playing your friends for fools. Not fools. Alaric said, shaking his head, his expression almost puzzled as he looked at Medici. Do you bare your entire self to your friends? Medici froze, unable to answer. He wouldn't reveal everything to his friends either. Exactly. You don't bare your soul to your friends. Alaric said with a laugh, patting Medici's shoulder. And, funny enough, my good friend hasn't bared everything to me either. I deceive him with this fake identity, and he deceives me with his. That's fair, isn't it? This clearly touched on information Medici wasn't privy to. Alaric continued, but I didn't expect you to be so surprisingly pure, Medici. My goodness, when you fall in love someday, you won't ask your partner if they love your face, your sequence, or your soul, will you? His tone turned teasing. Medici's face darkened. I'm not that bored. He snapped. Really? I don't believe you. Alaric said with a cheeky grin. Alaric shook his head, sighing sincerely. No wonder you could sit at the same table as the angel of fate, Ouroboros. In a way, you're just as pure as him. Clench. Medici's fist tightened. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps out of sheer frustration, Medici laughed, though it was a cold sound. But I'm not like you pure types. I don't care why emotions arise, deception, manipulation, whatever. I'm someone born in chaos, there's no pure emotion in chaos. Alaric said, his tone shifting. He patted Medici's shoulder again. Of course, I don't deny what you said. I do see this world as a game. But if you all can make me invest enough emotion, it could become real to me. He flashed a sunny, radiant smile. So, want to be friends? Medici caught the subtext, enough friends, enough emotions, enough anchors to tether this being, who could float to the sky, firmly to the ground. A grounded Alaric wouldn't impulsively smash the game and take the world down with him. You lunatic. Medici muttered after a long silence. Yep, that's me. Alaric replied, knowing why Medici cursed. Just as he knew Medici wouldn't refuse, not because of Alaric's charm, but because the true creators camp wanted him grounded even more than he did. Hi guys, Elenia here. I just want to announce that starting now I'll be trying to focus on my own original fanfic, which I've been thinking about for the past few days. LOL, I really mulled this over briefly for a few days and decided I'm going to make it a full novel. Worse than the devil, DXD. Synopsis. Devil. An evil and chaotic creature, born from hell, which are often a scapegoat for humans. Blamed for the atrocities they themselves commit. The devil made me do it. A phrase always uttered by humans after committing crimes, casting blame and responsibility for their wrongdoings onto the devil. But not all humans are like that, for there is one man who would gleefully commit atrocities that would be condemned by all of human history and accept the blame and responsibility for those wrongs with open arms. His name is Michael, but in stark contrast to the meaning of his name, who is like God, he is not a devout man who draws near to God's embrace. Instead, he is the one who sends lost sheep to meet God's embrace much faster. By the way, a quick note before you decide to read: if you have a heart as pure as glass, I suggest you don't read this because it really gets dark too early. The first chapter will give you a little idea of what I might explore later on in this fanservice harem-themed world like DxD. Adios. Chapter 103, LOM, 103, Mindset. Alaric didn't argue. Instead, he nodded, pulling 2 apples from nowhere and offering one to Medici. Want an apple? Nonsense. Medici snapped, snatching the apple and biting into it viciously, as if tearing into someone's flesh. Sherlock. Finish the job. Alaric called out, spotting Klein reappearing in his line of sight and waving him over. Yeah, Brody was stuck in a kitchen cabinet. I found him right away. Klein said, nodding. He caught something Alaric tossed his way, realizing it was an apple. Without thinking much, Klein took a bite, then winced. Ugh, so sour. What kind of apple is this? You just like sweet stuff too much. I think it's fine. Alaric said, crunching away. He elbowed Medici. Right, red. Medici shot him a grumpy glance, didn't respond, and turned to head back inside. Klein, determined not to waste food, kept eating while asking curiously, Jack, did you and Mr. Red argue again? Not really, just chatting about some novel stuff. Alaric said, shaking his head. Novel stuff. Klein looked puzzled. Yeah, mostly about whether the heroine loves the hero for his personality, his money, or his face. Alaric said earnestly. Pft, cough. Klein choked, coughing before saying, you were discussing that. Yup, we all love reading novels. Alaric shrugged. Personally, I think it doesn't matter. Love is love. If the heroine doesn't love other rich guys but loves the hero, isn't that true love? Don't get too caught up in romance. Klein couldn't help but retort, then asked curiously, what did Mr. Red think? He's a purist. Thinks only love for the soul, free of any ulterior motives, is real. Alaric said, straight-faced, spinning nonsense. Klein's respect for Medici spiked. He glanced at the sunny, carefree student before him, then recalled the sharp, worldly Mr. Red, who seemed like a seasoned charmer. The contrast threw him off. Wait, don't you two have your views on love mixed up? Jack seemed more like the pure romantic type. That's just stereotyping. Besides, pure love is a hunter pathway trait. Don't let Red's tough guy act fool you, he secretly loves romance novels. Alaric continued, shamelessly slandering Medici. Klein's perception grew stranger. Another odd impression added. Spread one more lie, I dare you. Medici, fed up with Alaric tainting his image, snapped from inside. See? He's mad. Alaric shook his head, giving a I'll let it go look. So that was all just Jack's nonsense. Klein couldn't help but laugh and cry. He tugged at his friend's sleeve, whispering, don't go too far. Mr. Lucifer's not here. If you really tick off Mr. Red, I won't be able to stop him from thrashing you. You're right. Alaric nodded gravely, then grinned. Next time I rile him up, I'll just run faster. Admitting fault but never changing, classic. That stubborn streak was all too familiar. Klein didn't know what to say, shaking his head and letting it go. All right, since you're done with today's job, study until the next one comes. Learning's always the priority. Alaric said, nudging Klein with a smile. I've set up the study next to your room. Go on, get to it. You're not studying. Klein didn't object, he valued learning too, but he looked at Alaric curiously. After all, he'd seen Alaric's obsession with acquiring new knowledge. I've got to handle some connections in Backlund, so I'm heading out for a bit. Alaric said with a smile. Klein remembered that, unlike him, a newcomer, Jack already had established contacts in Backlund. So, he didn't think much of it, just reminded Alaric to be careful before heading to the second floor to study. Alaric left shortly after, but he wasn't actually handling connections. He wandered aimlessly, occasionally greeting neighbors warmly. Eventually, he reached a man-made lake. Staring at the water, he saw his reflection, a golden-haired, green-eyed young man with a gentle smile. But those emerald eyes were as calm as the lake, barely rippling. Just like his heart since arriving in this world. TCH, he saw right through me. Alaric muttered, though he wasn't particularly upset. Medici's words weren't wrong. His mindset toward this world did have issues, but that was normal, wasn't it? I've only been in this world for 2 months. How could I love it? Alaric crouched, trailing his right hand through the water. He didn't deny it. Despite actively learning, making friends, and engaging with this world, he hadn't truly integrated. He'd only just realized it. His love for this world, for most people, was like a reader or player's affection for a fictional character. It wasn't fake, but it wasn't fully real either. If there was an exception, it was probably Klein. He was a character Alaric had once adored, with a life trajectory that partly mirrored Alaric's own. This gave Alaric a genuine fondness for him, softening his heart during Klein's major life choices, as if for his past self. That broke the dimensional wall, making Alaric see Klein as a true friend, not just a beloved character. And now, there might be another such person, someone who saw through him and dared to call it out. For the first time, Alaric realized they weren't just set pieces or lines in a book, but people like him. Because they were people, they could disrupt his plans and do things that surprised him. Still, it's a bit embarrassing. I said I'd be immortal, but my arrogance almost sent me floating to the sky. Good thing I caught it. Alaric pinched his chin, lost in thought, then chuckled. But Medici's words are so infuriating. Maybe I should use the conqueror characteristic to give him a good thrashing later. After mulling it over, Alaric casually reached into the air, using a medium from Adam to summon a familiar figure. Good afternoon, Mr. Grisha. Hi guys, Elenia here. I just want to announce that starting now I'll be trying to focus on my own original fanfic, which I've been thinking about for the past few days. LOL, I really mulled this over briefly for a few days and decided I'm going to make it a full novel. Worse than the devil, DXD. Synopsis. Devil. An evil and chaotic creature, born from hell, which are often a scapegoat for humans. Blamed for the atrocities they themselves commit. The devil made me do it. A phrase always uttered by humans after committing crimes, casting blame and responsibility for their wrongdoings onto the devil. But not all humans are like that, for there is one man who would gleefully commit atrocities that would be condemned by all of human history and accept the blame and responsibility for those wrongs with open arms. His name is Michael, but in stark contrast to the meaning of his name, who is like God, he is not a devout man who draws near to God's embrace. Instead, he is the one who sends lost sheep to meet God's embrace much faster. By the way, a quick note before you decide to read, if you have a heart as pure as glass, I suggest you don't read this because it really gets dark too early. The first chapter will give you a little idea of what I might explore later on in this fanservice harem-themed world like DXD. Adios. Chapter 104, LOM 104, Might Shatter. Good afternoon, Mr. Grisha. Good afternoon, Mr. Alaric. The ancient sun god replied, opening his eyes. Seeing the familiar young man, he gave a gentle smile, then seemed to notice something. You seem in a good mood. Did something nice happen? Well. Alaric blinked, looking at the ancient sun god earnestly. I just realized you're all human, too. Are you even listening to yourself? Even the ancient sun god was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. But he quickly picked up on something and smiled. Of course we're human, just as you can be immortal. No wonder you're the boss, you're better at talking than your underlings. Alaric said, giving a thumbs up before adding with a hint of complaint, Medici and the others just won't believe I'm human. Sure, my essence might be some mysterious being, but I've got a mortal's heart. Why can't they see that? Hearing the half-true grumbling, the ancient sun god clearly caught on. He chuckled, sounds like Medici's been giving you some trouble lately. Not really. Actually, Medici was raised well by you, so I'm curious about something. Alaric propped his chin, looking at the ancient sun god with interest. Since you're so good at raising kids, how come you didn't do better with Amon? It wasn't a random guess. Medici, a born mythical creature, had a decent character, loyal to his boss, trustworthy to allies, and while dismissive of mortals, not prone to senseless slaughter. For a mythical creature, he was practically a moral paragon. While Medici might have been born that way, Alaric suspected it was more likely the ancient sun god's upbringing. Ah. The ancient sun god showed a rare flicker of embarrassment, pausing before saying, Medici was mostly raised by Sasra. After Amon was born, Sasra was busy with other matters, so Medici took over caring for Amon. But he couldn't quite manage Amon, whose essence is tied to the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness, inevitably influenced by the Lord of Mysteries. Alaric raised an eyebrow. Got it. So Amon's waywardness was, at its core, the celestial worthy's fault. Classic celestial worthy, single-handedly corrupting the three great families. But Medici was raised by Sasra. Huh, does that mean he joined the Rose Redemption and followed the true creator because of his bond with Sasra? Then again, maybe there's no difference to Medici. Sasra is just the ancient sun god's avatar. Pondering this, Alaric looked at the visibly embarrassed and slightly guilty ancient sun god and asked, are you sure you're not just making excuses for Amon's mischief? I'm truly sorry. I failed to raise Amon properly. The ancient sun god said, his expression tinged with guilt. He sighed, after our last meeting, I've stepped up Amon's discipline. I don't know if it'll affect this future, but I'll do my best to make amends. He looked less like the legendary creator of City of Silver or the ancient sun god and more like a father scrambling to fix his child's mistakes. Alaric blinked, watching him. Translating his words to, I went back and gave Amon a few good thrashings. Alaric felt a wave of satisfaction. After all, Alaric held grudges, and in this world, Amon was definitely on his list. Then, looking at the ancient sun god's demeanor, Alaric suddenly remarked, you look human now, too. The ancient sun god froze, then said with a wry smile, did I not seem human before? Though no longer human in the narrow sense, he'd never forgotten his human identity. Not that you weren't human, just. In my mind, you were more like a god. Alaric waved a hand, explaining, you know, like a perfect god or saint. No one's perfect, not even me. The ancient sun god said, shaking his head with a smile. But I suppose I should be flattered by that impression. So you do want to be a saint? Alaric interjected, pinching his chin with interest. Makes sense. If you were truly desireless, you wouldn't have played God Almighty, declaring, let there be light, and sprouting those big angelic wings. Looks like you enjoy showing off your divinity. The ancient sun god's smile froze. In that moment, he looked like a college student mortified by having their old, cringeworthy diary read aloud, embarrassment crawling over him as if the original creator were watching. But soon, he had bigger concerns. Alaric, who'd been crouching, stood up, moved beside him, and poked his shoulder. What are you doing? Despite being the ultimate spectator, the ancient sun god felt utterly baffled, unable to parse Alaric's logic. Just checking if you'll shatter. Alaric replied earnestly. You looked like you were about to break just now. And whose fault do you think that is? The ancient sun god opened his mouth, then closed it, caught between speaking and staying silent. He suddenly missed Sasra. Though they were the same being, Sasra's experience raising kids would have made him better at handling this troublesome one. The ancient sun god himself lacked such experience. He'd spent most of his time fighting wars, not parenting. Are you bad-mouthing me in your head? Alaric asked, pinching his chin. Sorry. The ancient sun god said, rubbing his temple. Back then, I wasn't mature enough and had some unwarranted vanity. No need to overthink it. Wanting to show off is normal. I like it too. Alaric said, suddenly acting like the mature one, patting the ancient sun god's shoulder. Then, as if recalling something, he added, oh, almost forgot. Adam made a deal with me. He wants you to see this world, understand its full scope, and make a choice. Hi guys, Elenia here. I just want to announce that starting now I'll be trying to focus on my own original fanfic, which I've been thinking about for the past few days. LOL, I really mulled this over briefly for a few days and decided I'm going to make it a full novel. Worse than the devil, DXD. Synopsis. Devil. An evil and chaotic creature, born from hell, which are often a scapegoat for humans. Blamed for the atrocities they themselves commit. The devil made me do it. A phrase always uttered by humans after committing crimes, casting blame and responsibility for their wrongdoings onto the devil. But not all humans are like that, for there is one man who would gleefully commit atrocities that would be condemned by all of human history and accept the blame and responsibility for those wrongs with open arms. His name is Michael, but in stark contrast to the meaning of his name, who is like God, he is not a devout man who draws near to God's embrace. Instead, he is the one who sends lost sheep to meet God's embrace much faster. By the way, a quick note before you decide to read, if you have a heart as pure as glass, I suggest you don't read this because it really gets dark too early. The first chapter will give you a little idea of what I might explore later on in this fanservice harem-themed world like DXD. Adios. Chapter 105, LOM, 105, Backlund. A choice. Unlike Medici, who lacked key information, the ancient sun god clearly understood what this choice entailed. He glanced at the sky, sighed, and said, the madness of humanity, the rationality of divinity, what a dilemma. So, what's your choice? Alaric asked, genuinely curious. I don't know. The ancient sun god replied, shaking his head. He looked at Alaric. I don't fully grasp what's happened in the future or what this world is like now. I'll need to understand it thoroughly before I can decide. Despite being summoned before, those brief moments hadn't been enough. Though he'd exchanged some information with this era's true creator and Adam, it was limited. Some things couldn't be conveyed through mere information, like the state of the world, the precarious barrier. Only by seeing it himself could the ancient sun god truly comprehend. TCH, Adam's got a clever plan. It looks like a one-off deal, but I'll probably be stuck with you lot for a long time. Alaric half-joked, though he didn't truly feel cheated. A conqueror characteristic was worth it, and summoning the ancient sun god wasn't a bad deal for him either. More summons meant more chances to build rapport. Plus, for experiments involving altering history, the ancient sun god was the ideal candidate. Alaric kept his expression neutral, maintaining his slightly complaining demeanor. "Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Alaric," the ancient sun god said, seeing through the act but not calling it out, offering a polite smile instead. "No choice. I'm a conscientious businessman." Alaric shrugged, then said, "We've got some time today. Why don't we walk around Backlund? You can see this era for yourself." Backlund. The ancient sun god hadn't heard the name. In his time, the city didn't exist, and prior information exchanges wouldn't have covered such trivial details. "Yep, Backlund, the capital of the Lone Kingdom." Alaric began dutifully explaining Backlund's basics, grabbing the ancient sun god's shoulder. In the next moment, they appeared elsewhere. "This is the Queen's District." Over the next few minutes, Alaric used his traveler abilities to give the ancient sun god a whirlwind tour of Backlund's districts. Though they didn't linger long in each, it was enough for him to grasp the basic state of the populace. Soon, they reached the final area. "This is the East District." Alaric said little this time, quietly gazing at the slum-like buildings nearby. The ancient sun god's brows furrowed almost instantly. His eyes scanned the area, his voice tinged with disbelief. "I don't understand. How could the seven gods allow a place like this to exist? Even if they don't care about the people, about ordinary lives, can't they see the danger this poses? In an ordinary world, a slum might just be a slum. But in the world of the mysteries, such places were breeding grounds for evil gods. They see it, of course. The churches do want to change things, but the churches balance each other, and the churches and the royal family check one another. No one's willing to compromise, so this is what you get." Alaric said, pausing to glance at the ancient sun god. "You can't expect today's gods to share your high morals. Unless there's a major crisis, they won't sacrifice their interests for a potential threat." The ancient sun god fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "Has no one tried to change this?" "Maybe some have, but you know this world, power is authority thanks to beyonders. The gods are the ultimate arbiters. If they don't want change, who can spark a revolution?" Alaric spoke plainly. In the original story, Klein was the perfect example. Before becoming the Lord of Mysteries, he couldn't liberate the colonies. After he did, others yielded without him needing to act. And with the apocalypse looming, many things take a back seat. Even if one of the seven gods wanted to act, the apocalypse's threat means they can't risk weakening themselves. Alaric added after a moment. "Some gods might want change, but the apocalypse forced compromises." The ancient sun god went quiet again, staring at the low, shabby houses. After several seconds, he said, "But many of these people won't live to see the apocalypse." Alaric glanced at him. "I thought you'd say, it's a necessary sacrifice." "No one's sacrifice is necessary," the ancient sun god said, shaking his head. "Every sacrifice is our failure." "You really are different from Adam," Alaric concluded seriously, then shrugged. "But I don't think it's entirely the seven gods' fault. Many are in poor condition themselves, tasked with maintaining the barrier and fending off outer deities. At the end of the day, the real culprits are the outer deities." The ancient sun god blinked, surprised, and looked at Alaric. "That view catches me off guard. Tell me it doesn't make sense," Alaric said, patting his shoulder. "Or do you think I'm just biased against the seven gods? Your opening remarks did sound like you were targeting them," the ancient sun god said, waiting for an explanation. "I'm just stating facts," Alaric said with a smile. "Sure, the seven gods share some blame for the world's state, but extraordinary times call for nuance. They're trying to protect this world, that's undeniable merit. The apocalypse is real, so at this juncture, instead of judging them, I think it's more important we all work together to take down the outer deities. Of course, if the outer deities are dealt with and the apocalypse averted, and the seven gods still do nothing, then it's on them. I'd support you taking action against them then." Alaric's point was clear, debating who's to blame for the world's state was pointless now. Surviving the apocalypse came first, they could settle scores later. "Naturally, I'm not denying that this means abandoning these people, but..." Alaric blinked. "I didn't cause their misery, and I'm not obligated to save them, so don't guilt-trip me." Alaric wasn't a saint. Even after Medici's wake-up call made him realize this was a real world, he wasn't the type to dedicate himself to saving others, even in his original world. He admired good people, pitied the innocent, and didn't mind lending a hand, but that was it. His words left the ancient sun god with a wry smile. Shaking his head, he said, "I never thought saving them was your duty. And..." He paused, looking at Alaric. "You showed me this on purpose, didn't you?" Alaric smiled, not denying it. He had no interest in starting a revolution, but he didn't mind nudging a professional in that direction. "Hi guys, Elenia here. I just want to announce that starting now I'll be trying to focus on my own original fanfic, which I've been thinking about for the past few days. LOL, I really mulled this over briefly for a few days and decided I'm going to make it a full novel. Worse than the devil, DXD. Synopsis. Devil. An evil and chaotic creature, born from hell, which are often a scapegoat for humans. Blamed for the atrocities they themselves commit. The devil made me do it. A phrase always uttered by humans after committing crimes, casting blame and responsibility for their wrongdoings onto the devil. But not all humans are like that, for there is one man who would gleefully commit atrocities that would be condemned by all of human history and accept the blame and responsibility for those wrongs with open arms. His name is Michael, but in stark contrast to the meaning of his name, who is like God, he is not a devout man who draws near to God's embrace. Instead, he is the one who sends lost sheep to meet God's embrace much faster. By the way, a quick note before you decide to read: if you have a heart as pure as glass, I suggest you don't read this because it really gets dark too early. The first chapter will give you a little idea of what I might explore later on in this fanservice harem-themed world like DXD. Adios. Chapter 106, LOM, 106, Leotaro. Seeing Alaric didn't deny it, the ancient sun god gave a gentle smile. Alaric, at your core, you're a kind person. Thanks for the compliment. Alaric said with a grin, accepting the praise. By the way, we've got a bit of time left with today's summoning. Mind coming with me somewhere? Where? The ancient sun god asked, curious but with a hint of unease. The Church of the Lord of Storms in Backlund's diocese, St. Wind Cathedral. Alaric said, blinking at him. We'll shout Leotaro's name together and give that old storm pigeon a little creator-level shock. The ancient sun god fell silent for a moment, sighing helplessly before smiling. All right. I'm curious to see how Leotaro reacts to me after all these years. He agreed, fully aware that his appearance before Leotaro could spark a chain reaction. Still, he went along with what seemed like a prank. On one hand, he knew Alaric was a thrill-seeker at heart. If his mischievous whims weren't indulged, he might just walk away, heedless of consequences. On the other, the ancient sun god himself was genuinely curious about Leotaro's reaction. Wait a sec, let me switch personas. Alaric said, gesturing to the ancient sun god. He vanished briefly, reappearing seconds later in his Lucifer guise. The ancient sun god, unfazed by the change in appearance, studied Alaric's new look with mild curiosity. This is your persona? Yep, my go-to for dealing with officials. You can call me Lucifer or Hello. Alaric said, introducing himself briefly. Lucifer. The ancient sun god raised an eyebrow. He'd heard the name, never formally recognized by the churches but widely known in its own right. Fitting, right? Lucifer, the false angel, just like this persona's essence. Alaric said with a smile, placing a hand on the ancient sun god's shoulder. The next moment, they stood before St. Wind Cathedral. As one of the lone kingdom's main faiths, St. Wind Cathedral was bustling with worshippers, mostly men with a few women, a hallmark of the Storm faith. Thanks to Beyonder interference, their arrival went unnoticed. Alaric led the ancient sun god to a corner seat, then looked at him. Grisha, do you know Leotaro's current honorific name? The ancient sun god nodded. The true creator told me. Then let's recite it together. Alaric said with a cheeky grin. Having already agreed to shout Leotaro's name, the ancient sun god didn't mind the small request and nodded. Together, they chanted in unison. King of the sky, Emperor of the seas. Lord of the calamity, God of the storms. At this, Alaric blinked, suddenly raising his voice. Leotaro. Boom. Lightning cracked through the once clear sky, not just a single bolt but a rolling barrage lasting over 10 seconds, betraying the storm god's inner turmoil. He didn't strike us down. Has the old pigeon gone soft or just chickened out? Alaric said, hearing the thunderous boom outside, as if the world were ending. Yet, despite the spectacle, not a single bolt struck. Even the tempestuous storm pigeon reigned in his temper before absolute power. The ancient sun god's expression showed little surprise. He smiled. Leotaro may seem reckless, but he's cautious at heart. Alaric gave him a really I don't buy it look, then sighed dramatically. What a shame. If that thunder had struck, I could have dragged you to beat him up, then snapped a photo for the memories. How great would that be? The ancient sun god shook his head with a wry smile, then glanced aside. Enough teasing this gentleman. Archbishop A. Snake, the head of St. Wind Cathedral, had appeared beside them unnoticed. His face was grim, though he was visibly restraining his temper. Alaric grinned, turning to the Archbishop and greeting him cheerfully. Good to see you again, Archbishop Snake. Good to see you too, Mr. Hellel. May I ask why you and this gentleman are visiting? Snake forced a smile, though it looked strained. No big deal, just here to say hi to Leotaro. Alaric replied with a bright smile, standing up. Greetings done, so we'll be off. He turned to the ancient sun god. Let's go, Grisha. The ancient sun god didn't object, rising as well. Before Snake could say anything, the two vanished. So, what was the point of that? Are they out of their minds? Snake struggled to contain his rising irritation, but then a deafening boom echoed. He knew it was his lord's wrath. This snapped Snake out of his anger, replacing it with a sudden thought, who's Leotaro? Meanwhile, in the astral world. Are they insane? Leotaro couldn't hold back his fiery temper, cursing loudly. But despite his grumbling, sensing that familiar presence and seeing that familiar figure, he didn't dare strike. Who knew if a single bolt would bring the ancient sun god to his divine kingdom for a beating? Calm down, Leotaro. A gentle yet cool voice said nearby. The Evernight goddess, sensing something amiss, had dropped by. I'm calm. I've never been calmer in my life. Leotaro said, taking a deep breath and finally quelling the lightning over Backlund. What happened? The Evernight goddess asked, seeing he'd settled down. She didn't monitor Alaric and the others constantly, busy with her own affairs, so she genuinely didn't know what had occurred, only rushing over when she sensed the Lord of Storm's distress. Hi guys, Elenia here. I just want to announce that starting now I'll be trying to focus on my own original fanfic, which I've been thinking about for the past few days. LOL, I really mulled this over briefly for a few days and decided I'm going to make it a full novel. Worse than the devil, DXD. Synopsis. Devil. An evil and chaotic creature, born from hell, which are often a scapegoat for humans. Blamed for the atrocities they themselves commit. The devil made me do it. A phrase always uttered by humans after committing crimes, casting blame and responsibility for their wrongdoings onto the devil. But not all humans are like that, for there is one man who would gleefully commit atrocities that would be condemned by all of human history and accept the blame and responsibility for those wrongs with open arms. His name is Michael, but in stark contrast to the meaning of his name, who is like God, he is not a devout man who draws near to God's embrace. Instead, he is the one who sends lost sheep to meet God's embrace much faster. By the way, a quick note before you decide to read, if you have a heart as pure as glass, I suggest you don't read this because it really gets dark too early. The first chapter will give you a little idea of what I might explore later on in this fanservice harem-themed world like DXD. Adios. Chapter 107, LOM, 107, Lack of Choice. Leotaro briefly recounted the recent events in a few words. The Evernight goddess listened quietly, then asked, so, you're certain the person you saw was that creator? Leotaro was silent for a few seconds before nodding. I'm sure. It's been ages, but I'd never failed to recognize the one I once followed. He glanced at the Evernight goddess. Evernight, if you saw him yourself, I'm sure you'd recognize him too. I know you worked with the creator in secret many times. The Evernight goddess didn't deny it. Unlike Leotaro, who had chosen to follow the ancient sun god, her relationship with him had been amicable, involving multiple collaborations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the leader of the Rose Redemption. Her thoughts drifted to Alaric. She'd started paying attention to him when he appeared by Klein Moretti's side. Klein's unique identity was one thing, but Alaric was clearly no ordinary figure. After observing him for a while, she'd shared information with the Lord of Storms, planning to have him test Alaric if needed. When Alaric probed the church's stance, she sent an oracle, choosing to show goodwill. But she hadn't expected Alaric to deliver such a massive surprise. He can even summon that creator. Who is he? The Evernight goddess frowned, her mind racing with guesses but no conclusions. She knew of the Shadow of Time, though not in detail. Her focus on Klein had given her a rough idea of Alaric's ability, something akin to historical projections, yet capable of summoning the actual consciousness of the past. But she never imagined his power could summon the ancient sun god. If he could summon the ancient sun god, what about primordial God Almighty? The Lord of Mysteries? Even the original creator? Finally, she exhaled, thinking, at least he seems to be on humanity's side. She looked at Leotaro. I understand the situation now. Don't worry, Leotaro. You know the creator's nature. You didn't actively betray him, and you've guarded this world for years. Even if he seeks to settle scores, as long as you willingly surrender your uniqueness and sequence one characteristic, he won't pursue it further. Leotaro gave a bitter smile, not arguing. He knew the ancient sun god's character well. As for the other one, the Evernight goddess paused before continuing, he just enjoys pranks. He likely doesn't hold much malice toward you. Just say he's a knockoff Amon. Leotaro grumbled, relaxing slightly but unable to resist asking, what is he, Evernight? Do you know? Alaric was unaware of the astral world's events, but even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care much. He cancelled the summoning of the ancient sun god just before his spirituality ran dry, then turned to Adam, who'd appeared nearby, and grinned. I thought you'd at least say a word or two to him. There's nothing to say. Adam replied calmly. What do you think of what I did today? Alaric asked, still smiling. Which part? Adam glanced at him, his golden eyes devoid of emotion. Reform isn't simple, but if you truly want to push for it, I can accept it. Of course. You only need the tide of the era to align with your vision, not caring what kind of tide it is. Alaric said with a laugh. War will break out either way, and any kind suits you. Adam didn't refute, just watched him quietly. Alaric didn't mind his reaction, smiling as he continued, so, want to give it a shot. Reform is a tide of the era. If it succeeds, many could find happiness. He tilted his head toward Adam. Of course, I'm not the one pushing it, you are. I've got no interest in playing savior. Adam lowered his gaze, still silent. You're making me feel like I'm talking to a rock. Alaric said, feigning irritation. Anyway, I've given you the chance. The rest is up to you. See you later, Mr. Adam. I'm off to catch up on sleep. Alaric said, waving before heading back to rest. Adam watched him leave, standing motionless even after Alaric vanished, his eyes lowered, lost in thought. I wonder how the old storm pigeon will react next. Bowing down seems unlikely, but maybe he'll show more goodwill. Alaric mused, not too concerned. His stunt of dragging the ancient sun god to St. Wind Cathedral to shout Leotaro's name was mostly for fun, a flex of power. He didn't care much about the outcome. He knew that, as a sequence 0 for so long, the old storm pigeon wouldn't just surrender at the sight of the ancient sun god. He'd likely put up a fight. There was a slim chance he'd team up with the eternal blazing sun or other turncoats to come knocking, but that was unlikely. As for Adam, Alaric sensed the digestion progress of his mask-maker potion and smirked. Though Adam showed no outward reaction, the advancing potion digestion confirmed one thing: Adam was shaken again. Alaric knew it wasn't just the mask-maker potion's influence. The ancient sun god's choices likely played a bigger role. The ancient sun god couldn't ignore the East District's plight. If he made a move, the true creator would likely follow. That left Adam with only one real option. So, besides the changes brought by the mask-maker potion itself, shaping the external environment to influence someone can also aid digestion. Alaric concluded. He pushed open his door to find Klein pacing in the living room while Medici lounged on the sofa, munching an apple. Jack, you're finally back. Klein said, visibly relieved to see his friend safe. What's up? Alaric asked, puzzled. He was worried the Lord of Storms fried you. Medici said out of nowhere, his red eyes studying Alaric for a moment before he looked away, sneering, he's overthinking it. A menace like you. Lightning would hit anyone else first. Alaric got the picture. The storm pigeon's tantrum must have scared Klein. Though Klein didn't know Alaric caused it, the apocalyptic thunder and lightning while he was out wandering would worry anyone. Alaric reassured Klein, then turned to Medici. You don't have to be so indirect about caring. Who's caring? Medici snapped, rolling his eyes. Whoever speaks up is the one who cares. Alaric said with a laugh, yawning. I'm beat and need a nap. You guys do whatever. Summoning the ancient sun god for so long had drained him. If he didn't sleep soon, he'd barely keep his eyes open. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 108, LOM, 108, Master vs. Red. Alaric slept like the universe was cooling into entropy, until the next morning. Unbothered, he freshened up and headed downstairs for breakfast. At the foot of the stairs, he saw Klein at the door, talking to a boy in a coat and hat. The boy stiffened upon seeing Alaric, not out of fear, but the natural reaction of someone caught discussing sensitive matters when a stranger appears. He's my assistant, no need to worry. Klein said quickly, slapping an assistant label on Alaric without a second thought. Hey. Alaric waved at them, not intending to butt in, and followed the aroma to the kitchen for food. The boy, Ian, visibly relaxed and resumed his conversation. Detective Sherlock, can you take me to see Mr. Zerial's body? Yesterday, Ian had approached Klein, newly arrived in Backlund, with a commission to find a man named Zerial. As a mystical detective, Klein quickly located the target, in a sewer, dead. Klein had found his body. Klein wouldn't refuse Ian's reasonable request. After a brief exchange, he prepared to change and head out. Alaric emerged from the kitchen, holding half an apple pie. Seeing Klein ready to leave, he wasn't surprised and asked, who made this pie? It's pretty good. Ah, Mr. Red made it. He's quite the cook. Klein said, his expression turning odd. I'd made breakfast, but Mr. Red tried it, wasn't impressed, and redid it himself. He's got that skill. Don't judge a book by its cover. Alaric said, mildly surprised, raising an eyebrow. He patted Klein's shoulder with his free hand. Don't worry, Sherlock. Red's just got a picky palate. You're cooking solid, really. I'm not bothered, just surprised he cooks. Klein said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Where's Red now? Alaric asked, taking a bite of the pie. He left after breakfast, probably had something to do. Klein replied after a moment, glancing at Ian waiting by the door. I've got to go too. Catch you later. Later. Alaric waved as Klein changed and left. He sat at the coffee table with his pie, brewed a cup of coffee, and mused, that was Ian, right? So. Alaric's eyebrow rose, his expression tinged with anticipation. If Master Rosago comes charging in like in the original, won't he have to take on all three of us? In the original story, Ian's commission dragged Klein into a clash between the lone military and Intis's Medici spies. Klein was forced to orchestrate the murder of the Intis ambassador and hire Sharon to deal with Rosago, who came for him. It cost him dearly but led to acquiring the marionettist characteristic, birthing the world. Now, fate had guided Klein to Ian's commission again. Whether events would unfold as in the original was anyone's guess. What wicked plan are you hatching with that grin? Medici's voice cut in, laced with his usual sarcasm. His figure emerged from the window's reflection, shifting from a flat image to three-dimensional reality. That hurts, you know. Me, wicked. I'm just a thrill-seeker who's all about happy endings. Alaric said, gesturing to the last bite of pie on his plate with a smile. By the way, nice cooking. Didn't expect you'd actually make food. Humph. Medici didn't catch the happy ending bit but got the gist. He sneered, glancing at Alaric's plate. What choice do I have? I'm stuck babysitting two helpless kids. If I don't cook, you'd both starve. Clearly a jab at Alaric and Klein. Alaric blinked, then nodded. True, Amon and Adam must have been tough to handle. Must have taken some skill to hone that babysitting knack. He'd caught Medici's sarcasm but chose to twist it. Medici, too lazy to argue, just rolled his eyes. Alaric sipped his coffee and continued, so, the true creator's orders. He didn't believe Medici would cook just because Klein's breakfast didn't suit his taste. You know damn well. Medici said, pulling an apple from nowhere and biting it fiercely. The Lord told me to look after you too. What a pain. Skilled hands, heavy load. You're the pro at childcare. Alaric said soothingly, then casually asked, so, you were in the East District earlier. You tracking me? Medici's red eyes sharpened as he glared at Alaric. Me. I've got better things to do than tail you. If I want to know what you're up to, I'll just ask. Alaric said, rolling his eyes. He pushed his empty plate aside, sipped his coffee, and added, just a guess. The true creator probably sent you to check out the East District, right? Crunch. Medici glanced at Alaric, took another bite of his apple, and after a moment of thought, seemed to piece it together. What did you do? Just gave you an opportunity. Alaric said without missing a beat. Yesterday, I took Mr. Grisha around Backlund to get a feel for the era. To give him the full picture, I made sure to show him the East District. Medici lowered his gaze, clearly recalling something. The Lord won't tolerate a place that's sinful. He always wants everyone to live well. Exactly. Mr. Grisha was pretty upset about the East District and wants to make changes, reforms, even. Alaric said, smiling as he looked at the Red Angel. War's inevitable in this world. Mr. Grisha and I both hope it's a war of reform. That's an opportunity for you, isn't it? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 109, LOM, 109, Roselle. The Red Priest pathway is inherently tied to war, and Medici needed a continent-sweeping conflict more than anyone. Medici stayed silent, but his slightly clenched fists betrayed his unease. Alaric stood with a smile, placing a hand on Medici's shoulder. See, Medici, I'm good to you. Back then, you followed the sun god, freeing humanity from the ancient gods. Now, you can follow him again to liberate the oppressed. Do you like the gift I've given you? TCH. Medici was quiet for a few seconds before swatting Alaric's hand away. What's in it for you? Happiness, probably. You know I love a good time. Alaric said with a laugh, sitting back down and sipping his coffee. Not chaos. Medici pressed, his ruby-like eyes fixed on Alaric. A chaotic environment does suit me, I won't deny that. Alaric admitted, finishing his coffee and wiping his mouth with a napkin. Also, I know you're secretly touched. Get lost. Medici rolled his eyes again, pausing before asking, why the sudden gift? As thanks for your words earlier. Alaric said earnestly. They weren't entirely right, but they did spark some insight. Medici recalled their previous conversation, frowning. He scrutinized Alaric, then smirked, his smile bold. Little monster, are you dissecting me? Nope, just trying to make a friend. Alaric said, shaking his head with a grin. Medici, don't deny it. I know you already see me as one. After everything, Medici's favor toward him had climbed to around 60, solid friendship territory, enough to borrow the power of a Sequence 3 war bishop. Reason made Medici wary, but Alaric's antics had undeniably boosted the Red Angel's affection. Medici's smile faltered. He could tell Alaric was serious, and having his true feelings exposed left him feeling seen through. He also realized something, narrowing his eyes at Alaric. Looks like you've changed a bit. Thanks to you. Alaric said, devoid of sarcasm. He stood again, patted Medici's shoulder, and smiled. By the way, a small suggestion, maybe reach out to the Church of the Lord of Storms. They might not mind lending a hand. Yesterday's storm anomaly was your doing, wasn't it? Medici said, unsurprised. I just dragged the sun god along to say hi to Mr. Leodoro. Alaric said with a laugh. It's just a suggestion, though. Maybe if you contact the Storm Church, a carriage full of archbishops will show up to beat you instead. TCH, Leodoro wouldn't dare. If the Lord wasn't back, sure, but with him walking the earth again, Leodoro will only watch. Medici sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Guess the old storm pigeon is cautious after all. Isn't that a Lord of Mysteries hallmark? Alaric mused, grabbing his dirty plate and cup. He headed to the kitchen, humming while washing dishes. When he returned, Medici was gone, maybe resting in his room or out again. Alaric didn't mind. Back in his room, he pulled a box from the cabinet. Inside was the Red Priest card of blasphemy. Time to summon you and check things out, Roselle. Alaric muttered, flipping the card between his fingers. He pulled a shadow from the air, not Roselle, but Mr. Dorr. He wasn't about to summon Roselle at home. Risking exposure aside, what if something went wrong and the house blew up? So, Alaric borrowed the Traveler's ability, switched to his Lucifer persona, and teleported to a safe house. There, he released the Traveler's power, flipped his wrist to produce the Red Priest card, and activated his ability. With a pull in the air, a figure materialized. It was a man in his early 30s, shoulder-length brown hair, handsome with a mustache, dressed in quintessential Intis style. Roselle opened his eyes, blue gaze briefly dazed before sharpening. He scanned the room, then fixed on Alaric with a smile. Can you explain what's going on, sir? I was just handling affairs in the White Maple Palace, and now I'm here. His tone was mild, not aggressive, but Alaric felt the cold, piercing scrutiny in Roselle's gaze. It's 10 a.m., September 21st, 1349. Alaric said unhurriedly, then grinned. Congrats on get isekai'd again, Mr. Roselle. Roselle froze, then blurted out, what the hell? But he wasn't a fresh transmigrator. The Roselle Alaric summoned was at Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor. He quickly regained composure, assessed himself, and looked at Alaric. This joke isn't funny, sir. No joke. For you, it's another crossing, though it might be brief. Alaric said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. If you don't believe me, take a minute to look around, see the world a century later. Or contact an old friend. Roselle's sharp gaze lingered on Alaric's face, neither confirming nor denying belief. He smiled. Since you insist, I'll take you up on it. With that, Roselle vanished, off to explore. Alaric waited calmly. A minute later, Roselle reappeared, his expression grim. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 110, LOM, 110, The Unique Effect. In that brief minute, Roselle didn't visit old friends. He went straight to the nearest library, using his Knowledge Emperor abilities to skim history books, confirming one thing, this was indeed a world over a century later, and the strange guy who summoned him hadn't lied. Roselle Gustave had been dead for over 100 years, reduced to a cautionary tale in history texts. His death didn't shock him. Even now, he was considering switching to the Black Emperor pathway to escape outer deity pollution, using its resurrection to shed incompatible characteristics, break free from semi-madness, and become a clear-headed Sequence 0. He hadn't fully committed yet, so his future death wasn't surprising. The real issue was that, theoretically, he should have resurrected by now. Why hadn't he in this era? A bad feeling crept in. Something major had derailed his resurrection plan. He tried sensing his current era self, and his expression grew darker. Looks like you're convinced this is the future. Alaric said, reading Roselle's thoughts. He gestured to a sofa with a smile. Sit, Mr. Roselle. Let's have a proper chat. Roselle didn't refuse, sitting down and looking at Alaric. Are you the Lord of Mysteries? Puffed. Alaric couldn't help but laugh. Why would you think that? Historical projections are a full pathway ability, and the Lord of Mysteries is known as the King of Time and Space. I thought you, projecting past consciousness into history, might be him. Guess not. Roselle said, his reasoning sharp. You could call him flawed, but as a knowledge emperor, he was undeniably erudite. Sorry to disappoint, the Lord of Mysteries can't do this. Alaric said with a smile. This is my unique skill. Call it Shadow of Time. Shadow of Time. Roselle committed the name to memory before asking, if you're not the Lord of Mysteries, who are you? You can call me Lucifer. As for identity, let's say I'm a transmigrator too. Alaric said, smiling as he introduced himself. Lucifer, cosplaying the morning star. Roselle rolled his eyes, unsurprised by the transmigrator claim but visibly relieved by the confirmation. He glanced out the window. With an ability like that, I bet the truth of transmigration isn't a secret to you. It's not. Alaric admitted, looking out the window too. I know this is Earth, millions of years in the future. Then you know about those things. Roselle said, winking meaningfully. You mean the outer deities? I do. I've dealt with them more than once. Alaric said, understanding his meaning. He smiled. I'm currently helping Mr. Dor shake off the mother goddess of depravity's corruption. Roselle's gaze sharpened. You can remove outer deity corruption. Indeed, Mr. Roselle. I can, and right now, I'm the only one who can. Alaric said with a nod, looking at him. That's why I summoned you today. You've probably sensed what's happened to your current era self. Roselle's face darkened. He pursed his lips. I thought becoming sequence 0 and dying once would clear the mother goddess of depravity's corruption. Guess I was naive. My current self is still corrupted, right? More precisely, you're stuck in a liminal state between life and death. You haven't escaped the outer deity's corruption. You could still resurrect as the Black Emperor, but if you did, you'd be a god fully controlled by an outer deity. Alaric said calmly. That's just damn rotten. Roselle cursed, then looked at Alaric. Name your price. What'll it take for you to help me? You trust me that easily? Alaric asked, smiling instead of naming terms. Why wouldn't I? My current state proves it. Honestly, I haven't felt this clear-headed in ages. That damn corruption kept me half mad, but your bizarre power not only suppressed it but even held back the original creator's awakening consciousness. If you can do that, what's not to trust? Roselle said, his expression easing with long-suppressed relief. Fighting the original creator's consciousness or the corruption's influence was no small feat with both suppressed, balancing his divinity was a breeze by comparison. Ah. Shadow of Time can do that. Alaric caught the implication, glancing at Roselle discreetly as a long-standing question found an answer. He'd always found his summoned figures, like the ancient sun god or Mr. Dor, oddly human. A half-old day's sun god or a triune, corrupted Mr. Dor should have been less coherent, yet they were emotionally rich. Now it made sense, Shadow of Time likely suppressed consciousnesses not native to the summoned, like the original creators or the corruptions, or perhaps only summoned the target's core consciousness, leaving the extras behind. Alaric reached this conclusion in his mind, not too surprised. Shadow of Time summoned the target's will, so things like the original creator's consciousness weren't included. Given the ability's high rank, capable of summoning Yog-Sothoth, it wasn't shocking it could suppress such interferences. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 111, LOM, 111, bombed again. Alaric just smiled at Roselle and said unhurriedly, what I want is simple, work for me for 3 years, and after that, we're even. It's a good deal, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Roselle first instinctively frowned, then relaxed and said casually, all right, no problem. If it were working for someone else, I definitely wouldn't agree, but working for you, it's not shameful. Besides, trading 3 years for a life, I'm the one who benefits. It seems you, Lucifer, still care about our shared origins. He frowned because Roselle had been a boss for many years, and suddenly hearing that he had to work for someone else naturally made him instinctively resistant. But Roselle wasn't ungrateful, working for 3 years in exchange for the other party helping to remove the outer deity's pollution was a huge gain for him no matter how you looked at it. Alaric smiled at that, neither confirming nor denying Roselle's words. He then took out the Conqueror characteristic and said, your first task is to help me craft this Conqueror characteristic into a mystical item. Roselle raised an eyebrow when he saw the Conqueror characteristic in Alaric's hand and said, impressive, you managed to get your hands on this. But you've come to the right person to craft a mystical item for you. I dare say that in this world, apart from me, there are no more than a handful of people who can help you turn this conqueror characteristic into a mystical item. Although he was already a knowledge emperor, that didn't mean Rozelle's previous artisan skills had disappeared. In fact, as long as he hadn't expelled the corresponding characteristics, he could still use them. Tell me, what are your requirements? Rozelle had an expression that said, I'm a professional. The negative effects shouldn't be too severe, and the ability should be oriented towards attack. Those are my only 2 requirements, Alaric said straightforwardly. All right, I'll think about how to do it later. Next time you summon me, I'll have it ready for you. Rozelle gave Alaric an okay gesture. Alaric smiled upon hearing this. He could naturally tell that Rozelle was probing with those words, so he nodded and said, thank you. This was equivalent to telling Rozelle that he would indeed summon him again. Rozelle imperceptibly breathed a sigh of relief. Alaric smiled and said, I am a generous boss, so before having my employee work, I don't mind paying part of the reward in advance. He looked at Rozelle and continued, so next, let's establish a connection with your main body in this era and carry out the first phase of the pollution removal work. On a small island in the Misty Sea, Rozelle's last mausoleum was as quiet as ever. Because he was in a state that was neither dead nor alive, most of the time Rozelle lived in the mausoleum in a peculiar state. During this time, almost 99% of the time, it was the polluted personality that was active, and only rarely could Rozelle regain clarity. Of course, this didn't mean that Rozelle had completely fallen. The reason the polluted personality hadn't caused trouble or successfully revived over the years was largely due to Rozelle's own struggle. However, today, the silence of the mausoleum was suddenly broken. A scream, it was unclear whose, echoed throughout the mausoleum, startling flocks of birds into flight. At the same time, outside Earth, looking at a certain mother goddess of depravity who had suffered another critical hit, the mother tree of desire suddenly felt fortunate that it didn't have too many high-sequence beings polluted on Earth. Otherwise, it would also have to endure such blows every now and then. So what exactly is that unknown creature? The mother tree of desire once again pondered this question that had long gone unanswered. Hiss, that scream was too miserable. Is there really no gentler way? Rozelle sucked in a breath and couldn't help but mutter. Although he was millions of miles away from his self in this era, since they were the same person, after successfully establishing a connection, the shadow of time Rozelle could almost empathize with his current self and naturally understand the pain his self in this era was experiencing. No, removing pollution is always like this. It's definitely not because I dislike you that I didn't use a gentler method, Alaric said without batting an eye. Alaric didn't mind telling the Rozelle in front of him that when he removed pollution for Mr. Dor and the chained god Tolsna, his methods were gentler and not as rough. Of course, Alaric could pat his chest and guarantee that this was not simply because he disliked Rozelle and was thus being petty. It was purely because Rozelle was the only sequence 0 among them, and he wanted to see the endurance limit of a sequence 0. Hey, you're saying it out loud. Rozelle was choked by Alaric's words. He looked at Alaric for a few seconds, wanting to speak but stopping, then finally said, so, what exactly about me do you find displeasing? There are quite a few things, after all. Alaric had no intention of hiding it. He glanced at Rozelle with a smile and said, you're a scoundrel, aren't you? Rozelle was choked again and instinctively felt a bit guilty. After all, Rozelle himself was well aware of how many rotten things he had done. Since you don't like me, why do you still want to save me? Rozelle asked after holding back for a while. Probably because even though you're a scoundrel, you still have some redeeming qualities and... Alaric paused here, lowered his eyes, and then continued, also because you are, after all, a transmigrator too. Rozelle was silent for a few seconds before shouting, then it's lucky that you met me. Although I'm a scoundrel, I'm definitely not the kind of idiot who repays kindness with enmity. With your personality, if you meet an idiot, you'll get stabbed in the back. Don't worry about that. Although I am more lenient towards my kind, if they really want to turn against me, I won't foolishly let them stab me in the back. The moment they choose to betray me, they are dead, Alaric glanced at Rozelle and said with a smile. That's all right, at least you're not pedantic, Rozelle muttered, then asked curiously, so, besides me, have you met other transmigrators? Yes, my student is a transmigrator. He's a very good kid, much better than you scoundrel, Alaric said, his expression softening. Why are you comparing us? Rozelle muttered discontentedly, then asked, does he know the truth about transmigration? He knows, and he was very sad about it. Fortunately, I had his mother comfort him for a few days, and he eventually accepted reality, Alaric replied with a smile. Rozelle seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized something and looked up at Alaric, asking, which era's mother are you referring to? Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 112, LOM, 112, Boomerang. Which era's mother are you referring to? Roselle asked, his expression unprecedentedly serious, tinged with both nervousness and anticipation. Alaric smiled at him, not choosing to tease, and said cheerfully, of course, the mother from before your transmigration. What, jealous? Even though Roselle had already suspected something due to Alaric's mysterious shadow of time ability, his eyes widened at this moment, his breathing quickening. Almost eagerly, he said, so you really can summon people from the old days? Of course I can, Alaric said without denying it, nodding. I thought that was obvious. Roselle's expression grew even more serious. Looking at Alaric, he asked, what price would I have to pay for you to help me see my parents? Alaric wasn't surprised by Roselle's reaction. He smiled and said unhurriedly, no price is needed. As an employee benefit, I can help you see your loved ones once every 3 months. He paused, looked Roselle up and down, shook his head, and continued, but you probably can't enjoy this benefit right now. Or do you want your parents to see a polluted version of you? No. Roselle instinctively shook his head. He naturally didn't want his parents to see him in a polluted state. Not only would it potentially harm them, but even out of a desire to spare them grief, Roselle didn't want to appear before them like that. Roselle knew his parents well. Even across millions of years, if they saw him in a polluted state, they would be heartbroken. Gritting his teeth, Roselle looked at Alaric and said, after I'm fully cleansed of pollution, then help me reunite with my parents. Fine, I have no objections, Alaric said with a smile, nodding. Roselle glanced at Alaric again, sighed, and said through gritted teeth, you really are a natural-born capitalist. If seeing loved ones was an employee benefit, didn't that mean he'd have to keep working for Alaric? Nonsense, I'm a very conscientious businessman, Alaric replied with a smile, his tone serious. Roselle, unwilling to give up, said, besides working for you, is there really no other price I can pay to reunite with my parents? Sorry, employee benefits are employee benefits. If I liked you, I might make an exception, but unfortunately, you're a scoundrel, and I don't like scoundrels. Alaric shook his head, his words straightforward and unabashed. Roselle suddenly felt as if a boomerang had struck him. He could tell Alaric was speaking the truth, meaning Alaric genuinely wouldn't make an exception for him because of the terrible things he'd done in the past. Is this what they call karma? Roselle gave a bitter smile, his expression sour. Do you resent me? Alaric asked with a grin. Roselle glanced at him and said irritably, I'd be lying if I said I didn't resent you a little, but I'm not clueless. This is all my own doing. His smile turned self-deprecating by the end. If he had chosen to be a good person back then instead of letting himself fall, perhaps Alaric would have been willing to make an exception for him today. Pretty rough, huh? Working for a boss who doesn't like you. Boss, you're not going to make things harder for me in the future, are you? Roselle asked after a moment of silence, looking at Alaric. Wow, getting into the role already. Alaric teased. Working's no big deal. Who hasn't been a cog in the machine? Roselle shrugged, then flashed a smile. At least I have a chance to reunite with my family and start over. That's already better than anything I could have imagined. Good mindset. Keep it up, Alaric said, patting Roselle's shoulder. He then pulled out a pocket watch, glanced at it, and said, all right, time's almost up. See you next time, Mr. Roselle. I hope by then you'll have a solid plan for crafting that mystical item. With that, Alaric didn't wait for Roselle's reaction and cancelled the summoning of the Shadow of Time. He then turned unhurriedly to the Roselle of this era, with whom he had maintained a connection but who hadn't spoken until now, and said, you heard our conversation, Mr. Roselle. Any thoughts? You're really a natural-born capitalist, Roselle's weary voice sounded in Alaric's ear. Oh. Do you want to see a capitalist's tricks? Like getting 2 for the price of 1, having you work for me while using that as leverage to make Bernadette work for me until she drops, Alaric said with a grin. Whoa. Roselle's voice rang out again, whether in shock or cursing, but he quickly recovered and said, you wouldn't do that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told me. Besides, unlike me, the scoundrel, Bernadette's a good kid, unless everything you said before was a lie. You're right, I wouldn't, Alaric said with a smile, speaking slowly. Because I'm a conscientious businessman, I respect my employees' opinions. Roselle, do you want me to approach Bernadette? Alaric had no intention of pulling a 2-for-1 deal. With Roselle in his grasp, it would be easy to enlist Bernadette. He wouldn't even need to deceive her, just stating the facts would gain him an ally. But why bother? Alaric didn't need a Sequence 3 lackey, and with his cooperation with the Creator's faction, he didn't need the influence of a queen mystic either. So there was no need to touch Roselle's sore spot for Bernadette's sake. He preferred to let Roselle decide for himself. Roselle was silent for a long while before saying, you're really giving me a tough choice. Roselle was genuinely torn. On one hand, he didn't want Bernadette getting involved with Alaric. Roselle wasn't stupid. Whether it was that power, completely different from the mother goddess of depravity yet able to suppress her pollution, or the faint hints he could sense as the Black Emperor, everything told him that this Alaric guy was dangerous. No father would want his daughter near someone that dangerous. On the other hand, Roselle knew the apocalypse was inevitable. He couldn't rely on himself and was depending on Alaric to pull him through. In that case, letting his daughter align with someone powerful wasn't a bad move. At least Alaric seemed principled and incredibly strong. During the apocalypse, he might be able to protect his daughter. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 113, LOM, 113, pay extra. Roselle suddenly thought of something, gave a bitter smile, and said, even if you really wanted to use me as an excuse to make Bernadette work for you, you probably couldn't. Bernadette. She probably hates me. Roselle still remembered the last time he saw Bernadette, the look of disappointment and disgust in his daughter's eyes. After that encounter, he and his little princess had completely fallen out, never to return to how things were. Not necessarily, Alaric said with a smile. Bernadette does hate you, even resents you for everything you've done. But she also loves you deeply because you're her father. All these years, she's been searching for you. In the mausoleum, Roselle froze. He hadn't expected such an answer. His lips trembled before he managed to say, I'm sorry. You should say that apology to her, not me, Alaric replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. After talking so much, he was a bit thirsty. Roselle gave another bitter smile and fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. You can approach Bernadette, but you can't force her to work for you. I never force anyone to work for me. All my employees are willing, Alaric said with a smile, then countered, aren't you? Roselle was at a loss for words. Was he willingly working for Alaric? Sort of, he supposed. After all, Alaric held his life in his hands, along with the thing he wanted most. You're really a natural-born capitalist, Roselle muttered after a long pause. Please, call me a conscientious businessman, Alaric corrected with a smile. He took a sip of tea and continued, no need to be too tense. I have plenty of people working for me. Red Angel Medici, Mr. Dorbethel, the chained god Tolsna, and so on. Honestly, if it weren't for you, a sequence 3 like Bernadette wouldn't even catch my eye. Roselle was speechless again. So, these days, even being a lackey required connections. Roselle felt a pang of desolation but knew Alaric wasn't lying. With his abilities, there were probably countless people clamoring to work for him, just for a chance at protection or reuniting with loved ones. By the way, do you want me to help you reunite with Bernadette? Alaric asked after another sip of tea, smiling. That way, you can explain everything to her yourself and avoid me deceiving your beloved little princess. Roselle fell silent again, clearly conflicted. After a moment, he said, the pollution on me is too severe. It's not suitable for Bernadette to come here. Just let her meet the past me instead. Sure, I'm fine with that. But I'm a bit busy lately, so it'll be a while before I can contact your little princess, Alaric said with a smile, nodding. Then his expression turned serious. Now that the small talk's done, let's get to business. How's your condition? Alaric, like a diligent doctor, carefully inquired about every aspect of Roselle's state, or perhaps like a researcher examining his test subject. Since this concerned whether he could be freed from pollution, Roselle didn't hold back, answering all of Alaric's questions thoroughly. Finally, half-jokingly, he complained, seriously, isn't there a gentler treatment method? I really thought I was going to be blown to bits just now. There is, don't worry. Since you asked, I'll definitely try a gentler approach to remove your pollution next time, Alaric said with a smile, jotting down Roselle's data. I feel like you're treating me like a lab rat, Roselle grumbled. Be confident, you are a lab rat, Alaric nodded without hesitation. Seriously, you're just admitting it. Not afraid I'll get mad. Roselle was dumbfounded. He'd seen straightforward people, but never this straightforward. Why deny it? In the field of removing outer deity pollution, all polluted beings are lab rats. If you don't like the term, I can call you test subject number 2 instead, Alaric said earnestly, his tone utterly serious. And how is test subject any better than lab rat? Roselle couldn't help but retort, though he wasn't truly angry. After all, his situation was like a cancer patient who thought he was doomed but got a chance at a miracle cure. Surviving was good enough, why complain about the details? Roselle even had the mood to ask, so, who's test subject number 1? The chained god Tolsna, Alaric answered without hiding anything. His condition was worse than yours. Before I treated him, he'd completely succumbed. But after the first phase of treatment, he's regained a sliver of clarity, roughly similar to your previous state, but a bit better. Roselle wasn't too surprised by this answer, but he soon thought of something and asked curiously, what about Mr. Dorr? Is he test subject number 3? Even if he hadn't known early on, by now Roselle had a good idea of Mr. Dorr's situation and knew he was also polluted by the mother goddess of depravity. Mr. Dorr is a VIP client. He doesn't participate in experiments, Alaric said without blinking. What? Why? Did he pay extra? Roselle's eyes widened, clearly indignant. Didn't you just say all polluted beings are lab rats? Why? Alaric took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, because he's a good person. Because he'd rather endure the torment of an outer deity, let his family fade away, than submit or let the world bear the slightest risk. Because in the future, he sacrifices himself to protect this world, never once thinking of shirking his responsibilities. Roselle fell silent. After a long pause, he said, yeah, he does deserve special treatment. But what do you mean by future? Roselle keenly picked up on the key word. The future is the future, Alaric said with a smile, not elaborating further. Time is a long river before me. I stand in its center, but both ends are clearly visible to me. Roselle clearly understood what this meant, which left him wanting to speak but stopping, then wanting to stop but speaking anyway. Boss, are you even human? At least I have a mortal heart, Alaric neither confirmed nor denied. He then pulled out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and said, it's getting late, Roselle. We'll talk next time. You probably can't stay lucid much longer. Roselle didn't deny it. Though the pollution was temporarily suppressed, it didn't mean he could remain clear indefinitely. Soon, he'd slip back into chaos and have to sink into slumber. And so, Alaric and Roselle's first meeting came to an end. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 114, LOM, 114, Naive Sweetheart. Alaric was woken by the commotion downstairs. After parting with Roselle, his spirituality was heavily drained, so he didn't do much else. He returned home, studied some occult knowledge as usual, and then went to sleep to replenish his spirituality. But before he could get a full rest, Alaric was roused by loud noises from downstairs, as if a fight had broken out in the house. Who's got nothing better to do than brawl indoors? Can't a guy sleep in peace? Alaric yawned. Though he often pulled all-nighters for days, he still had normal human sleep needs. Being woken halfway through a nap naturally put him in a foul mood. Fueled by his irritation, Alaric stormed downstairs. He found cabinets and chairs toppled, cups shattered on the floor, and a corpse lying not far from the coffee table. Klein stood nearby, offering an awkward smile when he saw Alaric's grumpy expression. Sorry, Jack, did I wake you? What's going on? Alaric yawned again. Instead of immediately inspecting the body, he shuffled to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, poured himself some ice water, and took a sip to clear his head before returning to the living room. By then, Klein was already conducting a séance on the body. Alaric's gaze settled on the corpse, a lean, dark-skinned man with deep-set eye sockets. Blinking, Alaric racked his brain, digging through his memories of the original story until he pinpointed the identity from some obscure corner of his mind. He took another sip of ice water, then looked up at Klein and said slowly, Massault from the Zmanger gang. Jack, you know him. Klein was visibly surprised. Of course I do. I'm practically a Beckland native. I make it my business to know about troublemakers like him. Alaric said irritably. He took another sip of water before continuing, how'd you get mixed up with him? Massault's just a small fry, but I recall he's got ties to the Intis ambassador, probably a spy planted in Beckland. It's a long story. Klein said with a bitter smile, unsurprised by Alaric's words since his séance had already revealed the Intis ambassador as Massault's backer. Klein explained, I took a commission a few days ago. The client's name was Ian. Ian Wright. Alaric interrupted, feigning ignorance. You know him too. Klein was genuinely shocked this time. I thought that guy you were talking to at the door a couple of days ago looked familiar. So it was him. Alaric put on a look of sudden realization, then gave Klein a pitying glance. Ian Wright is an orphan taken in by Detective Zerial, and from what I know, Detective Zerial is a spy for the Faceac Empire. Klein's expression froze. He hadn't expected that a simple missing person commission would drag him into a mess involving spies from multiple nations. Alaric looked at him with sympathy. Sherlock, is your luck really okay? Back in Tingen, you were a magnet for trouble. I thought moving to Beckland might improve things, but you've barely arrived and you're already caught up in a major espionage case. You sure your fate hasn't been tampered with by some weird entity? Klein could only swallow his frustration. Reflecting on the past few days, he shook his head and said, I'm not sure. He genuinely wasn't. On one hand, his connection to the grey fog and the law of beyonder characteristics convergence made him a natural trouble magnet. On the other, he was well aware that multiple powerful figures had placed their bets on him, so he couldn't tell if this was mere coincidence or a manipulated accident. Alaric piled on, if you'd asked me earlier, I could have told you about this. I would have advised you to turn down Ian Wright's commission. Too bad you got yourself into trouble so fast. Klein didn't know what to say. He hadn't meant to keep it from Jack, he just hadn't expected a random job to spiral into an espionage case. Plus, with Jack either out or napping the past few days, he hadn't had a chance to mention it. And now, it was clearly too late. So, what's your plan now? Alaric asked, finishing his ice water and setting the glass on the coffee table. This isn't some small matter if it's got Intis and Faceac spies involved. You're tangled up in it, and you've killed Massault. This won't end easily. The Intis ambassador isn't exactly forgiving. From what I know, his style is to eliminate any threat, no matter how small. You're definitely on his radar now. Alaric wasn't exaggerating. Though he didn't know much about the Intis ambassador, the original story showed the men sending Rosago, a sealed artifact master, to silence Sherlock Moriarty. A peripheral figure, after the incident concluded. That suggested the ambassador was either extremely cautious, petty, or both. Klein's smile was bitter. He poured himself a glass of ice water, downed half of it, and said, I'm not used to you suddenly being this reliable with your analysis. Alaric rolled his eyes irritably. He wasn't worried about breaking character and casually righted a chair to sit on. I've always been reliable, okay. What kind of naive sweetheart filter have you slapped on me? Alaric was deliberately tweaking his Jack persona in others' eyes. Since he'd be roommates with Klein and Medici for a while, playing the naive sweetheart constantly risked slipping up. It was better to adjust his image now. This wasn't abrupt either. When crafting the Jack persona, Alaric had intentionally made him seem innocent in social interactions but reliable enough in serious matters, at least not foolish. Now, he just needed to emphasize the latter. Besides, who said a naive sweetheart couldn't be a ruthless schemer? Klein coughed awkwardly. He wasn't unaware of Jack's reliability in serious matters. Though Jack seemed to always stir up trouble, he'd never messed up anything important. But Jack's naive sweetheart vibe was so ingrained that Klein could only push past the stereotype. He glanced at the corpse and analyzed, Massault's attempt to assassinate me might not be a secret. Even if we dispose of his body, the ambassador might still target me. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 115, LOM, 115, ingenious idea. So, we either abandon our current identities and flee, or we bring in a third party. Klein said, his expression turning serious. You just said that anything involving both Intis and Faceac spies is no small matter. This is Lone's capital, the home turf of the Lone military. I could report this to them, and once they get involved, the Intis ambassador might not have time to bother with me. Clap, clap, clap. Alaric immediately gave an appreciative round of applause, then asked sincerely, but what if the ambassador is so cautious that, even with the Lone military stirring things up, he still sends someone to silence you? Klein faltered, hesitating for a few seconds before his eyes flickered with determination. Then I'd have to find a way to take him out. Even a pushover has limits, and Klein wasn't spineless. Someone trying to kill him, and not for the first time, meant he had no qualms about fighting back. After all, anyone ruthless enough to order an assassination on a whim was clearly no saint. Eliminating them would be a public service. And how do you plan to take him out? A voice asked from the side. Klein was about to respond when he realized it wasn't Jack speaking. Glancing over, he saw Medici had returned at some point, lounging lazily on the sofa. A cigarette dangled between Medici's fingers, its tip igniting on its own without any visible effort. Can you smoke that outside? Or at least by the window? Alaric said irritably, scooting back with a look of clear disdain. It wasn't surprising. Alaric didn't smoke and had no interest in breathing secondhand fumes. Hey, kid. Medici said, shooting Alaric a glance with a mocking smirk. Not as bad as you ancient relic. Alaric retorted, rolling his eyes. The tense atmosphere in the living room lightened in that moment. Klein quickly stepped in to mediate, first calming the visibly ruffled Alaric, then turning to Medici with sincerity. Mr. Red, smoking indoors isn't great. How about I open a window for you? Medici glanced at him, then at Alaric, who mouthed something about a tea party. Medici clicked his tongue but didn't extinguish the cigarette. Instead, he moved to the window, opened it, and sat on the sill to smoke. Alaric immediately looked relieved, as if he'd been saved. Medici surveyed the room's chaos and repeated his earlier question. Kid, how do you plan to take him out? Klein was caught off guard but thought for a few seconds before answering, I could hire a powerful beyonder to deal with him. Do you have the money for that? Medici asked unhurriedly, clearly aware of someone's financial situation. Klein's expression stiffened. He indeed lacked the funds to hire anyone, but as the fool, I can issue a commission at the Tarot Club and pay with something else. Klein added this in his mind, though he couldn't say it out loud. Alaric, meanwhile, rubbed his chin. He hadn't originally planned to get involved in the espionage plot, content to watch the mastermind Roselle's antics unfold. But now, a peculiar idea struck him, and he spoke up. We might not need to kill the Intis ambassador. Klein looked at him, puzzled. Jack, what's your idea? What if we could make the Intis ambassador think we're on his side? Alaric said eagerly. Huh. Klein was visibly baffled, staring at Alaric in confusion. Are you serious? They had no connection to the Intis ambassador except for the fresh grudge they'd just earned. How could they possibly convince him they were allies? Red, you're on the hunter pathway, right? A high-sequence hunter, at that. Alaric said with a smile, turning to Medici. What kind of scheme are you cooking up now? Medici narrowed his eyes, unconvinced that Alaric's intentions were purely about resolving the situation. It's well known that Intis has an abundance of hunter pathway beyonders, while Lone has very few. So, Red, could you pose as a high-sequence Intis spy infiltrating Lone? Alaric continued without hesitation. That's impossible. Klein instinctively started to protest the wild idea but stopped mid-sentence, realizing it might actually be feasible. Klein thought it over seriously and raised a concern after a few seconds. But someone at the level of the Intis ambassador is a big deal. Even if Mr. Red is a high-sequence hunter, without some kind of proof to back up his identity, the ambassador might not buy it. That's where our great Mr. Red comes in. Alaric said, grinning at Medici. I'm sure Mr. Red knows exactly what kind of proof would convince someone of an official Intis identity. Alaric didn't believe for a second that Medici, after regaining his freedom, hadn't looked into Intis and its hunter families. After all, Intis was within the sphere of influence of the true creator's forces. Hearing this, Klein instinctively turned to Medici as well. Under their gazes, Medici scoffed. He casually snuffed out his cigarette and looked at Alaric. I could indeed get the proof to back up an identity and fool that so-called ambassador without issue. But why should I help you too? Right, why would Mr. Red help them? Klein realized this belatedly, having been swept up in Alaric's confident attitude. Alaric, however, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he met Medici's gaze with a smile. Because this benefits you too, Mr. Red. What benefits? Let's hear it. Medici said, crossing his legs. He knew that if Alaric gave him an order, he'd have to comply as a worker, however grudgingly. But he was genuinely curious what Alaric could spin out of this. Red, I hear you're keen on pushing for change, shaking up the status quo in Lone, right? Alaric said with a grin. Klein froze, caught off guard. What change? He asked instinctively. It sounded like he'd just stumbled onto something huge. Alaric blinked and explained, What, Sherlock, you didn't know? Mr. Red's backers are led by someone with high moral standards who can't stand Lone's current state, places like the East District, for instance. So, they're planning to spark a revolution. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 116, LOM, 116, Countdown to Disaster. Klein was dumbfounded. He glanced at Alaric, then at Medici, and after a long pause, managed to mutter, No one told me about this. He noticed that Medici's expression showed no trace of surprise or denial, confirming that Jack's words were true. Mr. Red and his backers were indeed planning a revolution, and Jack was fully aware of it. Klein suddenly recalled their early days in Backlund. When he'd suggested informing Lucifer about Medici's antagonism toward Jack, Jack had responded by saying Mr. Red was a good person. Now, Klein realized it wasn't just that Backlund was about to face major events. It was likely that Mr. Red and his faction had struck some kind of deal with Lucifer regarding this revolution. And throughout all this, Klein was probably the only one completely in the dark. His gaze drifted to Alaric, and he thought back to how Jack had instantly identified Massault and Ian Wright as spies. Suddenly, his so-called friend felt like a stranger. Was this really the naive, overly trusting Jack who was always getting into trouble? Seriously, what else would I be? A monster in disguise. Alaric seemed to read his thoughts and rolled his eyes irritably. What kind of filter have you put on me? I'm the old man's student, traveling the world with him. Did you really think I was some clueless sweetheart? If I were that naive, do you think the old man would let me wander around on my own? But Lucifer did say you've got to screw loose. Klein thought to himself, reflecting on their time together. In hindsight, the clues were there. For one, when they first met, Jack had immediately pegged him as a seer. That wasn't something a naive sweetheart could pull off. Jack had never been stupid. His social demeanor just made Klein slap a thick filter on him. Now that he thought about it, if Jack were truly a pure naive sweetheart, with Lucifer's protective streak, he'd never let him roam free. And if Jack wasn't as naive as he seemed, had he figured out Klein's identity as a transmigrator? Klein realized this with a jolt, instinctively looking at Alaric, who winked back at him. In a flash of insight, Klein knew Alaric was aware. This triggered a flood of memories about his past behavior, and embarrassment surged from his toes to his head, giving him goosebumps. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and bury himself. This was mortifying. What's with the silent drama you two are playing out? Medici, who'd been watching the spectacle, cut in with a mocking tone. Just some private friend stuff. Mind your own business. Alaric shot back without hesitation, then turned to Medici. You and I both know that your faction alone can't pull off this revolution. So why not try borrowing the strength of another nation? Medici narrowed his eyes, clearly catching on to something. Alaric continued with a grin. Intis has been itching to start a war for years. Do you think they'd mind lighting a spark to set Lone ablaze from within? They're not idiots. They'd see the risks of doing something like that. Medici replied, understanding Alaric's plan. He wanted to trick Intis into supporting the revolution, using their resources to fuel it. But Intis wasn't foolish enough to miss the dangers such a move would pose to themselves. This is a world of extraordinary powers. The stronger you are, the more arrogant you become. Do you really think those haughty types would take a revolution without angels seriously? Alaric said unhurriedly. Medici caught his meaning. If the true creator openly pushed for reform, it would face fierce opposition. But if the true creator stayed in the shadows and framed it as an event involving only those below the angel level, its perceived threat would plummet. Because in this world, might made right. And once that spark is lit, with your involvement, putting it out won't be so easy, will it? Alaric said, smiling as he clearly guessed Medici's thoughts. In theory, the creator's faction, backed by the ancient sun god, had the most clout in this world, making reform easiest for them. But the ancient sun god's appearances were limited, and he couldn't just eliminate everyone. Alaric also had no interest in being a tool to summon the ancient sun god for reform. So, naturally, he had to get creative and find another way. Even so, Intis might not be willing to provide aid. This isn't a small matter. Medici said after a few seconds of thought. Though he sounded skeptical, his pensive expression suggested he was already considering the idea and just wanted to hear more of Alaric's plan. That depends on your skills, whether you can convince them to provide aid. Alaric said with a smile. While Klein wasn't looking, he silently mouthed, Black Emperor, to Medici. Medici instantly understood. Normally, Intis might not go all in to destabilize Lone. But what if they learned the Lone royal family was pushing for a Black Emperor? Once they caught wind of that, to ensure their own safety, Intis would spare no expense to prevent a Black Emperor's rise. Destabilizing Lone internally would be one such tactic. With Medici pulling strings in the background, he could secure substantial aid without much effort. That aid, once in Lone, would be under his control. As long as Intis saw results and the Black Emperor ritual failed, the support would keep flowing. And in the process, their side would barely have to sacrifice anything. Even if it failed, the cost was minimal, but success would bring rewards for all. This reinforced Medici's realization that this guy was dangerous, not just because of his mysterious powers, but because of his mind. Not everyone could pivot from an ambassador to this level of strategic thinking. Alaric's idea had flipped the situation, turning his friend's disadvantage into an advantage, willingly drawing Medici into the plan, and even making the Lone royal family's conspiracy a usable asset. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space. Chapter 117, LOM, 117, finally crashes. If this was all premeditated, that'd be one thing. But if Alaric came up with it on the spot? Medici gave Alaric a meaningful look and said unhurriedly, but this isn't without risks. Intis might take a gamble and start a war early. Medici fixed his gaze on Alaric, curious to see how this guy, who always insisted on happy endings, would respond. War's coming sooner or later. If Intis starts it early, at least it disrupts their preparations, which is better than facing them fully ready. Alaric said, pouring himself another cup of tea and taking a sip. Besides, I trust Mr. Red has ways to make them think twice about starting a war. Medici suddenly chuckled, his blood-red eyes glancing at Alaric before he flashed a reckless grin. You sure have faith in me. Just some basic trust. Alaric replied with a smile, though his eyes clearly said, so, can you do it or not? Piece of cake. Medici said with a laugh. In the past, pulling this off might have been tricky, but with the Lord's backing now, making Intis hesitate was child's play. However, Medici's grin turned mischievous as he looked at Alaric. You'd better figure out how to explain that foxtail you just let slip to your little friend over there. With that, Medici vanished. He had to hurry back and discuss this major move with the true creator. Alaric, who'd gotten carried away, blinked and turned to see Klein staring at him. After a moment's thought, he flashed a smile. Surprised. If Klein still had any naive sweetheart filter on Alaric before that discussion about conning Intis for aid, it was now shattered to dust. Klein finally realized his friend wasn't just not a naive sweetheart, he was a terrifyingly cunning schemer. Did you plan all this in advance? Klein managed after a long pause. No way. Why would I waste time thinking about this? I'm not even involved in Red's revolution plans. This all just came to me because I had to help you out of your mess. Alaric said, waving a hand. It was the truth, he had no intention of joining the revolution, only planning to nudge it from the sidelines. With how busy he'd been lately, he hadn't had time to scheme this far ahead. So you came up with all that just now? Klein's mind flashed back to Alaric's words, and he looked at his friend as if he were some rare species. Klein wasn't dumb. After realizing he'd been dragged into an espionage case, he'd quickly devised follow-up plans. But he couldn't, like Jack, casually orchestrate a scheme to mooch off another nation's resources for a revolution. Was that a normal person's thought process? It's just a habit of using everything at my disposal. Alaric said. With his naive sweetheart persona officially dead, he didn't bother keeping up the act, though he wasn't flustered either. He'd long planned to transition into a cunning schemer, and while getting carried away was a factor, it also served as a convenient push. After all, defusing a bomb early was the best way to eliminate a hidden threat. Alaric pulled an apple from somewhere, took a bite, and tossed another to Klein. Here, eat an apple. Get some sugar in you. Klein caught the apple with a complicated expression, took a bite, and looked at Alaric. What do you mean, using everything at your disposal? Well, I haven't told you about my past, have I? Before transmigrating, I was an orphan, but I didn't go to an orphanage. A con artist took me in. He saw I was good-looking and wanted to use me to craft an identity to scam more people. Alaric said, sipping his tea with a nostalgic look. So, from a young age, I was taught how to make use of everything around me. For a con artist, even something as small as a button can be a game-changer at the right moment. He looked up at Klein, smiling. Turning disadvantages into advantages, dangers into opportunities, that's a con artist's survival course. Klein's throat went dry. He stared at Alaric, opened his mouth, and said, so you've been lying to me this whole time. Alaric fell silent for a moment before looking at Klein. I'm not as naive as I acted, but I genuinely see you as a friend, and I really want to help Mr. Isaac. Do you believe me? Klein was at a loss for words. Looking at Alaric, who'd just transformed from a naive sweetheart to a cunning schemer, his mind was a mess. Yet he couldn't bring himself to say, I don't believe you. Because Klein wasn't foolish. He could tell the difference between fake and genuine emotions. Jack might have deceived him in other ways, but his friendship was real. Even this reveal of his true nature was, in a way, to help Klein. Why did Lucifer say you've got to screw loose? Klein hesitated, avoiding a direct answer about trust and instead voicing his lingering doubt. Because my old persona didn't keep up, and I got too carried away this time, so I had to overhaul it. Alaric muttered to himself. He looked at Klein earnestly. For certain reasons, I do tend to trust some people easily, good people, in my judgment, like you. I didn't have my guard up with you from the start. You probably sense that. It was the truth. With his original story filter and keen sense of others' intentions, Alaric did find it easy to trust good people. Klein glanced at him and suddenly pulled out a gold coin, as if about to perform a divination on the spot. Hey, come on, that's not necessary. Alaric protested loudly. What about trust between friends? It died just now. Klein shot back, rolling his eyes. But he didn't flip the coin. Instead, he gestured for Alaric to hold out his hand. Alaric gave him a puzzled look but extended his hand. Klein slapped the gold coin into his palm, heads up, with an exasperated expression. Jack, I choose to believe you. He said, sighing. I know you've lied to me about a lot, but I believe your feelings are real. Now it was Alaric's turn to be speechless. He looked at Klein, then at the coin, and finally covered his eyes with his free hand. Well, damn. What's that supposed to mean? Klein said, instantly annoyed. You're trusting a con artist. You're done for, Klein. Alaric said without explaining, lowering his hand and looking at Klein with a serious expression. Klein felt his fists clench, itching to throw a friendship-breaking punch. Ha 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 ha. Alaric burst out laughing, tossing the coin playfully and grinning at Klein. Nice gift. I like it. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, patreon.com/exilenia, remove space. Chapter 118, LOM, 118, Passing the Buck. After losing a gold coin, Klein ultimately couldn't bring himself to throw the friendship-breaking punch at Alaric's face. He shot Alaric an exasperated glare and pressed on with the reckoning. So, when did you figure out I was a transmigrator? Alaric blinked, pocketing the gold coin while flashing an awkward smile. Probably the first time we met. Klein's expression froze. He hadn't expected Alaric to have seen through him so early. In disbelief, he asked, "How did you know?" He was sure he hadn't let anything slip during their first meeting. Alaric took another bite of his apple and said slowly, "What if I told you I chose the name Jack Jones specifically to quickly identify people like me?" Klein paused, then it clicked. If Jack were truly a naive sweetheart, picking such a name might have been for fun or nostalgia. But since Jack was a cunning schemer, the name clearly had a purpose, like screening for transmigrators. When Klein first heard the name, despite trying to control his reaction, he wasn't a clown yet. It was only natural for him to let some tells slip. As for Jack Jones being a fake name, Klein wasn't surprised. It was obviously as fabricated as his own, Sherlock Moriarty, chosen for convenience. Realizing Alaric had pegged him as a transmigrator from their first meeting, Klein connected some dots and looked at him. So that's why you were so eager to answer my questions about the Antigonus family. It wasn't just enthusiasm, you were trying to confirm my identity. Isn't that normal? When you spot someone who might be like you double-check. You did the same, didn't you? Alaric said without a hint of guilt, his tone utterly justified. Because it was true. He'd known Klein was a transmigrator from the start but pretended otherwise. But Klein had done the same. Klein was speechless, instinctively feeling guilty, when Alaric continued, "I mean, I couldn't be sure if you were a good guy or a bad one. What if you were a scoundrel like Roselle? I didn't want to get stabbed in the back by a transmigrator." Roselle's a scoundrel, sure, but I don't think he'd stab a transmigrator in the back. Klein instinctively countered. Having benefited from Roselle's diary, he felt obliged to say something in the senior's defense, especially since he didn't believe Roselle would betray someone from their world. Just an example. Alaric said, waving a hand. He took another bite of his apple, chewed, swallowed, and continued, "You had the same concerns, didn't you?" Klein fell silent for a second before nodding honestly. He'd indeed held back from revealing himself as a transmigrator upon suspecting Jack's identity, precisely for those reasons. Then Klein thought of something else. "So that's why you pretended to be a naive sweetheart?" "Exactly." Alaric nodded, clearly picking up on Klein's thoughts. His smile carried a hint of smugness. A seemingly naive transmigrator is the fastest way to figure out if you're a good guy or a bad one, right? Plus, that persona lowers people's guards, making it easier to blend into unfamiliar circles. But Klein's voice took on a melancholy tone. "Didn't you just say you pegged me as a good guy from the start and had no defenses against me?" Alaric didn't flinch. He took another bite of his apple and looked at Klein. "My instincts told me you were a good guy, but who trusts instincts completely? You still have to verify." Klein was convinced by the logic. He wasn't the type to blindly trust instincts either, especially on something this big. A bit of probing was reasonable. Alaric continued, "And after I was pretty sure you were a good guy, I didn't really keep up the naive act, especially after we left Tingen. Like with Red, I wasn't acting like a naive sweetheart at all. I thought you'd notice." Klein was speechless again. Could he admit that his early filter was so strong he'd rationalized Jack's behavior? Stereotypes were a dangerous thing. "So, when it comes down to it, it's your fault for putting such a thick naive sweetheart filter on me. You should have seen I was a cunning schemer ages ago." Alaric boldly shifted the blame. Klein didn't know what to say. He rubbed his temples, feeling a faint headache from the information overload. Then another thought struck him. If you're not a naive sweetheart, why did you use the Stone of Time on Mr. Isaac? As soon as he asked, Klein realized the answer. Alaric looked at him, puzzled. Is it weird to help a friend reunite with his family? Not weird. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Klein said, shaking his head with a hint of apology. The question practically doubted Jack's feelings for Mr. Isaac. No worries. I'm a con artist, after all. Alaric said magnanimously, waving it off. His attitude put Klein at ease but also left him exasperated. After a moment's thought, he asked, what about the fool's honorific name? With your personality, you wouldn't accidentally recite it, would you? If Jack were a naive sweetheart, such a blunder would be plausible. But since he wasn't, Klein needed to know the intent behind it. Alaric's expression turned serious. It wasn't an accident. I recited the honorific name on purpose. Why? Klein asked, a mix of curiosity and nervousness, dreading an answer like, because I knew you were the fool. That would be social death. Alaric could tell what Klein was thinking, and it tempted him to tease, but he decided to save that for later. He just looked at Klein and said, this era shouldn't have a fool. And that honorific name, don't you think it's oddly specific? I told you I dreamed of that gray fog. The moment I saw the fool's honorific name, I knew it had to be tied to transmigrators somehow. So I tested it. Every 100 power stones and 5 reviews will earn you a bonus chapter. And if you want to read up to 50 chapters ahead, don't hesitate to visit our patron, Pat Rayon. com/Exilenia, remove space.